The story opens with rain falling on leaves. Under the pouring rain, a fierce battle was taking place. A sword was struck and rang in the air. The sword was stuck in the ground, leaving behind the warrior a pile of corpses lying everywhere. The people lying on the ground seemed to be his comrades. Very quickly, he was also hit by someone with a palm strike. Be blown to pieces. At the brink of life and death, he could only curse. Damn it, this is not good. Duong Tung recalled when he presented to the leaders, the enemy was coming. Do you guys have any plans? Or are you just thinking about running away? A leader replied. What a leader should do is to ensure that the preparations for war go smoothly. Right? Duong Tung interrupted him. I'm tired of hearing about principles. There it is. But the other two did not listen to him. Captain, have you forgotten our battle strength with the Murim alliance? The problem is that Tang Tung continued. If we really want to win this war, the captain must lead the main force to attack now. His words angered the leaders. An army is sent to the front only to buy time for us to escape. They rushed forward following the slogan. It's now. Brothers charge. Duong Tung and his teammates bravely charged forward to attack. He saw the opponents attack. It was coming. They were. Knock away. Go all out. Our surprise attack is meaningless. Duong Tung. He thought to himself, no. He looked around, bravely holding the sword, ready. Continue fighting. The Murim alliance at this time. A plume of smoke rose from the middle of the forest. The strength of the enemy they were facing was too different from theirs, facing complete destruction. A drop of rain. Fall down. The leaf, carrying the blood drops of the deceased. What is this? Duong Tung struggled to crawl up. He looked up to the sky and muttered, Am I still alive? Duong Tung scolded indignantly. Why should I protect those trashes? They had planned to escape from the beginning, not believing that they would be stabbed. Behind like this. Duong Tung raised one hand to the sky. I don't want to die like this. This is so unlucky. Duong Tung stirred. Feel the pain and try to sit up. All those born with silver spoons say the same thing. Duong Tung vomited a mouthful of blood. He looked around and then vomited another mouthful of blood. His enemies were gathering forces to prepare for the end. Willow rode Tung. He could no longer resist. It seemed his turn was now. The entire Murim alliance was wiped out by a strong man named Xie Gang, who suddenly appeared. The leaders all fled, using the alliance as a shield. Tang Tung faced his enemy face to face. So this was how the world ended him. Memories flooded back. His father's voice rang out. Remember this, Tang Tung. Hard work is always rewarded. Don't hope for talent. Just keep trying harder. Time after time. Even for those who are naturally gifted, hard work and practice are still paramount. Ability will develop for those who practice. Practice the hardest. Tang Tung muttered, Old man is wrong. I practiced so hard that I coughed up blood and, as a result, I became a sacrifice for several people. You bastard. Tang Tung shouted loudly, the attack gouging Tang Tung. This time, this is my last effort. I have tried very hard. Those efforts, that force is meaningless. A person born in a wooden spoon like you, all efforts, will all disappear. Tang Tung is dead, a message rang out. Welcome to the world of Murim Online, a world that levels up through hard work and complete the mission. Duong Tung is sinking into nothingness, creating a new character. The system continues to notify that it is checking. Check the connection area. The connection is faulty. Reset based on player's memory. Duong Tung opened his eyes. Loading. Someone is calling your name. Duong Tung. System. Continue notification. Loading. Duong Tung was startled. Duong Tung. Download complete. New character creation completed. Tang Tung thought to himself as he looked around. Where am I? His father continued to call. This idiot is still in his. Hit him in the face and continued. It's morning and you're still lying there. Sleeping here. Duong Tung painfully sat up. A big lump appeared on his head. What is this? What's going on? He looked at. Father, isn't this your face? Are you awake, you fool? Why is the old man here? This place is my childhood room. What should I do? The system notifies that the scene setup is complete. Tang Tung looks at his own body. The path to the new world starts from his room, and does father need to participate? I sat like this and looked at the surrounding scenery, the shabby wall, musty smell. Tang Tung lay back down on the bed. It was wonderful to return to his previous life. He thought to himself, I'm dead, so I'll sleep one more night. A little more. We won't have to see blood on the battlefield anymore. This world, it could be different. His father rushed over with a broom. He hit the road and flew off the bed. Teach Ta now. Get up and get ready. You'll be late. The tuition for the martial arts school is on the table. Take it and don't let this opportunity go to waste. Duong Tung. He grimaced in pain. Even in this world, the old man had not changed at all. Suddenly, but he stopped. Wait, the old man just mentioned the martial arts school and tuition fees. Although it was hard to believe, Duong Tung began to consider, could it be Chan Bong at that time, before? Tang Tung muttered, how ridiculous. System notification, all devices. Setup complete. Game begin. Troll Bong is a name I will never forget. A martial arts school founded by Ta Zhang, a disciple of the Weizhen family. A basic dojo. They will teach you about martial arts, how to practice, and other things as long as you register to become a student in the dojo. However, it is only the second largest dojo in Murim, and the dojos are governed by the Federation, Murim Alliance. Currently, thanks to the Murim Alliance, Murim has been peaceful for more than 100 years. In fact, if you do not attend a dojo, you will not be able to achieve the titles recognized as a master, warrior teacher. Most of the children here idolize Murim warriors. They dream of becoming warriors regardless of age, status, and gender. But in Murim, things are not so simple. Martial arts masters are divided into two types. The first type has the power, have it all. The second type are those who are born with wealth, power, and talent, also known as the. Some people are born with silver spoons in their mouths. There are also a few people, those who have status, society, but have no money and talent. They are called the people, born with a silver spoon in their mouth. And finally, those who have no money, power, strong, talented. People like me are called people with wooden spoons. But the good news is that I can still change my status through promotion. One of the best dojos like the Bong Foot accepts students from 16 years old and up. My old man worked hard all his life just to pay my tuition. That's exactly what I know. 30 years ago. This is definitely not. It was a dream. Everything was so real. What happened at the end? Just now, I cried like a baby just because a monster almost killed me. But now, Duong Tung looked up at the sky and exclaimed, the weather is really nice. He looked at his father, who said, your goal is to become a martial arts master. Do the best you can and don't become like me. Duong Tung thought to himself, I had such a goal. I had defied everything to achieve it when I was young. He looked around, feeling everything. These things are no different than in the past. Both. I can't believe it. Everything is the same as before. Have I really gone back to the past? Is everything real now? Father, I gave him a potato to take. You can eat it on the way. Duong Tung took it and continued to think. That's right. The old man always threw him a potato every morning. I really don't know what happened, but one thing is for sure, I was taken back to the past. A notice board appears with the mission content. Go register at the Chan Bong Dojo within 2 hours. Reward for completing the mission, physical strength +1, mission failure. Remove the mission and reduce the active for 3 days. Duong Tung paused. His father spoke in confusion. What's the matter? Tang Tung pointed at the notice board in front of him and explained, Dad, don't you see this? It's right in front of me. It looks like a board with words on it, but Dad can't see it. See what? He sighed. Pine Street. Then he shouted, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. You will be late for registration. Hurry up and go. Duong Tung quickly replied, yes, I'm going right now. He took a step, just. While walking and eating sweet potatoes, I arrived at the door of the martial arts school in no time. Finally, I arrived. Everything was just like the picture. My chest. I chewed and calculated, and had to do an annoying test. This again. Duong Tung looked around. It was uncomfortable to be this small. His eyes stopped at the registration desk where many people were gathered. Saw it. That would be it. The place of battle. The black flag is for those who will later lead the clan, those with martial arts talent and strength. White is for ordinary people who can only afford to pay tuition. For the dojo. Actually, these are the differences when choosing between our two colors. Official disciples are those who will be taught directly by the head of the dojo, Tajong Street. As for poor people like me who only had enough money to pay for tuition, we were allowed to enter the training grounds. Unlike the official disciples, no matter how hard we tried and passed all the martial arts tests, we were only recruited as errand boys or gatekeepers. A full gatekeeper cannot be himself. I'll let you calculate. This is where wooden spoon people start to become servants. Black flag is where successful people are. One person wondered, this time I wonder what they will give. What kind of test is this? Even if they are on the same level, It doesn't mean they will all become official disciples. Others chimed in. I only know that there was an internal test last year. Those who are lining up on the black flag will be tested first. After passing the test, they will become official disciples. Tang Tung has already arrived at the registration area. Behind him, there are still continuous voices of discussion. If I don't keep up with the progress, they will chase me back to the right place. No. I wonder if this time will be the same. Is that so? Certainly not, because the test changes every year. Duong Tung, walk in with confidence. Yes, the test changes every year. But I took this test 30 years ago. His eyes showed determination. I failed then. But now it's different. Announcement number 70 came from inside. Duong Tung stepped forward. Tang Tung wondered what these flashing numbers were. Was this a timer? If the first number was the hour, then the remaining time was 30 minutes. He fumbled around. Look around. Around. The other man annoyedly urged, hurry up. The judges include Jiang Hu, Master, Thuong Thuet, Ta Zhang, leader of Chan Bong Martial Arts School, who is speaking. What are you looking for, and what is the fashion? Black Tiger, in Murim. Tang Tung replied. Oh no, sir. I was just wondering what the test would be like. He continued to ask, so what do you think the test will be like? Tang Tung replied immediately, this could be a test of blood vessels and acupuncture points. Xie Zhang's eyes were glued to the acupuncture point. What made him think like that? So, he calmly explained. That's when I saw these outfits. Mister, I continue to question, just looking at his appearance? It is obvious that he does not believe what Tang Tung said. This brat, how could he? Tang Tung replied, yes, sir. That is because the objects placed before me are of such a size. Different. Ta Zhang asked, so what does it have to do with blood vessels? Tang Tung explained. The first thing when learning martial arts is to determine the location of the acupuncture points. The size and location of the blood vessels depend on gender, age, and body type. It will be different in a match. First, we need to quickly identify those points. Therefore, we need many different sized figures to train disciples. He commented, well said, you said it perfectly, absolutely correct. Then allow me to begin the test. Let us see if your close combat ability is as good as your observation. He waved his hand. The cloth is lifted. Lesson. The test begins. The tongue road becomes alert. The crowd of puppets began to charge. He dodged the attack, but Chow Brao thought to himself, almost hit. Then he adjusted his posture, thinking it would take some time for him to get used to this small body. Even though this body was small and weak, the road to the counterattack. But things here are at least better than yesterday. 10 minutes before Tang Tung took the test, the voice of someone from the martial arts school rang out. Number 69, the observers felt a little pity for the little boy. Macthoy laughed. These dolls work better than expected. Ta Zhang replied boredly. They were brought back from the mountains in the south. They are not ordinary wooden dolls. To get them, I had to spend a lot of money. Lots of money. They are designed to be like real people for a short period of time. If you transfer attribute energy to it, it will give us the experience of a real duel and is very suitable for tests. These dummies can also counterattack when hit in the right acupoint, so they are very suitable for this year's test. Too convenient. He thought, to ensure fairness, I chose 3 dummies with different sizes and acupuncture points. What if none of them passed this test? Ta Zhang paused, yawned. Whatever with him, they needed to work harder. Jiang, who was worried for him. What if no one passed this year? Xie Jiang replied, everything is still there. It's too early to say. Macthoy reminded, what about your little daughter? He, still indifferent, you don't need to worry about it. Only now did Ta Zhang express his concerns. But if the child did not have friends, it would be difficult for her to develop in the future. Okay. Macthoy smiled. That's right. Ta Zhang mumbled, I hope she gets a friend, so the next contestant is. Who is it? Jiang, who looked at the file and read it back to him. Number 70. The kid's name is Tang Tung. It says he's from the West. Xie Jiang didn't. A little emotional, thought to himself. Means that kid has never learned martial arts before, not much hope from him. Zhang Ho noticed Ta Zhang's attitude, so he asked me if I should let the kid go back. Xie Jiang quickly stopped him. Oh, no need. He will fall soon. Let him in. Receiving the order, the announcement was quickly made. Number 70, Tang Tung entered inside. Ta Zhang gives it to you. Observe with him. Duong Tung is too small. He comes from the peasant class. Its eyes were showing curiosity. He said, welcome to the test. Are you an idiot looking for something? Tang Tung replied, fearless attitude. Oh no, I'm just wondering about the test. What is it? Xie Zhang was interested in this. Really? So what do you think we're going to check? He replied immediately. It'll be a test of the blood vessels and acupuncture points. Xie Zhang was surprised. He saw the confidence in his eyes. 5 minutes later, Ta Zhang, surprised. Zhang Ho and Mak Thoi also had the same reaction. Duong tongue practice. Focus on the battle, determined to show. It's clear on my face that I will finish the assignment quickly. Check this out. Duong tongue is running. Skillfully dodged the attack. He hit the acupoint of the puppet. It did not react. The road. Toss in a hurry. Back away. He recalled his past life memories. In his past life, he had beaten the biggest mannequin and failed. Now he remembered. The method of massaging. Joints. He pressed the dummy close. Hit it on the head with your foot. Jebi joint separation method. Then Tang Tongue turns around. He threw it to the ground. However, the dummy did not react to this blow. On the contrary, it counterattacked, and Tang Tongue, completely surprised. He was thrown away but quickly regained his balance. He watched and cursed like hell. Xie Zhang watched him thoughtfully adjust the bones with his hands. This is a treatment technique used in medicine. This method causes the blood vessels to twist. How did the brat know? When the enemy is in large numbers, it is best to attack the weaker ones first. Since the size of each body is different, the largest doll will have a lot of attribute energy. Attacking it with pressure point techniques will only make it more upset. What are you going to do about it now? He muttered. I almost got it down. I suddenly remembered the techniques I learned in previous life. Duong Tongue observed and calculated the strategy. This puppet was stronger than him. Even if he knew its acupoints, he still wouldn't have enough strength to carry it out. How should he deal with such a strong guy? Better than me? Let's try. He finished speaking and immediately rushed forward, making Ta Zhang wonder. What is this? The method of massaging. Hand joints. Tang Tongue used different methods to continuously hit into the doll in front. Anti-pressing method. Xie Zhang never took his eyes off Tang Tongue as he attacked. The puppet was sent flying by him using the method. Chu Bio gathering place. The judges are all surprised. Why did the kid just punch? Zhang Ho corrected that it wasn't. Look for. Be careful. Tang Tung's hand has a strange power. He sneered, quite satisfied with the last hit. Success. The doll is motionless. Mak Thoi was surprised. How could that be? The kid did it? Zhang Ho continued. By performing acupressure with massage techniques, he hit the right acupoint. Xie Zhang joined the debate, the manual chiropractic method. This is a technique used in therapy, but in this case, it became a way to attack the enemy. He also pressed on the acupoint on the left side of the 52nd spine, where it connects to the lower body. Jiang Hu exclaimed, I never thought of using this method to attack the acupuncture points. Xie Zhang interrupted him. None of us thought of it. That is the power of creativity. He concluded that creativity is something special that only geniuses possess, then looked at Duong Tongue and commented. The kid. Interesting. Duong Tongue. The test ended, and he was taken to the waiting room. Duong Tongue was satisfied. Great. From today on, I will change history. Remember that. Go to the Book of Acupuncture. A famous book recorded during the war about 8 manual methods of bone manipulation. Joint adjustment and acupuncture secrets are all recorded here. This book will be distributed everywhere in about 12 to 20 years. I remember it is very useful when fighting against stronger enemies. How good. Tang Tongue chuckled. Thinking about random things is thanks to knowing the future. Even though I'm 40 years old, it's been a long time since I felt this way. This feeling. The system panel that appeared attracted Tang Tongue's attention. Mission completed. You received the mission completion reward. He immediately felt the difference in his body. What is this? The path of movement. Mumbling hand. The next notification also shows a special reward. You have successfully completed the mission and will receive a special reward. Please choose one of the 3 rewards below. Small round pill, stamina plus 10, restores 50% health. Golden Dragon Sword increases all stats by 5%. Third Eye of Wisdom. Martial arts will last forever when the third eye awakens. Tang Tongue was surprised. What is this? Tang Tongue pondered over the rewards that were displayed. Little pill. This was a medicine that could only be used in Shaolin Temple. Golden Dragon Sword. Wasn't this the sword that the young master gave to La Zhou? How many can I really get? This one. I finally got rich. I want it all so much. He was so focused, he didn't even notice someone approaching him from behind. The person put an arm around him unexpectedly. Hey, Nice to meet you. Making Tang Tung choose the wrong thing he wanted. You chose the third eye of wisdom. Tung Duong is angry, angrily scolded while looking up at the other person. Damn it, who is causing trouble? The other boy asked again, what are you doing? Duong Tung paused. Zhang Heng exclaimed in surprise. His cry startled even the flying bird. Was it really Zhang Heng? Zhang Heng stepped back, looking a little concerned. Brother, wait a minute, he said. You know me? Then he continued to explain himself. I can't blame you. Everyone here knows me. Tang Tung thought to himself. That's right. He was considered the best candidate of his time, a genius with innate talent, while on the surface he only uttered a few words of approval. Haha, that's right. It's an honor to meet you. Jiang Xiong arrogantly replied. I'm also very happy to meet you. No need to make such a fuss. Tang, he laughed, his mind constantly filled with thoughts. So this genius would be his classmate. I continued to ask, what is your name? But Tang Tung was focused on something else. Above his head was a line of text that read, Level 9. Zhang Heng urged this brother, what is your name? So, Tang Tung woke up, but he was still thinking about the words above Jiang Xiong's head. What were those words above his head? Ally, name is Duong Tung. He glanced at the system that gave him a notification. The third eye of wisdom skill has been activated. Level 1, 0% intelligence. Tung thought to himself, gradually understanding it. Did the power of the third eye show him that information? What does level mean? It comes with a number. Is it power or something related to power? Zhang Heng lay down and asked for help. So Duong Tung woke me up when the test is over. Duong Tung looks outside to check his skills. Some things. This is strange. The young man in yellow shirt spoke. Is this the way? The gatekeeper replied. He pointed in a direction. If you fail the test, go out that way. Duong Tung muttered. The one who just failed the test was level 2. The warrior was level 9. What do you think level means? And Zhang Heng is at the same level as that warrior. So what is his current level? How much? Zhang Heng sighed. Duong Tung immediately turned to look at him. With this guitar, only the two of us would pass the test. A voice interrupted him. That's not right. Another. More people. Zhang Heng looked on Duong, surprised. Ta Suong, a girl with red hair walked in and introduced herself. I am Xiechong. Looking at my last name, everyone should understand. In the future, I will become the best disciple of this martial arts school. Jiang Xiong replied. Xiechong, daughter of the master of the martial arts school Xiejiang? Did she pass the test thanks to her father? No. Tang Tung was surprised. His memories of this person surfaced. The successor of the circular martial arts school. Although she was young, as far as he knew, she was a very cruel woman and had prejudices against people in the family. Damn it, why was she also his classmate, right? Ta Suong glanced at him. He spoke in annoyance while stepping on Zhang Heng. Hey, stop staring at me. He shouted in pain. Hey, are you crazy? Duong Tung, I thought to myself, she is still young now compared to 30 years later. She is still innocent and gentle, but still forced an industrial smile and replied. I was just a little surprised. Hey, sorry miss. She bowed her head, kneeled down on one knee, warning Jiang Xiong. As for you, I completed the test myself and no one dares to doubt my ability. After all, I am the daughter of the owner of the Xiejiang Martial Arts School. Do you understand? You chicken-haired guy, Duong Tung exclaimed. Not very gentle. Zhang Heng replied uncomfortably. This is an undercut hairstyle, not a chicken-colored hair. Ta Suong retorted. Is there such a hairstyle? Zhang Heng did not give in at all. What era is this girl from? Duong Tung thought helplessly as he looked at these two people. Before anything had happened, both of them already. They were fighting each other. Zhang Ho came in from outside, interrupting the argument. Ta Suong, why are you so noisy? Master Jiang Hu, he said the number of recognized disciples this year is 5, including these two. We will prepare for the initiation ceremony soon. Now, you guys bring your clothes. Tang Tung thought to himself. I cannot see his information. Tang Tung touched. Into the field. Uniform. He was pleased to observe it. A black uniform approved. Zhang Ho continued. Okay, I will wait outside. Ta Suong spoke up. Teacher, how are our evaluation rankings? Which one? He turned his head and thought for a moment. After, he raised his hand and pointed at. The line was then said, first place then, worthy of Jiang Xiong, second place, all 3 people. Everyone was surprised. Jiang Hu continued. Xiechong, that third place guy. Jiang Xiong looked at Tang Tung and thought. He's rated the highest? Tang Tung can't believe it. I'm ranked first. His eyes, the way these two people looked at him, made Tang Tung feel creepy. Jiang Xiong thought that he wanted to fight him. Meanwhile, the other two disciples were also wondering about their rankings, but Zhang Ho did not bother to reply. Zhang Heng was immersed in his own excitement. He would challenge him when he was at his best. Ta Suang was confused. How could these two people be better than him? Duong Tung wanted to escape from this situation. It was best for him to change his teammates. During the introductory session, students will meet their instructors and learn about the rules of the dojo. The entrance ceremony will start tomorrow. You can go home now. Oh my gosh. Gradually, afternoon, Zhang Heng yawned as he spoke. The sun has set. I'm not doing anything. Nothing but waiting. He started to pick a fight with Ta Suang. Oh, so that's Ta Suang's father? Maybe I should be careful. The girl shouted in annoyance. You said that on purpose, right? That guy with black hair. Duong Tung was fed up. She was almost the same as what he knew before. Zhang Heng smiled, waving at them as he walked. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Sorry, I'm going now. See you guys tomorrow. Ta Song was upset. No one wanted to see him. Duong Tung secretly sighed. He couldn't believe he was studying with these people. The bone continued. I'm going too. She finished as she started to leave. Goodbye, Tang Tung. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Tang Tung looked into the distance, thinking about the past. He was at the front with his comrades yesterday, and now he was here. He wondered if his comrades were okay and where they were. The first day here wasn't too bad, and many things had changed. He muttered no and clenched his hands into fists. I must do well. Moreover, the next morning Duong Tung exclaimed to the heavens. He was panting and thinking to himself, I'm late. Is it because I exceeded my current limit of strength yesterday? That's why I slept for so long. Duong Tung already saw the gate of the martial arts school, almost there. The gate was closed, and he stopped. The gatekeeper shouted, Hey, how could you be late on the first day? Tang Tung explained. I'm sorry, let me in. But he refused and slammed the door shut. You will be punished for being late. Duong Tung was terrified and worried. Not good, not at all. He sighed. His head was aching. From behind, Zhang Heng lifted up. Words. Duong Tung turned around. Zhang Heng laughed. So you're late too? But I know your reason. What do you mean by that? He explained, I know you need to get enough sleep to be in the best condition and show your skills in today's practice. And most importantly, you know how to manage your time. It's not about waking up early or late, but the important thing is that you will practice hard after waking up. Road. Tung thought to himself, I've never thought of such crazy things. Out loud, he just replied, Oh yes. Zhang Heng smiled okay. Then he got into a defensive stance and suggested, why don't we have a fight? Entertainment. At this moment, Duong Tung was even more terrified. The martial arts school gate is already closed, and you still think about fighting with me? Me. At this moment, the system turned Jiang Xiong's challenge into a mission. Urgent mission. Defeat Jiang Xiong. Time limit 15 minutes. Reward for success will learn martial arts skills. Penalty for failure, reduce strength. Activity is about 0%. Duong Tung diligently reads books like a new believer. I spent 3 months studying at the Trollbong Library. Samji swordsmanship is a type of swordsmanship that contains the harmony of yin and yang. Is the combination of knowledge of heaven and earth and mankind, known as the laws of swordsmanship. Those 3 laws are also the basic movements in martial arts. The vertical punch is the punch of the Jade Emperor, the vertical punch of the Great Mountain, and then the horizontal punch of the earth. The horizontal punch cleans up tens of thousands of punches. Forget the gun and the critical hit momentum increase or the straight thrust. Each of these symbols has its own characteristics. Yin and yang. These 2 things always interact with each other, exactly like heaven, earth, and man. He turned the page. So here are the 3 basic rules. In the sword art, there was a commotion outside, so Duong Tung looked outside. What's going on? Jiang Xiong is fighting with someone. He smiled and said to the people he had beaten to the ground. Why is everyone leaving? Is there no one who wants to compete with me? With the recognition of the martial arts school's master, Jiang Xiong can fight hand-to-hand with his fellow disciples every day. He goes around looking for people to compete with and only stops when he feels the need. Must go to sleep. He is also known as the Infinite Monster. In his previous life, Zhang Heng was the supreme leader of the Murim Martial Arts Academy. the first master of Troll Bong and one of the three leaders of the Murim alliance. He became an outer dragon in the Murim world. A person has everything. Zhang Heng is truly a genius. No one can surpass him. Duong Tung glanced at the quest board. Why did this quest suddenly appear? And what is the penalty for failure, which is a percentage reduction in performance power? Probably, I won't die. But if I succeed, I'll get a skill. Martial arts ability. He thought to himself, wondering what his level was. Maybe he could. Is level 2. Jiang Xiong in front of him was already on guard, continuing to invite the goat. Come on. Do you want to fight me? Tang Tung thought to himself. Fighting him would be like a child facing a warrior. This is an unequal battle. It will be difficult. How can I complete this mission? Tang Tung remembered. I also have 30 years of experience in life and death on the battlefield. Should I really take a risk like I did in the entrance exam yesterday? He spoke. All right, if you like, go ahead. Jiang Xiong, hey, interesting. Great, let's see your ability. How are you? Duong Tung became alert. Zhang Heng was delighted again. The road, Tung told himself, I can do it. Rushed over. Zhang Heng reached out his hand. Duong Tung was grabbed straight in the face by Zhang Heng with just one blow, causing him to cry out, worriedly thinking, something's not good. Duong Tung quickly pressed his hand on the wing. Zhang Heng's hand. He immediately, feeling the pain, Duong Tung escaped. Jiang Xiong's hand then swung. Jiang Xiong raised his hand in defense. Tang Tung official. Close. There is an opening. The opportunity has come. He swung his punch, but then suddenly he dodged. Is it okay? Zhang Heng counterattacked, punching Duong Tung straight in the body. On Yin gritted his teeth in discomfort. I need to handle the attack. His attack. Jiang Xiong on this side also started to be cautious of his moves. His right hand suddenly lost strength. Was he aiming at the acupoints on his biceps? Jiang Heng was surprised to see Duong Tung approaching. Close, he's here. 8 methods of bone manipulation. Tang Tung started using them. Basic method, Jiang martial arts. Heng counterattacked. He grabbed Duong. He threw him to the ground. However, Zhang Heng stopped when Duong Tung counterattacked. His foot forced Zhang Heng to step back, create distance between the two of them. Tang Tung thought, damn, there's no hope of winning this battle. Even though I have 30 years of experience, this small body is too weak. It's really not a good idea to risk this battle. The speed and strength of both sides are too different. What should I do? Jiang Xiong cautiously considered his countermeasures. He still hadn't done anything after his attack, and the way he avoided his attack was also quite fast. He smiled, sneered, saying, Come on, didn't you get first place in the exam? Are you hiding something? Don't tell me you know how to use Sam's swordsmanship without sword. Duong Tung was alert. This idiot, I don't know if he understands it. Jiang Xiong moved. Tang Tung looked. Wait, there are 3 rules in swordsmanship. Each has a counterattack. Different. A slash. Instead of a sword, it is the movement of the strike. It is similar to the celestial law. A slash. Sword from top to bottom. Celestial announcement sounds. Unlock character skills. Duong Tung recalled the knowledge he had read. The memories of heaven and earth from his previous life ran through his mind. Duong Tung was determined. This is my chance. Zhang Heng swung his attack. He jumped up, preparing to attack. The 3 rules of boxing. Tang Tung. Move. This is the basic technique similar to the swordplay rules. Tang Tung. Raise your foot. Counterattack. Zhang Heng stopped. He kicked Jiang Xiong's pillar because its weak point was the sword technique. Samjet shouted. Zhang Heng lost his balance. Duong Tung sneered. It was true that the two were related, but he did not stay satisfied for long when he immediately. The sound of a loud bang rang out. Tang Tung suddenly exclaimed, What is this? Jiang Xiong approached while he was still floating. Tang Tung shouted. The system rang. You have been defeated. Mission failed. You will receive punishment for failing the mission within 1 hour. Your activity strength will be reduced to 0%. Zhang Heng looked at him and said, You almost defeated me. If it weren't for Ji Peng's wind skill, you would have definitely taken the hit. It's me. Tunga Road. I was 40 when I learned Ji Peng's skill, and yet this 16-year-old kid was able to use it. Tang Tung's vision gradually became blurry. He muttered, Humph, what is this? Why is everything around me getting so blurry? Jiang Xiong worriedly spoke up. Hey, are you okay? Tang Tung thought to himself. So this is the effect of reduced physical strength. Jiang Xiong's voice gradually became smaller. Hey, I haven't fought at full strength yet. There are still many things I want to show you. Tang Tung gradually lost consciousness. So this is your first day of school. Me? Too bad. Duong Tung slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was Mak Thoi. He spoke when he saw that he had regained consciousness. Do you know how hard it was for me to drag you in here? I can't believe you slept like the dead. What did you do last night? Huh? Duong Tung looked around. On the other side was Zhang Heng jumping around. He glanced. Look at the notice board. The quest is still there. So, does that mean this mission only ends when I defeat that bastard? Mak Thoi looked at him like he was a strange creature. What's wrong with this kid? Tang Tung muttered while smiling foolishly. Can I really defeat him? Mak Thoi reached out and pinched his cheek, reminding him. It's too late. This crazy guy? He threw him towards Zhang Heng, and Jia Len went there and jumped with Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, welcomed Duong Tung as his brother. Mak Thoi loudly said to practice 100 squats. Zhang Heng laughed. Do you feel any better? I didn't expect you to die so quickly. Duong Tung said again. Remember your luck. How many laps have you jumped? Zhang Heng replied. 10 laps already. Do you want to bet? As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, the mission announcement rang out. No need. What's this? Another mission? Why does he keep talking about bets? Duong Tung tiredly squatted down. He thought to himself, my legs can't move anymore. I've reached my limit. He looked at Zhang Heng. You have left me far behind. The distance between you and Zhang Heng. The further away, Duong Tung gritted his teeth and moved. The system sounds an announcement. You have broken through your strength limit. Your physical strength increased by 1 point, and your strength recovered by 10%. Duong Tung was surprised. I was excited to feel great and have a little more strength. Physical strength again. Duong Tung accelerated past Zhang Heng. This time I will win. This indignant boy, you are breaking the rules. You should keep your hands close to me. Mak Thoi watched from the side, wondering if this could be considered a punishment for them. Duong Tung was tired. He lost to Zhang Heng again. Every time he failed a mission he would faint. They would definitely laugh at him. A weak and cowardly person, he lay down. By the way, every time the power. When my physical strength reached its limit, a window appeared. Then I will have more strength and recover faster. What's wrong with me? It's really too difficult. Should I just do it? That thing forever? Ta Suong said. Are you done? She looked down at him. Continue. I came here to see the top student who didn't attend the first day of class. Are you being punished? Tang Tung replied. Something like that. So, she smiled. Why do you keep staring at me? My face is so beautiful. Duong Tung forced herself to sit up, denying Ta Suong's words just now. Since he was covering the sky, she didn't argue with him anymore. That's right. Duong Tung slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. What a shame. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful when she was young. Are you out of your mind? Duong Tung. Ta continued to remind me in a joking tone that you shouldn't like me. Already engaged. Duong Tung said loudly. Who would like her? Ta Suong pointed, laughed. Still not finished. He continued. Oh, you are engaged to someone from the Sakhan family, right? Ta Suong was having trouble. Understand, ask again. What? Rumor lawn, out so fast. Duong Tung remembers the Sakhan family was one of the 5 prestigious families in Murim, but a few years later it was completely destroyed by the scheming people inside. I feel sorry for Ta Suong. A difficult life is waiting ahead. She continued. Damn it. Why is political marriage still? Can you survive? She shrugged, turned around and left. Oh well, this is how the world works. Tang Tung looked on, thinking to herself, if she didn't marry a member of that family, she might not become a worthy woman. Don't be afraid of the future. Take care of yourself first. If you don't know all the facts that happened to you, you may not be able to change your life now. Being a student is not enough. You need to make an effort and do it more and more. He looked at Xie Chang's back. A new information was added. The system notified him. Third Wisdom Eye, level up. Mastered level 1. Can observe martial arts forever with Third Wise Eye skill has reached 100% and upgraded to level 2. Tang Tung was surprised. The third eye of wisdom. Can I see age now? Duong Tung pondered. All the skills I have can be leveled up, and it helps me level up like a third eye of wisdom. Even if I don't complete the quest and don't get the reward, I can still upgrade my skills and become stronger by practicing hard. Ta Suong suddenly turned his head and said, but wait, listen, after you're done here, our guide told us that you both have to go to the dojo for business. Need to say that. Duong Tung thought to himself. Oh no, something is not good. He looked around. Where is he? Zhang Heng was hanging on a tree. Ta Suang Chi was sleeping like a log on it. Birds were perched on roof. Martial Arts Hall. Duong Tung entered with clear intentions. I have to see the information of those people. Xie Jiang and Mo Shi were waiting for him inside. Tang Tung could only see one piece of information right now. He was bored. Oh no, Mr. Xie Jiang is here too? I can only see the names of the two of them. Whatever, it's better than yesterday anyway. Jiang Xiong yawned as he walked beside Tang Tung. We're here. Tang Tung was worried that he would find out that anyone who did something bad would be scolded by Mr. Xie Jianghua. He spoke. These two idiots were not only late on the first day, but also fought. Duong Tung listened quietly. Ta Zhang ordered me to do another 500 squats as punishment for missing class today. Only after finishing can I go home. Then he continued. Will these two idiots be late again tomorrow? They both said in unison. No, sir. He immediately waved his hand. Okay, go out and carry out the punishment. Zhang Heng hurriedly left. Yes. Duong Tung was still busy being surprised by this person's attitude. Why is it different from the rumors? Heard that before? When he was about to leave, Xie Jiang told Theo and student Tang Tung that he had to come back here tomorrow morning to report. He muttered, oh no. As soon as he turned around, Duong Tung could not hide his fear, thinking, this is really over. Ta Zhang spoke when these two people had left. This group, that's interesting. I just hope they don't cause any trouble. Whatever is fine. Ta Zhang pondered and did not answer. At the training ground, Tang Tung Hai spoke in his heart. All right, no one is here. He looked at the thing in front of him. In his previous life, he was only allowed to train in certain places. Only Orthodox students and official disciples were allowed to enter this training ground. Tang Tung exclaimed, so beautiful. He looked around. In order to have a solid foundation in martial arts, it was best to practice as soon as possible. Duong Tung reached out and grabbed a wooden sword. If I miss this opportunity, I won't have the chance to come back here again. I'll let you think about it. If you lose this opportunity, no matter how good your martial arts are or how much effort you put in, it will still be like your previous life. You will be at the bottom of this society. From now on, I will practice diligently until reach the peak. He started practicing even though it was already late afternoon. System notification. Swinging the sword diligently will increase your skill level. Tang Tung was satisfied. His swordsmanship was just like his strength, physique, and power. He continued to practice. Sweating profusely, the system notification rang again. Swinging the sword diligently will increase your skill level. I feel that my swordsmanship is slowly increasing. Anything that happens to me now could be a skill. This is a good opportunity for me. Now, I can get stronger. Oh my God, has returned. Late at night, a group of people approached the runway while he was still practicing. The leader of this group spoke up in annoyance. What is that kid doing? Isn't that my wooden sword? Sign. A book was overturned in a previous life. Song Bak and his followers despised the path. A worm like you has to live underground. You know that? You inferior creature. He stomped his foot on his face, warning him not to raise his head when. Meet me, understand? Song Bak squatted down and continued. From now on, you will only listen to my orders. Song Bak. Duong Tung objected. This is not. No problem, senior brother. Song Bak sighed. He then turned to one of his subordinates and gave an order. Use money to keep watch for me. The other guy sneered and replied. Words. I know. Song Bak waved his hand and scolded Duong Tung. A scum like you has no right to call me senior brother. He waved his hand and started to beat Tang Tung. It's not suitable for someone like you. I can only helplessly hold my head. Gong Bai hit mercilessly, cursing as he beat. You stupid dog barking at a female. What a fucking dog, Duong Tung recalled, thinking to himself while holding the wooden sword in his hand. There are countless wooden swords here. He read the name on that sword, so why did I choose that bastard sword, right? Gong Bai turned to ask one of the guys, was he the top scorer in the entrance exam? Where did he come from, do you know? The other guy replied, they just said he came from somewhere in martial arts world. Then this person spoke up to ask Duong Tung, hey, put down that wooden sword. Do you know whose sword it is? Duong Tung suddenly thought to himself, what is this? Since when have these people been here? This guy? That guy was about to rush forward. How dare he? But Song Bak raised his hand to stop him. Wait, he looked up and reminded the group. Someone is watching. I don't want to make things complicated. From the top of a flickering tower, light, Ta Zhang is looking down at the place. Them. Song Bak thought to himself, it's this late, And he's still observing a kid who just arrived on his first day? What is this guy's true identity? He ordered, "Bring that guy inside. I will tell him myself." Name. That guy received the order. Ah yes. Duong Tung was alert. His intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. He used his skills to check. That guy's level was level 8. His name was Tsong Bak, 17 years old, one level lower than Zhang Hung Tsong. I said, "Don't mind what that guy just said. It's just a wooden sword. I came here just to say hello to you. I'm Gong Bai, the person in charge of the martial arts school, also known as the person who gathers the families in the army." Tang Tung was very cautious. He kept his distance from him, thinking to himself that this guy didn't have any good intentions when he greeted someone. He would go crazy when he found out that he came from a poor family. That was all he could think of. This guy raised his hand with the intention of making friends. "I heard that this year there are many good students. I wonder which family you belong to." Duong Tung put the wooden sword in his hand. "Of the public." He replied, "Is there a problem?" In his mind, he was like a bomb. It could explode at any moment. Song Bak was angry. What? He approached him, coldly laughing. "Huh. I never thought that the person who topped our entrance exam would not come from a family. That's famous." Duong Tung glanced at him and thought to himself, "This is the reason why I don't like to talk. Talk to this guy." Song Bak stopped by. His ear whispered, "If you haven't learned anything here, be careful with it, because you never know what will happen next." Country boy? Road. Tung was not afraid at all, but instead replied to him, "We all know what kind of place Chang's martial arts school is, so I want to try studying here once." He clasped his hands in salute. "It's late. Please excuse me, and I must go home now." With that, Duong Tung immediately turned around and left. The tension was evident on his face when he realized the Gongbai was looking at him. He, frowning on the top of the tower, Ta Zhong, still watching. Tang Tung left the training ground smoothly. Gongbai checked his wooden sword. He scolded. "Huh." It also scratched his wooden sword. "Dawn is breaking." Duong Tung sat up, looked out while thinking to myself that I couldn't sleep. Since Trollbong is the largest martial arts school among the martial arts schools, students from 9 sects and famous noble families. Famous people in the martial arts world would come here to learn martial arts. Many of them had received help from their families. There are also people who are recognized by everyone very early and can definitely make it through with their great help. Last year, he joined the dojo very early and was appointed as a submaster. Blame Chan Bong is the one who gathers the clans. Song Bak, at this time he is the strongest disciple due to his decline. I thought too much, and with him provoking me early on, I couldn't sleep. However, the truth is that I am the leader, and I come from a poor family. I can't be on par with them. How did Jiang Xiong do it? In his previous life, he was the leader. Did anything happen to him? He must have proven his ability. Tang Tung, he was sweating profusely, trying to train hard. His stats were rising steadily. He thought to himself, "I'm not as strong as Zhang Hong, but I'm the one in the top rank. I have to train hard. I will become stronger and stronger." He stopped, again, mumbled, "My legs are so tired." Duong Tung wiped the sweat on his forehead, smiled. "I must quickly get stronger. I must go to the secret training place often. You can only go through it." Zhang Hung was surprised to see Duong Tung. He was being punished for being late. He looked up and wondered, "What?" Tang Tung thought in surprise. "This bastard is already level 10? I don't even know what level he is now. So frustrating." Jiang Xiong spoke up. "Hey, what's with that face?" Tang Tung, he racked his brain. Was there any way he could overcome the differences in strength? He went to the room. "Whatever," he replied. There was no way. He had no choice. Other than to improve his own strength, Tang Tung replied. "Really?" He continued to explain. "The difference in strength is the effectiveness of striking and defending. To overcome this, one must first have the same physical strength or the same muscles. There is also a way to overcome the enemy by understanding martial arts, the opponent's technique." This idea ran through his mind to counter the other person's martial arts. "What?" Mak Thoi continued to say. "Make Duong Tung look up to him. Do you want to win that way? Then Zhang Hung will be ruined." "Sure." He smiled, his face full of complacency. "I really enjoyed watching your match yesterday. There were so many good points. He is flawed, but he can definitely beat Jiang Xiong if he is guided systematically and learn one more thing. Master the control of spiritual energy. Today you will be taught about that from me." Tung Street, trembling as the basin of water on. His head also shook. Macthoy reminded. This posture of yours is not starting. Steady there. Duong Tung is standing in a stance. Above his head is a basin of water. Both hands hold a stick, his face showing the pain of having to hold this position for so long. Macthoy continued. We will develop your internal strength. This is just the basic step on the path to mastering spiritual power. Training your endurance is the best way to improve your internal strength. Only then can the spiritual power in your body develop further. While training, the system will also notify you that you have surpassed your physical limit. Your physical strength will increase by 1, and your spiritual power will increase by 1, and you will recover by 10%. Strength. Tang Tung thought to himself. What is this? I get an extra bonus while doing spiritual training? It's even more than the previous squatting exercise. The bonus is 10 health, 10 strength, 5 spirit power, and 3 balance. Macthoy observed him and commented, This kid is quite good. He's been practicing like this for 2 hours now. This exercise was difficult and very boring, so most people gave up after only 30 minutes. However, this exercise was very suitable for Duong Tung because he was someone who enjoyed punishments. He spoke while turning his head away for the next exercise. Enough. Follow me. I will give you. See some other exercises. Tang Tung silently pleaded. Come on, just a little more. I want to increase my spiritual power points. He led him to a tree and struck him. The kick broke the tree in half before Duong Tung's astonished eyes. With just one strike. Mo Sure explained. I used spiritual power to increase the destructive power of the horizontal strike just now. The more spiritual power I used, the more destructive it would be. That's why Jiang Xiong's ground strike was so powerful, because he put spiritual power into his attack. I thought you wouldn't survive that strike. How is it? This is the power of spiritual power. Mo Sure Yun's spiritual power continued to explain. And if he focused his spiritual power, at one point he suddenly stopped. No, I think it's best for you to watch your peers do it instead of me. Then he turned. Go over and call Ta Suang. Ah, Ta Suang, come here. I tell you, Mo Sure excitedly said. All right. Xie Chong knows how to concentrate spiritual energy on one point, so she can do it for me. She approached and asked, Do what? Mo Sure replied. Xie Chong, perform Jinbong's kick for Tang Tung. Look, Ta Suang was stunned, confused. Repeat. Fong Kuok, but she also agreed and asked again, Okay, where should I do it? She thought to herself, finally she has a chance. Show off your skills to Tang Tung. On this side, Tang Tung is absent-minded. What kind of rock? Macthoy pointed at the big rock beside him. Kick it here. Ta Suang concentrated his internal energy into his legs and then launched an attack. Martial arts to hit the ground and get the ball. A huge watermark was created by the girl on the surface of the stone. While explaining, it will be like that. If you concentrate your spiritual power on one point. This is one of the skills you will learn from this dojo. Duong Tung was surprised. He continued to speak to Ta Suang. How long do you think it will take to completely destroy this rock? Duong Tung thought in surprise. I really don't know much about Chong martial arts. Even if I wanted to learn it, the only thing I learned at the Chongbong martial arts school was how to track down traces. Ta Suang excitedly replied to Macthoy. With your current ability, you can promote Zi Long to Phoenix. What does Master think? He was pleased with her momentum. So you are planning to promote to Phoenix? Then you still have a long way to go. Ahead. Duong Tung remembered his intention. This was the reason why he wanted to become a true disciple at the martial arts school. Chonbong. Macthoy continued to speak. Okay, anyway, you still have a long way to go, so what you need to do now is practice. You need to practice a lot to be able to control your internal energy like Ta Suang, and Zhang Heng. Duong Tung gritted his teeth in discomfort. Damn it, why is it so difficult? Okay. He reminded him, there's no need to rush. You must learn swordsmanship first. If there's anything lacking in your body, weapons will make up for it. Duong Tung looked at the sword he gave him. Information about it appeared. Wooden sword for personal practice. You have received your first weapon. My own. Wooden sword. Attack stat +3, spiritual power +1. There is also a note below. The index increases depending on the level of proficiency. The line. Tung recalled. The wooden sword also increased spiritual power. He also used swordsmanship in his previous life. Xie Chong waved at them and said loudly, Our physical training session is over. Tang Tung, let's go to the next class. Tang Tung, in response to her, the martial arts of the foot includes 5 forms of attack: sword, fist, spear, foot, and normal. As Xiechong walked, he explained to him that most of those things originated from the Wei masters. Although there were many basic techniques, however, halfway they were stopped by a public servant. He spoke up in annoyance. Come on, who is that? Isn't that the top guy? Duong Tung immediately became upset. Ta Suong replied to him, Senior Brother Gong, what are you planning to do with so many people here? Look, she then replied. Ta Suong, I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you right now. Can you go first? Huh? Ta Suong asked again uncomfortably. What? Gong Bai approached Tang Tung and sneered. Because I have some things to do with him. I came here myself because the top junior of the first year wanted to have a closer relationship with him. That's him. Duong Tung thought uncomfortably. The bamboo path is between Masabu's room and the training ground. I deliberately went this way, but I still met him on the way. Why didn't Song Bok say anything when he urged me? What are you planning to do? Duong Tung looked at. Around the calculation, they are surrounded. He said. So you prepared this for your junior? Song Bok, smile, calm down. They are just here to observe. He thought to himself, you have no way out anymore. Song Bok, surprise, attack, Xiechong and Tang Tung both reacted. He dodged the attack, and she raised her hand to deflect the attack. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and cursed the bastard. He aimed at the important point in his stomach. Xiechong angrily shouted, Gong Bai, are you crazy? Doing this is very dangerous. Do you know that? Gong Bai sneered. If he was a top-ranking disciple, he would have been able to avoid it. Is that right? Tang Tung. Duong Tung raised his sword and stood in front of Ta Suong, thinking to himself, if it wasn't for Ta Suong, I would have been in danger. Damn it. I'm not as weak as I was in the past. Before that, I noticed something. His grip on his sword tightened. Was he worried too? He pondered. Although he knew he was the top person, he still didn't know what his skills were. On this side, Gong Bai was also observing the movements, wondering, what kind of posture is that? Isn't it too late for him to beg for forgiveness? And then, the system panel gives you a mission. Special mission, lower the time limit 15 minutes from the start of the match. Success reward agility +1, failure temporary loss of strength. Force in an hour. Tang Tung began to plan his countermeasures. Another special mission. He was a little confused. If he could use the weapon well and apply the previous training, he could take him down. He said, all right, isn't that great? You, fight me without using wooden sword, Duong Tung said. His attitude was not afraid. If he wanted, he could. I can use it. Song Bok observed Duong Tung, thinking to himself in confusion, what did this guy eat today to be so confident? He raised his hand. His junior understood and immediately placed the wooden sword in this guy's hand. Song Bok thought to himself, you're very good, because you've provoked me. He frowned, angrily spoke up. All right, let's see the skills of this year's leader. How is it? Song Bok was alert. Duong Tung also observed this guy. His level is about the same as Zhang Heng, or one level lower. I just need to avoid his attacks first. Song Bok took a step back and then performed. Sword skill heart-piercing sword. He intended to end the match with this move, continuously attacking with circular sword techniques. Duong Tung jumped high, avoiding the sword swing. Song Bok, he thought to himself in disbelief, he avoided it. Why? Duong Tung holds the sword with both hands, then slashed down. The sword technique of Sam Dain was like that. Mount Tai presses down on the summit, and the name of the white man is lost. Balance, back away from the beam. Duong Tung's sword touched the ground. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Officer, he thought to himself, I still haven't perfected my control of my spiritual power, so I missed. But at least I was able to put some pressure on him. He sneered, spoke up. I didn't know you, but you got hit. What will happen then? Song Bok was. This word angered him. He warned, don't. How arrogant. Duong Tung continued to dodge. When the other guy attacked, he knew that it was not over yet. The weakness of those guys. It was like he was too reliant on the martial arts they learned in the clan. That was their first thought, and it had become a habit. Confident people like him will have a few tricks to win. When they meet a strong opponent and win with that trick, they will continue to use that way of fighting with other opponents. Some pretend to attack with their sword upwards, but in reality they are aiming downwards. Some try to make their opponent attract their gaze, and then slowly approach to attack. If this is repeated continuously, it will become a bad habit and will be difficult to correct later. Song Bok. In the future, He is completely different from Jiang Xiong. I have seen him fight many times in his previous life. Gongbai was annoyed. What? Why? Why is it not working? How can that be? Tang Tung pondered. He had been defeated many times, but thanks to that, he had the motivation to strive to become stronger. The character skill of his previous life's memories was activated. Tang Tung sneered. While easily blocking this guy's sword strikes, he could remember everything clearly. Song Bak was angered by his attitude. Damn it, was he laughing? Fire. The anger inside him grew even bigger. He asked him, his voice full of threats. How dare you? Duong Tung was under this pressure. To stop. He quickly stepped back. Song Bak thought uncomfortably. Does this guy know how I will attack? Xiechong, who was beside him, also had the same thought. Tang Tung. He looked quite slow, but in return he was able to predict the attack and continue to dodge. At first glance, anyone could see the difference in skills and strength between the two of them. But how the hell did he do it? Could he see the future? The junior of Song Bak silently observed from behind. Song Bak thought uncomfortably. He was writhing like a snake. I couldn't. Who could catch him? He remembered the old story. The new guy had beaten him on the first day. What happened? His junior replied. When Duong Tung and Zhang Heng were late and couldn't get to class, they said they got into a fight, and Zhang Heng won. He was quite tough. Song Bak gritted his teeth. Zhang Heng was only able to defeat him thanks to Fong Kai and Tian The. Fong Kai, what the hell is that? The more Gongbai thought about it, the angrier he got. Both of them were annoying and hindering him. Gung's Feng Chi was too difficult a technique, so he would use Tian Shi. Mount Tai presses against the summit. Duong Tung interrupted this guy's train of thought. Is there a problem? Song Bak shouted uncomfortably. Keep your mouth shut. Tang Tung calculated. Thanks to knowing the enemy's bad habits, he could easily predict the attack. Now what he needed to do was to put spiritual power into the sword to increase the damage and then deliver the finishing blow. Gongbai instantly closed the distance between them. Their swords clashed. Gongbai spoke. Using Mount Tai to press down on the top of the mountain to attack was not a bad choice. Tang Tung found it difficult. Tao. Blows. But he was still pushed back. Song Bak took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Hey kid, I'll show you the ultimate instinct of the heavenly world Taishan in swordsmanship. He swung his sword high up in the air. The sword of the world advances, and the peak of Mount Tai is pressed down. Duong Tung was surprised. There was someone here. Spoke up to remind him. Focus. Duong Tung put spiritual power into the sword. The position was so powerful that it overwhelmed the army. The two swords they collided, and the public name was blown away. The sword in his hand, he cracked and broke into many pieces. White and black. Suspicion. His junior exclaimed. The fate is due to the crack of yesterday. Duong Tung continued to rush forward. He broke the sword of Song Bak, but he still did not retreat. They charged forward again. Duong Tung thought to himself, one more time. Song Bak hit. Your acupoint. Duong Tung shouted loudly. He swung his sword at Tao Tien Quan. His sword hit the other guy's side. Song Bak cried out in pain. Those who had even surface. Surprisingly, Song Bak was defeated by Duong. The sound of the mission completed. Duong Tung thought in surprise. It was a success. Min could now put his spiritual power into the attack. Ta Suong couldn't believe it. He really won. What? That little guy of Gongbai's behind is plotting something evil. I have to knock her out and take Gongbai away from here. Xiechong completely ignored this guy. She was still preoccupied with Tang Tung. Tang Tung is stronger than I thought. This guy's hand was caught. Zhang Heng spoke up. Why would a senior brother attack from behind like that? Ta Suong turned around. Zhang Heng, the other guy paused, stammered sorry. Gongbai's underlings hurriedly ran away. Jiang Xiong said to her, Hey, you should be more careful. Xiechong wondered, what are you doing here? You must have lost your way. What? He replied, No, this way goes to the next class, right? Xiechong was still surprised. So he really lost to him. What? While he was at it, Jiang Xiong looked at Tang Tung. He was getting stronger every day. Tang Tung here was thinking back to the battle just now. At the end, he had a hard time dealing with him. He smiled with satisfaction, a little excited. Regardless of whether he received the reward or not, he quickly got extra points. I was agile after defeating him. With my own hands, I defeated the public. I went to the Chanbong dojo as an intern. This is where students like me will become employees in the future. Because of my love for martial arts, I joined the dojo. Even though I didn't master any skills from the martial arts teachings of my masters, I was ridiculed by my classmates and seniors since I was young. Actually, the place I want to go to the most and love the most in this martial arts world is the Chanbong Martial Arts School, because I really love martial arts. I also met my first friend here, in the Trollbong reading room. Duong Tung pushed the door open and entered. He looked around, muttered, "It's been a long time since I've been here. In my previous life, this was a place I often visited." This young man in white uniform stood up. Duong Tung was surprised to see him. He muttered Gong Wai, then realized his body already being rude. He immediately held out his hand while introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Duong Tung." The other boy grabbed his hand, "And I'm Duong Due." "You?" I smiled and continued to ask, "What are you looking for?" "Here." He pondered. "Yes, I was wondering about the strengths in acupuncture." Yang Wei thought to himself, "He is an official disciple, yet he treats me like an old friend." During the break, he taught me a lot of things. Even though I don't understand anything about it, I still try to absorb it. Tang Tung spoke up. "Do you know the secret of Chan Bong martial arts mentioned in the 27th volume? Let me tell you a little about it." Yang Wei asked again. "Martial arts Ch Bong? You mean martial arts that are only passed down to official disciples? How is that possible?" "Duong, the illustrations in this book can be used as a guide to other techniques in Chong martial arts, such as the Hua Truong Tang Yin." Page 50. He shrugged and smiled. "I haven't read all the books here yet, but soon I will learn everything. The essentials are here." He put his hand on his shoulder. "Remember this. Even a trainee can become stronger than an official disciple." Duong Due smiled and thought to himself, "I know it's definitely possible for you, but I don't know if I can do it for myself." The day I became friends with Tang Tung, my life at the martial arts school changed completely. At that time, Yang Wei was lurking outside. Jiang Hu was inside lecturing to the black uniformed disciples. There were many sword techniques similar to Weizen's sword techniques, such as the inner thrust sword technique, which was the best sword technique in inner martial arts. This sword technique had the same name because Duong Tung raised his hand to speak, surprising Zhang Heng and Ta Suang. That was because the martial arts in Chan Bong were a martial art inherited from the swordsmanship of the sect. "Hoa Sun." Zhang Heng sneered. He was starting to act cool. "Duong Tung, he wanted to show off to Ta Suang, right?" "No." Tang Tung replied. "What do you mean? Are you talking about yourself?" Xie Chong, from this side, grabbed his collar, scolded. "This bastard, why did you mention? Is my name here?" Zhang Ho spoke up to stop them. "Hey, you three, why don't you just shut up? Go out of the classroom and stand for punishment. Raise your hands quickly." And the most obvious change among the disciples was that the seniors who were bullying me suddenly became silent. Even the worst senior brother in the group was silent, a little silent. How lucky that I was not scolded by the monk all day. That brother is caring, but it's a little uncomfortable to see him pretending to ignore it, as if nothing happened. Song Bak paused when he heard the sound of the gong. He talked to Duong Due. "Oh, Duong Due, are you here too?" Duong Tung continued. "Beside you are Zhang Heng and Ta Suang. You are waiting for me, right?" She annoyedly scolded them, avoiding, blew the whistle. All three were then punished to kneel, but the teasing attitude did not change. "Hey, let's have a fight today." "No, now is not the time. You wait a little longer. Go on." Duong Tung also pretended as if nothing happened. He said to him, "Duong Due, you wait a moment. The class is almost over. Oh my God, it's getting late." Duong Tung reminded Duong Due, "Let's pretend we don't have any. Just note Song Bak." He replied, "Luckily, I really like him. I envy you." Duong Due laughed. "You don't care about him because you are too strong." Duong Tung looked at him and sighed. "Out one." He smiled slightly. He slowly stood up. "Wake up. Come on. I'm not any better than you. I'm not more talented or better than anyone else. I simply want to become stronger. That's why I train harder than everyone else, and it's the only thing I'm good at." Duong Due thought in disbelief. He really is a strong person. His waving at him wasn't too bad. To be honest, it was a bit cool. Duong Tung smiled. "See you tomorrow then." Duong Due ran home while thinking about Duong Tung. Looking at, with the way things are going, I can't just keep reading books forever. Should I try practicing? Because he was thinking too much, Duong Due accidentally bumped into someone. The two people in front of him reminded, "Hey, watch your step, okay?" Duong Due paused. These two people watched him. The redhead drew his sword while speaking. He was wearing the uniform of the martial arts school. Tang Tung's father waved to him and told him before he left for the martial arts school, "Be careful on the road. Thanks to you, we have firewood to start the fire today. It's been a month since I started studying at the martial arts school." Tang Tung bowed his head and replied politely, "Yes, father, I'll go for a bit and then come back." Rumors about Sam Wyong Bong. Tam Long originated from Chan Bong Martial Arts School. Long is for male, and Phuong is for female. It is a title used to describe the three strongest people who are sure to overcome all challenges. The martial arts competition. In my previous life, those three people were Zhang Heng, Ta Suang, and Song Bak. But since I defeated Song Bak, I will replace him. I will be a part of Tam Long. My life has changed completely. Duong Tung will defeat Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, just wait. If I succeed, I will become a legend in Tam Long. I will continue to practice and improve my level. On the wall of my previous life, Duong Tung's dreams were written. This upgrade function gives me more motivation. The effectiveness of this function is beyond question. He looked around. He whipped and muttered, "I wonder if Duong Due will come here today?" Ta Zhang looked at. He spoke uncomfortably. "Duong Tung, do you know that I put a lot of trust in you? Can I come in?" He politely replied, "Yes." "Do you know," he continued, "when the sun rises, we will proceed with the lesson. Practical escort." He looked up at him, thinking, "Is this a practical escort trip? A test for the position?" Sam Wyongbong. Ta Zhang continued, "Why are your eyes so tense like that?" "So," Tang Tung stuttered in response with a smile, "I'm sorry, I was just worried." He thought to himself, unexpectedly, even though his third eye proficiency had increased, he still couldn't see his level. Xie Jiang explained, there was no need to worry too much, because this would just be a procedure to check whether he had the right qualifications or not. If he qualified, he would be given the title of Dragon or Phoenix or something. His task was to escort the goods as a member of the security team, and based on his actions, he would have certain points and achievements. Must transport the items to their destination without any damage. So the protection here includes the items. In addition, you must also know how to cooperate and judge unexpected situations such as weather, terrain, and robberies. Duong Tung couldn't help but remember the old story when he heard him say that. These things reminded him of that time. Xie Jiang paused for a moment before continuing. Normally, there would be 3 places to choose from in this practical escort. Unfortunately, this time I can't go with you. You guys got it. Duong Tung paused, a little confusing. Xie Jiang continued. So I will arrange the official disciples and other participants together in one place. He frowned, and that place was the windless region. He thought to himself, what was going on? Why did he choose that place instead of the other 2? This didn't happen in his previous life. There were also a few places called Shan Pyog and Wang Chan Pyaguk. Later, they merged and became known as the windless region of No Peng Pyaguk. All those who passed through the calm area at that time were killed, telling everyone to go there. It's no different than telling his disciples to commit suicide. He started asking Xie Jiang again, what about other places? Is there something wrong? Xie Jiang looked at him. Mister, I closed my eyes and replied. Yesterday, all the red books and death certificates in Trollbong were gone. Among them are a few death certificates that are about to be stamped. If even those disappear, then in the current situation, we won't be able to do anything. Fortunately, the owner of that windless region has a favor to me, thanks to which everything is still at a safe level, but I have lost my reputation. Duong Tung left Ta Zhang's place. He looked up. God, I wonder who the thief is and what their purpose is. It was the greatest tragedy in the martial arts world. All the official disciples who were escorting the goods to the windy region were killed. It was a surprise attack. It could not be a robbery. Simply put, it was an invasion from Longzhen and Huzhen Yong Hu Chi, one of the 18 famous towns in the martial arts world. I don't know what the goods are. For some reason the goods are not disclosed. To put it bluntly, only the Huashan faction is the representative to receive this shipment. Only they know what's inside. However, for some reason, the people at Hoa Sun and the Chanbong army did not want to continue investigating the matter, so this incident slowly went away. Enter the chaos. Tang Tung pondered, but now that he and the others were involved in this matter, how could he stop this incident? If he reported this incident, they would just see it as a joke from a child like him. If I ask old Xie Jiang to cancel this trip, I'm sure he won't do it. I can even imagine how he'll respond. You cannot go if you want. However, based on the rules here, If any disciple does not participate in this practical escort course, he will be disqualified, and there will be no exceptions. The system sounds a mission announcement. Complete the mission of escorting to the calm wind region. Time limit until the end of the mission. Rewards gain spiritual power, punishment for mission failure. The mission will be deleted and kissed. I've been in a daze for 3 days. Duong Tung sighed uncomfortably. What kind of quest just appeared? I'll do it anyway. Must do it. Brother Chow, you have just completed the mission and won the favor of the martial arts school. What's the difference? Duong Tung put his hand in his pocket. Take out a coin. He tossed it up, thinking excitedly. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Duong Tung placed the coins on the table. Hong Trung looked at him. A coin rolled towards him. He used 1 finger to stop it and spoke. You came here to make a request for the transportation of goods, right? Duong Tung laughed. And on the 1st of next month, a cargo vehicle traveling from southwest Shaanxi to China will arrive here. The mission doesn't specify any specific destination. I'll be going as an escort, so I can go anywhere by a different route, as long as I complete the mission. Okay, please help me. He looked at him then, spoke up. Okay, I will accept your request. Bring paper and pen back tomorrow. Come here. Duong Tung clasped his hands politely and replied, Thank you. Huang Zhong stopped Tang Tung as he was about to leave. Wait, you are Tang Tung, a disciple of the Zhen Bong martial arts school, right? I won't ask why you made such a request. But on the day, the 1st of next month, is also the time when the disciples of Kron Bong Dojo go to the calm wind area to be able to pass the practical escort test. If you plan to use this little trick to gain points in the test and use it as an advantage, it is best that you do not think about it. He clasped his hands and smiled awkwardly. For me, all I need is points. I will bring the goods here tomorrow. See you, sir. Tomorrow. Tang Tung let out a breath, thinking to himself, it's true that it's not easy to earn points, but I will do everything I can to get them. With this, I will avoid that incident and the mission will also be resolved. Hong Trung looked at his back, also had his own thoughts. Duong Tung, I know what you are thinking. Whatever is on your mind, but you can't fool Hong Dung Di. Duong Tung sighed, long, hugging head. He cried, thinking about his fate. He had borrowed a large sum of money as an official disciple at the martial arts school. Oh no, Lum. Oh, you already owe money. 2 people dressed up. White said. Sorry. Tang Tung looked at them and thought to himself, a red plum blossom. They are people from the Huashan sect. He said to himself, I hope it's not too late. The redhead spoke up. Can you move aside? Their information appeared. Duong Nok Ni. Duong Tung, surprised. Memories came back to him. He never expected to meet Duong Nok Ni here. He gritted his teeth and frowned, not expecting to meet him here. Nok Ni looked. He sneered. Oh, another student of Chan Bong Academy. He reached behind him and continued. From white to black, there are so many martial arts students these days, huh? Tung thought to himself. White. You asked again. Have you met someone before me? He wondered who it was. Nok Ni replied. Yes, I have. Duong Tung had. Don't worry, don't tell me it's Nok. Ni took off her hat. While speaking, Chan Bong's disciples always, wearing a martial arts uniform? He walked past him, his disdain evident in his words. Although I'm not sure if he's really from the academy. Tang Tung looked at him. Jade. Ni felt the gaze. He turned his head and replied. Because I just. Seeing you is strange. They looked at each other for a while, until Murim Ba spoke. It's late. Let's move on. Duong Tung wondered in his mind. What did he mean? Nok Ni agreed with Murim Ba. Let's go. He looked at them uncomfortably. Even though I've gotten quite strong, I still can't read his information. Level 12 Murim Ba, 15 years old. Yang Yuer, unknown level, unknown age. Tang Tung, judging by his judgment, he was probably 15 years old. Duong Tung took a step, his gait hurried. He thought to himself that he had to find Duong Due. Maybe he had encountered them. He was so worried that he didn't come to school today. Over here, Murim Ba wondered. By the way, will Duong Due be okay? Nok Ni replied. Who knows? And besides, it's none of our business. Murim Ba replied briefly. Yes, I understand. In the suburbs, at this moment, Duong Tung muttered. Is he here? In my previous life, I often met him here. Duong Tung knocked. The door is open. Called out. Duong Due. Is anyone home? Duong Tung listened carefully, wondering. There's a sound. That must be it. He looked around, or was it a voice? Verb in the forest. Duong Tung continued to look. He noticed something strange. Wait, why is this door blocked from outside? Duong Dui inside was being dazzled, but still tried to shout loudly. Signal to Duong Tung. Duong Tung, it's me. It's Duong Dui. Duong Tung exclaimed in surprise. What? He immediately used force to unlock the door. Wait a minute. Duong Dui, let me take this thing off. Something brushed against his cheek. Duong Tung turned his head when he heard a voice from behind. Stand still. The group of Gong Bai's men behind him, one of them holding a crossbow, was the one who had just shot the arrow. Tang Tung spoke up. What are you guys doing here? Sai Tian sneered, finally luring him out. He tossed his head. The traitor Duong Tung and his gang. Duong Dui. Duong Tung is alert. What are you guys saying? He rushed forward while scolding me for not understanding. One of them grabbed his right hand. Another name grabbed the left hand. Sai Tian, speak up. You can defeat us in a one-on-one fight. How can you possibly want to beat all of us at the same time? Duong Tung looked at him with annoyance. Sai Tian pointed the crossbow. In his face, he sneered and warned, if you don't want to get a hole in your forehead, then sit still. Meanwhile, at the foot of the bridge, Ta Zhang was stunned. He frowned and asked again, is that so? Song Bak laughed with delight and reported, yes. This morning, I saw with my own eyes Duong Dui secretly running away with the Academy's assets and books. At that time, I was very confused. How could a poor person like him have such expensive things? Is that enough? Xie Zhang continued to ask, so you got it back. We were in trouble just now because we lost important things. You did very well. Song Bak continued, but I don't think Duong Dui dares to act like that. Where am I? Ta Zhang frowned. What does that mean? He blamed Tang Tung. He and Tang Tung. I saw the two of them. They are very close. Xie Zhang asked why Tang Tung did this. Gong Bai replied, as far as I know, Tang Tung also comes from a poor family. We should capture them for interrogation. Knock Ni from outside interrupted. If they were that short of money, why would they come to the academy? What are you doing? Song Bak was surprised. Huh, isn't that Duong Knock Ni? Outside. Oh, at this moment, Duong Tung thought to himself in disbelief. Why is he here? The spender's crossbow is lying on the ground. He cried out in pain as Murim Ba strangled and lifted him up. He angrily judged that he was a martial artist, born and used a crossbow. Last night, Murim Ba spoke when Yang Wei bumped into them. Hey, look at the road. Knock Ni and Mo Dong. Ba looked at Duong Dui. Knock Ni drew her sword while speaking. Oh, that outfit is one martial arts student. Duong Dui laughed. Wait, calm down. I don't want to cause trouble. My name is Duong Dui, a student of Chubong School. Knock Ni replied. I just wanted to greet you with a sword. Be strong. Duong Dui smiled. It's late. Do you guys want to rest at my place? No. Murim Ba politely replied. That's great. We thought we would arrive by evening, but got lost. Duong Dui led them to his house. This place was a bit dilapidated, but there was a fire to warm them. Still better than sleeping outside. From here to the street was not too far. It would not take more than a morning to go from early morning. The next morning, Duong Dui smiled. It's a bit cramped here, isn't it? Knock Ni politely replied. No, good night. The two quickly left, not forgetting to leave a word of thanks for Duong Dui. Thank you very much. Knock Ni, after walking a distance, sighed. My neck hurts so much. Mo Dung Ba replied. What's wrong? I slept well and had no problems. What's the point? He paused when he saw below Song Bak and his followers. Knock Ni thought to herself, uniform lights, a tree, crossbow, fairy and book. Knock Ni greets you. Murim Ba wondered. Isn't that the direction to Duong Dui's house? Knock Ni said indifferently, go ahead. Now Ta Zhang saw him and spoke. You grew up so fast, Duong Knock Ni. Gong Bai secretly wondered. What is he doing here? Yu Er bowed his head politely and replied, long time no see. Truong Mon Ta Zhang. I apologize for interrupting the conversation between the two. Gong Bai urged Ta Zhang. Master, now is not the time. Ta Zhang bluntly said to him. Yes, don't be rude. Let's get to know each other. Ah, this is Gong Bai, and this is the Peach Blossom sword expert Duong Knock Ni. Knock Ni replied, what a strange title. Song Bak was uncomfortable with that title. Dao Hoa Ta Zhang laughed. You are so humble. What's the matter? He replied, I came here to ask you for permission to organize a martial arts competition with Tron Bong Academy. Xie Jiang asked again, competition? Yuer explained. Yes, the the last time you came to Manhwa, didn't you say you wanted me to compete with your disciples? That's right. Gong, Bok frowned, thinking to himself, unbelievable, is that all? Ta, Zhang said, let's do that another time. Right now, we're having a bit of trouble. Need to solve. Nakni remembered what happened earlier. Mo Dung Ba decided to return to Duong Dui's house. I'm going back. I've already brought Duong Dui. Nakni originally didn't intend to care. Then go. I'll go to the academy first. But now he is here. Nakni said, if it is about Duong Dui, then there is no need to worry. Ta Zhang and Song Bok both. Surprised, he asked, what do you mean? Nakni replied, my teammates have gone. Pick him up. On this side, Murim Ba has already beaten Sai Tian and the rest. Duong Tung was surprised. He is a student of Hoa Sun. I should not interfere. Murim Ba asked him, are you here to save Yang Wei? Tang Tung answered honestly. But I don't understand how this is going to work. Murim Ba walked up to the door, using force to pry open the lock, while speaking, not all intruders are bastards. The wooden door stopper was easily removed. Duong Dui looked out. Them? Oh, it's you guys. Duong Tung asked worriedly. Are you okay? Duong Dui was moved. You guys saved my life. Duong Tung pointed to Mo Dung Ba. This guy has handled everything. Duong Dui clasped his hands at him. It's the friend from yesterday. How can I repay you? Mo Dung Ba smiled. I've already owed you a favor once. How can I just stand by and watch? If you're okay, then I have to go. Murim Ba has no intention of welcoming Duong Dui back to Tronbong. Duong Tung muttered, what luck? He sighed, annoyed to admit, if he hadn't shown up, we'd be in trouble. This is a big mess. He told Duong Dui to find out what their plot was now. That matter. He spoke worriedly. I think it's serious. Duong Dui presented that Song Bok and his gang stole the academy's treasures and valuable books to frame him. Duong Tung exclaimed in disbelief. Why? On this side, Nok Ni is reporting the truth to Ta Zhang. I witnessed everything with my own eyes this morning. Song Bok's face became ugly when he was exposed. They carried a pile of money, books, and weapons and headed straight for him. About Duong Dui's residence. Sorry for overhearing everything you two were saying, but Duong Dui is not the culprit. Ta Zhang spoke uncomfortably. If everything is true as Duong Nakni said, then I have no other choice. Song Bok was startled and quickly defended himself. How ridiculous. This was clearly done by Duong Dui and his accomplices. He interrupted him, his voice sharp. Then you prove it with your technique. Use your ability. Song Bok paused. Yes, Ta Zhang continue. What do you think if we start a competition with Song Bok? Please, Dao Hoa Master, teach this idiot a lesson. Nok Ni replied. Words. Okay. Song Bok took the sword, secretly thought. Huan Kim, Nok Ni slowly. Draw your sword. Gong Bai angrily thought. You cannot punish me. Now that it has come to this, I have no other choice but to defeat you. Ta Zhang waved his hand to start. Nok Ni jumped up. He placed one hand on top of Song Bok's head. He was completely surprised. Nok Ni's sword cut across his hand. Song Bok, one blow cut off his arm. The bag was placed on the ground. Macthoy spoke up while checking. The stolen items were all there. Great. And Zhang Ho was worriedly checking for Duong Dui. Does it hurt? Duong Dui answered honestly. Yes, it hurts a little, but it's okay. Disciple, thanks. I remind you to still report the incident in detail. Macthoy was talking to Duong Tung on this side. Duong Tung, everyone was going crazy. The swordsman Dao Hoa from Hoa Sun has started an infinite competition outside the training ground. Outside the training ground, on a stone pillar is Song Bok's severed hand, pinned high by Nok Ni's sword. Infinite competition is the competition method of Peach Blossom Sword from the Manhwa sect. Nok Ni once again defeated Chuanbong's disciples. He had won 10 consecutive matches, including the children of military officials. The match ends when one person remains. Unique. Nok Ni is cold and lonely. Next. Macthoy frowned. His expression was embarrassed. It was supposed to be just a friendly match, but that playboy swordsman had chopped off his hand openly, inciting everyone. As a result, it became a competition against the Hoa Sun sect. Because of Ta Zhang, he had to participate. Ta Soong was the next person to fight. She was annoyed and asked him, I know what Song Bok did was wrong, but is that too much? Duong Tung was confused. Why was Song Bok's hand like that? Although, I remember telling you, It seems like when Ta Zhang got angry, he forced Song Bak to fight that playboy swordsman using a real sword. I also don't know the whole story. The important thing is now everyone need help. Duong Tung Quan is concerned. Oh my god, is it Song Bak who plotted to harm Duong Due? And that Duong Nok Ni guy is fighting out there? What the hell is going on? Brother, gritting my teeth, I have to face it now. Yang Yuer's face. The system gives a special mission notification, defeat Yang Yuer. Time 15 minutes. Reward unlocks the inventory, fail, and immobilize. In an hour. He was amazed by this mission, wanting me to defeat Duong Nok Ni. He was fed up, almost standing. I haven't even beaten Zhang Heng yet, but I've already won against Duong Nok Ni. How cruel. Macthoy looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with her? I'm scared. Him? Duong Tung turned his head and replied immediately. Of course, he is the best of the Hoa Sun sect, the best in the world, the #1 young master of the Dao Hoa sword. That method. Macthoy raised his eyebrows. What do you mean, a master? He put his arm around his shoulder. Yeah, according to rumors, he seems strong. But what are you afraid of? It's just a rumor. What can he do that you can't? He patted him on the back and encouraged him. Don't be afraid. Just fight with all your might. Go beat him up and become famous, kid. You are one of the 3 dragons, the pride of our school. Duong Tung thought to himself. He had never had such high expectations. He remembered Duong Dui's words. I'm jealous of you because you're so strong, and also Ta Zhang's words. Duong Tung, you know I have high expectations of you, right? He thought to himself. At first, it felt uncomfortable, but now it's different. This is my responsibility now. Macthoy added one more thing. Oh, by the way, on the way there, find that brat and bring him along. What's his name? Oh, Zhang Heng. I have to find him and Loy to go to the training ground. Duong Tung had an indescribable expression. Even though his master encouraged him like that, he was still afraid that he would lose, so he told him to go find Zhang Heng. He reluctantly replied. Yes, on this side. Nok Ni approached Ta Suong. She, outclassed by him, she launched a troll attack. Get in position and jump up using the flower sword. Jade, Ni stepped back and exclaimed. Oh, the combination of sword and shield is the first time I've seen such a move. Ta Suong found it difficult, thought to himself. Humph, I can't even touch it. Into his body. Nok Ni continued. What if it was dual swords? Ta Suong, surprised when a sword swung towards. Right in front of her, Nok Ni attacked. Her peach blossom sword technique blossomed. Ta Suong was hit. Her shoulder and thigh were cut a few times, but she still tried to resist. The outsiders watched without taking their eyes off. The other students exclaimed, she is so amazing. The previous student also just survived. 5 hits. Duong Tung stepped closer. He spoke seriously. He cannot lose. Must defeat him at all costs. Duong Tung went alone. He could not find Zhang Heng. The other 2 were surprised. Ta Suong was being pushed back. She gritted her teeth. Difficult to resist. On the contrary, Nok Ni is enjoying this battle. Duong Tung Chao frowned. He thought to himself, just as I thought. Duong Nok Ni is very young and strong. Master must have seen it too, so he told me to go find Zhang Heng. Where's that guy at this moment? Temporarily observe and analyze his movements. Already. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng was leaning against a wall, muttering, it's been a long time since I've had such a good sleep. Why is it so quiet today? Mo Dong, Ba spoke up. Hey, can you show me? Can you give me some sugar? Zhang Heng glanced at him. Murim Ba asked, which way to the training ground? I've been walking for a long time, but haven't found anyone to ask for directions. Level 9, Xia. Bones 16 years old. Combat power 72. On the other side, only the name is displayed. Duong Tung thought to himself, this bastard. He didn't even bother to fight with all his might. He was just waiting to be teased. With her. He looked at Chanbong's disciples, all of whom displayed information. Like that. The system notified him that the 3-Eye skill had leveled up, and its effectiveness had increased from level 2 to level 3. Tang Tung sighed, and finally leveled up. I was concentrating on the match, calculating whether I activated it or not. Why did it level up? Now I can see more. Combat Power Index. Each person displays different strength. E is age, Ba is combat power. If we only rely on combat power parameters, there are many people here stronger than Ta Suong. He looked to the opposite side again, but he didn't think they could break rocks. Like her. Ta Suong uncomfortably cursed inwardly. Brat, wanna make fun of me? What a joke. She attacked. trolled, and flew. The spear are sharp and the attack is unexpected, increasing the fighting power. Knock-Knee's weapon was beaten, broken. He was surprised. He didn't expect that blow to be so strong. If he had blocked it with both swords, he would have no weapon left to fight. Ta Suang swung her legs, continuously marrying. Ta Suang continued to fight and broke the defense. Knock-Knee was surprised. He could no longer laugh. It penetrated his body. Ta Suang threw another blow. Phoenix kick. Ta Suang's combat power reaches 99. Knock-Knee jumped high, just barely dodging the attack when Ta Suang's leg struck down. Unbelievable thought, what? Why is he? Can you dodge that attack? Duong Tung observed and calculated. Her combat power just increased to 99. If he was not mistaken, every time she used a martial art move, her combat power would increase, so she still had a chance to win. Knock-Knee said, that move just now was quite strong. There. He continued, but the Huashan sect never uses those moves. Ta Suang asked again, what do you mean? He continued to speak contemptuously of the broken leg. The Huashan sect followed the path of swordsmanship, only optimizing the movements of the hands. It seems that the Chanbong sect has lost the truth of martial arts with the learning of using the feet. With the sword skills of Hoa-san, I will show you that you can do it without using your feet. How strong? Duong Tung Ha was stunned. This is Hung Hoa Dao. He swung his sword. The sword moves were so beautiful that the observers exclaimed in amazement. Duong Tung observed until he forgot to breathe. The bones were knocked away. She cried out in pain. Knock-Knee landed. He stood firm, but Ta Suang did not. The people outside gossip. Even Ta Suang couldn't win. She collapsed. They were worried. Duong Tung was surprised and wondered. Me, how much do I have to practice to be as strong as him? Moreover, the 14 peach blossom sword techniques are very difficult to master, yet he has mastered them all, just at this age. He looked around. Everyone was shocked after witnessing the move just now. A few people were talking. He should have joined the Huashan sect, right? Ta Suang exclaimed. Wait, I'm not done yet. Try to stand up. Knock-Knee glanced at her, thinking to himself, still want to fight? She must be exhausted after. Stop that move, she shouted. That guy, this perverted giggling guy. You've been making me a bit annoyed since just now. Is tearing my clothes fun? You guys from Hoa Sun Long Yuan always say whatever you want. Don't think that just because you're young and talented, you have the right to look down on others. We, the trolls, also have the swordplay. That peach blossom branch. Xie Chang's face was filled with determination. Peach blossoms bloomed well in both warm spring and cold winter days, just like plump warriors who remained strong even in difficult circumstances. The next move was the Super Liungmi Blizzard. She thought to herself that she still didn't have the confidence to use this move, but she had no other choice. She exclaimed, don't look down on me. Ta Suang, using secret moves, Tang Tung and the others also find it hard to believe. Bones use powerful moves, the first step to awaken. Knock-Knee secretly sighed coldly. Its power seemed to be equal to the 14 peach blossom sword moves. However, Duong Tung observed in disbelief. Ta Suang's battle strength had also reached the threshold of awakening. He woke up. He used a different move than the peach blossom sword. It was too clumsy. Ta Suang. She was hit by him. She thought to herself, damn it. His body. Ta Suang's consciousness gradually faded, unable to move. Duong Tung supported her, muttering, great, you fought your best. Xie Chang, she muttered, Tang Tung. The doors. Another student praised. Encourage her. You are very strong, Ta Suang. That's right, rest. Go, stop hitting. The entire stadium erupted in cheers for her. Great job, Ta Suang. You're amazing hit. Very good, the best. Tang Tung looked around and exclaimed. With one move, she had aroused everyone's fighting spirit. It was on par with the 14 peach blossom sword moves and reminded everyone of the true meaning of martial arts. Wonderful. Knock-Knee was uncomfortable with this atmosphere. They kept calling Ta Suang's name. Ta Suang, Ta Suang, take him down. Duong Tung continued to fight. Knock-Knee spoke. As I see, you guys are still very enthusiastic. From the beginning until now, no one has done it yet. I feel satisfied. He directly challenged the path. Perhaps Chanbong's dragon would bring something new. He sneered. I believe so. Tungu rode eyebrows. Replied. I have not introduced my name. Knock. Ni replied to him, I already knew from the master of the time. Thanks to you, I also had a hard time. The dragon met the shadow. We entered Mount Hua on the same day, at the same time, but we were one step ahead. Of course it was just a coincidence. In the end, it was because of you that we had to go this far. Tang Tung. Over here. Jiang Xiong was turning his nose up while speaking. Oh, but he flicked his nose and snickered. There was such a cool event while I was sleeping. What a pity, I hope. Still made it in time. Seeing them arrive, Nok Ni sighed. You're a bit late, Uncle Mo Dong. He replied apologetically. It's just that there are no signposts in this martial arts school. Go outside, I'll rest first. Tang Tung looked at Jiang Xiong. Where have you been? Jiang Xiong spoke up. Hey, where are you going? I'll be your next opponent. Murim Ba refused. No, the one who will fight you will be me. He threw the bag on his shoulder down. The sound when it hit the ground proved that the bag was not light. Tang Tung used 3 eyes to evaluate Murim Ba. Both of their physical strength were above average. This match would be a match of strength. Mo. Dongba looked at him and said, Duong Nok Ni is stronger than me. So if I defeat you, it means you will also lose. Duong Nok Ni. Zhang Heng laughed. You're quite funny. You think will I lose to you? Don't you think about who showed you the way? So you want to be my opponent? Right? Is interesting. This makes me a little hot. There's blood. Duong Tung exclaimed. Zhang Heng was taller than 1.8 m, but looked too small compared to this guy. He must have also. About 2 m, Duong Tung encouraged. Zhang Heng. I threw him the sword. Here is your wooden sword. Zhang Heng caught it. Thank you, brother. Tang Tung judged that his strength was indeed too strong. When he held the wooden sword, his strength would increase by 3 points, reaching 93. Zhang Heng looked at his opponent, confused. He didn't use a weapon? Mo. Dongba took a defensive stance. I don't use a sword. It's fine. Tang Tung was surprised. With just his bare hands, Murim Ba had already defeated Gong Bai's group, so he didn't use any weapons in this battle. He muttered, maybe he can't use a sword. Nok Ni said, you can consider it like that. Nok Ni suddenly spoke up. Mo Dung Ba just returned now, which means that Duong Due guy is safe. You must have seen him too, right? Nok Ni continued to say, when Murim Ba attacks, it is not easy to deal with Murim Ba's Plum Blossom Heart move. Jiang Heng swung his sword, carefully calculating his moves. Strike a palm. Murim Ba struck. His hand collided with the boy's sword. Manhwa Tam Zhang Heng gritted his teeth in discomfort. That palm strike felt like it had reached his bones. Murim Ba gathered more strength and prepared to attack. One more strike. Jiang Xiong sneered. All right, if you don't want to use weapons. Then he threw away his sword. His stats dropped to 90. I will also. Don't use it anymore. Zhang Heng counterattacked. He blocked with one hand and used his elbow to push in with the other hand. Murim Ba. He was counterattacked. The crowd was excited. Very good. Take him down. Knock him out. Tang Tung thought to himself. It was indeed. Zhang Heng is different. This big guy can't keep up with him anymore. He looked, saying Nok Ni, secretly confused, but this guy's expression still did not change. After that move, Murim Ba grabbed Jiang Xiong's hand. He caught you. Murim Ba threw a palm strike. Hit Zhang Heng directly. He was hurt. Pain too. Vomited blood. Then swung his leg and coldly shouted, let go. Martial arts foot flying. Kick. He kicked straight back. Murim. Jiang Xiong's nose is bleeding. He must really like holding other people's hands, right? No. His strength points decreased by 1 point. Jiang Xiong wiped the blood from his nose and muttered, since when did I become this injury? Duong Tung couldn't believe it. Zhang Heng's strength points were decreasing. Nok Ni explained. It was because of Chiu Manhwa Tam. Brother. Why? He continued. His plum blossom heart attack was like a shockwave, impacting the inside body, a palm directly to the abdomen, just like his internal organs were directly hit. It would cause organ damage, intestines, and liver to rupture. Murim Ba is the strongest among us. Your attack. We have a direct impact on the body, so it will be very difficult to resist when hit. Tung calculated. So he was bleeding because of internal injuries. The effect will be fast or slow depending on his strength. Who is the attacker? Zhang Heng wiped clean, blood on the nose. He turned his head to look at the two people speaking. I heard him say that his intestines would burst or something, right? No. His power points continued to decrease, but Zhang Heng smiled. Just rest first, and it will be your turn. Nok Ni was indifferent. Of course, Duong Tung was no different from that guy. He had a nosebleed too. So he had to finish the fight with that fat guy. Go ahead. Zhang Heng calculated. This guy is too dangerous. If this continues, I will only be at a disadvantage. Blood is flowing again. Should I end this match? Hurry up. Murim Ba said. This is not the time to relax. So you want to fight another battle? But unfortunately, this one you will definitely lose. Get under my hands. Zhang Heng rushed forward. Only you think so. He launched his attack. Sam D swordsmanship, Tien the heavy fist. He struck down, but his expression turned surprised. What is this? Murim Ba spoke. You are indeed strong, but I don't think I will lose. The cloth bag was open wide. Murim Ba blocks Jiang Xiong's attack with a stick inside it. He spoke, because he was clearly weaker than Duong Nok Ni. Mo Dung Ba blocked Zhang Heng's attack with his weapon. Zhang Heng replied, you can't use a sword, so you have to carry that thing on the body. Duong Tung said, a wooden stick. Doesn't the Hoa Sun sect only use swords? Nok Ni explained, we only use swords. Hoa Sun is a sect with a longer history than other sects. Some people even use spears. Don't you know that? He recalled the past, when Murim Ba was laughed at by the others. That meant you couldn't learn swordsmanship. Don't disgrace our Mayan clan anymore. They stood before Murim Ba and insulted him. He was not very close to Duong Nok Ni. Did he want to be famous? Just, only got a buffalo or cow. They turned around when they saw Nok Ni. Oh, young master of Hoa Sun, here it is. They continued. No matter how hard he tried, this guy couldn't improve his swordsmanship. We no longer have the face to look at Mr. Duong Nok Ni. He took out a book. Read this. Murim Ba looked up. Nok Ni said, this is the Hua Shan sect's fighting method. Your plum blossom heart is indeed strong, but it still has some weaknesses. To strengthen it, you should read this book. He left, not forgetting to look back before leaving a few words. You and I are the future of the Hua Shan sect. Don't give up so easily, understand? Mo Dung Ba gritted his teeth, determined in his heart to become stronger. Zhang Heng sneered, speaking while counterattacking. You think having a weapon would make a difference? I think you're slower. His nosebleed kept flowing. Murim Ba, Chief 1, the blow. Zhang Heng used both hands to block. Take it. Over here, Huang Zhong spoke up behind Xiejiang. Xiejiang was fine. She just needed to rest a bit, and she would be fine. He replied, oh, so? That's good. Huang Zhong continued. The fact that the disciples are curious about Mount Hua will help the martial arts of the foot to develop more and more. It's just that the punishment is fair and just. It seems a bit too much. Xiejiang objected. Not really. I think this might be a good opportunity for them. Huang Zhong asked again. You mean the new batch of disciples that joined this year? Xiejiang laughed. You seem to know my mind. They thought to themselves, this is a lesson for children to have a broader view of the outside world. Zhang Heng felt that he was getting weaker while fighting with Murim Ba. He jumped up, used hands to act as a pillar and strike with the feet, forced Murim Ba to retreat to the barricade. Zhang Heng considered he could attack from a distance with that stick. If he got close, he would get hit by his palm. Then there is only this way. He was determined to close the gap between them. Finally captured Murim's weapon. Ba. Got it. Murim Ba quickly used his hand to strike. Jiang Xiong was alert. He started to strike. Zhang Heng used his hand to grab Murim Ba's hand and held it. His arm was back. Zhang Heng spoke. That's enough. He used his head to hit Murim Ba's head. Murim Ba laughed. It seems your attacks are weaker than before. You'd better surrender. Murim Ba repelled Jiang Xiong. You bend over to avoid the attack. Murim Ba was alert. He struck down once more. Duong Tung was surprised. He defended with my Hoa Tam and attacked with the staff. The combination of the two was too perfect. The longer the match continued, the more disadvantageous Zhang Heng would be. Zhang Heng exclaimed, damn, I'm too weak, my strength keeps dropping. He sighed. Sigh. I was planning to save this move to fight the arrow move. That pink head. Duong Tung observed, predicting his next move. So this idiot used that thing. What? Jiang Xiong's power was no longer deducted, but instead started to increase. Murim Ba was surprised. He was still. How strong? Jiang Xiong's strength slowly added up. 70, then up to 84. Zhang Heng reached the threshold. 100. He struck. Murim Ba was surprised. Too fast. Zhang Heng uses the first tiger fist move. A fatal punch to his stomach. Murim Ba cried out in pain. He fell to the ground. Zhang Heng was still standing. The people, the other side was talking. What's going on? Is that your time-shifting skill? I just blinked my eyes and then, it's over. Tang Tung thought to himself. This is a skill that can make the fox humble itself. Fox Fist, his strength is increasing rapidly. Even though he hasn't entered the awakening state yet, his strength has already reached that level. Nok Ni spoke up. It would be great to have a match with him, but now he doesn't have the strength to continue fighting. He's already great at doing that. Surprisingly, I was able to see a forgotten skill of Hua Shan again. His spiritual energy is good. It's just stupid to use Tiger Fist while being internally. So cute. Zhang Heng excitedly exclaimed. I heard what you said. Come out and fight. Do it quickly. Blood was flowing down his face, making Duong Tuong worried. Hey, blood is spraying continuously. Hong Trung looked at him and exclaimed, can use Tiger Fist. At this age, he said. Jiang Xiong was indeed as good as the rumors said. Xie Jiang smiled. Yes, the kid has sharp eyes, but I'm really eager to see the next match. Duong Tung approached Zhang Heng. He replied, I told that second guy to come out here. I didn't say anything to you. Duong Tung continued. Sorry, but even if we fought, you would still lose. Jiang Xiong was confused. What do you mean? Tang Tung has already chopped you in the neck. Duong Tung argued. The first person to fight that guy should be me. Jiang Xiong lay down on the ground. Duong Tung continued. You can't fight in that state, so just lie there. Zhang Heng called out. Hey boy, Tang Tung calculated. Open the status window. It appeared. Not long ago after I finished the quest, I discovered in the status window that my current level was only 4. In my previous life, with a level of 4, I could only be considered a beginner. Not only did I defeat the White Knight, I also became an official disciple. Something I never dared to dream of. It has been a few months since then. At first, I focused on practicing basic physical exercises such as squats and some strength training exercises. Your physical strength has exceeded the limit. Strength +1, vitality +10%, +1 point of healing ability. I increase my strength through physical training. Swinging the sword, your physical strength has exceeded the limit. Strength +1, vitality +10%, +1 point of healing ability. And also increase agility by running half dead. The skill level of the sword has been upgraded. The current skill level is 3. I often use the sword, and it is getting better and better because of my skill points. Increased. I'm not sure if it's a benefit from normal training, but since mastery leveled up to level 2, I've gotten extra points. Sword speed increases, and support strength increases. Tang Tung muttered, it's been harder to level up lately than I thought. He slapped his face to wake himself up. No, calm down. Now is not the time to complain. I still have to practice jumping. Back to the match. Huang Zhong wondered. Why are you interested in the next match? Is it because of that brat? You must have taught him something. Thank you. Zhang interrupted him. Hung, I haven't taught the kid anything yet. Huh. To be exact, I haven't taught the kid anything other than the basics. Hong Trung was confused. So why are you interested in the boys' match? Looking at his appearance, you can tell he's not from a powerful family. What happened? Xie Jiang replied. The entrance exam. The kid got the highest score, and of course that wasn't the only reason he became an official disciple. This was hard to explain. Very. He thought to himself, maybe he could take this opportunity to see how much potential this kid had. Nok Ni held the sword in her hand and said, when you're ready, tell me. I'll know. Duong Tung replied. Is there a need to be so polite? He rushed forward, surprising the other guy. Let's begin. Nok Ni planned a countermeasure. He wanted to use speed to fight with me. He used the 100 transformations ghost shadow technique, his movements closely following Nok Ni. He couldn't believe he caught up with him. What was he planning on doing by chasing him like that? Hey! Nok Ni used another trick, Manhwa. Duong Tung approached, not allowing him to use. Move. Nok Ni is upset. Then should I knock your sword down? No. Duong Tung was alert. His sword was knocked off. Hand. There was none, but Tang Tung caught it. Where is that? He continued to attack, while holding the blade in his hand. The hilt of his sword collided with the blade of that guy. Hong Trung commented, that's right. Stupid. He said, it's true, it's a wooden sword, but how can you hold its blade? This match is between swordsmen. Ta Zhang thought differently. Is that so? When I witnessed the little boy's movements while lowering the dummy at Trong Nam Mountain, I had this feeling. Unlike other disciples, he is not interested in flashy skills. The simpler the better. He only focuses on defeating his opponents. He would do anything to protect himself. like a warrior betting his life on the battlefield. Even if it was a real sword, he would still hold the blade so as not to drop it. His sword. Huang Zhong repeated. A warrior? I think so too. It is indeed a bit shameful that soldiers only practice familiar exercises. I've never seen a fighting style like this before. Nak Ni was equally surprised. No one taught this method in a martial arts school. He commented, if you pay attention to his movements, they don't resemble kung fu at all. He only uses the basic moves of a normal student. The rest he just attacking by instinct. No martial arts school teaches this method, right? Nak Ni looked down on him, his hands gracefully swinging the sword. Truly pathetic. Nak Ni uses the plum blossom cloud rain technique. 14 plum blossom peach and plum blossom techniques. Soaring, alert on the path. Behind, he closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself that he wasn't sure if he could dodge this attack or not. He would have to try to find out. The first audience was surprised. Duong Tung retreated. Go away. Huang Zhong spoke up. That kid, Xie Jiang agreed. He didn't expect the kid to progress to this extent. When moved gently and quickly, that speed creates a pixel that resembles the shape of the body. It is called, is an afterimage. Xie Jiang frowned and muttered. Tang Tung, you surprise me time and time again. Pause. Tang Tung let out a breath. This is my first time using it. It's really great. Jiang Xiong, please forgive me. I know the match with Zhang Heng is not easy, but I have already received that reward. He recalled the mission content, special mission. Ha Zhang Heng. Time limit 15 minutes. Reward successful. Receive a skill. Failure penalty. Lose everything. Strength in an hour. After all, it was a one-on-one match. From the moment I saw the word above his head turn red, I knew that Zhang Heng also wanted to fight me in a match like this. But luckily, I stole the match and stopped beating him. He thought to himself that after beating Zhang Heng, there would still be many opportunities to have a fair fight with him in the future, so he just lay there and watched. I'll hit it. He glanced at Jiang Xiong, who was sitting there practicing his qi. This idiot really didn't know anything. But thanks to his match with Murim Ba, he got this reward. That's how I got the void skill. I didn't even have time to learn about it. Skill information, active skill void level 1, proficiency 2%. A movement skill used to avoid enemy attacks by dashing in the designated direction. Number of uses is 2/3 of the cooldown time. One more time, every 5 minutes. Current active skill level. 1. Distance will be based on your level. Movement distance 90 centimeters. Energy consumed 10% of current spiritual power. Roughly speaking, this is a movement skill that helps me avoid attacks in dangerous situations. Duong Tung sneered. This skill is so good. It will be very useful in the future if I combine it with swordsmanship. Nak Ni approached, wondering, what's so funny? Duong Tung quickly moved when Nak Ni swung her sword. He jumped. Counterattack. Damn it. Nak Ni. Dodge attack. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Forgot to put his sword away and observe his opponent. Nak Ni dodged the attack when Duong Tung attacked. The terrain was too rough for Tao Tian Quan. He immediately. Keep attacking. I will give him. No time to react. Duong Tung was covered in sweat. Had to continuously attack then that guy. I can't counterattack. But the gap in strength between the two is too great. I need to widen that gap. Jade. Ni sneered and muttered. I understand. He pressed closer to him and continued. You are a master of acupressure, right? At your level, it is unattainable. Sam J's Qigong is good. Nak Ni once again used 14 forms of plum blossom peach, skyflower. He hit him with contempt. There is nothing outstanding about Chanbongs and go along. Going back a few years, a disaster had befallen the Huashan sect. The masters of the Huashan sect were all killed, and then a book was published, a book called The Method to Destroy the Huashan Sect. A book that focused mainly on destroying the Huashan sect. But the young generation of geniuses in the Huashan sect appeared and found a way to counter the book of methods to destroy the Huashan sect and restore it. Was published by the Huashan sect. That's why the book became useless later. The Huashan sect regained its reputation and confidence. And the story was published in a book. Thanks to them publishing the book. Thanks to that, I learned how to be a warrior. Duong Tung remembers the man who wrote the book on how to destroy the Huashan sect. It was the devil. He looked at the wound on his body and thought to himself. Luckily, he avoided a fatal wound. The genius who made that book useless was Duong Nak Ni. But that only happened in the future. But now he still doesn't know anything. Nak Ni is difficult. Tin looked at him. How could that be? He thought to himself, I still remember it. Character skills, past life memories. The most basic step in the book to destroy the Huashan sect is the fragrance Qigong. Both 100 transformations Ghost Shadow and Plum Blossom Sword technique are related to fragrance Qigong. The scent of plum blossom will linger when flying in air. To keep up with that speed, I had to chase him by car. In swordsmanship, although it is a part of the plum blossom swordsmanship, the stance and movements are the same, so it can both attack and defend while moving forward and preparing. How to deal with it. But there is still a huge gap in strength and skill between the two, so I can't fight fairly. I need to counter his move. The scent Qigong uses energy from the acupuncture points as its center. That's why it releases a scent. If one masters it, they can use it to determine the enemy's location, skills, and next actions. Somehow I have managed to hold on until now. It is true that Duong Nok Ni is too strong. If it wasn't for her fake moves, I would have been buried long ago. Duong Tung gritted his teeth, determined to defeat Nok Ni. Calculating countermeasures. Now he can only use it once. This is the chance to attack. My last attack. Void skill, 1/3 uses. For percent proficiency, 3 minutes 46 seconds cooldown left to recover. One-time use. You provoke him, so that's all you have? Duong Nok Ni. I rushed forward. Nok Ni watched him. It was a finishing blow, but he was lucky to avoid the critical points. I was both surprised and disappointed. Who is this guy? How could he? Can you avoid that attack? He's backing away. I'm sure I'll take him down in one hit. Next. 5 steps left. Duong Tung continued to charge forward. When Nok Ni retreated, the more moves he used, the more openings he revealed. I will take advantage of that point to attack. Only counterattack is the only way for me to defeat Duong Nok Ni. Even if I lose, my final attack will definitely hit him. He thought about Zhang Hong. I have a friend who is getting stronger, even though he sleeps all day, and Ta Suang and another person with good family background, as well as skills and toughness. Those are the people I'm closest to, and I want to continue to be with them. 3 steps Tang Tung continued to speak. Is that all his plum blossom sword technique is? He thought to himself, let's do it. 2 steps Duong Tung determined that he would make him suffer. He threw the bar. The sword flew out of his hand, spun in the air, and then fell back into his hand. Him again. Of course he still holds the blade. Your sword skill has reached its limit. Level up Sword Mastery. Sword Mastery Level 3. When holding a sword, your attack speed will increase, and when holding a staff, your power will increase. Add 20%. Tang Tung exclaimed. The final step. Nok Ni replied, playing with people here is enough. He used the 5th breath technique of the Plum Blossom Sword. Method, Plum Blossom Storm. Method to destroy Manhwa sect. Chapter 3. Attacking the eye of the Plum Blossom Storm. Duong Tung was caught in a storm of Qigong that he created. However, Nok Ni was suspicious in her heart. Why did she feel that the attack did not hit him? Nok Ni could not believe it. How could he avoid it? Duong Tung touched this guy. Brother, he smiled and said, I'm right in front of you. Duong Tung Vong's sword struck hard. Between Nok Ni's legs, critical damage. Damage to enemies increased by 200%. The audience felt pain for Nok Ni. They exclaimed, did he intentionally hit that spot? 2 old men. That's dry words. Zhang Heng laughed. Very good. First fatal attack of yours on an enemy. You get extra reward. Nok Ni's face gradually turned pale. Technique. Passive ability, critical rate. He trembles. Duong Tung is alert when the system. Announcement of 1% increase. Nok Ni swung her attack, hitting Duong Tung, making him fly away. His head was bleeding. Duong Tung thought to himself. He was gradually losing consciousness. It was over. He fell down satisfied. That was enough. At least he hit him. He looked at Zhang Hong. I stole his match, and yet he still raised his finger to congratulate me. You, cool. System notification. Mission completed. You have successfully completed the mission. The mission reward, you can now access it. The warehouse collapsed. Tang Tung thought in disbelief. The mission is complete. He, surprised, did I really win? I won. I defeated the master of the Plum Blossom Sword, Duong Nok Ni. Nok Ni sat up. He looked at him closely. The intention is burning. The sword is stuck in the peacock's hand. The white sword was drawn out. Nok Ni screamed as he rushed forward, forcing Hong Trung and Ta Zhang to stop him. I will kill. Die, you bastard. Let me go. His balls were broken. This is not because of what you did to me. In the previous life, it was because I wanted to avenge Ta Suang. Damn it, a shabby house in the previous life. Road. Tung wondered, wife, where are you going? The other woman replied, I have to leave here. If you really love me, let me go. He was surprised. I will soon become a warrior in the Vo Lam Alliance. Where are you going? Who are you going with? Nok Ni is the one she. I left with him. Duong Tung was beaten up and thought uncomfortably. He's too strong. I can't beat him. His wife said, I like this person, so I hope you will meet someone better than me. Goodbye. Duong Tung shouted. What's so good about that bastard that you follow him? He's just a guy who ran away when facing the Demon King. Nok Ni asked again, who is the devil? Duong Tung rushed to attack while replying, he is the one who will kill you, bastard, and I will be the first. I hurt you. Duong Tung screamed while unconscious, I will not let you. Live in peace. Ta Suang laughed. His body was bandaged everywhere. Road. Tung sat up and replied dreamily, are you here to visit me or to mock me? How annoying, suddenly meeting that bastard in the dark. Ta Suang retorted, hey, it was just the two of us who were brought to the clinic here, so I came to see if you were okay. He tried to climb out of bed, constantly crying out in pain. Ta Suang, blushing, she looked away and scolded him. Is something wrong with your head? Duong Tung stretched and exclaimed, so comfortable. Min is still fine after everything. Ta Suang shouted loudly, why are you eating pubic hair in front of women like that? Put on your shirt. Hurry up and put your pants on, okay? He replied, you're not a woman. Ta Suang Kwong threw his clothes at him. Hurry up and put them on. We still have to go. Duong Tung asked again, confused. Where are you going? Ta Suang asked back. You know what you've done, right? While getting dressed, she thought to herself, it must be because I made that Duong Nok Ni guy suffer. Did I do something wrong? She smiled. One thing. Cool. On the 4th floor of the main hall, Duong Tung exclaimed in surprise. What? I broke one of your marbles. What about him? Xie Jiang replied. Yes, the remaining pill has been treated. Tang Tung stammered. Really? That's great. He glanced at Ta Suang, thinking to himself, stop laughing, control yourself. Xie Jiang continued to explain. The doctor said, even though there is only one ball left, it can still function well. He exhaled, in one breath. Luckily, Ta Jiang frowned and continued. The situation was more complicated than he thought. A lot. Duong Nok Ni decided to have an infinite duel in the martial arts school. Everything started because of what he and Duong Due did. Duong Tung objected, but the person who directly helped was Mo Dung Ba. Duong Nok Ni also said that he came here wants to duel with the candidate Long Nan, the phoenix in our dojo. Besides, if it was a real match then, I'm sure his balls will be cut in half by the child. This made Ta Suang unable to bear it. Okay. She laughed, making Duong Tung sigh. I know it's funny, but laugh less. He replied, the situation is very complicated. Thank you. Bones remain, still smiling. But she quickly fell silent when Ta Jiang looked at her. Duong Tung thought to himself, just like that time. You asked, is it because he is the successor of the Huashan sect? Xie Jiang replied immediately. Is that right? He is not your average swordsman, so you better watch your mouth. He remembered that he was born with a wooden spoon, while Ta Suang was born with a silver spoon. But with Duong Nok Ni's family background, he was definitely better than Ta Suang. He was born with a cold spoon. He continued to ask, so what should I do now? Ta Jiang said that after Duong Nok Ni finished her treatment, he would return to his group. So you have to join that group as a guard to protect Qiu Sa, Tahoa's son. If you have the chance, apologize to him. System launched mission. Special mission within 30 days go to Manhwa. You must apologize to Yang Yuer. Reward get main map. Penalty sleep for 3 days. He thought to himself, when will I ever get out of this mess? In my previous life, I kowtowed countless times. Just to not get killed, I have to do it again. How? However, everyone knows that the road to get there is not easy at all. If everyone goes there together, they will make everyone turn back. He spoke, his expression serious. I will do so. Xie Jiang was satisfied. Wise decision. If you apologize sincerely, maybe he will forgive you. Because accidents happening during fights are inevitable anyway. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. Okay, then I will join the trip. On the 1st floor, the main hall was round and shiny. Xie Chang commented as he walked with him. My father praised you a lot. You did a lot of things today. He replied, everything would be fine, just apologize to him. She nudged his shoulder. So you'll be joining that escort too, right? I'm joining too, so be prepared. Just go. He was surprised. Wait, what did you say? So the number of participants has changed. Xie Chong asked in confusion. The number of people, Jiang Xiong and I will of course be included in it. Duong Tung held his face helplessly. The future had changed again. Everything only made him more worried. He thought to himself as he walked. Is it because I changed my destination? Fellow students saw him and shouted, there he is. They started cheering for him, surprising Tang Tong. What is this? The crowd is chanting your name. Tang Tong. Tang Tong. Ta Suang explained. Everyone, I just want to see you. He wondered. Me? Duong Tung. Ta Suang replied. You have done something extraordinary. He smiled. In the end, I still lost that battle. At the same time, he thought to himself, he still had some time before they sent him to the Huashan sect. Jiang Xiong said, Hey Tang Tong, now we will escort the convoy together. That goods. You continue, we will go to Manhwa. Take this opportunity, we will take down all the people there. Duong Tung was bored. I'm listening to something. What the hell is this? Why do these troubles keep following me? Hong Trung aimed. Eyes refused Tang Tung's offer. Sorry, I can't accept your request. Your request is granted. Duong Tung clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, well, it's not much different, it's really a mess. Hong Trung continued. Yesterday before they left, the talented guests of the Huashan sect came here, and I also decided to accept their commission. The two stood silently looking at each other without saying anything. It was understandable that Duong Tung thought it through. He didn't want to waste too much time on this. He didn't need to listen to their empty explanations anymore. Everything was already too clear. This was the swordsman's request. That Huashan sect. Huang Zhong held out his hand, handed him a bag of money, and said, the responsibility for breaking the contract for the transportation of goods, including the cost, commission fee. I will return you 3 times the deposit. Duong Tung held. I thought to myself, in order to fight against the guardians of that village, I have to complete one more quest and become stronger. He recalled the mission board that the system had announced before. Mission: complete the cargo escort mission, time limit. When the escort mission ends, the reward. If successful, you will get a spirit beast, penalty. If failed, you will sleep abnormally and be unable to move for 3 days. He thought about the rewards like item bags, samjian, and footwork. Those things would be of great help to him. Suddenly he asked Hong Trung, can I make a request? Any other requests? He replied, if you still have the ability, or you can also cancel. Give up this request. He handed the bag of money to him and said, it's not that difficult. I just want to get this bag of money back. Hong Trung seemed angry thinking he was teasing him. You're kidding me, huh? Duong Tung looked at him and said seriously, no, I'm being serious. The price is 1 tael. Just ask that this bag of money be returned to me. He said then he was silent waiting for the decision of Hong Trung. Finally he agreed. Okay. He took a tael from Tang Tong and said the request was for 1 tael. Give him the bag of money and take the goods. Then he handed the money bag back to Tang Tong and said, delivery successful, now we're done. Immediately the system announced the completion of the mission. You have completed your mission, the reward has been received. Seeing this, Duong Tung took the bag of money and laughed happily. Okay, that's it. Thank you, thank you. Hong Trung called softly. Duong Tung. He watched his back as he left and thought. So this is the deal he wanted to make with Hong Trung? Outside the gate, Duong Tung raised his fist in celebration. I did it. I just did it as a precaution, and I still got a reward. The system displayed a notification again. Mission completed. The spirit beast reward has been sent to your item bag. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. The item bag seemed to be the reward for defeating Duong Nak Ni. Where could he find it? He was confused and didn't know that Song Bak was standing behind the wall watching him. He gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. He looked at his right hand in a cast in frustration and cursed under his breath. It was because of that bastard that he had to suffer like this. Song Bak angrily cursed and turned back to follow Duong Tung. He could use 40,000 taels to exchange for this lost arm, but the damage would be still hurt. But when he turned back, Duong Tung was nowhere to be seen. Huh, that guy just disappeared. Suddenly, Duong Tung appeared behind him and asked, what are you planning to do? Make Song Bak jump? What the hell? He coldly said to him. Don't think I'll forget everything you did just because Troll Xie Jiang has taken care of everything. I don't care what your scheme is. He grabbed his collar and pulled him back. But if you have any problems with me, just come and say it to my face. You coward, don't lay a hand on my friends again. Song Bak trembled and thought. This guy was now much stronger than last time. He could only fear and respond. Words. I know. Hearing the answer, Duong Tung released him. Tusai walked. Go and say back. I'll spare you this time, but I'll keep an eye on you. Gong Bai gritted his teeth, both angry and embarrassed as he spoke. This is truly ridiculous. This difference in strength comes from. When was that? He said loudly. What have you been doing all this time? Lam Duong Tung noticed. Seeing that he did not say anything, he shouted loudly. What did you do to become? How can I be that strong? He calmly replied. Who knows? It must be me. That's lucky. Duong Tung turned around to face him. As long as I can still walk, your strength is far from worthy of me. Song Bak was teased. He pulled out his sword and played dirty. Yeah, then he rushed forward to sneak attack the enemy. Let me try your luck. But he was quicker to block it, stood in the path of his knife. He twisted his hand in front of his chest, and the knife fell from his hand. Duong Tung raised his fist. Then I will try your luck too. Song Bak could only close his eyes and wait for the punch. His punch was so strong that it made his face look like it was deformed. He said, a scumbag like you will never understand. Seeing him fall down, Duong Tung cursed. Damn it. Passers-by were paying attention to the fight. Tang Tung turned around in confusion and looked at everyone, thinking, oh my God, I almost killed someone. Everyone saw this and ran away. He noticed a man carrying a wooden box on his back. His bag of items was probably the same as the other one, right? He thought, where can I find it? Here I am. Duong Tung looked at Song Bak lying unconscious on the road, his heart filled with thoughts. The quest rewards he had received up until now were not assets. Then this item bag could also be, or is it like a status window of me? He shouted, opening his item bag. Immediately, there was a flash of light. That light penetrated the entire wooden box. The other person was carrying something on his back. He froze in place, confused. It was a bag of things. My product? Duong Tung looked at the round green ball not far away and wondered. Maybe it's a reward? He held the ball. The egg in his hand was filled with doubt. Is this a spirit beast egg? So small? A spirit beast egg? Break the egg. You will get a random spirit beast. Road. Tung thought. He had broken Duong Nok Ni's egg before, so this one probably wouldn't be a problem. Then he broke the egg. I wish it was a beast that could think like a human. The little foot of the spirit beast. The first one to come out. Duong Tung hoped that he would still have to use his true energy, so he hoped that it would be useful in some way, like an elixir. Tata Lin Thursday is a small white cat with a very cute green head, legs, tail, ears, and nose tip. It meows. Duong Tung seemed to be dissatisfied. He frowned and pursed his lips. A cat? Where did a man suddenly come and hold your hand? Hey, you're ignoring me. Yes. Two men in official uniforms patrolling said to him. We are from the district government. Please allow us to ask you a few questions. The two inspectors checked Tang Tung's badge and said, the identity has been confirmed. Confirmed. Quan Tuan clasped his hands together, apologizing to him, apologizing for disturbing him. He held the cat in one hand and held it with the other, his command token, bowed his head politely, and said, it's okay. I think the proof is that I am an official disciple of martial arts. The foot of the card can be broken. Handled everything. The patrol officer looked at the unconscious man lying on the ground and concluded, so that guy tried to abuse the cat and threaten young Master Tang Tung. If young Master Tang Tung wasn't so formidable, he and the cat would have been in danger. Duong Tung hugged the spirit cat and smiled wryly in response. That was the right thing to do, right? But in his heart, he thought that he could reveal that the public servant had intentionally assassinated him to teach him a lesson. But if that was the case, it would be difficult to explain everything, especially the cat and the item bag. Sooner or later, that bastard would use money to solve everything. The two patrol officers carried the public servant away, then turned back and smiled at him, saying, thank you. See you later, he replied. Oh yeah. A palanquin passed by. The person inside the palanquin saw this scene and opened the palanquin window and asked, what's going on over there? One of the two officials just now respectfully bowed to the person in the palanquin. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Tang Tung's head was full of questions. Is that the Shaanxi Prefecture's branch office? Out. He is the famous Du Jiang of Xian Shanyang. He recognized that name as the one who would appear in the escort mission. Monday, nighttime, at a tavern with brightly lit lanterns, Sun Duong sat on a palanquin carried by 4 people and waved to Duong Tong. It was great drinking with you. Don't forget the things I have for you. Duong Tong respectfully bowed to him. Halfway, he opened the window and said back, "Oh, and by the way." Sun Duong's face was red from drunkenness. He waved and smiled at him. "Don't let that cat drink that wine. It's very expensive." Then he laughed loudly. Ha ha. The laughter still echoed in the dark night, even though the palanquin had gone far away. Hearing this, Duong Tong could only think in his head, okay, luckily in his previous life his quantum of life was also not too bad. His face was red, his 2 hands holding the gourd of wine. I almost fell down first. If I were alone, it would take me a long time to drink all that. The spirit cat wrapped around his leg and rubbed against him. He silently thanked him. Luckily he had it. It seemed to understand and looked up. Duong Tong helplessly lifted the wine bottle up out of the cat's reach, helplessly thinking, this spirit beast must be a cat that likes to drink alcohol. He ignored the cat that was climbing on him asking for alcohol and said, "That's enough. I'm saving this for my father." The moon was high in the sky. In the dark night, a simple house still had lights on. Tang Tung's father was washing dishes when he was startled to see his son bring home a lazy cat and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is that a cat?" He winked at his father mischievously and replied, "It's not an ordinary cat, father. It's a spirit beast." His father asked again, "What? Lin, what?" He turned around and asked, "Isn't there something else in your hand, more spiritual?" And so the wine gourd. The lid was opened. Father Duong Tong kicked the cup. The wine was on the table. He asked excitedly, "Ah, so you worked hard all day, and finally, let's go in there. Then we'll meet the Mandarin. Did you get what you wanted?" He replied while pouring wine for his father. "I've done everything I wanted," Mr. Ho Hoi said. "See, effort will never." Betrayed his child. He sighed and thought, that sentence really annoyed him before. But now it's very true. But hearing it from a living father right in front of him is also nice. He suddenly called, "Father." He seriously discussed with his father, "I want to ask you this." What did he ask? He continued, "I know you often go back and forth to that village. I hope you. I won't go there again." His father smiled and poured more wine. "Okay, let me see how I finish the cup." Duong Tong helplessly said, "That village." But before he could finish his sentence, his father interrupted and asked, "What's wrong?" He lifted the gourd of wine and looked into the mouth of the gourd. Long asked suspiciously. There were only a few cups, and the wine was gone. Already? He suddenly noticed beside him. There is. Cat's meow. The Tang cat meowed helplessly when he saw the drunken spirit cat lying around meowing happily. "Oh no, this cat drank it all again. Don't eat my food." Father Tang Tung saw this and laughed out loud with delight. "Ha ha ha. This spirit beast is quite strange. A cat that is addicted to alcohol." Tang Tung asked again, "Isn't it different?" His father, "Have you named it yet?" "Look at the cat sticking its butt in your face," said. "No, not yet. Can I ask your father for the name too? What a suitable name." Duong Tung looked at his father like this and wished for only one thing, that his father would always be happy like this. His father smiled gently and patted Tutu's head. "Come on, Tutu, you will be my drinking buddy." He was determined in his escort mission. "We must return successfully and safely. I will go to Hoa Sun's sect to meet Duong Nok Ni and complete the mission. 10 days after the mission date. Escort." Duong Tung looked at Tutu clinging to him and thought that this cat must have grown up a bit too fast, but it didn't. "Is it okay to eat nothing but drink alcohol?" He scolded the drunkard lovingly. Duong Tung poured wine into a bowl for him and said, "Today I will go out. You come back. Dad, please take care of me." His father found it strange and asked, "What's wrong?" "You carry it with you every day, so everyone in the dojo knows it by now." Duong Tung gripped the black sword tightly and answered his father, "Today is the day of the escort mission." When your father heard that, he looked at you and commented, "So you have to dress like this? It looks good." When you heard that, did you deny it? "It's already autumn, Dad. We'll be back soon." He took his first steps. Okay. Departure to Huashan only. The day of the escort mission, Xian Prefecture was packed with people and horses. This escort mission was an event organized by the Trollbong military in Xian, and was also a practical class reserved for the main wife's disciples and candidates for the position of the next Trollbong's Dragon Direction of this year. Jiang Hu said to everyone, "This is the first mission to become a real warrior. Your mission is to deliver the package safely and return alive. The cargo Xiao Sa will conduct a score assessment for everyone to select the successor Dragon Phoenix of Trollbong Academy. There are 3 groups that carry out this mission. CO Anak West Bank Group, led by Senior Hu and 4 other seniors, with his successor Iang Sugan. Second, Wang Qion Piau Dang Thap Group, led by Senior Yagjin and 4 other seniors with his successor. Yongjiu and the Mupong Piag Wu Fang Group will also cross Mount Huashan together." Tang Tung smiled wryly as he watched Jiang Xiong and Xie Chong argue. Xie Chong grabbed the flag from Jiang Xiong and firmly stated that if he brought this flag, he would win a lot of points. Hearing that, Zhang Heng teased her back. "Oh my gosh, don't break it on the way." Trung's son was helpless when he heard his friend next to him lament. "I probably won't be able to this year. Where to get enough points?" Jiang Hu explained to everyone. Because they had to travel a longer distance, the number of people in this group had been increased. Leading the way was Senior Zhongshan and 4 other seniors, along with his successor Tang Tung, Jiang Xiong, and Xie Xuan. After a brief introduction to the escort mission, let's start the escort mission now. Huang Zhong's subordinates are reminding Tang Tung's group to transport goods properly. Take it easy. That's a dangerous commodity for Mount Hua. Be careful. Huang Zhong stood there, observing from afar. Long Yin pondered. Tang Tung, the one who defeated the Dao Hua master, once made a very strange request that caught his attention. Suddenly, Xie Jiang was standing right next to him. He didn't expect that the boss of Xiao Sa Goods would be with this group. Haha. Huang Zhong saw this and said, "This is not a matter of him. Xie Jiang has been flirting with Huang Zhong. Ha ha ha. Xie Chong is already 16. I have also found a partner for the girl." Seeing that, Hong Trung asked, "Are you from Hoa Sun or something?" Ta Zhang acted mysteriously and whispered to him, "Actually, I already talked to the Duong family, but when I saw young Master Duong Nok Ni, I changed my mind." Hong Trung indifferently replied, "Yes, you give your comments. He is indeed a talented young man with a bright future, but that child's rude and despicable personality. I don't know whether Ta Song will like him or not." Xie Jiang heard that and frowned in response. "What do you mean? Besides, if you are a woman, you are forced to obey the family rules." Huang Zhong gently soothed. "But I have another way." Xie Jiang, surprised. Hong Trung seemed to know what was going on in Ta Zhang's mind, and said that it seemed like he didn't want that child from Hoa Sun, right? How? He jumped in surprise. He raised one hand to threaten to hit Hong Trung. Haha. You don't have to say it so bluntly. Don't worry, you'll scare Hong Trung and make him step back. He added, "Just let that child get safely to Mount Hua. I'm sure that's enough." Jiang Xiong and Xie Chong kept arguing. Jiang Xiong said, "What are you doing? Are you playing?" Then, Ta Song also responded, "Hey, I have more things to worry about than you." Hong Trung observed from afar, thinking to himself, "The girl is beautiful, talented, and has a strong personality, truly a precious gem to us. But why do I feel sorry for her? If she is properly educated, she can stand on her own and build a name for herself as a great female warrior or heroine." Ta Suang Nong showed off a wooden box to Zhang Heng. "Look," he pointed disdainfully at the heavy iron hole next to it. "That thing is so small. But look at this, I'll show you where Ta Suang put it." She was so stubborn that she scolded people to shut up because of him. Xie Jiang whispered to Huang Zhong again. By the way, that kid Tang Tung is quite special. You better keep an eye on him. Besides, I wonder how that kid's luck is. How far will it go?" Hong Trung just replied superficially. He said, "Duong Tung, don't worry." Huang Zhong's subordinates planted the tree down to the ground. He squinted and said to everyone, "Everyone quickly prepare your swords and equip yourselves. After setting off, there will be no turning back." He walked around checking everyone's belongings, stopping in front of Duong Tung's belongings. "What are you doing? Why are you bringing so many fruits?" "What, like that? You're being too complimentary. I'm not asking you to bring much. But how did you know we needed it? What about this?" He was surprised to see that he had brought everything with him. Duong Tung smiled wryly. "Can we go now?" He kept urging them to start the mission. Escort them. Tang Tung's subordinates were surprised. Newcomer? Newcomer, born. The flagpole was planted firmly in the ground. Huang Zhong held the flagpole and said loudly, "We will transport the cargo from Shaoshahang to Manhwa. Below is this plum blossom flag. I will give this plum blossom flag to someone, and that person will get 10 more points. Who will volunteer?" Zhongshan raised his hand. "Last year I kept the flag. Just leave it. I will do it." Zhang Heng stroked his hand. "Humph, we don't use it." Ta Suang raised his hand and shouted, "I will help." Huang Zhong held the flagpole towards Zhongshan and said, "Zhongshan, this flag is different from a normal flag. You will have to hold it high all day. Try it, and then Heng will decide." He carefully held it with both hands. "Yes, let me take the second one." He held the handle tightly. The flag was in his hand, but then the flagpole was so heavy that it tilted, startling him. He tried to. "Try your best. Why is the flagpole so heavy?" "So." Zhongshan braced himself to keep the flag from falling and said wearily to Huang Zhong, I can't do it." Tang Song covered his hand and yawned. The plum blossom flag was very famous among the guards. It weighed 76 kilograms, so it was quite difficult to carry. "I couldn't wait any longer. Let's go." Suddenly, has a table. Stepping forward, Huang Zhong stood in front of Tang Tung and said, "You must be bored. You have already anticipated what you need to bring for this mission, and also know that the plum blossom barrier is very heavy. Where did you find out?" He was bewildered. Hong Trung provoked. However, it seems that he still hasn't realized that this escort trip needs to be always vigilant and very careful. First of all, the customer, now a guard, feels will definitely be different. Finally, he turned around and coldly deducted points. Duong Tung was deducted 10 points, making Duong Tung confused and not understanding what was going on. Go back and tell him, you will have to carry the plum blossom flag. Consider this as a punishment, and there will be no bonus points. Duong Tung ha-hawk, stupid mouth, out. Seconds later he smiled and said, "Yes, I understand." Trung Sun handed the cue stick to Duong Tung and asked if he was okay. He took the plum blossom flag and smiled, confidently said, "Oh, no need to worry." Hearing that, Hong Trung turned his head in doubt. Duong Tung took out the flagpole that weighed 76 taels. He put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. He thought that this was all part of the process anyway, his training. Hong Trung put his hand into his sleeve to get something. Take out the scroll of records. Huang Zhong pulls the scroll. The paper came out a meter long. He dipped his pen in the ink. He put pen to paper. Duong Tung deducted points for not listening to the transport officer's announcement. Duong Tung deducted 10 points for being rude. Duong Tung added points for bringing necessary items. Duong Tung strongly pushed the plum blossom flag down to the ground. The second day of the escort mission, Duong Tung planted both hands on the flagpole, sat down on the grass, and pulled down his pants to poop. And Huang Zhong saw this scene. He quickly turned away and wrote down the error on the scroll. Duong Tung saw that and glanced at it, thinking to himself, "This presentation has to be done 100 times. This guy is always staring at me. It's annoying." I'm annoyed, determined. Okay, this way I'll get more points. The problem is when the enemy will make a surprise attack. If I remember correctly, there will be an accident in Yosin in 8 days. Those who need to resolve their sadness should resolve it. Those who need to record their sins should record their sins. Third day of the escort mission. In Huang Zhong's records, there were many names of Tang Song. Tang Song deducted points for daring to carry the flag on his shoulder. Tang Song deducted points for being loudmouthed. Tang Song deducted points for daring to let sweat stick to the flag on Mount Hua. Tang Song deducted points for daring to let the flag. The Huashan sect was covered in dirt. Huang Zhong stopped writing and rubbed his chin, thinking, this kid got his points deducted again. With all the reasons deducted, Tang Tung will probably fail. He sat on his horse and looked at Duong Tung carrying the flag at the head of the group. But he was persistent. "You are more patient than I thought. You still hold the flame." That flag in his hand. The escort groups usually work together to hold that flag, but looking at his face, one can tell he is very bored. It is only natural that he thinks so. Tang Tung's face has already fallen. "What are you thinking about?" Huang Zhong wrote again, but this time it's a plus, not a minus. Duong Tung gives points for his sense of responsibility for persistently carrying the flag on hand. But then he thought again that he had only been gone for 3 days. It was too early to evaluate it. Thinking is doing. He erased the line of points he had just written. Right. Let's see if you can maintain your sense of responsibility. How long? The 9th day of the escort mission. The ninth campsite. Xiechong helplessly looked at his deflated tent. Oh, this tent still can't stand no matter how hard I try. Jiang Xiong pointed at her even deflated tent and confidently said, just use it as a blanket like mine. The night. The forest was covered with clouds. The only light was the fire that was coming from the group of people carrying out the mission. Some say the freight forwarding industry did not spend much time. Where to rest? Hong Trung looked at everyone from afar and cradle. There is also the responsibility of carrying the porter. You should take care of your own food, accommodation, and daily life on the road. Dig this drainage ditch, build a ramp for this area. 3 important skills for the task. Escort service requires this haircut. Zhongshan told Tang Tung, who was cutting his hair, to cut it properly. Know how to tie this thick and slippery rope. Know how to make a fire like this cooking stove, and you must know how to cook. The floating calf road is collapsing and calling everyone. Shoot the delicious rabbit here. The mission notification system. Case completed. Cooking 5 out of 5 internal skill. Cooking level 1. Proficiency 53%. Practice status. Additional effects. No. Huang Zhong's subordinate tasted a spoonful of rabbit soup. He exclaimed, wow, as expected, I'm glad you're in our group. Jiang Xiong stepped forward and said to Tang Song, next time I'll catch rabbits, so please include me too. Everyone kept praising it. It's delicious. Duong Tung noticed his bare feet and asked, Humph, but why are you walking barefoot? Land. Jiang Xiong explained miserably, dude, I'm all ragged. I'm too lazy to be as responsible as you, so I just go barefoot. Hong Trung appeared right next to him, and immediately a mistake was recorded in his score. Zhang Heng, how can you even know how to cook? You don't even know how to tie a shoelace. This is a minus point. Zhang Heng asked, please don't deduct points. It's okay to go barefoot. But Hong Trung was still cold. I don't care if going barefoot will affect my health. The group's progress. Late at night, the moon was already high in the sky. Huang Zhong stood on the cliff with his hands behind his back and said, it will be over soon. Behind him is Duong Tung. He turned back and raised the wine bottle and asked, is it really bright today? Want to have a drink? Duong Tung was surprised. Yeah, he clasped his hands and refused. I can't drink with you now, I'll still have to stand guard. Huang Zhong poured wine into the cup, coldly said, don't pretend to be innocent. I'll only invite you once, making Tang Tung sweat profusely. But he still smiled calmly and replied, you have sent enough children. I really don't dare. Where to drink? Hong Trung sipped his wine and asked again, is there any rule that prohibits you from drinking a cup of wine? Duong Tung, eyes closed and eyes open, asked him, you just appear and disappear without saying a word. Who knows the heart of the mission leader? How is the spending of goods? He heard. Then look at me, Hong Trung said to him. Just like you. I still don't understand you very well, so I always make things difficult for you. I'm sorry about that. He clasped his hands and smiled in peace. It's okay, sir. I won't die just because I carried the flag, and besides, cutting hair and cooking for others isn't that difficult. He also winked back at him teasingly. Are you complaining? He turned around and looked into the distance as he spoke to the person behind him. You don't need to worry about the mission's rankings either. Where's the escort mission? Your score is the highest right now. As long as nothing untoward happens, you'll complete the escort mission with the highest score. Duong Tung heard that and smiled. That's good. Too much. Hong Trung leaned over and asked softly, I was just wondering why you did this mission so well. It made me momentarily immobile. Then he remembered his life before reincarnation. Well, that's normal. In my previous life, I devoted 30 years to serving the Martial Alliance, escorting the daughter of a low-ranking regent or taking on dangerous missions. The Murim Alliance gave us various small requests. She admired me so much when I told her I was a warrior in the Murim Alliance. But when she found out I belonged to the auxiliary squad, she completely ignored me. That's why my ex-wife has left me. I cannot say it all out. But there is still one more thing. Tang Tung Tin Dan said to Huang Zhong, if you let me drink a sip of the Western Phoenix flower essence, maybe I will tell you. He suddenly said, oh, so you changed your mind. Want to take back the chance just now? He just poured the wine for Tang Tung, just asked, do you know this is Se Bongdu? He took a sip of wine. Bong Sanjian's special product has the best taste and is also a premium wine. Huang Zhong was curious. You know a lot about wine? So what's your secret? What? He smiled slyly and said, I'm reading the Hong Kong Treasure Standard book. In San, Hong Trung was surprised. That book is what Duong Tung thought. You just released it today, so it should be fine. Yes, so I have the motivation to continue making it up. It's a very good new book from Dan. That's it. Hong Trung rubbed his hand as if he had realized many things. Okay, I will introduce it to my disciples later. So the book is your secret? Then, so that's it. Suddenly, he leaned close to him and asked, Hey, do you intend to become one of the members of the goods of the Chu Sa group? If it were you, you could become the best in the world or the #1 in the world. Then money and fame would come to you. Duong Tung opened his eyes wide and thought, the best. The best in the world is amazing. But he smiled and concluded a sentence that could not make Hong Trung confused. What's wrong? Duong Tung pointed to the sky and said. In short, he pointed to, rise to the brightest star. What is the difference between me and the #1 in the world? He laughed. It's not that far away. What? Hong Trung asked again. So you refuse, huh? Duong Tung clasped his hands and greeted him. It's almost time. Now I'll take my leave. You won't make things difficult for him. Okay, I understand. He sighed. The #1 in the world? Duong Tung walked alone in the forest, resting while walking to become the #1 in the world. I just said it out of the blue. Like that. He frowned. He smiled. I didn't expect leaving it behind to be this interesting. Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you Tang Tung? He was startled. A voice. Is this the voice from a telepathic technique? He asked again. Is this a voice sent from someone? Voice. He replied yes. He thought he didn't know where it came from. Telepathy was a special skill he had never experienced in his previous life. The system announced. The enemy has used a whisper skill. The whisper skill has been activated, starting to use a whisper skill. Reward if successful, plus 10 physical strength, penalty if failed. I have never heard of the word whispering, and I am really frowning. If I compare the ultimate skill of telepathy with something like whispering, then I am really curious about the origin of these tricks. Their names are even more and more contemptuous. The voice raised again. Stop talking, just listen to me. All the information you told the supervisor at the drinking party was the truth. Just pretend you don't know anything about. An incident is coming. Hearing this, Tang Tung thought that all he had to do now was wait and prepare. Would it be possible to reach Yosen tomorrow? Walking in the forest somewhere thinking when the guards return to the capital on the way, they will destroy the Yong Hochi bandits. One of the enemies of the 18-6 forests everyone knows. Will be promoted 1 level. He remembered about Sun Duong. It seemed like this was a requirement for the second escort mission. Everything was going according to plan. Duong Tung asked again, what should I do? I want to hear the answer from that whisper. Voice said in reply to him. In case of emergency, keep this. A red firecracker appeared in midair. The voice continued. It is a military firecracker. If you detonate this signal flare, all the supervising officers near Yosen will be sent at once. Yosen Mountain, according to legend, is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, which was discovered not long ago. Because of this, all martial artists were eyeing the tomb and treasure hidden in there. A bloody war broke out. Blood flowed like a river. Corpses piled up like mountains. A war god appeared and ended this war. It is said that the tomb of Qin Shi Huang was cut in half. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and commented, it was really absurd. How could a human cut a mountain in half? The subordinate scolded, this idiot said it was a legend. So I joked, maybe the rabbit soup that Tang Tung made was also an ancient recipe. He laughed loudly, maybe he cooks quite well. Whatever he cooks gives me energy, and Mr. Duong Tung will also cook tonight. Duong Tung walked ahead and heard that. He raised his thumb. It was a small matter. He suddenly thought of the rabbit soup that would increase his strength with each meal. He didn't know that cooking also increased his strength. Consider it as preparation for the battle, with the robbers coming. The story of the god of war reminds me of it again. 30 years later the god of war will appear, flying across the sky as if by magic, destroying rocks and mountains with the Azura god's attack. When he used the heaven and earth, 3 swords move. The light disappeared, and the sea was divided. Later people called him Tian Ma. Returned to camp in front of Mount Yosen. Zhang Xiong put his arm around Tang Tung's shoulder and asked, Tang Tung, the rabbit soup is delicious. How is it today? He curled his lips in response. Catch some rabbits, and we'll have something to eat. He also grinned. Oh, really? You can't go back on your word. Duong Tung replied. Of course. Hearing that, Zhang Heng happily ran off. Okay, wait here, I'll go catch some of them right away. Huang Zhong passed by and winked. Do I have a share? Tang Tung nodded. The head said, yes. So he called out, very good. If you can catch 2, 3 at a time, I will reward you with 5 bonus points. Jiang Xiong agreed. Immediately. Yes. The Tung platoon leader Ta Suang went into the forest to find ingredients. He bent down to examine the lonely mushrooms. Then pick it and put it in your pot. Suddenly Ta Suang pouted. Teacher Duong Tung. Huh? Duong Tung startled and exclaimed. What? What teacher? Why are you suddenly calling me? What the hell? She asked with a shrug. So what do you want me to call you? When you turn to the mountain to pick up ingredients, just call me Duong Tung. If not, just call the name. Ta Suang heard that and wondered. You don't like it? Tang Tung helplessly said. Why do you think so? Teacher, sir, what to? Are you really going to call me that? If not, you can call me brother. These words made Ta Suang Dao raise his hand and threaten. Threaten? Want to get punched, huh? Suddenly, it rained heavily. In a crowded place, people are teaching each other. Quickly check your belongings. Ta Suang hid under the tree and sighed. The remaining road would be difficult. Duong Tung looked. She thought for a moment, then he asked. You don't want to go there, do you? Ta Suang raised his eyebrows. What? How do you know that? That. Tang Tung pretended to know everything and explained. You're going with the Xiao Sa cargo ship to go to Manhwa. Guild leader Xiao Sa isn't going on this trip with us, right? I heard a little bit of what Xie Jiang was whispering to Mr. Huang Zhong. You will easily realize if you live comfortably for me. Ta Suang could not help but look at each guy. How do you know how long you can live? Really? Duong Tung spoke up to comfort him again. Hey, if you don't want to go there, just say so. It'll be better that way, you know. She heard that and bowed her head in thought. He continued to state his thoughts, not knowing how you felt before, but now we are quite close. A person like you is really too good to be with that idiot Duong. That's not me. Live for yourself and do what you want. The two of them kept silent, looking at each other under the rain. Not yet finished. Ta Suang patted Duong Tung on the shoulder. She smiled. Thank you, young master. That time and today. Duong Tung smiled provocatively. If you really want to thank me, then just call me brother. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of him was Ta Suang's hand when she threatened to punch him again, right? Suddenly, Duong Tung frowned and said, wait a minute. She wondered. Why did you change the subject? Seeing the scene, the statue before his eyes, he could not help but be stunned. In the forest appeared countless level display bars. He counted 20, 30, no, too many than 50. Duong Tung told himself, we're in trouble. He pulled Ta Suang's hand and ran quickly, making her confused. What's going on? Tang Tung didn't reply, but only thought to himself. Xiechong must have reached Huashan sect. The Yonghu bandits have planned to ambush us while we're resting. It's all my fault. He gritted his teeth and took responsibility for this. Ta Song turned around and saw the scene behind him and shouted, what are you hesitating for? A group of people are carrying weapons. Hey, you guys, when did you start ambushing us? Duong Tung had to shout, don't look back anymore, run quickly. The two of them ran screaming, back to the gathering place. Zhang Hung hung countless rabbits on a stick he carried on his shoulder. Oh, you're finally back? Look at the rabbits I caught. Hong Trung wondered. What are you guys talking about? The rain was so loud that I couldn't hear clearly, but the answer appeared before his eyes. Robber. King. Trung shouted loudly. There are even bandits like this on the mountain? He ordered. Blow the horn quickly. The subordinate obeyed. Follow immediately. The sound of the horn echoed everywhere, making everyone pay attention. Must be vigilant and keep watch. Hong Trung pulled out the flag. He rolled it up and shouted. Assemble. Get into position. Protect the cargo at all costs. The group of people immediately stood around the cart to protect it. Strict. Zhongshan held his sword and clicked his tongue. We are surrounded. This side of the road. I kept looking around. Damn it, fire. All is lost. He gripped the firecracker in his hand. Fire, we need fire. He saw the firewood stuck on the ground. Realized it was because of the rain. The other tents were not cooking yet. There is no more fire. Duong Tung concluded in despair. Unlike the usual bandits, they were not interested in money. Even though they saw the flag of the Huashan faction, they did not hesitate. They invaded and attacked us. They surrounded us in the blink of an eye. In this dire situation, everyone's life hangs on a thread. The foolish will die first. Only the quick-witted will survive. This is the captain. A notice board appears. Mission: stop the raid of Yong Ho Che's bandits. Reward if successful will receive martial arts training. Penalty if failed will be no movement for 3 days. A disciple shouted, I don't want to die yet. The subordinate immediately reached out to pull him back. Hey, if you separate from the formation alone, you will die. Calm down, the fool said. Then he cursed again. Damn it, if I keep saving these idiots, I'll die here. The robbers saw this and shouted provocatively. Why are you stopping that fool from running away? Come here, warrior. Young. Just then, a sword swung. Duong Tung decisively slashed the person across him. The rest of them cried out in panic. Where did this subordinate of Huang Zhong come from? Exclaimed. Look over there. Your little brother is even better than you. Tang Tung also turned back and said, Senior brother, open your eyes and take a good look. The ranks of these guys are clearly much lower than ours. The ranks of the senior brothers are 7, while these guys are only 5. The disciple asked in confusion. Huh? What do you mean? So Tang Tung corrected himself while confronting a level 5 robber. No, the idea is that your hand is holding the other person tightly. He successfully cut off his arm. Now we have support. Duong Tung said loudly. We are stronger than these guys, stronger, more than them, a lot. In his left hand was the newly acquired axe. He waved his hand to cut down the incoming enemies, then continued to analyze the situation. There were more enemies than he thought. So many were coming. They kept appearing out of nowhere. If they continued like this, our army numbers would decrease more and more. That's too risky. Duong Tung recalled that our tactics were defensive, but this formation is only effective when facing a small number of enemies. There are at least 50 of them here, while we only have about 20 or so. On the other side, Huang Zhong was swinging his stick with all his might. Tang Tung couldn't help but sigh. There were still stronger people out there. Near the door too. The guild master couldn't even stop himself from giving orders. We need someone to lead us at this time. Thinking so, Duong Tung raised his sword and shouted loudly. All troops pay attention, calm down and concentrate. They don't have any tactics. Don't forget what we have learned. Let's combine tactics. Hearing that, the disciples immediately thought of a name called Luke Fuang Kim and launched the first wave of attacks. They began to take the first steps to fight back. Duong Tung secretly analyzed. The average level of the enemy was 5. Our senior brothers are level 7. I am level 15. Zhang Heng is level 16 and Ta Suang is level 10. We are completely stronger than these bandits. If we cooperate, we can do it. Xie Chong and Tang Song successfully deployed Lu Shikan's formation, responding to the enemy. On this side, Zhang Heng also madly swung his sword and slashed away all enemies. He was excited. Good, it worked. Suddenly behind him came a dance. The robbers' weapons. Duong Tung promptly stepped in to help, using an axe to knock the sword away. You said be careful. We will all join the martial arts alliance together, right? Jiang Xiong replied. That's right, thanks. Here, he waved his hand. Posture, third wave, attack with shadow sword. Immediately the disciples formed a formation to surround the local people and protect them. Jiang Xiong called out from behind. Hey buddy, you look cool today. Tang Tung replied. We have a long way to go. Come on. Focus. He chuckled, looking back at his opponent. That's right, get in here. Bastards. The road. Tung secretly praised, as expected of a great warrior. Even though it was his first time killing someone, he was not afraid at all. A whistle came. Ta Suang asked jokingly. Need a hand? He exclaimed. Of course, big sister is always welcome. Welcome. A robber hugged his injured shoulder and trembled. No way, he shouted. Hey, you useless people, how many of you want to die at the hands of those who don't even have brains in their heads? What are you doing? Suddenly a voice said loudly. You are the leader? He said bluntly. Me? What? Who is it? Don't hide anymore. Come out here. The voice crackled again. Who do you think you're kidding? I am the fire of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was enveloped in flickering flames, causing. The old man shouted. What? The surrounding robbers saw this and panicked, shouting, Big brother, big brother. The old man was still screaming in pain. Duong Tung saw that scene and couldn't help but stop. A ticking sound rang out. He immediately. Pay attention now. The cannons are going off. Ah, here is the time. His base. Duong Tung took the cannon out of his belt and planted it firmly. It down. Earth. The tinder touched the bottom of the cannon. A loud bang rang out. The cannon flew straight up to the night sky. The Tung Tam Street rang. Great. Boom. A bright circle appeared in the middle of the darkness. He was delighted. The surveillance team will be here soon. Huang Zhong. Looking back at the battle, I couldn't help but sigh. Not only were the packages protected, but the delivery man was also quite surprised. These were young men with no real combat experience. The bandits had more experience, but they were fighting back. Tang Tung fought like a veteran. Meanwhile, Tang Tung's ears were ringing with the Sword Mastery System's notification. Due to the continuous sword swinging, the Sword Mastery had reached level 4. When holding the sword, the attack speed increased by 30%. Axe Mastery. Due to the continuous use of the Axe Mastery had reached level 4 when holding the axe. Strength increased by 30%. Tang Tung encouraged himself. Reinforcements will be here soon. I just need to persevere a little longer. Just a little more. The bandits who escaped asked in pain. The leader is dead. What should we do now? Suddenly a tall man with a big back appeared. Hey you two. He used his mace to hit the standing man's head hard. First, then also reached out to grab the head of the guy next to him. He weakly said, Deputy leader, still here. But his mace remained raised. These level 19 idiots gnashed their teeth and looked at their subordinates. Even if the leader is gone, you guys should still be on guard. You pathetic bastards. Duong Tung read the stats of the tall guy in front of him, level 19, strength 105. He was not as strong as Duong Nok Ni. So maybe Zhang Heng's tiger fist would work on him. The head of the light on this side muttered. The leader was burned alive. I was discovered by the soldiers. It was all because of you. Duong Tung did not reply but thought. I guess the guy who was burned just now was their leader. I don't know what happened, but we need to retreat. Thinking so, he turned and ran away. What needs to be done now? This is how I deal with him. So I have dealt with the gang of bandits. Huang Dao waved the mace in his hand and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you are really funny. The fighting spirit you showed me at the beginning. Where is he? Duong Tung Engian Zhang secretly cried out in his heart. How scary, he is so fast. More than I thought. He activated the first level of the null skill. The proficiency was now 18%. The remaining was no more than 3 times. Following that, he swung his body up high to avoid the attack of Huang Dao. Duong Tung thought to himself, all right, I have no choice but to. Where should I deal with you? Huang Dao gritted his teeth. How dare you? The blades collide. With the sturdy hammer, the reaction force affected Duong Tung's hand holding the handle, causing him to. He cried out in pain. His whole body was thrown backwards. Seeing this scene, Zhang Heng and Ta Suang could not help but shouted loudly, Duong Tung. The young bandits shouted excitedly behind the head as if they had been given more morale. Duong Tung tried. Hold on tight. He has fighting experience. It's hard to deal with him alone. Must surround him. Thinking so, he shouted, Give me a hand. Perform the Luan Ma formation. The disciples heard that and immediately talked to each other. Okay, let's do it. Zhang Heng said with interest. That's interesting, me too. Ta Suang hurriedly said loudly. Give the order. Duong Tung. On this side, Duong Tung smiled and realized she finally called him by name. This is probably the first time Ta Suang doesn't call his last name. After all, that's great. The 5 of them gradually formed a battle formation. 6 directions, sword formation 8, the axis of movement from right to left, total destruction technique. Horizontal attack, base technique. With many, acting as one end. At the same time, they moved not far away. They quickly ran around the Yong Ho Che group. Their weapons were drawn out like sharp thorns, surrounding them. It became a world. Completely different martial arts. Duong Tung thought about it while creating the formation. This technique was often used to deal with demonic cult followers. He wondered if it would be useful against these bandits. Huang, who received this attack, growled, You bastard, don't be complacent. He swung his mace and immediately made everyone. The person who was hit. Duong Tung was already injured in the hand holding the axe, and now the pain was even worse. He frowned, almost dropped the umbrella, both of them. The crowd, that is to say, retreat. Duong Tung analyzed that weapon is too difficult and heavy a problem. Our weapons are almost worn out. This way you will have more control. He chopped off the handle of the axe in his hand, then swung the hammer up high. At the same time he launched a spear. He shouted, I will end this right now. The big man attacked with an axe in one hand, and with the other hand, threw away the sword. The 2 weapons collided. Blood splattered. The successful attack cut off the head, leaving everyone bewildered. The robbers saw his body fall and shouted, roared, Deputy leader, Tang Tung will defend this side. All right, it's a success. I threw the sword because I was trying to slow down my attack speed by 30%. A 30% difference in swing speed is a big difference. The axe slows me down when I'm at the critical moment, and when it hits metal, he smiled a victorious smile. That way, he was able to avoid the iron spike that had the same attack pattern as his, and was able to defeat him himself. Tang Tung withdrew his sword. Now only these scoundrels remained. They raised the head of the deputy leader high and said loudly, "This head is dead. Your young Ho-Che bandits are gone. You better surrender." Somewhere a man leisurely opened a bottle of wine and finished. He gulped down the bottle of gourd and exclaimed, "Ah, wine, delicious." He suddenly looked down the mountain to the lower area. In the middle of the rainy night, the shouts echoed, "There are still many corpses here. Throw them all out." He was mistaken about this scene. We have flares, but there is no fire around. It will only flare up when everything is over. Anyway, the soldiers are here. Kim Hak Fak put the gourd on his shoulder and smiled. Well, clearly, this is fate. Then I'll see you guys at Manhwa. After saying that, Kim Hak disappeared from the treetop in the blink. The fierce battle finally ended. The bulletin board appeared. Get on the machine, mission completed. Complete the mission, you have received the reward. Intrinsic skill. Interpreter can decode all languages and scripts in the world. Intrinsic skill. Interpreter, max level, proficiency, maximum. On the way, Tang Tung thought back. All the Yong Ho-Che gang's henchmen had been captured. Except for those who were slightly injured, all the disciples on our side were on escort duty. We're all safe. However, 7 people had to leave, thanks to the soldiers' protection. Protect us as much as possible. Suddenly, there was a call. Sounded. Tang Song. The soldier manager clasped his hands to him. Thanks to you, I was able to capture all of them. If you have a chance to visit the capital, please feel free to visit us. Duong Tung also returned the greeting. Thank you. Then he had another thought. Honestly, he thought this would make the mission safer than trying to catch all the bandits. Those people should have protected people's lives, but they focused more on the eradication of evil. Oh well, he also sighed. If it wasn't for that situation, he wouldn't have used it in the first place. Huang Zhong beside him suddenly called out, Tang Tung, why don't you tell me in advance? Duong Tung suspected rebellion. Then Hong Trung shook his head again. No, I didn't mean to ask you that. It's just no, I think I know. A little bit already. I won't believe you. Even if you tell me. I should have believed you sooner. It was my fault. Hong Trung clasped his hands and bowed his head sincerely. I apologize and thank you for protecting us. We are free from robbers. Seeing this scene, Duong Tung was extremely hesitant. No, that matter was also difficult for him mentally. It was not even his fault. I should be the one being blamed. The whole group saw this and clasped their hands and shouted, Thank you, Duong Tung. He panicked and exclaimed, No, you don't need to do that. I haven't done anything great. Zhang Xiong appeared from somewhere and put his arm around Tang Tung's neck to praise him. Well done, my friend. If it weren't for you, we would have been killed. Xiechong also added. That's right, I thought we died from the ambush. I don't even remember those battle tactics anymore. How could you keep calm in such a bloody and crazy situation? Is that so? Asked a difficult question, Duong Tung did not know how to answer. He remembered that he was still not used to the image of the scary Ta Suong, who treated and killed so many men like flies in his previous life. Then asked himself in a low voice, Innocent. I think she will change, as long as she doesn't get caught up in some shady business. Ta Suong frowned and urged, Oh, you look strange again. Duong Tung shrugged and replied, It's simple, try dying once. She heard that, then jumped up. Okay, then let's die together. Duong Tung panicked and ran away from her, still stubbornly asking again, I didn't do anything. Huang Zhong saw this scene and cleared his throat. Well, let's pretend we heard a reasonable answer. Then he said loudly to the whole team, We are still halfway there and the road ahead will be difficult. Especially since Mount Hua is a famously dangerous rocky mountain, a difficult journey awaits us. Because there was a serious accident, the injured disciples will return to Xi'an with the team. But if you still want to continue delivering the goods to the destination, just say so and complete the mission. Escort service with pride responsible for the shipment until the end. And everyone will be eligible to be a high-scoring candidate for the title of Long Chanbang's assistant. Now everyone except those people. The rest of you prepare to depart. Xiechong and Zhang Xiong were excited. They were ready to set off. Tang Song breathed a sigh of relief. Good. No matter what happens on the way, it's convenient. It's hard for those who want to turn back. He's trying to make everyone go all the way. Look at this way. Hong Trung is certainly an expert and a good leader. I never had a leader like that in my past life. Thinking back to the empty classroom and the rickety chairs, they were all just good leaders on the run and low-level fighters used as a cannon shield, including me. We all became shields. Shield for the leaders of the martial arts alliance. Then he reminisced, but there was one person. There was only one person in his previous life who was a talented leader. The man mentioned drank the wine bottle in Tang Tung's hands. He recalled his old memories. He was a drunkard, but Jean, he said sternly, using humans as shields is a damn thing. Everyone thinks these warriors are all sacrificial pawns. Whether they advance or retreat, humans, everyone will have to die. At that time, Duong Tung stood in the ranks of the rebels listening to him continue. Now everyone is a human. Just got here. Be realistic. Just deal with the arrows that come your way when you feel like life is unfair. And that's how people survive. Then he walked over and grabbed Duong Tung's shoulder. Hey liar, what's your name? Duong Tung. Seriously answer. My name is Duong Tung. Kim Hak smiled and asked. All right, newbie, how long have you been a captain? Duong Tung replied loudly. I have just been appointed as captain from today. Sir. Then he showed obvious interest. Me too. We are both newbies. So how about we become friends from today? Duong Tung hesitated in confusion. Why the flag? Kim Hak held out his hand and said with a smile, from now on we will be friends. I am Kim Hak. In the Battle of Meizhou, the team led by Kim Hak participated in 16 battles with 15 wins and 1 loss. His back stood there firmly, one shoulder was severed. Did I block everything? Damn it, Duong Tung screamed in pain. Kim Hak. He heard that, turned around, and opened his mouth. Cheerful smile. Hey my friend, what's with that ugly face? The words, the end of Kim Hak still lingers in my mind. If you are a person, men shouldn't cry like children. Don't cry anymore. Now is not the time for this. Master Ta asked suspiciously. You mean you have another master, not just your father? Duong Tung Kina said no. Well, he didn't teach me martial arts. Right now they are diligently climbing Mount Hua. Xie Shuang is leading the way. He is the one who taught you everything about martial arts, right? Tang Tung replied. He is a teacher who focuses on the spiritual and mental aspects. My will. She raised her eyebrows. Okay, so who is your master and where is he? He revealed. We are on our way to meet. Here he is. Duong Tung pointed towards that high place. Because he was a high-ranking master, he lived at the very top. Ta. Suong waved his hand and scolded. Stop it. Are you trying to make me angry again? Duong Tung replied cautiously. Believe it or not. It's up to you. She turned back panting. I lost my strength again. The pain was so bad that I had to leave my horse behind, and my back. I'm getting heavier and heavier. What the hell is wrong with this package? Why is it so heavy? Is it burning gold or something? Also, the stairs have no destination in sight. Ta Suong suddenly said. Realized. Huh. The broken part, she exclaimed. Everyone, we finally arrived. That's it. Hong Trung heard that, and was also surprised. A little more awake. She excitedly shouted, this boring step is over. Hong Trung thought, there is still a way up, so I will lead the way now. We are about to go. We're here. Ta Suong asked proudly. No more stairs, it'll be easier now. More right. But Duong Tung realized something. He exclaimed, hey, watch out, there's a cliff ahead. Ta Suong was horrified to see the wooden stakes stuck into the mountain trunk. What is this? Is this the road? Is this a road for people? How can I get through? Duong Tung, I couldn't help but laugh. I heard that Mount Hua is the highest and steepest of the 5 peaks of the Martial Arts Alliance. The path is truly beyond imagination. A man rushed to stand firm on the wooden stake. Huang Zhong holds a fluttering flag. From now on, it will be the territory of the Huashan sect. This is the outer gate of the sect. Mount Hua. Xie Chong asked weakly. Is this the right road? Tang Tung suddenly noticed. There was a line of writing on it. If you come here with evil intentions, turn around and leave immediately, or you will die at the hands of the Huashan people. Huang Zhong reassured. Oh, just a warning. Never mind, don't worry. Ta Suong shouted. I'm more concerned about the height than that warning. Zhang Heng sat down behind to examine the cliff. If he slipped, he would be dead. Fresh immediately. Chat Duong Tung went forward and took a crate of goods from some other people. He said the Hoa Sun sect was right there. the other side and quickly ran over the wooden stakes. Ta Suang wondered, why carry more? What is the luggage for? Tang Tung explained. This is the road that the Huashan sect people take every day, so I can go too. Zhang Heng laughed and teased. Bring a lot of goods to show off, right? He also turned around and imitated taking other people's goods. Zhongshan asked suspiciously, what? You took my luggage, took the wooden barrel of the senior brother on this side, and made him foolishly reply, oh, okay. Jiang Xiong shouted as he ran. Just stand there. Xie Chong sighed helplessly. You guys are crazy. Then suddenly she gritted her teeth. She really wanted to be the winner. The wooden stake shook continuously. The girl chased. According to, hey, keep your luggage carefully. The good people left behind were speechless. Then they said to each other, now let us be careful to pass. Manhwa, one of the pillars of swordsmanship. The 5 pillars of swordsmanship are located on Mount Hua, also known as the 5 peaks of Mount Hua. The Taoists located in Siyuan are known as 2 is the steepest and most difficult part. Our destination is the Plum Blossom, or also known as the Lotus Peak. The transport group gradually reached the destination gate, somewhere still echoing the voice. Careful, almost. I almost slipped. Duong Tung read as he walked, the 5 virtues of benevolence, uprightness, truthfulness, wisdom, and honesty. The 5 virtues of the Hoa Sun sect were engraved on the gate, an ancient sect that not only teaches swordsmanship but also teaches human morality. But if you touch the names of those from this place, there will be trouble, because they are all arrogant. A man followed them, enter the gate, and shout, stop there. Several disciples of Mount Hua advanced, weapons in hand. The atmosphere surrounded them. Jiang Xiong laughed and said, hey, long time no see. Morong Ba remained silent and did not reply. Huang Zhong clasped hands. Hello, sir. The other person also saluted back. Hello, sir. My name is Morong Shan. Do you have a license or invitation? Of the royal family. Tang Tung frowned, wondering, are they Morong Ba's brothers? The eyes, nose, and face are all the same. By the way, where are the other students of this school? Already. Huang Zhong replied. Yes, that group has not arrived yet, but all the goods are here. They put down several crates with the Huashan mark. Muringshan, breathing and singing. Out. Ta Suang cautiously whispered. Yes, something was strange. Behind them were the panting sounds of the other disciples and teammates. Phew, I had never been to a place like this before. I couldn't move my legs anymore. Huang Zhong continued to discuss. Remuneration is 3 zhong. Morong Shan repeated in surprise. 300 taels? We asked for such a high price. Huang Zhong replied. Yes, the young master has given that price. Morong Shan nodded. Well, it's nothing. Then he patted Hong Trung on the shoulder and said he would be back soon. Please wait. The subordinate saw this and couldn't help but feel indignant. Boss, you're too polite. But Hong Trung raised his hand to stop him. Morong Shan suddenly made a request. Can you please deliver the package one more time? A little more. Hong Trung secretly thought that he had to take Ta Suang and Duong Tung to the young master Duong Nak Ni and the elder, and then still follow them, right? Sure, can I move it to that Huashan place? Morong Sun smiled and replied, no, here is. Okay. He instructed, you can move all of them here. Huang Zhong could not help but be stunned. Near the cliff, some of the guys in their team delivered the crate. Should I put it here? Morong Sun nodded. Yes. Then suddenly he stepped on the pedal. 1 foot up there, the people of Hong Trung saw that and shouted loudly. What are you doing? But Morong Shan kicked the crate down the cliff. Not just 1 but 3 or 4 barrels in a row. Ta Suang and Zhang Heng heard the noise and also must be startled. Duong Tung saw this scene. Is extremely confusing. Inside Hoa Sun Palace heard the noise. Kim Hak circled. Hansai so noisy. At this time in a separate area, the pink-haired teenager was sitting cross-legged, but the commotion was so great that Duong Nakni had to frowned and watched. The crate shattered to reveal several rough stones inside. Looking down from the top of the towering mountain, Zhang Heng recognized that it was a rock, right? Ta Suang was shocked. Could it be that all this time we were only transporting this rock? Is that it? Duong Tung realized. Now he understood why his cargo transportation in his previous life was so easily interrupted. Cancel like that. Whether it is a treasure or not, the real cargo originally took a different route. This is just a decoy. The real cargo went from Xi'an to Mount Huashan. The fake cargo went through Yosin and was attacked, but still arrived. This is the strategy. The golden cicada has shed its shell. The tactics used by Manhwa were indeed very good. However, he looked at Huang Zhong, who was trembling. Tang Song couldn't help but wonder. But was it worth it to let the groups know that the thing they worked so hard to transport was just a pile of rocks? The fat man shouted. You people are really too much. Morong Shan called out again. Boss, someone said that in your group there was someone who defeated Duong Nok Ni. Is that true? Hearing this, Hong Trung could not help but be surprised. They thought at the same time. Arrived, so that's how it was. Tang Tung thought angrily. This is the reason they dared to. Provoking my group, it was all my fault. He quickly advanced, suddenly a wing. Swing arm. Out. Huang Zhong blocked the path of Tung, clasped his hands and said to him, I have never heard of this before. We still have to set off to continue our next journey. I hope we can meet the elders and receive our remuneration. Tang Tung looked. He was full of worries. Hong Trung, in my previous life I had no relationship with him. Not a good start either. What good is he in this life? But he is a good man. Duong Tung concluded. We intend to use this mission to go to. Sorry Duong Nok Ni. I know Hong Trung wants to protect me. He recalled the special mission notice board. Within 30 days go to Huashan sect and apologize to Yang Yuer. The reward, if successful, will be receiving the main map. The penalty, if failed, will be to suffer from abnormal sleep for 3 days. Then Tang Tung confidently stepped forward and said, It's me. He was secretly determined, but now he couldn't timidly avoid these bastards. Morong Shan raised his eyebrows and asked again, What did you just say? Tang Tung repeated, I am the one who castrated your young master. You yourself are also a half-eunuch. And then what? He heard that and frowned. You're angry. Morong Shan sighed. I heard you're young, but I didn't expect you to be so young. I told myself that I'm older than him. I have to stay calm. I thought that guy was an older person in the group, but who knows? Is a child. Duong Tung continued to reply to him. That's right. I think Duong Nok Ni lost to me because he still lacks a lot of combat experience. Is Duong Nok Ni the youngest flirtatious master? A disciple. The other Hua Shan, Miho, immediately scolded back. You don't deserve to say that. That's because you played dirty. Duong Tung ignored his words and continued to provoke. This is the humiliating defeat of the Hoa Sun sect. If you win, it is all thanks to your own strength. If you lose, blame it on others. What an idiot. Unable to bear it any longer, Morong Shan angrily grabbed the scabbard and said, Then prove it here. You arrogant bastard. A real duel between swordsmen. Miho also took up the hilt of his sword. Huang Zhong sweated like rain. He could not help but look over in amazement and then placed hand on the back of the guy next to him. Duong Tung. But Duong Tung raised his head and reassured. Trust me, this is the time to do this, right? How can I? Can we stand idly by while the fruits of our hard work are ignored? Oh, this whole thing happened because of me, so I will solve it myself. Morong. Sun turned and said, Morong Ba, last time you lost at Xian, so this time make up for your mistakes. He drew his sword. If you stand still, you won't be able to avoid it. No one can survive this move. This Lotus Peak technique. Duong Tung frowned. Just the beginning, and already let the strongest name come out. Already. Morong Shan sneered. Humph, what are you saying? He is the weakest, yet he can't even see it. Duong Tung curled his lips in response. Oh, is that so? My eyes are quite accurate. Then I secretly activated my passive skill. His mind's eye reached into his pocket to search. This was good too. Does Morong Shan have some secret weapon that follows his every move? But in the end, Duong Tung took out the rice balls. After eating each rice ball, he would be +1 strength, and meat after eating each piece of meat will add 1 agility. Duong Tung just drank it all, rice in mouth, and bite all the meat thigh in hand. The people of Hoa Sun were completely speechless when they saw this scene. Finally, Tang Tung shook his hand and said sorry for doing this before the match. I was just too hungry. He looked at his information panel. His current strength was 65 and his agility was 72. Eating well before the match was really great. This punishment should be effective. Jiang Xiong and Xie Chong were helpless inside. Sometimes this guy would do things that no one could understand. Huang Zhong's side was no different, really. Unbelievable. Full. Duong Tung squeezed. Crackle, crackle. Morong Ba shouted, draw your sword. But he clenched his fist and replied, I don't like it. If you're good at something, then just show it off. Morong Ba stubbornly tried to convince. To the Huashan sect, The sword is an important object. Just because we use techniques doesn't mean we can't use the sword. Hurry up, draw your sword and go. Mr. Chapmy interrupted. That's enough. Don't try to tell him to draw his sword anymore. He will only draw his sword when he is at a disadvantage. He doesn't want to draw his sword in front of us. This is self-defense. Rush to his death. He introduced. I am Murim. On behalf of my younger brother, I will deal with you. Then he raised his sword in preparation. Duong Tung sighed. Who knows? There's no other way. This Huin family is really different. All of them are tall, have loud voices, and are also arrogant about their own abilities. Perhaps this is the reason why the heavenly demon wants to destroy their sect. Duong Tung knelt down and said softly, Be careful. But Morong Hai turned his sword and shouted, I will not let you have. No chance to play dirty. He used his move. Manhwa fell, the sword technique, Manhwa Thin Kai. Before he could do anything, one foot was raised to perform the bone alignment technique. A horizontal blow to the side of Miho's neck. He painfully tried to hold on. Steady, but Duong Tung clenched his fist and shouted, Thank you for respecting my choice. Choose my house. He took the opportunity to throw a punch straight at Mi Ung Ho's face. He fell down, rolled out, the ground. His mind was dizzy as he saw Duong Tung stepping on him. Duong Tung looked up and asked, Why don't you respect your brother's choice? You are such a rude bastard. Seeing this, what the hell is Murong Shan stammering about? Meanwhile, Murong Ba gave a very cautious view. After defeating Murong Hai, Tang Tung glanced and concluded, If this continues, my strength won't increase. But if I try a little harder, I'll probably reach 100 strength. At this time, Murong Hai was knocked unconscious and foaming at the mouth by his kick. Seeing this situation, Murong Shan started to accuse. Hey, I know it all. The plum blossom sword technique was leaked out. He shouted. Otherwise, how could you make a move? Is that okay? Everyone, quickly capture that guy who dares to insult the Hoa Sun sect for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of disciples drew their swords one by one to carry out the order. Suddenly, the system, announcement, special mission, victory disciple of Huashan sect. Time limit half an hour after the start of the match, that is 30 minutes. The reward if successful will be the regulation of true chi, the penalty. If failed, you will not be able to move. Within 1 hour. After the long stairs from the top of the mountain down, all the way to the main door, a figure was running hurriedly. Kim Jong called out, Kim Hak. The gentleman clasped his hands in greeting. Hello, great master. I'm sorry, I'm late. It seems that guy's guest has arrived. Great master Kim Jong. The elder of the Huashan sect replied. It's too noisy downstairs, it seems like. Xiejong's disciple. In the nearby pavilion, Yang Yuer's figure sat quietly. He looked at him and asked Jin Ho, young master Yang Yuer's flirtatious skills were improving day by day. Should we call him? He quickly replied. Forget it. That brat once cut off a martial arts disciple's arm. That's Bong Chan. Then Grandmaster Kim Jong changed the subject. The principle of water giving birth to wood, water supports wood, wood benefits from water, he should understand and maintain the philosophy of the 5 elements. Kim Hak suddenly had to listen to a bunch of theories and wondered, suddenly talking about the principle of the 5 elements. What does that mean? He looked at the Grandmaster mischievously and said, This is the lesson of greatness and failure of the Huashan sect, cultivating the mind before training the body. All things must always be in balance. If wood absorbs too much water, then the result will only be self-destruction. Kim Jong raised his stick and knocked Kim Hak Doi's head. I know this bastard very well, and besides, this is my business. Do you want to take my place? He laughed, he grinned, and made up. Come on, I didn't expect you to still have so much energy. Suddenly someone's voice rang out. I'm done meditating. That caught Kim Hak's attention. Duong Nakni stood up and walked towards the 2 people. He spoke coldly. It seems you 2 haven't talked enough yet. Then I'll take my leave and go down there first. Kim Hak glanced. He sighed, thinking how much the boy had grown up. He wondered, is it really because of that kid? Grandmaster Kim Jong seemed to understand his thoughts and spoke in a voice that was difficult to say. The old man watched Duong Nakni's back and said, Because that child grows up so fast, the difference in personality is also difficult to understand. I can imagine. Kim Hak also looked and replied, When you have mastered cultivation, it is hard to avoid. Kim Jong, hearing that, he sarcastically said, Ah, That's the child you worked so hard to save at Yosen Mountain when you saw the traces. This sentence made Kim Hak's face freeze. He turned around and faked a smile. It was because a drinking friend of mine asked for it. Besides, I didn't really save it. Kim Jong glanced, eyes reminded. Before it's too late, go down. Let Duong Nok Ni become virtuous and pure. That child must be saved. On the other side, Duong Tung can swept away all those who dared to draw their swords to capture him. Mo Dong's son looked at the image of him alone dominating. He was shocked and wondered. The disciples of Mount Hua couldn't defeat a single person. As for Tang Tung, he exhaled as if he was doing some exercise. Phew. Even if this continues, he still won't be able to reach 100 stamina. He glanced to the other side and said, now there's only one person left, right? He wondered, hey, what are you doing? The person he was asking was Murim Ba. He had a calm expression and the sword was always in its sheath as he looked at him. Instead of answering Duong Tung's question, he asked back, you still haven't drawn your sword. Is it because I didn't listen to my senior brother's words? This is a choice of mine. Morong Shan heard this and spoke up indignantly. Hey, stop talking nonsense. You still haven't done anything for the sect yet. Where's Mount Hua? What are you going to do now? We're clearing the way for you, you know. Suddenly a rough hand grabbed his mouth. Zhang Heng. He put his arm around his shoulder and pretended to be friendly. Gently remind. You are the sky. You talk too much. My brother is 1,000,000 times better than you. He looked over at Tang Tung and Murong Ba and said, this book's scale should be on par with mine. Then, question, Duong Tung calmly replied. I will not draw my sword. You guys are the ones who provoked me first. No, it's me. Instead of drawing his sword, Murong Ba raised his hand, put his body into a martial arts stance, and spoke. Then I will also fight you barehanded. Duong Tung was suspicious. This posture was completely different from the last time he saw it. Thinking so, he raised his voice and asked, without a sword, you fight better, right? Murong Ba seriously said, I myself have never chosen anything, born into a prestigious family, growing up in the Huashan sect, and only learning what I was told. That's how I grew up. Said. After a while, he bowed his head. But then when I was in Xi'an, I made my own decision and saved Duong Due. I had confidence in myself. He was confident, head held high. Even if I am defeated in the future, you will still respect my choice. Murong Ba maintained his determined martial arts stance. The first choice I wanted was to learn the Plum Blossom Heart method. In the end, the path I truly wanted to choose was not to use a sword, but with these empty hands. Listening to his opponent's story, Duong Tung silently confirmed. Looking at his figure and hearing his voice, he thought this guy must be very old, but he was only 15 years old. Exactly the age to express oneself. Then he clenched his fist and said, okay, then use that hand of yours and solve it. Hurry up and decide. Duong Tung Kong Tran except for the plan in his head. My Hoatam, Truong himself definitely will not let himself be directly hit by his palm. Besides, it's fragrant qigong anyway. Same. He thought as he approached Murong Ba at an extremely fast speed. Avoiding it is not that difficult. By the time he could react, Duong Tung blocked him with one hand and tried to strike him with the other. However, the illusionary Chiu Lak Hoa missed, and Murong Ba nimbly dodged a fatal blow. Duong Tung did not expect this situation and thought, how to counterattack. Kim Hak ran while thinking endlessly. An ordinary disciple of the Hoa Sun sect only focused on practicing swordsmanship, but sometimes there were still people who did something different. Murong Ba was the one. The Mayan clan is famous for its swordsmanship, but people still underestimate him. Because his swordsmanship was very bad, and he was still unaware that he was being thought of badly by him behind the scenes. The more Kim Hak thought about it, the more jealous he became. In just 1 month, he had learned 6 moves to supplement his own techniques. During the trip to Xi'an with Duong Nok Ni, he had improved a lot. If Duong Nok Ni was a natural-born genius, then Mo Dung Ba was the type of person who was diligent enough to make up for his lack of intelligence. His ingenuity and methods made the Hua Shan sect's techniques novel. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Now let me see how you fight. Fight against Chan Bong's disciples, a young delivery man who once destroyed a gang of robbers. Young Ho try. Chu Sang asked Kim Hak. Did you see the situation below? Kim Hak was startled by being called. He replied, I can use my power to see. Murong Ba is about to fight. He continued. With whom? He scratched his head, trying to remember. What was his name? Actually, he wanted to hide it. If I told him, this kid would run away. He had no choice but to continue. He looks normal. Who could it be? That is. But Duong Nok Ni already knew it was Duong Tong, so all the hiding was in vain. You already guessed it. Kim Hak comforted himself. It should be fine. The distance is getting shorter. Increasingly big. His eyes narrowed just as I thought. Want to participate? Over here, Murong Ba's ultimate technique, plum blossom water, is being used by him in this fiery match with Duong Tong. Suddenly something made him stop. He noticed this change and questioned, Did you just learn something new? Tong immediately kicked Murong. Ba made him grimace. Thinking of imitating Duong. Is this easy? Just look at Murong Ba and Zhao Meihua kick first. And this time, he was panting from struggling to fight him. What's going on? I'm suddenly tired, too. He thought to himself. As expected, just like last time, he analyzed every move of the enemy and anticipated every next action. However, if he kept on, by doing so, the plum blossom heart formation was applied. From this move of his, Tang Tung realized that if you cannot control your strength and move too much, you will be exhausted. Catch this weakness. Every time Murong Ba attacked, he would avoid it. Another attack was nothing to Duong Tong. Strike up, head, dream on, maybe even get a slap from Duong Tong, just thanks to. With his physical advantage, Murong Ba was still able to step forward and strangle him. This big guy, Xie Chong analyzed from afar, he was able to block and dodge Tang Tung's attack. The difference in body size was too great. If this continued, Tang Tung would be the first to be exhausted. Jiang Xiong covered Murong Shan's mouth and continued. If he gets hit by that palm strike, Tang Tung will be in trouble. Tang Tung has seen me fight that guy before, so he should have a way to dodge it. Xie Chang's assessment, being hit by a peach blossom heart attack or being defeated due to exhaustion of endurance, might be able to. Zhang Heng replied to her. Hey, you still don't really understand him. Think about it. This Tang Tung, have you ever seen him collapse from exhaustion? Even though he did faint when we fought before, but he still hasn't used the move that defeated him. Chu sang. It's true, Duong Tong is still trying his best before. Murong Ba, he used all his strength to make. He rolled over, but with the plum blossom 3 hands, Murong Ba successfully threw him down. Underground, making a loud noise. At the top of the gate, Murong Shan removed Jiang Xiong's hand from his mouth and cheered. Well done, Murong Ba. Keep up the good work. Jiang Xiong raised his eyebrows and thought, I must beat him up mercilessly. The system tells you, you have exceeded your tolerance limit. Road. I was so surprised, I still can't get it out. As for Murong Ba, he launched another attack, saying to himself, it's over. Urged. But as soon as he saw Duong Tong bend over and still trying to hold on, he was surprised and wondered, should he still strong, to move? It seems he has misjudged him. Seeing Murong Ba's surprised expression, Tang Tung, despite being reminded by the system that he had exceeded his limit, still had a glimmer of hope. It worked. The miracle had come. The system has sent him a piece of good news. Your stamina has increased by 1. Tang Tung, 16 years old, has gained 1 point in strength and agility. His strength and true chi values are very good. He was secretly happy. It was finally done. Slightly upgraded capacity. Now Kim Hak also came to watch. At the same time, his stamina point had surpassed 99. He silently assessed him. The child's energy was changing. They were stopping, gathered. At first glance, he seemed to have become smaller. It seemed his strength had increased. This made Kim Hak extremely surprised at Duong Tung's potential. That child, has his body been enhanced to a new level? Murong Ba Chan, standing still, looking. Duong Tung is adapting to the new energy. I thought my endurance would reach 100. Phase 1. Well, at least the system. The ruler also has mercy. Body enhancement. Your body has surpassed its own limits. You have broken the limits of physical strength and agility. The cooldown will be removed when you use the skill. Broken body. Hearing this, Tang Tung thought to himself, strengthen your body. This is the result of his long time of practice. He bowed his head. He was saving this to fight with Chu Sang. But one must know how to seize the opportunity. So Duong Tung will apply it immediately. Now it is no longer needed. Prompt system. Interface screen will change according to your skill usage. Murong Ba noticed something strange about his opponent. Something was strange. It seemed like this guy was taller. What's going on, right? he thought. Could he use Tiger Fist like Zhang Heng? No, this feeling is not very different. Duong Tung's image suddenly blurred before his eyes. Morong Ba frowned when he realized that it was the move he had used before, when fighting with Chu Sang. It is a transfiguration. Morong Ba was upset, so he released a palm strike, but Duong Tung avoided it. He wasn't angry with him yet. Wow, it felt great. Morong Ba was played with and gritted his teeth in anger, taking advantage of the opportunity when he was still controlled by personal emotions. Duong Tung immediately rushed up and punched him. He shot him. Morong Ba was furious because this kid played dirty, but he still got beaten up by Duong Tung. Everyone was amazed because he had turned the situation around. Even Ta Suong had to praise him. I'm so flexible. Zhang Heng was also shocked. Is he planning to save the move? That's it. He almost lost just now, but now he looks much stronger. Morong Shan's eyes widened. Impossible. He was a little disappointed in Morong Ba. A branch of Manhwa had reached that level? What was it? What startled Tang Tung? It happened. Came out in the fight just now between the two. Why are you holding your stomach like this? It's time. I looked up and was surprised. I forgot about the waiting time, but every time I use it, it will consume my energy. Suddenly, Duong Tung saw a black shadow passing by. That person called Duong Tung. Duong Tung. Who else is a stranger besides Chu Sang? He called out their names. Duong Tung. Seeing him, his face turned pale and he muttered, "Damn it." While fighting with Duong Tung and observing his clumsy use of weapons, Chu Sang realized one thing. A person who even cannot perform basic attacks. I have overwhelming power when it comes to speed and power. He only cared about defending his own attacks, so easily get hurt without knowing. Seeing Duong Tung struggle to resist his attacks, Min was sure, is definitely stronger. But there is something. Strangely enough, Duong Tung was able to overcome his own Plum Blossom Storm. He thought he had used the perfect sword technique to defeat his opponent. It was a first blow, the ultimate attack, but Chu Sang let Duong Tung aim at the end of his hair. Chu Sang was haunted by that unfortunate result. After returning to Mount Hua, he tried countless times to recover his health, but still can't get rid of it. For him, it really is a nightmare. So today he came to witness the match, leaving behind. Facing that name, seeing the way that he counterattacked strongly. Chu Sang Mean Man thought, and it got worse and worse. Because he was too engrossed in his thoughts, he blurted out, Duong Tung. Hearing him repeat his name over and over, he startled and turned his head to look. Kim Jong saw through Hong Tran. This was the first time in his life that he had to suffer at the hands of a strong opponent. Where will this humiliation and thirst for victory take the successor of the Flower Dream sect? It is difficult to predict. But until now, the only thing that has tempered Chu Sang it's the boy. I have no choice but to put my faith in that boy's mysterious intelligence. He finished speaking his mind and then decided to recharge by. I have to go to sleep for a bit. At this time at the gate of the temple, Duong Tung thought about what he had done, used all his strength like a fool. But strangely enough, he was no longer scary. Same as before. Just keep going forward. Then met an old rival. Kim Hak pondered. Now he had the chance to meet both the watermelon rind and the coconut shell. Duong Tung's eyes widened in surprise. Kim Hak, he looks younger than I thought. Zhang Heng saw him standing still and called, "Hey, remember me? It's a shame we couldn't compete last time. Before. You suggested, this time let me fight him first." He did not reply. Kim Hak was still sitting on the porch. Chu Sang's face was still distorted as if he had just been cuckolded. The atmosphere was eerily silent. He didn't know what to do but look up to read the words, but was examined by Jin Ho's eyes. Jiang Xiong suddenly approached, leaving Zhou Sang speechless. He flatly refused. "I'm not in the mood. Look at this situation." "You fool," immediately greeted and asked. "Mood? What mood? You were so impolite as to punch him, deliberately provoking him. Are you in the mood to fight me now?" You tightly held Chu Sang's trembling fist. This hand couldn't move anymore. Suddenly he stretched out to escape, making Zhang Heng surprised, then threw a rock at his face. Jiang Xiong was suddenly attacked by Chu Sang. Look, his move. Duong Tung wondered if he had used his feet before. Where? When Zhang Heng saw him fight back, he jumped up and laughed. Great. So, he is a real hero. He used his trademark Tiger Fist move to attack. But with just one somersault of the apricot blossom sky, Chu Sang beautifully chopped down Zhang Heng can even kick him on the head. If this trick doesn't work, try another one. Zhang Heng continues with Ho Guin. The two souls make a move. I haven't done anything yet, and I feel like my whole body is falling apart. What is it? Jiang Xiong couldn't attack, so he was gnashing his teeth in anger. Chu Sang's bright pink plum blossoms once again made him cover his face and run away. His fighting style made him angry, and he questioned himself. That defensive move was useless. Had Tang Tung fought someone this strong? His skill. Chu Sang's ability is superb. He taught Zhang Heng a lesson. It was a memorable lesson. Tang Tung observed from the outside and learned a lot. I don't think Jiang Xiong could block that attack. He was born quick and agile. There was a big gap between the two. Looking at Chu Sang's attacks, a strange feeling arose in his heart. But why is it that I don't feel like I'm going to lose, but instead, it is a belief in victory over the descendants of the Hoa Mo Chu Sang sect, right? After finishing, he was about to leave when Zhang Heng pulled his shirt. Where are you going, little brother? Made him wonder. Zhang Heng, angry. Dare to turn your back on me. What? He said, and threw him down hard. The ground. Chu Sang lay sprawled. Zhang Heng suddenly felt his feet moving. Before I could react, he kicked me. Give a slap in the face. It hurts, bleeding. The tip of the sword was hanging down. Chu Sang clenched the sword so tightly that his hand was cut, blood flowing. Was also a bit separated, but he didn't care. The important thing was to deal with son Zhang Heng first. Dare to be rude to him? You deserve to be punished. He suddenly shouted. No matter how much it hurts, Chu Sang probably will. No mercy. The leg you kicked him with just now, he was chopped off by him. Suddenly he raised his sword towards Duong Tung. You can't do anything. What he? Both. But for him, Duong Tung must die. Without causing any resentment, Chu Sang still said that, his eyebrows furrowed. He was so angry that he broke the rock, leaving everyone gaping. Chu Sang did not, therefore, and retreated. Kim Hak Fai got down to block Chu Sang's sword tip, stepped between the two to stop them, and stopped. Duong Tung turned his angry eyes towards the person opposite. He advised him, enough. That young for the mountaintop, the big rock was cut, sweetly cut in half. Looking through the cut between the two halves of the rock, Duong Nok Ni's murderous sword move was blocked by Kim Hak before it could touch. To the road. He spoke. Today, let's go. He looked smug and said, we're in a hurry. Aren't you satisfied with our failure last time? Duong Nok Ni calmly replied. I came to win with honor. You still don't see the difference between us. What? Tang Tung laughed sarcastically. Different? Are you talking about using your feet while rushing here? You said that the Huashan sect mainly uses hands and swords. I guess you also use your feet when necessary, right? The hand holding the sword pointed at his brother, though being held tightly, was still trembling with anger. He turned. Sang questioned, why are you stopping me? Kim, Crane. He smiled and replied, you should calm down. I don't see any dead bodies here. Where's on top of this mountain? The words were gentle but had no small weight, causing. He felt guilty. Kim Hak blamed. The reason I gave this real sword to young people like you was to make you feel the weight of responsibility. I didn't teach you how to draw the sword, like this. He glanced at him and repeated it a second time. Calm down. Duong Nok Ni, if you go beyond the limits here, you will tarnish the reputation of the sect. That's Manhwa. Of course, he wouldn't take the bait. Jean, he reminded him of his mistake. Don't ruin everything like that. In the infinite battle, you drew your sword and cut off someone's arm with one strike. This sentence made him jump. Jean, he looked. The face clearly asked, do you think they came here for revenge? Try to justify it. He said when we got here we observed the situation. It would be ridiculous if we let things continue. I think I heard that just now. Something just dropped. The convoy is on its way, but the package is disappeared again. Not a single traveler or group drew their swords. I can't believe my disciples are still lying on the ground even though they have drawn their swords. His words made the Huashan disciples unable to do anything but listen in silence. Jean, he advised, listen, Yang Yuer, and you guys must stop before things got worse. However, he seemed to be indifferent and loudly condemned. Why did you side with the intruders? Right. Kim Hak calmly questioned. So you think your family will be happier after doing these things? Right? Because of you, we almost lost the future generation of the Hoa Sun Sword sect. The words hit a sore spot, making him frown and grit his teeth. Zhang Heng looked at Ta Suang, who was holding back his anger, and bowed his head as if he was holding back something. Kim Hak continued to advise. For the third time, You must immediately stop your foolish and reckless actions that stem from your personal grudges against others. I know you are upset. You have ignored the rules of the 5 virtues and lost the opportunity to relieve your anger and hatred because of your ignorance and emotion. Control you. Duong Nok Ni loudly retorted. This is my chance. Why do you say I lost it? Hey! His voice made Kim Hak lose his temper. He shouted. You stupid fool. I told you. Enough is enough. My rudeness has its limits. He angrily surrounded Duong Nok Ni in a large circle of fire, and the sword he was holding was knocked out of his hand. Kim Hak stopped advising and instead started teaching. How long do you think I've been observing you? You grew stronger thanks to your talent, but you're getting stronger and stronger every day. Become arrogant. He looked over at Murim Ba and used him as an example. At least Murim Ba continued to cultivate and focused on fulfilling his duties and wholeheartedly aimed at mastering teaching. He was a model disciple many times better than you. The disciples and Duong Tung stood there silently watching. He secretly thought that Kim Hak was the user. The legendary fire sword on the mountain, the fire surrounding the blade, also known as the sword segment or the sword motto. Wa Uncham technique. This technique is very difficult to learn because of the high risk of burning the practitioner. Even people from Mount Hua cannot master this style of swordsmanship. Until Kim Hak appeared at Mount Hua, he reached out to catch Duong Nok Ni's sword that had been thrown out and spoke. While I clean up this mess, stand there and calm down. At the same time, system notification, mission completed. You have completed the special mission. A reward has been sent. Passive skill, Qi regulation level 1, proficiency 0%. Exhale a certain amount of Qi through breathing and regulate the flow through the dragon body's core. Can be activated during meditation. No additional conditions required. You have obtained a new skill, Qi regulation passive skill. Duong Tung was happy in his heart. Today was indeed a good day, from strengthening his body to regulating his vital energy. He noticed Kim Hak's eyes looking at him. Both. Eye to eye. Kim Hak thought to himself. Even though it was over, he still couldn't. Unbelievable. He clasped his hands in salute. Greetings. Jean, he began to apologize. I am the one to blame for this unfortunate incident. I failed to teach them the true values of the Huashan sect. I failed as their teacher. He smiled and looked to the side, calling Morong Shan. Morong Shan is no longer arrogant. Spoke up. Yes. Kim Hak asked, have you paid the fee yet? Morong Shan politely held out a stack of papers with both hands. I was also planning to give this to you. Do you think it's a waste? Morong Shan quickly replied. Yes. Duong Tung happily thought to himself. It's a bit of a pity to meet you like this, but I'm still very happy. Then he called out, Kim Hak. He smiled and replied, What? How do you know my name? This is the first time we've met each other, right? He clasped his hands in salute. Was it you who used fire to light that firecracker when I was talking to you? Your Excellency, are you rich? He spoke naturally. He said that there is a drunkard on the mountain who can help us. These words made the two people standing nearby jump in surprise. Morong Sun discontentedly questioned, Is this brat drunk? How can you say such rude words? However, the person who was said to be Kim Hak laughed loudly and admitted it. That's right. That drunkard is me and no one else. Duong Tung, Hoinim, it's been a long time since I've heard that hearty laugh. He hasn't changed at all from my previous life and is still the same now. Kim Hak put a hand on his shoulder and asked with a smile, What is your name? Young man. He confidently replied, I am Duong Tung. Kim Hak frankly praised. What a nice name. Duong Tung also agreed. I often get compliments too, like that. He folded his arms in admiration. A confident demeanor was what high-ranking officials liked. Suddenly, he changed the subject. By the way, why are you asking? Duong Tung wondered about what you said earlier. You said that Duong Nok Ni started this story. What? He raised his hand and pointed at the two people, Morong Shan and Yang Yuer, without hesitation, exposing them. Well, I don't know what you mean by this, but it's that fame-hungry brat's excessive loyalty that's angering you. It was Yang Yuer who caused all of this, so it can be said that it's all his fault. The person being slandered was Duong Nok Ni, wondering, what is he talking about? Duong Tung, hearing the explanation, he immediately thought everything was over and the escort mission was considered a success. There is only one more mission left, but I don't want to do it at all. Suddenly the system pops up, special mission within 1 month and 30 days. Go to Huashan sect and apologize to Yang Yuer. The reward for success will be the main map. The penalty for failure is abnormal sleep and being unable to move for 3 days. He read the question for a while. It didn't say that he had to apologize according to Kyo-chan Tan, right? Thinking so, he went in front of Duong Nok Ni, scratched his head, and said in a voice that didn't sound sincere at all, "Yeah, I know that because of me, you lost some of your honor. I'm sorry." Sure enough, the system announced that the mission was complete. You have completed your special mission. The reward has been sent. You can now use and view the main map. After uttering the lie, Duong Tung turned around. Do you think I would really apologize so sincerely? He thought. Stupid. Duong Nok Ni felt the threat in his words and flinched. Coincidentally, the system popped up. The mission was completed. You activated the whispering skill, and you completed it. Mission completed. Reward has been sent. Your stamina increased by 10. Tang Tung suddenly wondered to himself. Whispering skill. Did I do it? To activate the whispering skill, all I have to do is transmit my will to the target, right? Suddenly, Kim Hak, speak up. I want you two to understand. They understood each other better. But today this brat's actions had gone beyond the authority of the Huashan sect. So if he couldn't finish today, he could do it another day. As for Duong Nok Ni, he was still confused by his brother's silent curses. Did he hear wrong? After that, Kim Crane escorted him away. I'll go with Duong Nok Ni first. At this moment, Duong Tung's curse reached his ears again. I will see you at the academy. Martial arts world. Bastard. He was secretly happy. He must be so angry that he couldn't even speak. A sentence. Duong Nok Ni thought resentfully. What the hell is that name? Really? Is humiliating. He clenched his fists in anger, biting his lip until it bled. You will definitely pay for this. At this time, Duong Tung and the entire Chusa cargo group were leaving the top of Hoa Sun Mountain. Relieved to be free of the luggage on his shoulders. Zhang Heng complained. Phew, going back is quite tiring. Kim Hak stood on the cliff watching the group leave. He opened the wine bottle and suddenly stopped. Again. Mister, smiled Riley. I have decided to quit drinking. Already. He remembered what he said to Duong Tung. I'm sorry about today. I like you. Let's have a drink together sometime. Wine, please. But Duong Tung bluntly refused. No. From now on you should give up alcohol. Go. Kim Hak was confused. Why? Smiled and replied. You must live long and become the next elder, right? I'm serious. Duong Tung's words made him fell into deep thought. Then he continued. A golden crane must become an elder to inherit the highest title of Huashan sect. And of course, please don't tell me to drink anymore. Don't pretend you don't know. You're right. I'm still just a kid. Kim Hak could only look at Duong Tung attentively. Back to the present, he sneered. Come on, kid. Then suddenly Kim Hak threw the wine bottle away and shouted loudly. This guy is teaching me to give up. Is that wine? Several pieces of broken pottery followed. When falling on the cliff, each drop of wine flows down the mountainside. The gang member who came from behind exclaimed, I can make an experienced teacher throw away that wine. I'm starting to like that kid. Jean, he turned around in surprise. Oh, you're here? I wonder if should I break my oath with Gang Homyo? But Zhang Jie jumped straight up to the roof and looked left and right. Are you looking for something? Where is it? Leaving Kim Hak speechless. Then he looked down solemnly and muttered. It's good to quit drinking anyway. He thought to himself, Tang Song, I should feel better. Thanks, kid. Quitting drinking is just a matter of time. It's small, but for the person who threw it away, it's always a big deal. Only then did Kim Hak uncomfortably snort. What a waste. That place was also worth a lot of money. Duong Tung's group had also gone down the mountain. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he was secretly worried. At that time, Kim Hak bitterly said, Don't stop. Everyone shouted. Let's take a break. Come on, let's check again. Personal belongings. Tang Tung pondered. The person who was once called the most terrifying beast of the Huashan sect until Zhou Sang appeared. Such a person was eliminated from several faction competitions and could not become an elder. Even though many elders supported Kim Hak, he had to endure the bitter and fierce civil war that followed. Kim Hak must have been extremely disappointed about this. He was completely pushed out. He became the leader of the aid team of the Martial Alliance, which he himself belonged to. That's how I met him in my previous life. Now I have no intention of returning to that lowly aid team. Tang Tung could imagine Jean He's thoughtful look as he said, You suddenly want me to quit drinking? Well, let's see. So he couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't know what effect asking him to quit drinking or becoming an elder would have. But if I can somehow change the future and help him become the elder of the Huashan sect, then there is hope that he will expose the corruption of the alliance. Tang Tung immediately thought of Jin He's angry image. What do you guys think you are doing? He frowned. And if the future changed, maybe he wouldn't have to drink alone with a man. Suddenly, Zhang Heng appeared and asked him, Duong Tung, do you remember that you said you would let me kick your ass for making me immobile during the duel? Duong Tung smiled wryly. Do you still remember that incident? Don't. So petty. Zhang Heng curled his lips and asked back, if it were me, would you forget? Duong Tung had to say, well, a promise is still a promise. Will you hit me now? You. I was excited to hear those two, then raised my hand. Spank. You won. Duong Tung jumped. What? Hey, this is too much. Zhang Heng raised a finger and gave a good-natured like, good job. Seeing you defeat those Hoa Sun guys by yourself is so cool, even though it's a bit embarrassing because I still can't punch you. In the face of the student. Everyone around also shouted, yes, I think it's really cruel. Yes, they deserved it. Gung Truck rubbed his chin and said, oh, sorry I can't handle them all at once. I'm a bit lazy. Uncle enjoyed it. Follow. Hey, look at me. Why don't we just ignore those high-level disciples? Here too? The whole group heard that, immediately burst out laughing. Tang Tung smiled. That's right. This is the daily life of the Murim Alliance. These jokes make me so nostalgic. Isn't this a good way to enjoy a... What day is it? If I were a descendant of the Huashan sect, I would have probably gone down the mountain already. Deep down in my heart, I feel that it is an uncomfortable position and I would probably shake it all off. Ta Suang looked at him and whispered, hey, all of you, because of this mess, should I just skip that political marriage? He laughed loudly. That's good. Hong Trung heard them and broke out in a sweat. Thinking carefully, how should he explain this to his Hung Nim? The disciples behind him were still happy. What? They're getting married soon. What? Ta Suang suddenly looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Duong Tung answered playfully. She spoke out her feelings. My heart. Even though it was just a normal battle, it was still a challenge for the Huashan Martial Arts School, the greatest martial arts school in Murim. In the martial arts school, there were also disciples who surpassed. Further than that, Duong Tung was extremely happy. In his heart, he thought that except for Jin and Kim Hak family, everyone in Hoa Sun sect was very arrogant and had no good character. Like in the previous life, she couldn't help but hide it. Question marks filled his head. Duong Tung confidently crossed his arms. If you're worried and impatient because you can't kill them, then why would you pay to eat them? Is Ta Suang sweating? He suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and pointed. He had to open his mouth wide to see who would be eaten first. Look closely. She was startled and shouted, your mouth is so big. He smiled. Isn't it enough for me to finish it all? I would be grateful if they came to see me in person. Xie Suang was helpless. If you say so, then it should be fine. He rubbed his chin. He looked at her meaningfully. By the way, I wonder why you care so much about me, right? Ta Suang was hit in the heart and confused. Huh? Who? Me? Duong Tung raised her eyebrows. Isn't it? She immediately turned away. It's not me. Are you teasing me? Ta Suang was annoyed and scolded. I said no. Oh, idiot. Duong Tung laughed smugly. You can't fool me. You were worried about me, right? Ta Suang frowned and reminded him. Go get a haircut when you get home. You were stunned and got a haircut? I just need to. Just tie it up. But Ta Suang was still determined with his intention. His hair didn't look good. Try cutting his hair 2 times. Tie it like Zhang Heng. He heard that and smiled evilly. Very good. Let me cut it. Just imagining it makes Duong Tung scared. What about me? Do you think it suits me? Ta Suang knew. Caught him. He immediately smiled smugly. Keep this. He left again. Zhang Heng quickly held him back, making him scream. No, don't touch my hair. Your hair is out of place. Hit it against that tree over there. Zhang Heng also added fuel to the fire. Calm down. I'll cut it nicely for you. He shouted, full of sadness. No. Hong Trung helplessly ignored it and went to talk to his subordinates. Hey, can you tell Xie Jiang that the engagement with the young successor of the Huashan sect has been cancelled? The servant was confused. Me? Tell Mr. Xie Jiang ya, just kill me. Huang Zhong comforted. It's easy. You can tell him about the raid by the bandits and the provocation of the Huashan sect. But before he could finish, the uncle stopped him. Go tell him yourself. Well, the city gate opened wide. The soldier welcoming Hong Trung's group greeted enthusiastically. Long time no see, Mr. Hong Trung. You must have traveled a long way. Tang Tung confirmed that the long journey was over and we had finally arrived in Xi'an. The way back was very smooth, probably because there was no luggage. Thanks to that, we completed the escort mission and were able to receive the reward. I was able to test the skills in detail. Behind him, Zhang Heng and Troll exclaimed, "Nice." First of all, the command line opens the main map. In the subconscious space, he examines the shapes. It shows up. The way to open it is to say, open it like a status window, then a dim light will appear. This is the first time I have seen something like this. It is like a three-dimensional painting drawn with light. It is so mysterious that I can't even imagine it. The main map shows the current location is in Xi'an. Tang Tung said to himself, I will keep staring at it because it is very attractive. After defeating the Yonghu Chi bandits, the reward that I didn't know about because I was in a crazy situation was an internal skill. Translation, max level, max proficiency, can decipher all languages and scripts in the world, perfect condition, nodding trajectory. Thanks to that, I guessed what rank up meant, skills, main map and max. I understood these unknown words and symbols correctly. He opened his equipment screen and thought that in addition to this translation skill, he had also obtained some other skills from the quest such as cooking and gearing. All of them were like internal skills like, three eyes like that. He thought confusedly. Well, it's a bit strange to call cooking a martial art skill. Judging by the effects of the foods before, I think it will be quite useful in the future. Notice board introduction. Level 1 cooking passive skill 86% proficiency. The art of cooking raw food. The effectiveness of the food depends on your skill level, apprentice status. Above all else, it's the Qi movement skill. He read the introduction table for the first level Qi movement passive skill. Is it proficient? Generates Qi energy through breathing and regulates its flow and the body's core energy storage. Can be activated in a sitting position without any status bonuses, no attributes, and a nodding curve. That's really what I need the most. It was already time to say goodbye. Duong Tung bowed and clasped his hands to everyone. Safe journey. Hong Trung also happily replied. You've worked hard. He remembered that in his previous life he had trained himself for 46 years, but now men thought he had 10 years of experience. Thanks to Master Mo Sure for directly training me in this life. In addition, it can strengthen my acupuncture technique. He looked at the rough hands, the innate limitations of his body. This experience was both a barrier and a mark for him. No matter how hard you try to master martial arts, you will still be blocked by this wall. It's like the reason why a young lady's arm can't swing a greatsword no matter how hard she tries. Whatever. At this moment, Ta Suang looked back. On his side, Duong Tung stood in front of the pillar. The clan was pensive. He kept holding and holding. Put your hands back and sit in a position where you will keep your mind steady while performing this meditation. Move your energy naturally, allowing it to flow into your dantian bowl. He hesitated. This also did not have much effect. It was not much different from Sami Qigong. But this proficiency is what gives. I hope. Tang Tung recalled the description of the skill. From what he had experienced so far, level was understood as level, meaning level, so the higher the level, the more effective the skill would be, gradually improving. He reviewed his outstanding skills, and they still increased depending on entering the skill level. Tang Tung concentrated the energy in his dantian and whispered to himself. Of course, the effect of his luck would be better if his level also increased. If he looked at the void step, it was clearly his best skill right now, but it consumed quite a lot of his energy and inner skills. Level 1 Void Mastery 54, a move created to effectively avoid an opponent's attack. Dash in any direction, 3 attempts up to 90 centimeters away consume 10% of Qi per use. He continued to ponder. No matter how much energy he had in his gauge, it would consume 10% of the energy in it. In the end, the maximum number of times he could use it at once was only 10. The more you learn and practice different martial arts, the less you will need to use false footwork techniques. I have no choice but to level up my skills. At this moment, Ta Suang quietly approached to observe Duong Tung. Just came back from Xi'an and already practicing again. He was startled. Oh, scared out of his wits. TNT was also uneasy. Then he replied to her, that's because I have no talent. Ta Suang was confused when he heard that. Huh? What? What happened to you? Did Duong Nakni hit your head or something else? Duong Tung sighed, not bothering to reply to her. He had to become stronger until we met again. It was all thanks to the calligraphy of the Destruction Flower Mountain from my previous life's memories and my void step skills that I was able to defeat Duong Nok Ni. Defeating Duong Nok Ni and being able to become a formal disciple of Chan Bong Martial Arts School was all thanks to my memories from my previous life. Maybe it was because there were countless events like this around me. Happened. In other words, without this mind, one is nobody. If Zhang Heng, Duong Nok Ni, and Ta Suang have these, this kind of possibility is truly unimaginable. He shook his head vigorously to dispel that negative thought. Duong Tung slowly stood up, obviously because I was lucky, not knowing how long I would be lucky. All I can do is he turned to look at Ta Suang and smiled. I don't know how you see me, but I only have one talent. She wondered what it was. He looked at his hands confidently. Her efforts were mocked. What will you do with the effort? That. Duong Tung clenched his fists in determination. I will become the world champion. Ta Suang heard that and laughed. He was embarrassed. Cried out, don't laugh, it's not a joke. But Ta Suang still calmly asked back, are you kidding me? Right. Duong Tung read her right away. I saw it in his eyes. I heard it too. He was laughing. Ta Suang sighed and said, I just laughed a little. The guy closed his eyes. Sad eyes, is it funny? Then why are you laughing? Suddenly, Ta Suang raised his hand, causing Duong Tung to jump back in surprise. But she just confidently said, no matter how you look at it, I still think I gave you a very nice haircut. Then she ran away without forgetting to remind him. Hey, stop making noise and go inside to take a shower. You smell bad. I'll go in first. Duong Tung called out in confusion. Come up here. Wait a minute. But Ta Song was still hungry, only in time to see the red cheeks betraying his master. The road. Helpless, she turned around and ran away. She must have been really laughing. Night had fallen. Tang Tung still sat there without rest. While Xie Chong observed him, the idiot continued to meditate. She sat on the second floor of the mansion. I rested my chin on my hand and looked at him with interest. Actually, I've been laughing all this time. Invincible? I laughed because I thought it could happen. There. You fool. On the cliff, Bok Chi puffed on his pipe. There are so many stars today. Suddenly, he noticed the movement behind him. Two subordinates knelt down and reported. When we heard that you had arrived in Xi'an, we immediately came here. His mouth exhaled a calm stream of smoke. Yes, I need to learn more about this. What good news do you have about that thing? They immediately answer. Yes. They looked up at their master and stammered. That was almost 2 months ago. After listening to their story, Bok Chi smiled. Well, you guys are probably saying that flirtatious swordsmen have appeared in Xi'an. Why? Due to 2 major incidents, the bandit attack at Yosen Mountain and the incident at Manhwa. Although a long time has passed, the escort mission has not yet been carried out. The end. After talking to Ta Zhong, Hong Trung turned around and patted his chest to breathe a sigh of relief. The army let Bong and all his disciples return to their normal lives, as if nothing had happened. However, if there was anything that had changed, it would be the disciples of the dojo who had accompanied me on the escort mission. It was a bit annoying because they kept following me everywhere. A few months after we completed our escort mission, a piece of paper was posted on the bulletin board. First class Duong Tung, second class Zhang Heng, third class Ta Suang, fourth class Song Bok, fifth class Gon, sixth class Wai Bong, third class Ba Go. The current 8th ranked Ho, in preparation for the upcoming Yan Bong X Long Feng exam, conducted many mock exams. There were all kinds of exams such as the use of Qigong, defense techniques, and reinforcement, and the overall ranking was announced through a poster. Jiang Xiong picked his nose in confusion. What's the use of competing in these exams? Jiang Xiong wondered. What do you mean? He immediately denied. No, that's not it. What good is it if the result is the same every day? No. He looked at him helplessly. The positions were always fixed. It had been like this since the beginning of the escort mission until now. The first person was me, second was him, and third was Ta Suang. The main change was that the person who was not qualified to participate in the escort mission was declared unqualified because he was outside the top 10. After that, his ranking increased rapidly. Wow. He stopped at 4th place, but he must have felt the difference in skill with the 3 of us. Duong Tung looked at Song Bok Tak Tung while looking at the rankings. Then he turned back to continue the conversation. Right. Besides, if you sleep less, you will probably catch up with me, right? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Hey, I told you, it's a human need. People should sleep more than hours a day. Tang Tung is helpless, opinion. His is really. At this time, Zhang Heng is also yawning. Should I take a nap or go back to sleep? Ta Suong, looking at him frowning. Yeah, can't understand. I can't believe I lost to such a sleepy head. At this moment, Song Bak approached and called out softly. Ta Suong. The two Tang Tung people heard something interesting and immediately paused. Master Ta was puzzled. What? You called me. Gongbai was shy. I have a few things to say. Can we talk as we walk? She replied confusedly, glancing at her companions. Oh, if so, Zhang Heng would have noticed the movements without understanding anything. Looking at her, he furtively waved his hand, unable to help but feel confused. Why do you want us to follow you? A corner of the martial arts school where the leaves have begun to fall as autumn comes. Ta Suong goes, before asking directly, what do you mean? Song Bak began to explain. 2 years ago, you and I had a lot of fun things. Now that I think about it, I see that our relationship has changed, maybe because of what I did and I disappointed you a lot. Zhang Heng and Duong Tung were listening from the other side of the wall. Song Bak told his decision. From today, he will leave the martial arts school and return to his hometown, saying, hand treatment. Ta Suong was confused. So what do you want me to do for you before you leave the martial arts school? He suggested, I'll go to Sakhan with you. What do you think? If it's Ta Suong, I can do anything for you? She frowned, arms crossed. With me? Why? Then, finally, Song Bak spoke frankly, meaning, date with him. Zhang Heng was startled, almost screamed out loud, but in time. Cover your mouth. Song Bak quickly heard the noise, immediately looked around. He heard something, but the two of them had already escaped. Ta Suong flatly refused. I don't want to. It's just a one-sided feeling. I know you just want me to run away with you. Since only 3 people from our martial arts school can enter the great martial arts school, you were eliminated from the escort mission and did not receive any points. Your basic ranking is also low and is behind Jiang Xiong and me. So you are in 4th place, so do you want me to go with you? I do not want to. If you can't achieve your goal, you'll argue back. It's not like that. We can go to the martial arts school together. So just date me. Somehow you will also be able to enter. Ta Suong did not listen and waved his hand. I said no means no. No matter where I go or date with him. His face darkened and he shouted angrily. Why don't you want to date me? Is it because of Duong Tung? Hearing that, Zhang Heng whistled at Duong Tung with delight. Oh, it's all because of you. The guy grimaced and thought. I thought asking him out on a date was already shocking enough. But what was even more shocking was that he was blaming me for all of this. My past life was already crazy. This time it was even crazier. I understand why he left. If he stayed here, he wouldn't have entered the martial arts school and his whole family would have been judged. Nu Ta Suong said, I know I have to get past Yongbong X, but only 3 people can enter the martial arts school. Remembering the last time, Song Bak gritted his teeth. It's all because of you. Duong Tung concluded as he thought. He also came and said similar things to me, but this time he came in a different way. Actually, if I hadn't been brought here, the title Yongbong X Long Fuang of Chan Bong Martial Arts School would have been given to Zhang Heng Ta Song and Song Bak. He was eliminated from the Chan Bong Martial Arts School. History. It's changed again. Song Bak declared, next time we meet, I will definitely crush you before I turn around. Removable back. Go. Duong Tung thought. Actually, neither Yong and Rung nor Song Bak had ever done anything bad to him in this life. Because he couldn't get rid of the regrets of his previous life, he had become their enemy. But what can I do when I still remember everything here? Gongbai has tormented me, and Yong and Rung has stolen my wife. Tang Tung muttered. Is that so? When you use your skills, personality traits, memories of the previous life, holding a bottle of wine in his hand to comfort himself, the result is both are great motivation for me to develop. I leave the future behind to chase them. He stood in front of his house. Duong Tung was in a hurry. He had more urgent matters to attend to now. The dead cat. Dead cat. A moment later, he looked at it and could only smile wryly. The reason he was able to convince the Imperial soldiers earlier was thanks to this little guy. This cat has grown more than 2 months already, huh? So fast. After all, it's still just a spirit beast. Someone lifted it up too. It's quite heavy. His father picked up the wine and waved it goodbye. You're back? The report card has been sent. You did a good job. Duong Tung opened the jar lid and walked to the side, confidently replying, Yes, I am. Very good job. The old father smiled helplessly. No matter how good you are, you should not be arrogant. Duong Tung poured wine into the cup and suddenly lowered his voice and called, "Father," drops of liquid dripping down. He seriously said, "Tomorrow, you shouldn't go to the round village." Hearing that, he asked in confusion, "What?" Suddenly sitting down. "So, let's talk about this again, huh?" Tang Tung clenched his fists and thought, if history continued to change once more, wouldn't it be better? I will change my future and the future of his father. He looked at him, tilting his head. There was a reason why we always went to the Tron. Duong Tung tried to persuade. If tomorrow father comes to Otron, father will meet. Dangerous. He could not help but frown. What? He had no choice but to give in and say bluntly, "Dad, you might die." Xia determinedly told himself, "My past life has ended. I will change. I will change my entire life." Mr. Bang Hong frowned and hit him hard on the head. "Why did you say that to your father, huh? This brat." In the middle of the night, the Songhan soldiers walked together and sighed. "Oh, the smell. Please let it rain and wash this smell away." This place is Back Alley, Xi'an, a small village nestled in the most remote place. Some people think they live at the bottom of society, but in reality, there are still some people lived under their family. This place was called Tron, a village of dirt, waste, mud, and sewage. A messy village, nowhere to be found. Duong Tung followed behind, thinking his father was secretly helping with a house here. He pointed, "Over there." He let Tuta climb on his head. In his previous life, he never knew his father was such a person, and his father looked at the sad house, that one-leaf door. It fell out again. He let him inside. "I also thought about introducing them to you, but everything was fine, so I let it be." Duong Tung struggled to walk into the soft mud. "I simply know that this is the place where my father died. He is taking care of the funeral of a good friend." The old man reached out and knocked on the door. "It's getting cold now. Please bear with it. Just for one day. Look straight ahead and pay attention. It's good to devote yourself to your work, but don't forget to pay attention to your surroundings. Take care of yourself and others." Tung replied, "Father should have told me sooner." But he still looked around cautiously. Until now, he still didn't know who it was. "Killed my father in my previous life. Since there is no evidence, the officials will not come. I have to do it myself." Seeing no one appear, his father forcefully opened the door and asked loudly, "Still sleeping? Yin Hoja, uncle is here. Today I will introduce a person." But before he could finish speaking, there was a shout. The boy's uncle shouted, "Withdraw us, and they are taking us away." Next to the two children is the brazen guy. "What else?" Black Sea turned back and saw them and chased them away. "Uncle, close the door and go." So he immediately rushed to restrain the guy. "What are you doing here at this late hour? Where are you taking these ignorant children?" He growled, "Oh, this old man is so annoying. What a pain." He turned around and waved his hand straight towards him, but Duong Tung managed to block the attack. He looked. He wondered, did this guy kill his father? He coldly said, "What are you doing?" Hak Hai tried to push Duong Tung's hand away, but failed. He snorted, "This guy is no pushover. Who the hell are you? So, where did you learn martial arts?" On the other side, Father Duong Tung signaled the children to come here. John was angry. "I was just getting back the money I lent them." Duong Tung immediately asked how much. As if he hadn't had time to digest it, he asked again. He frowned and explained, "How much debt?" Black Sea laughed. The evil one asked, "Will you pay for it?" "The 1,000 taels?" Duong Tung was shocked when he heard that. "What 1,000 taels? Nonsense. 1,000 taels is not only enough to feed these kids, but also this entire village of Otron for a few years." He cursed softly. "This bastard." But Black Sea has already picked up the stick. "Our leader said there are 4 types of people on world." He raised his weapon in hand, loudly narrated, "First, on top of my head like this, those who will must pay out." Then the stick swung sideways to continue. "Second, those who do not need to borrow money above. Third, those who borrow money and repay it." The stick pointed at Hola again before it pointed back towards the boy's feet. "Fourth, like you, who only borrow money. Those who are unable to repay." Black Sea pointed straight at him teasingly. "So what kind of person is our brave Murim?" Tang Tung calmly analyzed the person standing before him. He knew how to wield a weapon wildly and cruelly. He was not just joking. System. Submit information. Level 10 Black Sea. Age 28. Strength 85. Stamina 52. fast. Agile 67, Gas 1. Black Sea is still curious about Tang Tung's ranking. In third, Duong Tung looked him up and down and secretly assessed his clothes. It was obvious that he was under the command of an organization, some function. Black Tattoo is a type of. Which organization is this? He stood with his arms out to shield the children and said, I can't pay that money. Why are you taking the kids away? Black Sea smiled. There are only two things that can be eliminated. Wednesday to make, pay debt or mortgage, something. Duong Tung asked angrily. You plan to sell the children into slavery? He seemed to reply. Nowadays, it's not only adults who earn money, working girls. Men and women working for men will be paid more, as long as they are beautiful. Anywhere, any place. We can say it is a delicacy for adults and people of prestige. He pointed the wooden stick at Duong Tung. TSK this. Young master, I know you are proficient in a few martial arts moves, but you better, don't drag it out. Do you think I'm alone? Hearing that, Duong Tung turned around in surprise. A tall man behind him restrained his father. John continued to threaten. If he didn't want to see his father die, then stay there. The father, despite being in danger, still tried his best to shout. Tang Tung, don't worry about me. Take the children away. The sword was pressed against his neck, causing blood to flow out, killing them. These guys from the next room, another guy appeared laughing loudly. Are you playing the hero? Father, even if father dies, this guy cannot return peacefully. Father knows that. Duong Tung looked at Tan Hien, who was level 12 Minu. He swung his sword, causing the blood on it to fall to the floor, and said, This guy will die like that leprous woman. The children heard this and cried out in fear. Oh no. Hakai laughed mockingly. Hee. This guy seems to be a martial arts expert. Be careful. The other guy held Duong Tung's father tightly and threatened. If you do anything stupid, this guy will be in danger. The two children ran into the room, saw a bed covered in blood, and cried, Oh mother. No. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and pondered. The mother of the two children had leprosy, and his father could not bring the two children with him. So he came all the way here to help. Mingu turned his head back, annoyed. Phew, they were making a fuss because lepers on the floor. He angrily asked his father, Why did you kill her? Was it necessary to do so? He leaned, head full of interest. Why did I kill her? Because our goods cannot have any damage or defect. The mother kept resisting and not wanting to give us the goods, so we tried. Just kill. Suddenly, Black Sea remembered something. It seemed he had a cat on the back right. He accordingly raised his head. Tutu's eyes lit up as she stared at him. It is like a tiger watching its prey intently. This image, startled. Duong Tung on the other side fell into thought again. I kept wondering how these bastards disappeared without a trace after killing my father. Opposite Minu, he was still swinging his sword playfully. No, I had no intention of hitting her. Who knows what happened? It's that easy. Suddenly, Tutu jumped down from above and landed on the Black Sea, making him howl. Mingu helplessly asked, Hey, did you bring a cat? Duong Tung, without replying or saying anything, he withdrew his arm from his back, chopped down hard, and cut the arrow in half. He captured his father. Then he drew his sword again. Out of the shell, lightning fast rushed towards Minu. A blow straight through his head. Then Duong Tung gently pulled out his sword, causing his body to fall down. Still pretending to be innocent, he exclaimed, Miss Dyke, I'm sorry. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and said each word. I only intended to hit you lightly. Who knew you would fall down like this? Black Snake is different from other gangs. It is a specialized organization. Once they receive money, they will protect merchants. Of the master to the end. They will lend you money until you can't pay it back. Then they will rob you of something. That's how they make a living. Black Sea grabbed a guy by the neck and yelled, Spit out the money for me. The Guardian is also a collaborator with them. In the back alley, John, despite being beaten until his face was bruised and disfigured, still tried to scream. We are the Underworld Gang. There is no need to beat us to the point of, where is this? Duong Tung sat across from him and asked, You guys are security guards, but you work for loan sharks? He stuttered, Please spare me. He calmly asked again, You two from your organization have come to this town. Surely there are other families here who have also borrowed money from you guys? He stammered, How do you know? Oh no, who are you? Tang Tung ignored it. Those words, he said in a harsh voice. Tell me everything. Let me hear. At this moment, on the shoulder of a black snake was a little girl crying. Let me go. No. One of them ordered. You bastards, shut your mouths. Them again. So he immediately stopped the girl's mouth. Come on, shut up. On a bright moonlit night, the group of people shouted to each other to get the children with their hands and feet dazzled onto the car. Don't let the goods get scratched. If it gets scratched, you'll be in trouble. Got it. There must be more than 30 people. Na Bang-ong laughed coldly. From the beginning, I wanted to bring them here in shackles. Why do we have to bring them out from the village one by one? What a waste of time. Sunbin also replied that it was far away, close at hand, and the bigger the better. The better. Bang-ong mumbled a few teasing sentences. I can't understand such flowery words. Maybe if I understand it, I'll start. I also teased my mother. Then the two black snake leaders looked at each other and laughed loudly. Sunbin curled his lips and said, honestly, that sentence wasn't mine, it was yours. That guy. Having said that, he looked towards Bok Chi, who was still puffing away at his cigarette. Sunbin explained, so the bigger the place, the more money you can make. These piles of straw are as messy as this village. No one wants to go there. Banga was suspicious. Really? It's because the boss told me to come here with him that I came. By the way, who is that guy? Sunbin whispered. Who knows? Maybe luckily don't be too curious. Even that guy has to be beaten. The guy behind him was apologizing. Behind him was a guy who was constantly complaining. I'm sorry, really sorry. Bao looked at him, full of mystery, then he smiled slyly. Yeah. Anyway, the more bastards he caught, the more money he could make. Hee. Sunbin agreed. Yeah, here he could make more money than in that shabby mountain village. If you get caught on a mission, you're dead for sure. The time when we attacked Weijin village, men on the mountain, we were attacked by the people. The village chased and killed them to the point of death. The B gang agreed. Well, if you lend them a tail or two, they will take good care of you. So it's easy to eat for free. Sunbin immediately chimed in. That's right. If we always found cities like this, it wouldn't be long before the Black Snake Gang became the Black Snake Gang. Haha, they continued to juggle with each other. What Black Snake Ward? No need to be like that. Sunbin helplessly wondered. Then what do you want? You want to build a palace just to put up letters? Money? Bang-ong smiled so savagely that he drooled. No, I just kids. Sunbin pointed at those kids. He immediately complained that they were sold everything. If I make a lot of money, I will live with 50 children. On the other side, Bok Chi was still puffing on his cigarette. The two leaders continued to discuss enthusiastically, but children grow up so fast. Bang-ong laughed. Haha, this idiot. When he grows up, he will replace him with another one. Sunbin wondered. So what do you plan to do? So he jokingly said, you will catch them for me, and I just need to pay. Sunbin laughed loudly. Haha. Okay, let's seal the deal. On the other side, the horse suddenly went crazy, causing a guy to shout, fuck, what's wrong with this horse? Bang-ong turned to scold. You damn bastards, come in and do this. I was startled. The horseman panicked. Oh no, the others all had muzzles on. But before he could finish his words, Duong Tung's sword rushed in, cutting off his head while he counted. 9. He looked at them with cold eyes. So you all gathered here? Sunbin looked at him, alertly drew his weapon. Who are you? The Ong gang beside him also muttered. Damn, you startled me. They surrounded him and questioned. What is this bastard doing all of a sudden? Who the hell are you? The subordinates of the Black Snake Gang immediately rushed over in a flurry. What? Where did he come from? Just a guy? Just a kid? Tang Tung tilted his head. In my special mission, I was only asked to deal with the other party, so I will only ask you one question. How do you want to die? Or do you want to rush at me at the same time? But I prefer the option below. You guys smell like garbage. Sunbin frowned in annoyance and said, this dog, he's just a normal kid, right? Bang-ong agreed confidently. Humph, what the hell are you afraid of? He's alone, while there are more than 10 people on our side. And there's another guy on the other side. After that, then the whole gang shouted, hey, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to send you to hell. Name. Fatty laughed loudly. Haha, a little brat still has milk on his mouth, and he wants it too. He hadn't finished speaking. Duong Tung's axe was stuck straight into his head. He counted to another horse, rushed from behind and shouted, die. He decisively cut him in half and counted. 11. Duong Tung turned around and cut off his leg. The two guys next to him jumped up and slashed each of them in the head. 12. 13. Two corpses fell down, covered in blood. Angrily cursed inwardly. Damn it, he shouted. Before he fell, quickly used the knife to skewer him to death. While he was in the air, it would take a long time for him to avoid. The blades pointed straight up to the sky, but in a blink of an eye, the shadow of the sword disappeared, leaving only the blades to collide. From the air, he rushed in and killed them one by one. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Miserable, you. The two leaders were so panicked that they couldn't say anything. Why did this monster suddenly appear? Are you here? Sun Bin trembled. Not alone. Can't die. So he woke up, knelt down and begged. Please, please spare my life. My family is waiting for me at home. I will hand over all the property I have accumulated. Please, spare my life. Duong Tung didn't even lower his head to look at him. You still have family. Pause. Sun Bin immediately replied with tears and snot running down his face. Yes, 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 yes. I have a young wife and children at home. I'm telling the truth, so please spare my life. Then Duong Tung beheaded him. Itchy Eyes cursed. A man with a wife and children does this? What a bunch of cowards. Then he looked at the remaining guy. The B gang immediately jumped. He ran towards Bok Chi and shouted, Big brother, why are you still standing there? Quickly kill that guy. Go there. But Duong Tung suddenly realized. Huh? There's still another one. This Bok Chi spoke up. Why me? That's like stirring up a storm. Doing evil must be punished. Bang on. Panic-stricken. No, wasn't he the mastermind behind the children's attacks from the start? He stammered, wanting to say something. It's because of you. Then Bok Chi smiled and said, Is there a problem? He blew out smoke. The medicine got in his face and made him cough. Then both he and the path stopped. The sharp pipe pierced through Bang's forehead. He mustered the last of his sanity to say, Why? What? Then he wrote. He coughed decisively and pulled out his pipe, causing. He fell down. He looked back. The other side. He calmly said, No need to thank me. I don't like bastards either. Hey, wait a minute. Angelica quickly finished it off. Nagong. Duong Tung looked at him with concern. So there is still one? Board. System notification pops up. Mission completed. Reward has been sent to you. Your spiritual energy is increased. Add 1 year. He looked at the notice board and looked at the people. He didn't pay much attention to the reward when he killed them just now. 1 year of increased spiritual energy? I've killed all the people from the Black Snake gang who came here, and the special mission has also been completed. He muttered, so then he looked up. LV-21 Bok Chi, who is this guy? Brother. Looked at him warily. Information board. Display LV-21. Age 20, Strength 120, Stamina 111, Agility 177, Vital Energy 37. He was sweating, thinking to himself, all his stats were above 100. Why is someone this strong in the same gang? Black Snake, huh? His information was also displayed. Level 19, Tang Tung. Age 16, Strength 99, Enhanced Stamina, Stage 1 Body 13, Agility 80, True Chi 3, Normal Condition. He secretly assessed, in the past, if the difference in strength between people was too great, the data would only show question marks. But now he was level 19. My 3 eyes are also level 6. Out of all the things I have seen, this one is the closest to that level. Even the head of the Zhenbong Martial Arts School. Xie Jiang is 58 years old, has 130 strength, 108 stamina, 115 agility, and 55 true energy. Overall, this guy's stats are all above 100. In terms of strength, Jiang Xiong's cuckoo also exceeded 100. As for me, only when I reached the physical enhancement stage did the data reach 100. Thinking back, if I had stopped at 99 like that, then that would have been the limit. Strength. Strength 84 plus 1. Stamina enhanced. Stage 1 body. Agility 73 plus 1. At that time, Tam Nan was still at a low level, so I couldn't see Duong Nakni's data. As for Ta Suang, his strength limit was 99. But he had already reached the second stage of awakening. I knew that if the data was above 100, there would be a difference in strength, but I didn't expect it to be this big. In the end, I have to fight Xie Chong one-on-one to understand the difference. Tang Tung looked at the person before him warily, but the problem here was not physical strength. This guy was on a level too far from his own. His agility had already reached 177. Would he have a chance of winning? He paid attention to the axe he was holding in his hand. He raised his hands and smiled elegantly. I threw away my weapon, so don't attack. You're a public servant. He looked at Bok Chi doubtfully. I think I'll believe you. Duong Tung took care. He looked at him. His name was Green, so he wasn't an enemy. But who knew when it would change color? He smiled. You are a dragon man of Zhenbong, right? Confusing. Humph. I just shrugged. How would I know? The royal factions or factions can't use good axes. That's not it. He frankly exposed it. The way you used your hand to pull those people together was enough to reveal your identity. Our eavesdropping team also reported that you had been to Western Korea. Duong Tung warned. Mak Van Fu Fap is the exclusive technique of Hoa Sun sect, but this guy thinks he is a dragon man. He continued, what makes you think this guy is a dragon man? He brushed his hair. At this age, there's no Hua Shan disciple that can make me worry, right? He looked at Bok Chi Bang with eyes that could not be more judgmental. So this is the reason. Is it his fault? He quickly disappeared. Bok Chi immediately appeared behind him and whispered. Who else could it be? Suddenly reflexively swung his arm to hit him. He quickly avoided and stopped. Back on the roof. He calmly crossed his arms. Let's cooperate. A dirty place like this is not worthy for us to fight, right? Bok just smiled. Take your time. Let's get to know each other. Duong Tung looked at him in surprise. So fast. My eyes and body can't keep up. Someone with agility 177 can be that fast, huh? The corpses of the Black Gang were lying all over the ground. He calmly said, today will be the anniversary. We met for the first time. I will deal with those guys. The remaining bastard. Is that okay? Of course you don't need to thank me. Anyway, I'm bored in Xi'an. Okay. He narrowed his eyes. I will consider the pros and cons myself, and then ask for it back later. The bones lingering around his body. See you again. Later, genius kid. What are you looking at him for? Did he just disappear? Who is this guy? Is he on drugs? So, his mind was filled with strange thoughts, but luckily they hadn't fought yet. He kept asking himself questions and then disappeared like a shadow. He said he wanted to get to know me. He said he would come back to see me. This guy must have been so tired that he short-circuited somewhere. Suddenly, he realized, wait, if that guy's last name is Bung and I, then he is a person of the Bung and I clan. A clan that can create special moves that can make a person disappear like a ghost. The ghost step technique of the Bung New York clan, or rather, the first evil alliance Shadow J Ryanu 100 years ago. It was once the most famous clan, but then that family went against morality and was betrayed by its own factions. Thinking back to that name Bok Chi, Min almost forgot because that family name was quite rare. He was the third child of Shadow Jionu, the first master of Honan, one of the youngest masters in the world. If Jiang Xiong and Yang Yuer belonged to prestigious factions, then he belonged to the opposing faction, but this guy is much more formidable than them. Above all, the most accurate title that can be used to describe him is the successor emperor of the Heavenly Demon sect. Even though he is only the third heir, he has already won the competition. Ranked talent. Meeting Xie Chang's future fiancée in a place like this. It was a small hand holding his hand. He suddenly turned back. Oh, the little girl sobbed while still covering her mouth. Independent California. Are you trying to make me suffer? He replied awkwardly. Yes, Big Brother is here to save you. Let Big Brother take off your clothes. Okay, wait a minute. The children looked at him in confusion, trying to laugh at themselves. Save the father, also save the children. In my previous life, my father might have come here. When he left, I was still sleeping, and he had to fight alone and watch helplessly as the children were taken away and their mother was killed. My father must have suffered a lot back then. I hope he can live healthy until I become a master, the best in the world. He patted him on the shoulder. May, I'm sure you're safe. He hugged her tightly. He said, good job. He patted his head. My son is so good. Dad is very proud of you. Tears welled up in his eyes. Duong Tung patted his father's back to comfort him. Well, you did a good job. It's not much. I don't know when the Black Snake Gang will leave again, but I will ask my army to help me find them. The mission board appears again. Special mission to deal with all the remaining Black Gang members in Xi'an. 3/37. Time limit, 10 days. If successful, you will receive a bag of 10 seats. Penalty for failure. The mission will change. He coughed lightly and patted his shoulder. I can't do it. I believe you can do well. Pay attention to the screen angle. Black Snake Eyes figure 3/37. Black Snake Eyes figure 9 out of 37. The numbers keep jumping to 13/37. What are you panicking about? 25/37 35, 37, 36. 37 hours. System. General. Rang again. Zin completed the mission. You have completed the special mission. The 10-seater bag reward has been sent to your item bag. Duong Tung looked at the quest board and couldn't believe his eyes. Now that he thought about it, the special quest had been completed. The red system screen appears. You have completed the special mission. The 10-seat bag reward has been sent to your item bag. He remembered a man once saying to him, "To commemorate the day we first met, I'll take care of the rest of these bastards for you. I'm already bored in Xian anyway." He muttered. Seeing that he wasn't serious, he also felt somewhat relieved. He wondered how he could kill someone so quickly and easily. The screen clearly showed the mission. Black Snake Ice 37 out of 37. Duong Tung crossed his arms and thought. Besides, receiving a reward without having to do anything is also nice. Maybe in the near future, the two of them will meet again. Even Duong Nok Ni is aiming at him. He clenched his fists. This time he couldn't rely on luck. That guy was definitely stronger than him. Besides, Duong Nok Ni would also become stronger and stronger. Just as he had guessed, the martial arts world was truly a terrifying place. He suddenly thought, came to something, and then covered his face and sighed. What the hell am I thinking? He frowned firmly. It's not just them. I can also become stronger. He ordered, opening the status window. In terms of basic attack, he might be a phoenix among chickens compared to his peers, but in terms of all other aspects, except for physical strength, he was still inferior to him. Level 19, Tang Tung. Age 16, Strength 99, 34% Physical Stage 1 Stamina. Agility 80, 3-year Achievement 0%, Critical Rate 6. I'll try to find some way to get stronger, do something like modify my body. He clenched his fist. Yes, I need to increase my strength beyond 99. The little girl held his hand tightly and asked, "Brother, can I bring Mom along?" "Huh? I'm confused. I'm sorry, but no." "Okay, honey. The law strictly forbids taking a leper out of the cesspool, even if he is only a corpse." The two people looking back were cremating, but if she went to heaven, then she would no longer have to suffer. No more pain. Another boy also interjected. "Brother, after death, people will go. Where to?" He was startled. Thinking seriously, reincarnation, he also did not know. But if you try in this life, work hard, maybe in the next life you will have the life you want. The boy seemed to realize something and let out an ah sound. It looks back. If we die and then regress, so maybe one day we can meet our parents again. Ta. The boy asked again. So now we go. Where is it? He looked at a group of children thoughtfully. There were too many children to be buried. Orphaned. I was thinking of sending them to an orphanage, except for a few kids, but there are still too many things involved. The mandarins must take care of it. Like the courtiers and the eunuchs, then there is only one thing left. A place to go, a new building, was under construction again. Hong Trung was surprised. He smiled. I understand. Duong Tung was happily said, "There are over 30 children? Really? I will definitely contribute more to support." He laughed out loud, patted his shoulder. "Okay, since it's your request, you don't have to worry about the house." Duong Tung also smiled awkwardly. A person who used to be indifferent to everything has now changed so much. It's really funny. Huang Zhong continued. "But I have one condition." He smiled. "Of course, as long as it's not a matter of money." He smirked and suggested, "If you can occasionally teach the children, that's more than enough. I intend to renovate this place anyway. If you brought back a lot of, how can I not show some gratitude to such a wonderful disciple?" Tung suddenly realized he was in trouble. "Oh, I still clearly remember this place in my previous life, completely destroyed. Even so, I didn't expect that a request that seemed even more difficult than dealing with the Black Snake Gang would be accepted so easily. Thank goodness. Although it's a bit strange, the day before I defeated Duong Nok Ni, they also encouraged me a lot." I agreed. Thank you. Even though this time there was no encouragement, I was still happy because at least he still accepted my request. I suddenly felt relieved. He was happy. "Then let's make a deal. You make me a bowl of rabbit kick. I haven't eaten for days, so I'm feeling hungry." This is the whole person. Duong Tung finished his business immediately. Say goodbye and leave. A child calls out to him. You. Puzzled. "Yes." The boy quickly ran back to him. He asked happily, "If I were here, then I could become like." "Can I?" Duong Tung smiled. "Of course, but if I want to become stronger, there are still many other places to go." He wondered, where? He patted his shoulder. Martial arts school. You have to go there to meet stronger people and become stronger. I'm going there now. You're so excited. I want to go with you. He patted your head. You have to practice carefully here first before you can go there. Will you come back here to visit us often? Happy baby. Yes. Duong Tung raised his hand to say goodbye to the children and Hong Trung. Before, no matter where he went, no one would. I don't care at all. It's not that I don't think I can do it. It's that no one believes in me, and I'm treated like a piece of trash that deserves to be laughed at and thrown away. But now the friends of the same age that Hang wished for have become her friends. They believe in themselves and the present. There are many people in Xi'an who believe in me too. Today I have the motivation to move forward. He was determined that no matter if it was Bei or Duong Nok Ni or whoever, he would become stronger, he would level up infinitely. At this time of the season, winter suddenly came again. Duong Tung trembled and exhaled white smoke. He thought to himself, even though I've been maintaining strength training, my strength is still fixed at 99. Do I need to bring something? Is it heavy? Ta Suong looked down and smiled. Are you lying down again? He struggled to get up. Oh, you're here again. Again. Let me spin. You're too lazy, so I'm leaving. Duong Tung sat up, confused. Hey, why are you leaving all of a sudden? She said, tongue with him. She wondered. Do you often lie on the ground looking up at the sky like that? She tilted her head. What are you looking at? He replied calmly. There must be a reason. Looking up at the sky? TR smiled. That's right. What reason do you need to look up at the sky? There's also no reason why you want to be the best in the world, right? He frowned. You say that as if I have no reason. She was doubtful. Worldly affairs. What is it? He replied lightly. It was because of excitement. She half believed it. Excited? Duong Tung happily replied. Just thinking about it made him excited. So wasn't it also very? Is it worth a try? She was puzzled. Seriously? You guys get interested just because of something like that? He frowned. What do you mean by that? Then why are you practicing? For what reason? She sighed deeply. Because I don't want to be sold. If I can become a true master. Chi fell into contemplation. He punched her lightly on the shoulder and spoke reassuringly. He said, don't worry. If it's you, then you can definitely become a real master, but only the second, not the first in the world. That. She was confused. Second in the world? What do you mean? What are you? He smiled and pointed at himself. Of course it's because I'm the number one in the world. If you become the number two, you won't be forced to marry a chicken anymore. Tron, hearing that was also fun. Sounds good. Then I will become a strong female successor, the best in the world. She turned around. Oh no, I will too. Ta Suong confidently looked at him, becoming the number one in the world. He was excited. Hee. Want to bet? Tron replied calmly. What if it doesn't work? So what? He fell into deep thought and walked away. She shouted, Hey, where are you going? He breathed heavily and went to close the door, packing things. Zhang Heng looked around and pouted. I can't get used to these things. He was doubtful and couldn't get used to them. What do you mean? He kept shivering. The air was cold, so cold. Why was it like this? He screamed, wearing a sleeveless shirt and saying he wasn't cold. Stupid. Zhang Heng folded his arms. Sleeveless? That's strange. Last year I also wore a sleeveless shirt like this and still survived, right? On Dong Nam San Mountain. It's even colder. He suddenly noticed his back pocket. Dong Nam San Mountain? Is that his back pocket? It looks cute. Is Tung Han proud? Something like that. He thought to himself, this bag is the loot from the last mission. When I took it out of storage to use it, I discovered that its function was far beyond my imagination. My statue. It's a bit complicated, so I can't explain it to him. He demonstrated to Zhang Hong. Look, there is a magnet on the button. Jiang Xiong, hands on hips. Where did you get that magnet? It looks cool and interesting. I find packing a hassle. Or should I just go? He pointed in another direction. Why do we have to pack our things? They're also going to join the Dragon and Phoenix competition. They were just new disciples. Just that. You're suspicious. We'll go to Chong Nam San Mountain as representatives of the school to observe and evaluate Yong Bong, she's true nature. You still don't know about it? Those novice students are all from long-standing dojos, and even the Bushido of the Murim Alliance will come and evaluate us. Picking your nose is no different. Looking at the respected people passing by, admired by many people. Oh, masters, try to pass the exams and pass them on to your descendants. He thought to himself that it was completely different. Not everyone at the intermediate level knew about it, as well as we did. My previous life's exam, and the reason I wanted to become a true disciple during the entrance exam was to obtain the sea flower, even though many apprentices were aiming for it. It would definitely be difficult to pass the flower exam. Even if he did, he would just be an unknown samurai who did nothing but odd jobs, or a low-ranking official of the Murim alliance. And among those samurai, becoming as famous as an escort samurai was just a story, once in 100 years. Such stories are not realistic for anyone in the Murim alliance. After passing the Yongbong Intermediate exam, I have served the Murim alliance for life. My days as captain of the relief team are over. Jiang Hung was frustrated. We don't have any. Nothing to do. Troll noticed the two people and asked with concern, "You're here? You packed. Have you packed your luggage yet?" Jiang Hung sighed. Duong Tung and I are very busy. There are only 5 days left. She pointed behind. Hey, all the Yongbong ex-contestants have left. You know, he smiled. It's because they're going in groups. I'll go alone later. What's the point of getting there early, right? Cho turned to him and asked, Duong Tung, what are you going to do? He smiled. We'll also go alone. She pouted. Why don't we go together? He was straightforward. I will practice as I go. If we go together, I won't be able to practice. She puffed her cheeks and exclaimed, what a stingy person. Tron crossed his arms and looked at them defiantly. Well, it's better if you guys don't leave early. It's for the safety of the entire Chol Bong Military Academy. If you guys mess up, our academy's candidates might be disqualified from the exam. She waved and said goodbye to the boys at the mountain. Dong Nam San later. Duong Tung looked towards Tron's family. They all looked at him with eyes that wanted to eat him alive. He was stunned. Their eyes. He quickly ran away. If he stayed here too long, the masters would call him. Seeing that he was about to run away, Zhang Hung asked, are you going to leave? He explained, you should leave now. If you don't want to hear words like, I am your hope. Our hope is as much as yesterday. Then should run away. Tayan Nam Gate. People going in and out of the city bustling. He searched. There's a nice big, roomy pouch in the inventory, but I don't use it much because it blocks my view. This pouch is useful, just can open with one hand. Duong Tung groped around as he walked. Even though it blocked his view, it was convenient for taking things in and out of his bag. He looked at the display screen. There were specifically 5 boxes to fill. He noticed ZZ's curled-up figure, which seemed a bit too big for a normal bag to hold. Besides the bag, this morning I also discovered this spirit beast. Put it in the bag. Father almost caught me. But then he remembered that father was searching for Tuesday. This Duong Tung, have you seen Tutu? He forced a smile. That cat is famous in the underground dojo, so I let it play there for a while. He smiled. Really? Haha. That little cat doesn't like to hang around like other cats, so don't forget to give it some time. He proudly remembered that he had no choice but to bring the cat. That cat followed. Looks like we have to. Let's go to the exam together. He stared at ZZ's symbol. Yes, if I don't take this out, it will be silent. I put alcohol in it, so this cat will drink every time it is hungry. Suddenly, he stumbled upon something. Duong Tung cursed under his breath. He fell heavily to the ground. He turned back angrily. What the hell? I only see one. The old man was sleeping until he had bubbles in the middle of the market. LV1 Kim Trung Nam. Age 120, strength 12, stamina 17, agility 9. He angrily shouted. Why is there suddenly an old man over 100 years old lying here, right? He looked at the old man lying in front of him and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Duong Tung Hong. The chaos retreated. There were many candidates participating in Yongbong Si, and many people were busy at the south gate. As for this old man who was over 100 years old, everyone around looked at him in dismay. My God, what the hell is this? Look at that old man. We are running out of time. Let's go. He looked at the guard in the distance with apprehension. It seemed like the guard was busy checking people coming in and out. The 2 old guards checking papers were discussing. Is this person okay? There should be no problem. He looked around. The candidates just passed by and looked at him. Some people tried to shake him, but the old man still did not move. Duong Tung began to struggle mentally with himself. He couldn't leave him like that. This is fine. He approached and called out to him. Sir, it's not safe to sleep here. The old man opened his eyes to look at him. Who are you? Duong Tung pointed at himself and smiled. Me. I am a candidate on the way. Go take the exam. Kim Trung Nam frowned. Then why don't you go take the exam? Why bother me? Are you going alone? He asked, looked at him with disgust. Because I'm a good person, Grandpa. And Tang Tung bent down. Just leaving you like this, I feel so restless. Where is your house? He shouted. My house. What? He squinted. If you can see, I will take you to the exam and then bring you home. You look just like my father. Kim Trung Nam. Sit up. I get it. But do you really feel restless? Go to Trong Nam. Which mountain? The system panel appears. The mission is to bring Gu Wang Bong Nam to the top of Trong Nam San Mountain. The time limit is 3 days. The reward is an all-kill martial art technique. The penalty is to cancel the mission and experience an abnormal electric shock. In 3 days. He muttered. Well, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The old man was puzzled and said, What do you mean by killing 2 birds with 1 stone? What? He asked, carrying the old man on his back. What? The old man asked him, What do you want to do when you take me to the top of Dong Nam San? He smiled at the old man. Hey man, don't you see what you're wearing with that hairstyle? You don't look like someone who's out looking for food, do you? The old man waved his hand. Hey kid, your eyes are seriously damaged. This is the trendy style. Old Jiang said with both hands in satisfaction. That's the hippie fashion trend of the Chan Gu people now. He was puzzled. Chingu, did he go that far? Duong Tung was confused. What is a hippie? He's obviously lying. I just thought he was a beggar. Kim Trung Nam hit him hard on the head. Hey kid, you really don't know shit. Nothing about fashion. He closed his eyes and forgot. After all, it was just an old man's words. But sooner or later this trend would definitely spread to the Midwest next year. He yelled in annoyance. Whatever, just sit still. Why does an old man like you have such heavy hands? Old man sneered. Do you know how old I am? Wherever I go, everyone thinks I'm only about 58 years old. Duong Tung heard, but just smiled and did not reply. He was angry. That Dan was laughing like hell. What kind of mold is this? The old man was not satisfied. Impossible. It could not be like this. After I washed my hands in the golden bowl, I started my journey. Since then, I have seen the surrounding nature change 12 times. Although I am old, my strength has continued to increase, my wrinkles have gradually disappeared, and my skin is getting younger and younger. The old man glanced down at him. This kid is not joking with the old man. What about this? Kim Trung Nam thought. Should I scold him a little? Duong Tung, speak up, old man. What are you so surprised about? He said frankly. I'm going to the top of Dong Nam San. But where exactly do I have to go to get to Dong Nam San? The old man was confused. He did not notice that he had gained weight. He ordered to the lake. Tian Chi went. He smiled, okay. Then he ordered to open the map of the mountain overlooking Nam San. He reminded the old man to hold on tight. We will go to the Lake Paradise by the fastest way to the top of the mountain overlooking Nam San Lake Paradise, about 37.2 kilometers away. He suddenly sped up. The old man looked at him full of interest. Okay, let's have some fun. The desolate mountaintop fell into silence. Actually, I have been back to Dongquan to take the Yong Bong X exam for a while now. Unfortunately, no martial arts warriors have paid any attention to me lying there all this time. He lay on the ground thinking, should I just rest? It was unbelievable. They let an old man lie on the cold ground like this for such a long time. He gritted his teeth. This world is rotten. I thought this martial arts world was rotten to the core. Until this boy approached him. Duong Tung looked down and called, Hey old man. Thought, let's see what's special about him. Kim Trung Nam spoke up. Hey kid, why didn't you bring your bee-catching contest on top of Dong Nam San? What luggage are you bringing? He laughed happily. Oh, you look like you're enjoying being carried like this? Haha. Blue veins. On his forehead rose a mole. He looked like he was very different from those bastards. Old, pressing his shoulder tightly, looking inside him. What do we have? The old man was shocked. Yeah, how could the kid compete in a bee competition with a body like this? I haven't seen a body like this before. I have witnessed countless children and even become a master of them. However, was he any different? No, his body was so stiff that it was hard to describe with words. The thickness of his blood vessels was thinner than that of a normal person, which meant that the spiritual energy in his body had difficulty circulating. Circulation is possible. No, it is the heartbeat of a warrior of paradise. I never expected to see such a superior body. This is a body that has nothing innate, born both. In fact, the kid's chi and blood flowed in the opposite direction. If he made a mistake, he could die in an instant. Although, extremely strong psychological picture, this body 100. There is only 1 year. There is no guarantee that a person like this appears every 100 years. His voice. Wake up this old man. He reminded. Hold him tight. He is so light that I am afraid he will get hurt if he falls down. Who will be able to save him then? Looking at his swift movements, Kim Trung-nam pondered. On a more positive note, this child's superior strength and endurance were truly astonishing. Even though he didn't use any special techniques to carry me, he was still able to maintain a steady speed. There was only one way a mortal could do that. That's it. How hard have you tried to be this strong? Is it possible that someday you practice too? You're an old man. This is amazing. Let's see if this old man's pranks work. How to use it? The old man put his arms around his neck. The weight of the sledgehammer was 10 un. The old man sighed and shouted. He still doesn't care? Old man. Serious face. Sledgehammer weight 10 un. Duong Tung was still not moved. He still maintained his speed running through the forest. The old man is difficult. Understand? Yes. The old man gradually increased his strength. Get heavier. Duong Tung smiled, trying. Try harder. The old man was stunned for a moment. This boy. His footsteps became heavier. More. After 4 hours, the earthquake also startled the bird on the tree. Soul. The old man was sweating, but he still endured. Okay. We'll increase the volume. More. Duong Tung was sweating. He was calm. He struggled to lift the old man up. He took one step and then stopped. The old man circled his. He was proud. That's right, he finally stopped. From here on, it was a battle of pride. He gasped. Thank you, old man. Kim Trung-nam was confused. What? Thank you. Why is he going crazy from fatigue? His eyes lit up. Look at him. How about another 100? See, how about it? The old man laughed happily. Fine. If you like, I will indulge you. I, the outstanding son of the sky, swear in my name that I will make this boy fall at his knees. On the cliff hanging over the sunset gradually fades. The road was deserted. He was covered in sweat and thought to himself, just a little more. Staircase. Suddenly he stood up straight, laughed loudly, blood flowing from his nose continuously. Finally his strength had reached 100. Tongue Street. He stopped and staggered down. Face slammed straight to the ground. Unconscious. Human resources. Kim Trung-nam lit a fire and looked up at the starry night. We are about to. Arrived. The old man glanced at the unconscious Tang Tung, secretly regretting. A brat like him almost passed this old man's test. What a strange child. He muttered. I am the commander of the 7th Tang Tung aid team. The old man opened his eyes and pondered. Duong Tung. That second name. I will let you be my disciple. He suddenly raised his middle finger and shouted, Take it, you bastards. The old man was scared and stopped doing that, brat. The crackling sound of the fire echoed in the night. Duong Tung struggled to open his eyes. He muttered, a cold night. He tried to sit up in the makeshift tent, groaning incessantly. He felt uncomfortable in his body. Kim Trung-nam asked, Are you awake? The old man clasped his hands and looked into the distance. Thanks to you. My house is right before my eyes, and I've arrived. He sat up confused. I don't understand what you're saying. Back, your feet. Suddenly numb, he trembled and screamed, cried out in pain. He looked at him with displeasure. Don't make that ugly face and scream. Duong Tung clenched his fists and shouted. I feel like my muscles are being crushed. It hurts so much. Here is your graceful old hand. Feeling the acupuncture point, he panicked. 2. Is this an acupuncture point? Attack method. Kim Trung-nam looked at him proudly. Why do you look so surprised? I never thought this old man was better than you. Imagine. Tang Tung was confused. The old man. This is truly a master. Kim Trung-nam closed his eyes and calmed down. However, I was also surprised because he was worse than I thought. He was confused. What the hell are you talking about? I'm a victim of your bullshit. The information stream shows 16 years old, stage 1 power awakening. Physical transformation stage 1 10 years. Agility 89, IQ 350%, critical rate 6%, powerless state stage 1, awaken 1. He thought that thanks to that he gained power for a while, a certain time. The old man was puzzled. Why was he pretending to be stupid when he knew? Is that all? Tang Tung Fan Tran. Because I am a stupid and stubborn person. I clasped my hands together unconsciously, and also because I wanted to know how far I could go. I was too focused on improving my strength. He realized something and asked, So how long have you been practicing? He replied, Yes, enough to not let my efforts down. Do you understand what I mean? The old man continued. Enough to not let your efforts down? The old man nodded. Sounds fun. So when did you realize I was a martial arts master? Tang Tung recalled how he always tried to carry the old man on his back, pressed on his neck, of course when he tried to press my tissue acupoint. He looked at him, full of uncertainty, doubt. He thought it was obvious that not everyone could correctly identify the main acupuncture points in the body. Witnessing a 120-year-old man do so, he must have special talent and be a master of Murim martial arts. This was even more evident when he used Samjian. The red text of the system appeared on the tip of the middle needle, but it was all turned into a question mark. All the previous data, I think it's all fake. Remembering the scene of the old man sleeping in the middle of the market, he gradually realized that Kim Trung-nam must have deliberately hidden his presence, but his age was unusually high while he could increase or decrease compared to 120. So that was probably his real age. Tang Tung looked at the old man who was thoughtfully stroking his beard, returning to his human instincts. He wasn't bad. When a master's power reached a certain level, their appearance would return to that of a normal person. This old man Jin Zhongnan was truly a master and had already reached that realm. Kim Trung-nam added more wood to the fire. I can't believe you can feel that energy. You're hard to understand. But I've never heard of a martial arts master like him. Kim Trung-nam. The growling sound from his stomach caught the old man's attention. The old man was kind. You're hungry, aren't you? Well, you've been unconscious for 2 days, so it's easy to understand. The 2 roads of Tung Bang Hong. Days. What? He asked again in panic. What did you say? I've been lying unconscious for 2 days. He stroked his mulberry tree thoughtfully. More precisely, 2.5 days. He looked at the board. Panic mission, less than more hours. Look at the remaining time passing. Remaining time 58 minutes 43 seconds. He quickly walked to the cliff and looked out at the beam. From here he could still see the mountain, so he was sure he could do it. He shouted, Old man, hurry up and go. Old Kim Trung Nam was confused, leaving in the middle of the night. His body was already at its limit. If it was for the Yongbangsi exam, he could still leave early in the morning. Duong Tung turned back in panic. No, he didn't say he wanted to go to his place, not why. Yongbangsi. Old Bin calmly. Isn't that this old man's house? My house isn't running away, so don't worry too much. Duong Tung was even more panicked. No, never mind. Let's hurry up. This impotent old man. Listen to me, brat. The mountains and forests were deserted. A gentle wind blew through. The old man calmly reassured. I'm in no hurry. The old man heard a strange noise and turned around. 1. The figure rushed past, advancing into the tree bed. The old man looked in the direction he ran, confused. Why is he here? I whistled at him. Duong Tung urged this old man in panic. No matter who you are or who he is, we must leave now. He turned away, not forgetting to wish him well. Boy, I have to go. I wish you good luck in your Yongbang X exam. The old man nimbly jumped from mountain to mountain, leaving Duong Tung bewildered. He gasped, not that way. Time keeps on decreasing. 54 minute 24 seconds. The mountains and forests were deserted, and Kim Trung-nam's traces had also disappeared. The road. I'm so helpless, damn it. He stopped, panting. No good. The current speed is not enough. I'm hiding from him already. I give up. I'm too tired. I don't think I can catch up anymore. The countdown clock only had 10 minutes and 15 seconds left. He gritted his teeth. He's gone, he frowned. If I still have the chance, I will definitely do something. Looking at the bright red mission board before him, he sighed inwardly. Bring Kim Trung-nam along? Then we have to go together. The electric shock situation, there's no avoiding it. Besides, the time limit is 3 days are almost up. He scratched his head helplessly at his current situation. Maybe he wouldn't be able to keep up with Yongbang X. Not even sure if it can reach the registration place. Sign the exam again. His stomach still kept protesting. He sighed with difficulty. Oh, ZZ's familiar cry rang out under his feet. It meowed loudly. He looked at it. I'm ruffling feathers. Sorry. I understand. You're hungry these 2 days, right? Wait a minute. Let me bring your food out. Road. Open. Storage. A vast area of light appeared, containing all kinds of furniture and food bags. I'm looking at a cage here. He slowly removed the blanket covering him. He didn't expect that he hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Luckily, it was in the warehouse, so he didn't have any confiscated. He looked at the 2 water bottles beside him. He would get some for 2 too. Zijio's growl echoed. He was confused. Humph! Why did Zijio react like that? Did a wild bear appear? He carried. The thing came out, and immediately saw its fur bristle, blocking before his eyes. A Bakchi appeared. In front of the two people, he looked at Duong Tong, said, "Look who it is. I knew we would meet again soon, but I didn't expect it to be in a place like this. Huashan Youth, I wonder why he is here." I look. The LV characters appeared and disappeared in the hazy smoke. Confusing. Ah, what is this? Bakchi lightly realized. Are you checking to see if there are any experts coming with me? Even if you use stealth magic, you still found them, right? Tiger is a dragon man. Duong Tong was confused and was talking nonsense. He wondered, "What are you doing here?" He calmly replied, "I'm chasing someone." "Did you see the man in black?" Tang Tung was confused. The man in black. He remembered the black shadow that had run past. So the old man was aiming at that man in black. It could have been him, or it could have not been him. Bakchi smiled at him. "It seems you saw. Where did he go?" I still keep quiet. Silently did not answer him. Bakchi immediately pointed to the side. "This way?" He sighed to himself. This guy is so hard to understand. Sometimes he's so stupid. Sometimes he's so accurate. "Always." He replied, "Yeah, is that all? Aren't you going to come over here to get your salary from last time?" Duong Tung was on guard. He didn't think he would just stop and ask me for a simple. It's not that simple. Looking at him like a cat with its fur fluffed up, Bakchi teased, "Calm down. Don't be so cautious. Demons can only use their power during the day. It's just night." Hee. He pointed to the horizon. "Hey, the sun is about to rise. Let's go." He was helpless. Was he just here to tease him? He turned away. Mumble stuff. What? Then he disappeared into thin air. He was surprised that he was using the sound technique. Disappeared, Bakchi appeared. "I'm next to you, so hungry." He quickly took some rice and brought it up to taste. Tongue Street looked at him with pity. "So many rice balls. Are you planning to eat them all by yourself?" "Huh." He picked up a rice ball. Big, happy juggling. "This is enough. Taking a little bit should be okay." Duong Tung Nai angrily asked while chewing rice. "Hey, do you want to take the ocean current?" Give it to me." Tutu suddenly bristled at him. The white peony looked and said, "Very good," but he bent down to threaten it. "What are you going to do, kitten?" On his shirt, suddenly a spark appeared. Duong Tung had not finished speaking when he suddenly looked at him. "It's because of your cigarette smoke." Sparks erupted on his arm. "Oh, I'm sorry." He quickly grabbed Tutu. "Stay away. That's dangerous. What are you planning to do?" Baiji looked at him with sweat pouring down her face. Occasionally, there would be things that went against her will. Please understand. I'm suspicious. Manhua, if there's nothing else, then which way? Let's go. He suddenly noticed the countdown clock that had appeared beside him for a long time. Hours. Humph. For seconds, he quickly ran away. "Let's go, hurry up." System panel appeared. Mission failed. You failed to complete your mission. Now you will have to suffer punishment. The mission has been cleared. You must endure abnormal electric shock for 3 days. A spark of electricity flashed across the back of his neck. He thought to himself, "Oh no." Lightning tore through his body. He screamed in pain. He fell to his knees, down to the ground. "Land," he panicked. "This is abnormal punishment." Bakchi said back, "Your body is so similar to mine." "Brother, we smoke. Not smoking is sometimes worse." "Mine." He sighed and reminded, "Don't just endure it. You're really disgusting." He gave Duong Tung Tao a pipe and signaled him to take this. "This is all I can help you with right now." He turned around. "Back go. Wave hand. Consider as meal money." His figure disappeared into the mist. "I must go now." He groaned heavily. He's finally gone. Oh, damn. Another electric shock made him scream. Tutu came over and smelled his hand. He immediately waved it away. "Don't come here too. Death, it's dangerous." "No, let me take you to the warehouse." It suddenly licked his hand. Tang Tung felt something. Yes, the electric shock and pain had lessened as if the wine had absorbed it through the saliva of the thing. His body now only felt itchy and numb. He smiled and stroked it. "Thanks. Thanks to you, I can move now. Tomorrow morning is the registration deadline, so we have to go." It was Agile, climbed on his shoulder. "I can't be late tomorrow, or I'll miss this once-a-year opportunity. I have to move faster." He looked at the pipe that Bakchi gave him. Yeah. Bakchi gave me this pipe." He said their bodies were the same. The thing that appeared on his left arm just now was an abnormal state. "Is that so?" I put the pipe to my mouth to try it. "Does this help relieve pain?" I choked on cough medicine. It's because I'm old that I became like this. Duong Tung did not delay any longer and ran away. Humph. There was nothing more he could do now anyway. Kim Trung Nam made an appointment to meet again. Duong Tung ran quickly in the forest. He thought to himself, he failed the mission, and now he met that bastard again. Damn it. He thought to himself, his strength had definitely increased, but it still wasn't enough to deal with him. Now I have to increase my agility. The system informs me that you have exceeded your limit. Increase agility by 1. If I continue to go further, the electric shock came again, causing him pain. Tutu came forward to lick him. He was sweating uncomfortably. The pain appeared periodically. Luckily, Tutu was there to soothe it. It seemed like every time it appeared it got a little stronger. He threw the pipe. I probably don't need it. Where's the gong bang? It's better to bring the pipe with you than to carry Tutu on your back like this. When you throw it away, the pipe will be empty of tobacco. Tutu leaned. The person who put him on top. If I knew the punishment would be this terrible, I would have asked him for more. The electric shocks came one after another, startling both him and Tuesday. He shouted, "You better pray for yourself." Damn old man, Kim, Central South, beyond talent. The old man cursed inwardly. Which idiot is scolding me? If I catch him, I will definitely break his legs. The old man stood on the mountain top and looked into the distance. Do you think you can escape this old man's hands after coming here? Hee hee, but why did this guy come to this world? Is there anything else to rob here? The old man pondered, at a time, then quickly pulled out a small scroll. He quickly opened it. Kim Trung Nam squinted at the paper. This mission in the lower world prevents this old man from playing around. The small piece of paper clearly states, return immediately. The old man put the scroll away, secretly thought that one day I would die, but there was no way I would die so easily. The cold wind blows through the forest. Tree from behind. Old man glanced. Cold wind. Coming from the south. The direction of the mountain facing Nam San is because of the bee competition. The old man was deep in thought. The Phoenix exam. Kim Trung Nam frowned. The middle realm is definitely not the reason he came here. Hee hee, well, it'll be fun, you'll see. Let's go there. Let's take a look. He disappeared in a blink of an eye, and the mountains and forests returned to their original silence. Is located at Zhongnan Mountain, one of the peaks of Jin Ryan Valley, which is also the hometown of the Zhongnan sect, who once protected Zhongnan. The long hall, the last gate of the hand of the doctor. Duong Tung stepped on the steps to reach. Ta Suong noticed him, opened his mouth. Hello. Jiang Xiong turned back and smiled. This brat. How dare you make big brother wait so long? Ta Suong spread his arms. Tutu is also coming along. Huh. Tang Tung happily ran over. He was panting. At least he wasn't late. They were confused. What's wrong with you? Jiang Xiong scratched his chin. Why is your face so pale? Ta Suong was worried. Huh? Where are you injured? Ah. He breathed out with difficulty. What's wrong with you too? Did you forget that I'm Duong Tung? I told you it's okay. Cao Quan waved at him. Hey, if you're here to register for the exam, come here quickly. Everyone gathered. The meeting was packed. He asked for his name and address. He replied, the route of Ta Su Martial Arts School, on Bong. The examiner was surprised. Duong Tung Ong, stuttering. You are the Dragon Prince of the West. The mysterious white birth, Long Tu of the West. He wondered, who is that? Everyone was also talking. I have never met him before, but 2 months ago, about 5 to 6 Taoist priests had fought with him. He frowned. Does that sound absurd? Those guys are all the 4 great disciples of the Huashan sect. Moreover, he alone fought against all of them. Chu Song raised his eyebrows. I'm telling the truth. Moreover, even Duong Nok Ni, you lost to him. Sin Bok was panicked. What? He doubted the name Duong Nok Ni. That lost. Last year, the master came to the Huashan sect and gathered all the disciples. He announced that this time I came to the Huashan sect. I met that child named Duong Nok Ni. Zhang Mun shouted. It was from those children that I saw the future of this Murim alliance. But what about here? Why don't we see anyone with a future? Is that so? Sin Bok was startled. This was the first time he saw his master praise someone so much. He was jealous. That's how I feel about that Duong Nok Ni. That's why I wanted to meet and fight him. But he was able to defeat Duong Nok Ni. You. Ask again, what is that Long Tu name? Where? Chu Song wondered. Huh. Didn't you see his name? He is the head disciple of the Ta Su Ong Bong Martial Arts School. He frowned. You, what nonsense. Chu Song sneered. Yeah, this is really ridiculous. That guy Duong Nok Ni was defeated by a disciple from Ta Su Ong Bong martial arts school. You don't understand how he did that? That damn long too. He asked again. So that guy joined Wyong Bong X year. Today? Chu Song smiled. Of course he had to participate well. He was an officer. He definitely had to join the Murim martial arts school, right? Sin Bok fell into deep thought. That's right. I am Sin Bok. Whether I meet Duong Nok Ni or participate in the Yongbongshi exam, I will definitely overcome everything. After all, I am the most formidable first true successor of the Pain Gang, the main allied force gang of the Murim Alliance. But thinking that he failed so miserably, there's no way I'll let Duong Nok Ni or that too long guy off. Chu Song looked. He left saying, he has nothing to do, so of course he has to join. I'm old. Hey, I'm still talking. Where are you going? Sin Bok stopped and asked. Oh, what was his name again? I don't understand. Who? He repeated the name Long Tu of Xian. He replied with an aha. Ah, that name. Martial arts Ta Su on Ong Bong. Duong Tung. Duong Tung and Zhang Heng stood in a corner. He noticed someone. Sin Bok went to ask the examiner. I'm checking to see if that name is registered or not. Stuttered that. You repeat, I have checked the other registration desks. See if his name is there. His name is Duong Tung. He spoke. I am Duong Tung, but why are you looking for me? He looked at him face to face. Ah, so you are Long Zi of Xian. He turned around. The reporter, he pointed at himself. A Sin Bok will participate in this cotton exam. Mission board, the system appears. Special mission to compete with Sin Bok in the Sekong/3 cotton exam. The reward if successful will receive martial arts secrets. The penalty if the mission fails will change. Remembering the past, Duong Tung walked in and looked around. Sin Bok's provocative voice rang out. What are you doing here? A disciple like you came here. What to do? He said cheerfully. I take the honorary discipleship from the neighboring town. Come visit it. He is upset. Honored disciple. Why not make you a? You're going to be an official? Only after passing the Yongbongsi exam will you become a disciple of the Murim school, you dirty schemer. So don't be so arrogant, I mean. That's how I am. Chu Song sneered. Hey, I'm from a neighboring town visiting. Treat me well. What about you? What else do you want to see? His provocative tone made him uncomfortable. They also followed suit. Is looking at this white-haired guy's face not enough? If not, then, he held his head high. Why don't you go home and play house with your mother? Xian Bok smiled slyly. How about it? He clenched his fists and came all the way here from 1,000 miles away. Damn it, back to reality. Duong Tung smiled. Ah, I remember you. Examiner, it's confusing, but you don't need it anymore. So why did you sign up for the B contest? He smirked. Then I have someone who wants it. Compete with it. The examiner did not argue with him. Okay, I will write your name in, but let the elders check it again, okay? He was pleased. Yeah, Born Bok, come to me. But there seems to be something we still don't understand. What are you so calm about? He deliberately shouted loudly. It's simple. Why do people call you the dragon son of Xian? You, not worthy, right, brothers? Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. What are they talking about? That guy is the son of Xian? What son of Xian? That guy, the dragon prince of Xian. Hey, how is that possible? Is he from the Huashan sect? No, just a normal martial arts disciple. Everyone responded even more enthusiastically. Sin Bok shrugged. See? I'm not the only one who feels uncomfortable. He smiled. Poke, animal. There you have it. He scoffed. Ah, you think this is funny? You provoke. Yeah, it's funny. This matter and you who started it all are confusing, right? Go to the Dragon Prince of Xian. You are talking nonsense. What the hell? I don't even care. That empty name. This is the place to learn, practice, and enjoy life. Why do you keep paying attention to me? Tung looked at him angrily. Not worthy? Then why don't you become the son of Xian, while I'm not even worthy? I want it. He angrily nudged his shoulder, making the white boy jump in surprise. What? Electricity, he shouted angrily. In this Yongbong X exam, I will wake you up from that illusory dream. Duong Tung. He glanced at him. Why do people like to say the same thing? He, sigh. Phew. These guys leave me speechless. Compared to my previous life, this is still interesting. I also want to quickly get rid of those bad guys. But things have gotten worse. This guy, what is he planning to do? He looked at the data above his head. Level 14 white birth. Age 16, strength 77, stamina 75, agility 81, true energy 17 years. He muttered, or is he looking down on me? He sighed. Anyway, A guy like this is nothing compared to. I am. He called back. You guys go and see what's up there. Zhang Heng and Chi Sun also agreed. That's good. I can see this place is starting to smell. He gritted his teeth. That name was Sinbok. Angry roar. I am the White Birth of. That's the Central South faction. Remember the name of the person who will completely defeat you bastards in this Yongbong X exam. Ta Swang pouted. Oh, my people are so scared. Go. Zhang Heng despised. Only knew how to show off his name to the gang. What could he do? What the hell? He whispered. Just an idiot. Don't mind him. They also laughed. Zhang Heng was not joking. Oh, and you look crazy too. I'm happy. What? You want to challenge me? Zhang Heng was delighted. Not only that, I also want to beat both of you. Ta Suang sneered. Hey, who defeated who? This Yongbong X exam is mine. Mississippi. They looked at each other confidently. Suddenly, he felt something coming. Duong Tung jumped up because of the electric shock. Ta Swang looked at it with boredom again. She wondered what he was training for. Tutu also jumped down, out of her hand. It jumped on him. She looked at Tutu taking care of him with admiration. It kept licking him. Duong Tung smiled. Hee. That's a secret technique. Iron. Don't worry. With you guys here, I will pass this Yongbong X exam. Okay, yes. Ta Soong, Zhang Heng, and finally, no, it sounds a bit silly but long. The Xian people marched forward proudly. There are 3 of us here. Nothing. Must be scared. Sinbok looked at him provocatively. What? Are you running away because you're scared? He gritted his teeth. He can't even walk properly. How could he defeat Duong Nok Ni? I, Sinbok, will show the world what ultimate martial arts are. The gong sounded once. The examiner shouted loudly. Round 1 of the Yongbong X exam begins. The main seat and behind is where the first round of the Yongbong X exam took place. The solemn examiner stepped over all the candidates. He stepped up to the host's chair. The candidates below were worried. Swallowing continuously, he shouted loudly. Now the first test of the Seaflower exam is about strength. The servants pulled the red cloth out. Inside was a rock. Big rock. Jiang Xiong was puzzled. A big rock. Tang Tung muttered. I thought it was granite. He solemnly said. Strength is the most basic form of attack. No matter what type of martial arts you study, the methods of fighting vary widely depending on the martial art. The club you joined is also a boxing club. He muttered. They want to test each person's basic strength. Ta Suang Bin, I knew it. He raised the flag high. According to tradition, the test would start from the host's side. The Central South faction, the first 4 people got into position. A man ran over. Master, please wait a moment. They muttered something outside. Then that person ran in again, out of breath. Sir Jiangman, you don't understand. What's wrong? The test is about to begin. He said loudly. That's why I rushed here. Sinbok registered for the Yongbong X exam. We allow him to, right? He frowned. That boy is born white. Okay, it's probably fine. That kid is old enough to take responsibility for himself. He clasped his hands and announced his death. Okay, your subordinate understands. The examiner looked at him and sneered. Then I will offer my condolences to Lord Zhongmon first. You are difficult to understand. Your intention, what does that mean? He also didn't hesitate to say, this year, due to the small number of disciples from the Huashan sect participating, it seemed that the Zhongnan sect would dominate the Yongbong X exam. Today, among them, one of our most formidable disciples also participated. It seems that victory this time is certain, within our reach. Zhongmon is in trouble. He is strong, but it is not certain that he will win. No one knows what will happen in life, so don't be too complacent. Dai, the elder also interjected. That's right. Just because Mount Hua is covered by clouds doesn't mean that Zhongnan can stand above those clouds. The outcome can't be predetermined. Just watch and you will know the answer. He glared at the old man angrily. What? Where did this old man come from? He interrupted. Us. Jiang Min solemnly said. Grandmaster. He startled and bowed his head. Oh my God. The 8th generation leader of Murim Wang just bowed his head. Oh my God. Will my head be severed from my neck? Just kidding. It should be fine, right? Jiang Min continued. And long time no see. Kim, Central South, smiled. Elder Kim Trung Nam replied. It's okay. There's no need to keep saluting this old man all day. He wondered, why did you come all the way here? So, the Grand Elder pointed at Kim Trung Nam. Oh, because this old man said this year's Yongbongsi exam will be very interesting. The old man smiled. On the way here I discovered a very interesting boy. I heard he also came to participate in this exam. Zhang. Unexpectedly, a person like Ta Suang-di personally went to the intermediate realm just because of his interest in a kid. Examiner Duong, the flag shouted. Now that the four of you are in position, move forward. Jiang Muin turned back and said, the exam has begun. Where is it? Let's see if Murim has acquired any talent. Old Jin Zhongnan laughed loudly. That's right, bye. Shake hands with someone of the same faction. Forgive me for this trouble. The other person replied softly. The order has just changed, and everything will be fine. Because there is the proud son of the Central South faction. You are here. The Grand Elder stood up with interest. He is the brat who caused the Central sect too. Is this the male celebrity world? Let's see. The whole crowd of people from the Central South faction was in an uproar. Oh, Bach is going first. Born Bach? Someone wondered. He already had an egg letter. Why did he register again? Chu, Song whispered. It seemed to be to defeat the dragon. That's Taiyan's son. What's so annoying about Zhang Hong? That weird guy went first. He also didn't understand. Maybe the order changed. The central and southern factions stood side by side. They took a defensive stance. Sin Bak concentrated his strength and aimed straight at the rock. Kim Trung-nam looked at him with interest, shouting, it's Iron Hand. He probably intends to use his fingertips to pierce the rock. After all, there are no rules governing fist fighting. Zhong, the proud monk said, he is my most special disciple. You can rest assured. Sin Bak, exhale, exercise, accumulate energy. Into your hand. He shouted, his finger aimed straight at the rock, one blow at a time. Straight. Into the rock. Everyone was surprised. Come in, it's him. Zhang Heng was confused. Whatever. Ta Suang was upset. Didn't he hear what the instructor said? As long as it's them, it doesn't matter which part to use. The examiner put in the ruler, then the degree. Wormis. The person's point. He shouted loudly. The white birth of the middle-aged man is 12 centimeters. The chief. The old man smiled and shouted. Not bad. I've been fed up with the Central South faction for a long time. I didn't expect this kid to give me hope. The old man said to Zhang Man, I will meet that boy later. He replied, of course, if he had known he would have met you, he would have. Will also be very happy. Kim Trung-nam opened his eyes. His technique and strength were not bad, piercing through the granite as if it was steel. As expected of the Trung-nam sect, he smiled brightly. You are exaggerating. Kim Trung-nam. He looked at him meaningfully. The exam has just started, so there are still many things worth seeing. The examiner shouted. The AB needle of the middle male sect is 9 centimeters. The Doc BOC needle of the middle male sect is 4.5 centimeters. The A needle of the middle male sect is 3 centimeters. Lemugin A 1.5 centimeters. Hiju Anji 4.5 centimeters high. Ju 6 centimeters. Sin Bak looked at everyone complacently. If it continued like this, then the results of the exam were already determined. He was complacent, looked towards Duong Tong. They think those things can beat us for sure. The examiner shouted. All right, I will call those people. Next, looking at the calm crowd, he sneered in boredom. Did these idiots sign up to compete as clowns? Did they think they were just lying in bed? One was playing with a cat, the other was sleeping like the dead. Looking at Ta Suang warming up, at least that little girl looked decent compared to the others. White blushing, so pretty. The examiner raised the list and read the names Zhang Jiuzong and disciples of Ta Su Ong Bong Martial Arts School. Everyone shouted in unison. Xiesu's martial arts school is so cute. Xie Shuang, you start your warm-up moves. Great, it's your turn. Sin Bak looked around. Everyone was. Eyes lit up. He was proud. Don't be delusional. That little girl is only worthy of me. Look at that lady getting attention. At least she should be good enough to stand with me. He winked at Ta Suang. Let's flirt. She sighed and turned away, slowly, like practicing. The voice of the examiner echoed, standing in front of their respective rocks. She looked up at the rock. This? It seemed to be the one that bastard used. Sin Bak was pleased. Isn't that the rock I just pierced through? She thought she could scratch that rock. Ta Suang didn't. Without hesitation, he used all his strength, punched through the rock. Sin Bak looked at it, was immediately frightened. Ta Suang punched. The rock immediately broke through. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and the scene fell silent. The examiner was confused and held the ruler. Now we will. Depth gauge. He panicked and shouted. 23 centimeters bone. The cold arena. Sin Bak did not believe and muttered. Girl, what? Everyone rushed over in confusion, definitely punching inside. How? How is that possible? Looking at the deep hole, they exclaimed. Impossible. Wow, this rock is almost useless. Too awesome. Everyone pushed Sinbok. Everyone wanted to see. Too awesome. Hey, move aside, let me see. Sinbok pushed. Fall out. Zhang Heng spoke. What is this? He started to provoke. Let's see who failed. She walked proudly towards the backstage. Xie Chong. She is indeed a disciple of the Xie Su Ong Bong martial arts school. It seems that she is the eldest daughter of Xie Jiang, right? Jiang Min was confused. Is she the girl you were talking about just now? Kim Trung Nam denied it. But I think he is also a disciple of Ta Su Ong Bong martial arts school like the girl. They wear the same clothes. The Grand Elder sighed. How formidable must that kid be for him to not pay attention to that girl? He stroked. Beard. Well, not as special as the girl. Everyone from the Huashan sect cheered. Tang Tung patted her on the shoulder. Very good. Zhang Xiong looked at the rock in confusion. Xie Chong had only shown this much, and was already praising him like this. The people from the other factions kept looking. When will we be able to do this? Probably around 100 years. The examiner shouted. Everyone calm down. Next turn. Except for this rock. Stand on the remaining 3 rocks in turn. He called Zhang Xiong Tang Tung's name. The 2 men beat each other, hands together cheering. Keep it up. Defeated General, you too. Little Bat Dan was born. I looked at them warily. He gritted his teeth. Okay, let me see your strength. Come on. A bunch of useless people. Zhang Heng didn't say much and directly attacked. One punch of his made the rock bounce up. It shook back and forth and then hit the ground hard. The scars, water gradually, appeared. Zhang Heng looked up along the crack running. It cracked a little and then stopped. He bit his lip. It's harder than I thought. It split in 2. Sinbok was so stunned that the whole rock was moved. Ta Swang frowned. It's so funny. Duong Tung looked and sweated. Terrible thing. Show off. Zhang Heng holds the rock tightly, then pulled his hand out. The examiner came forward to measure him and shouted. Zhang Heng is 54 centimeters. The whole crowd of people from the other factions were gaping. Mouth. Jiang Min muttered. No way you. Looking back, I'm pretty sure that person is that Jiang Xiong kid. He's really adorable. Amazing. The Grand Elder looked at Kim Trung Nam suspiciously. If that kid is so strong, then even the Imperial Guards can't compare. He's truly a precious gem. Kim Trung Nam opened his eyes. I'm sorry, but that kid is not. What are you panicking about? Both of them turned their eyes towards the stage. There was only one person left. So what? It must be that kid. Duong Tung turned his hand, continuously starting. Zhang Xiong went to Sheng Bai to provoke. Cheer up. You even patted my shoulder sincerely, kid. Sin. Bok looked at him going away, confused. What's wrong with these guys? He gritted his teeth. All right, leaving the others aside, the reason I took this exam. He looked at Duong Tung. If compared with him, he would definitely win. He pondered. Zhang Di used that move, right? Then the elders are worried. Look at Kim Trung Nam. The great elder spoke. His eyes were confused. That kid looked pale and weak, more than the 2 before. Kim Trung Nam stroked his beard. That's why I didn't say anything. I told you. He doesn't look special either. All gone. Haha. Jiang Min was helpless. Kim Trung Nam calmly analyzed. At first glance, the young man Zhang Di and the eldest daughter Ta Song clearly had exceptional physiques and innate talents. Do you think I, the old man, would travel thousands of miles here just to look at them? I've seen dozens of innate people before. Think about it. How long has this old man lived? But that brat is different. The reason I'm interested in him is because his veins are both broken and thin, a fool whose true energy flows backwards. The old man sighed. It is true that old age makes people confused. As I just said, his physique is normal, so it will be very difficult for him to use all his energy, and even a small error can make him collapse. Why are you interested in him? The old man opened his eyes. Is because the road jumps up. Even though I'm a stupid little zither player, I hold it high. Hand with all strength, aim precisely. Mount Tai pressed down on the peak and then punched it hard. The rock cracked. Broken. Old man frowned. He was strong. Like that. Grand Elder and Jiangmen immediately shook the whole thing. Everyone could not have expected that the rock would suddenly broken. The 2 elders fell into pondered. Kim Trung Nam calmly replied. Awesome. I really didn't expect it. The arena fell into silence. He turned to look at Sin Bok, smiling brightly. Provocation. Asked proudly. How is it? You. I'm sorry. Messy. He tilted his head to look at him. The martial arts school was in chaos. But right? In the mansion, the elders kept passing by, an old man with long hair. Bak Fo frowned. Huh. The Trung Nam disciple couldn't even get to second place, let alone, said 4. The old man called Jiang Mun, the person being called, timidly. Yes, there is. The great elder. The old man. He looked at him meaningfully. This is the only way for Trung Nam to rise to the top 5 generations ahead of the other 5. He bowed. I am not. I'm sorry. Kim, Trung Nam frowned. Don't blame him like that. He stroked his eyebrows. He said it just now. Who could have predicted it? The old man sighed. There are always fortuitous encounters. But today there were indeed many. Jiang Mun looked at him in confusion. Is he repeating what I said? He continued. Elder Xie Chang'e, how does he know this kid? He closed his eyes and said meaningfully. He is the only one who was beaten by the old man. I was just joking. I was just joking. Who would have thought he would be fooled? Haha, you're hard to understand. Just joking. Looking at the crowd, the Tang people gathered outside. The old man thought to himself that that kid still made the old man. This must be amazing. Even now Kim Trung Nam remembered the time he carried the old man and laughed to himself. In the end, my strength, also up to 100. The old man was suspicious. Or maybe that time he didn't know if he still fell for my trick then. That brat. Maybe it was by enduring my pranks that he gained that power. Duong Tung sweated and hissed. Tai Sun, looking at the broken rocks before his eyes, he thought to himself that this move was also useful. Just like when agility exceeded 100, when strength exceeded 100, the active martial art technique Taishan suppressing the peak, level 1 level reached 1% proficiency. The infinite power of humanity. If you practice regularly, you can become stronger. The current application phase, when used, your strength will temporarily increase. Duration 5 minutes. Consumes 10% of maximum attack each time. Usually the current skill strength increases by 30 then martial. This work appeared. He smiled smugly. It was indeed thanks to that old man. But his face was expressionless. Because the mission failed, the electric shock kept damaging the stamina. Duong Tung looked down at his trembling feet. Each step was a torture. Is Min okay? Everyone who witnessed it kept talking. These guys are really good. What is this? A martial arts school that chooses rankings, or should we switch to martial arts? Ta Suong Bong Restaurant. The second test is about to begin. The moderator continued. Wave the flag. Now, listen quietly. I will explain the next test. According to the agreement, the second test is the Zhongnan Mountain guest footage. It's simple. Before tomorrow, you must go from Zhongnan Mountain to the Earth Party Lake. There are 7 flags containing the seal of the leader of the Murim Alliance. These flags are very well placed. Be steadfast, and your duty is. Bring it here. The sun is about to set, and darkness and fog will soon cover the Zhongnan Mountains. However, you don't need to worry too much, because we have prepared lanterns along the way. The mountain path is extremely cold and dangerous, but I hope you won't give up and bring all 7. The flags are here. And the 7 people who bring back the flags containing the seals will be recognized as the best. Zhang Heng was happy, just what we wanted. Tang Tung was upset again, suddenly having to stay up all night. Xie Chang agreed with him. Of course, the moderator immediately shouted. Now everyone set off. The elders went up to the court and lamented. The sky was so hot. Dungeon. That's it. Kim Trung Nam looked outside with a serious face, but the fog was getting thicker and thicker. Zhang Mon jest. In the distance, unlike Mount Hua which stands above the clouds, Zhongnan is very close to the clouds, and some peaks have been set up with traps to maintain the fog, so it will be difficult for the disciples to find. Got the way. The old man scratched his chin, but it was convenient for the Trung Nam disciples because they had gone through these roads countless times. The grand elder laughed loudly. Old man, you don't have to worry. I think this is why the Central South sect has been able to maintain the Yong Bong X exam for so many years. The old man raised his hand thanks to the fog, a natural fortress on a mountain surrounded by, covered in clouds. If this is exploited, it can be used for camouflage or as an illusion trap. Jiangmin suddenly set an illusion trap for them. The old man glanced at him. Of course I don't judge the difficulty of the test. Anyway, no place is as well prepared as Trung Nam. Don't worry. Kim Trung Nam chuckled. Hee, that's lucky. The elder clicked his tongue. Just because that kid interested you that you're worried about him so much? Kim Trung Nam denied it. What the hell are you worried about? I just suspect you're playing dirty tricks. Jiang Min listened to their argument and fell into thought. The Grand Elder said it was fair, but this test clearly favored the white students. Even if there are illusion traps, Sin Bak can still easily overcome them because he is too familiar with the path. Above all, Sin Bak is good at footwork. Speed is its strength. Sin Bak in white. Sin Bak looked back. Jiang Man was determined. This time he must win the door. Both of them all have the same thought. By all means must. Can do it. The sky is getting darker and darker. Each lantern light flickers in the dark. Dense. The group of lines accelerates running. Go ahead. Jiang Xiong observed the surroundings and reminded. The darker the sky, the thicker the bones, the more trouble we will have. Xie Chong, comforted. Probably not. The first test is to eliminate those without real power. The second test is to see clearly. Difference. Obviously the second test is a walk test, but has a time limit. So that means the difference will be price according to speed. Then this fog is also part of the test. Zhang Hung sneered. What's wrong with fog? Special. She reminded. Better to be careful. Night bones are different from normal bones. Look. The row of lights in front of him. Tang Tung was confused. Those lanterns, probably the direction. Go down. Jiang Xiong and Xie Chong also raised their vigilance. He looked at them, confused and silent like this. They must be. I'm worried. He looked forward determinedly. After all, this was an individual test. The road to the command. The map of Central and South leads the way to the Lake of Paradise. Map. The people appeared. The shortest way, the Lake of Paradise, the shortest route, the way back, was stimulated. Electricity. He was uncomfortable, every step reaching the limit. 2-2 is with me, but is it okay to bring it out, right? Can you hold on? I can take it. Luck is coming. Duong Tung Ta. Swang turned. By the way, she was confused. Why are we still together? No, individual test? Even though we are friends, this is a test, so we have to play fair. She saw silence and immediately turned around. Why is there no one? There is no longer a figure beside her. The other two. Duong Tung looked around and found the shortest route. Now he had to. Let's split up. He was lost in a white area. What? Where are they? Zhang Hung also was separated, standing with hands on hips, thinking. He called out loudly. Hey, Duong Tung, Ta Song, are you just going to leave me behind? The young master looked around, more, looking at the huge puppet before him. He wondered why there was a wooden puppet used for practice here. Looking at the light, its glowing eyes, he puzzled wanted. Fight or what? After the exam started, everyone was unconsciously separated everywhere by the curtain of bones. Xie Suang ran with suspicion and thought to himself, why is it so strangely quiet? Where did they go? She looked up and saw a tall, dry, and skinny tree standing tall, with an eye-catching hole in its trunk. She looked at it and wondered, didn't I see this tree just now? What happened then? Ta Song pulled out his dagger, thinking that even though the lantern was still lit, there might have been a trap set in the skeleton. Then she cut a long, deep line into the tree trunk. I will mark the path I have traveled, and then she left. Adjective. When the stain is clean, when it is new, the sap on the tree still flows and gradually dries up. Ta Song returned to the tree trunk once more. She touched the clean mark in her heart and found the answer. Just as she thought, she looked at the bright lights along the roadside. These lanterns were traps. If she continued to follow them, she would definitely not be able to get out of here. She glanced at the other side doubtfully. How was she supposed to find the right path in this exam? The bones were thick, but there was no. Any suggestions? She walked slowly, examining. How do I get out of here? Thank you. Bones looked out at the vast forest covered with white bones and dry tree trunks. She thought to herself, maybe instead of following the lantern, she should find another way to go. Who knows? Maybe she can get out of here. So what? On the other side, Duong Tung looked at the path with lanterns arranged on both sides and thought. So the lanterns lead from the mountain to the lake. However, he did not rush and looked back at the illusion map for comparison, but the route on the map did not look quite the same. He thought as he moved nimbly through the treetops. Xie Xiong had said there was something suspicious about these bones. I hope they are okay. I can follow the map and leave here without much worry. But what about the rest of us? Suddenly, lightning bolts appeared and ran through his body, making him grit his teeth and stop. Now is not the time to worry about them. Although it was uncomfortable, Duong Tung still accepted. He kept running. Suddenly he noticed something. A wooden puppet collapsed even though he hadn't done anything. Its body was surrounded by lightning on him. Duong Tung wondered, "What is this?" He looked at the puppet. Wooden puppet wondered, "I think I saw this somewhere else." In another place in the forest, the wooden puppet was grabbed by the hand, punched him in the face. It was Zhang Heng. After he finished dealing with it, he immediately thought about last year when he broke this to pass the exam at the lobby in the club. A wooden puppet jumped out from somewhere, intended to sneak attack him. Zhang Heng lightly realized that he lifted one leg and kicked the wooden puppet's face. "What the hell is that?" He ignored it, but still asked indignantly, "Where are you guys from? Tell me the address." Around Zhang Heng lay a few wooden puppets. He looked at their footprints on the ground and guessed. It seemed they came from the same direction. "Huh?" Zhang Heng bloomed. Smug smile. "Delicious. I've been a bit lonely these past few days. So let me relax with you guys for a bit," he said, then quickly clenched his fist and rushed forward. The wooden puppet's guarantee to accept fate. Return. At Ta Suang's place, she was using her feet to clamp someone's head. The wooden puppet twisted. The wooden puppet fell down, and she quickly dealt with the next one that was running towards her. She gave it a punch. Kick in. Face. At this moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Thinking about it, I finally found it. I see a clue. These guys are the clue. She looked in the direction the guys were going. The wooden puppets are running towards us. The skeletons are in a sprinting position from where they came from. They are all coming from that direction. So if we follow them, we will reach the lake. I found the clue. No need to waste any more time. No more waiting. She jumped up to avoid the chaos. Wood below. Elsewhere, a lone apprentice was struggling with a tangle of wood, but human strength is limited. He fell in a very difficult situation. He thought tensely, damn again. The moment the other wooden puppet was punching when he raised his hand and shouted, "I surrender. I can't fight anymore." In the eyes of the wooden puppet turned blue in recognition. His surrender. Where did the two examiners come from before that disciple? 1. The person spoke up. Disciple of the martial arts school. If you surrender now, you will be eliminated. Do you accept it? He thought to himself. The three of them would pass anyway, and with a look of having nothing to lose replied, "Yes, I understand." The examiner wrote something on the scroll in his hand and said, "It is commendable that you escaped the lanterns, but unfortunately, the disciple from martial arts, the trollbong shop, has slipped." The examiner instructed, "Those who slipped will wait in a separate tent. Follow this person." He put his hand on the examiner's shoulder, remaining expression. Having said that, he had to leave. It seemed like another candidate had accepted failure. "I'll go first, leaving you and another examiner to watch closely." The disciple Chan Bong raised his voice, but there were too many of these wooden dummies. How could they pass? The remaining examiner turned his head to look at him and continued to ask, "It's so difficult. With so many wooden men, who can pass?" Examiner sighed in frustration and answered, asking such a silly question. "Isn't this competition about hidden light? Then why don't you ignore them? Who said these wooden dummies were part of the competition, right? The test requires it." He curled his lips and said, "Besides, the higher and more difficult the test, the greater the difference in skills. If the first part of the test is basic, the second part is a test of ability. Within this dense layer of bones are hidden devices to test the candidate's abilities. Within this layer of bones, even 1 meter before, if you can't even see your feet, you'll definitely have to rely on the light from the lantern. You'll soon realize that this path is a trap. Once you realize that, you'll have to leave the lantern-lit path and run through this eerie darkness instead. And that's Zhang Elm. However, going off the beaten path is a challenge. The world of Murim is such a place, and these wooden dummies are the embodiment of that challenge. Will you lose your wisdom and courage in the face of adversity? We don't want to see such things. Our Murim alliance needs warriors who will never lose sight of such things under any circumstances. Look at the rest of the warriors, but you have lost it." His words made him sweat profusely. The figures of the 3 most outstanding people in the Chan Bong martial arts school appeared, and they still did not hesitate to advance. "Go forward. You can try to solve them with strength," Ta Suang chose. "Just ignore them and move forward. Or simply follow the path." Zhang Heng chose to punch each wooden puppet to relieve stress and follow their direction. Run to. As for Duong Tong, follow the path on the map. Just follow this path and you'll be there soon. But what allowed them to reach their destination was probably perseverance. An enormous lake covered in a white mist. In the middle of the lake was a platform with 7 fluttering yellow flags. There was only the flagpole here, which made him exclaim, "Am I the first one to arrive?" He let out a breath, thinking the map was useful. He'd get there without any trouble. "No problem," he exclaimed in amazement, stepped onto the lake's surface and said, "It's frozen over in just one night." "Well, luckily I don't have to swim this winter." Duong Tung walked step by step on the ice back home, on the side of the flag-bearing ground. On the side of the disciple Chan Bong who had surrendered, the conversation between the two continued. He asked, "Is that all?" The examiner did not understand what he meant. He replied, "Once we reach the Lake of Paradise, everything will be fine." "Is it over?" He opened one eye to look at him. The two of them had reached the tent for the surrendered. He replied, "There is more, but I see that an outcast like you cannot understand what you are about to hear. Whatever is in the Lake of Paradise, only those who have arrived will understand it. Knowing the path of the ring to be thrown on the ice, this is the hardest part of this competition, right?" Suddenly a loud call made him startled. "Me." Long Zizian, I helplessly looked over. "Damn, a troublesome guy just appeared," Pretty White shouted. "Wait for me anymore." Then he was not convinced and thought, "How does this bastard know the right way? This time, I won't let him win anymore." Then the white bird took a run to the place where the flag was planted. His moving style is so magical that you can see his shadows. Duong Tung was nervous and thought to himself, that footwork was just as he thought. Trung Nam's technique was truly admirable. "Pretty, Bai Shi, what's wrong? Can't you go on? You have to walk fast and steady on the ice to be a successor." Then he happily shouted, "This victory is mine." Meanwhile, Duong Tung stood watching and cursed. "You fell and lost your life. Go away." Suddenly at this moment the whole Duong Tung and Sin Bok both realized that something was wrong. It was approaching. A pair of hands appeared. Hawk claw move. Sin Bok suddenly pressed down on the ice to the level that made it crack. Then, the person who just arrived continued to use the skill of blooming flowers in the snow, blooming dreams in the winter. A huge snowstorm swept across the road. He thought seriously, why is he here again? Thank goodness. In a wood workshop, craftsmen are meticulously making puppets of familiar shapes, carving a piece of wood and molding it into a human shape. Create acupressure points. Prepare a bowl of water and the true energy of a master. Then pour it into the wooden man. After about half a day, the wooden man will move into action according to the owner of that source of true energy. On the North Ngang Bridge, Zhongnan, Jiangmen, and an old man with a hunched back were having a conversation. The old man spoke. That is the dark secret technique of the martial arts school. This dark technique was used in several ancient wars. However, because it was too weak and could not last long, it was forgotten in the intermediate period. The old man said, "Again, when I was young, I learned the formula by collecting the leftovers. Then I discovered that it was used for children to practice. Then our Trung Nam martial arts school was able to recreate it. But now the young masters are using it for an exam. So from then on we also use them for the exam." This Cotton Anong X. Trung Nam breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were more effective then. With hope, Zhang Man clasped his hands in salute. Thanks to the guidance from the elders, the disciples did not suffer any serious injuries during practice. Trung Nam will also share this blessing with other martial arts schools. Trung Nam raised his voice and asked, "So this Yongbong Si exam uses the true energy of who is it?" Jiang Min replied, "Most of them are from the old disciples, but one of them is a bit special." He glanced, eyes meaningful, special. Jiang Min replied, "Actually, last year, Xiejiang borrowed a few wooden dummies." The old man said, "Tough question. Is Xiejiang referring to Xiejiang of Chanbong Martial Arts School?" He quickly confirmed, "That's right, so it should be changed." He had put his true energy into it. Zhongnan added, "So that special doll is the result of Xiejiang's true energy." Jiang, the answer was, "I always wanted to create more wooden dummies with the Huashan sect's true energy source instead. Along with them, I used them with Xiejiang's true energy source, and finally there were well-rounded academy talents." The old man added some ideas, and finally the conclusion. The result is very different. Jiang Min held the handrail and looked into the distance, saying, "Although the competition is still going on, I am still very confident right now. Sin Bok will win this second competition with." The person with the highest score and the one he placed his hopes on was soaking his body in the freezing cold water because of the sudden attack. Sin Bok struggled to get up, feeling cold as hell. Then he took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to the newcomer and ran while thinking, "Great, keep fighting, and I'll then go get the flag." As for Duong Tung, he was having a hard time facing the snowstorm. He thought to himself, he didn't expect old Ta Zhang to participate in this competition. He was pushed back. The image of Ta Suang appeared in his mind. He was confused. Why am I suddenly thinking about her? Then I rushed forward while activating the system notification, active skill level 2, proficiency 24%. A special gate designed to effectively dodge the moves used by the enemy up to 180 centimeters, maximum consumption 10%. My opponent is Xie Jiang. I have to do my best. Tang Tung, read and thought. The distance is 14 feet. That's more than enough. Then he used amazing speed to rush forward. Then he, raise your fist. What are you doing here? So, master? Suddenly at this moment, that person's hand hooked up and almost touched his chin. The ultimate trolling technique, 6-step technique. Duong Tung quickly turned around to dodge, but still nervously thought the distance was a bit too short. The one he called master continued to use his moves, winter plum blossoms. During the intense fighting, Sin Bak took the opportunity to reach the ground. His hand reached out to grab one of the 7 flags. Great, we win. It's crowded now. There was a current of air behind him that almost made him fall. He was confused for a while. What? This is the result of the move that Xie Jiang is using. The white blood is sucked up into the sky. The ultimate technique is round and round. 7 steps. The method, the whole path is no exception, is sucked up. Ta Zhang jumped up to approach him. Only then did he realize, wait, something is not right. But not yet. Before he could think, Xie Jiang brought down a chopping blow. Han Dong was shocked. He took it, but found something strange. The shock wasn't as strong as I thought. He remembered what Ta Suang had said. You should be careful. He looked at her stiff face. Only then did the master realize that this was not Ta Zhang. This was an illusion. Duong Tung did a beautiful landing. He speculated that this curtain of bones covered the wooden man with an illusion, so that's why the damage isn't that strong. We passed the magic exam at Chan Dojo. It's gone. In this skeleton, everything is magical except for physical impact. I don't know why it's Xie Jiang, but I need to regain my senses and get past him. Since it's just a wooden dummy, I can only get past it. He calculated the path to get there. The flag on the ground. Ta Suang appeared again. He wondered in confusion. But why do I keep remembering about her? She in his memory once said, because I don't want to be sold. Thinking about this, he felt a bit angry. Now that he thought about Xie Chang's face at that time, it would probably be fine to defeat him. He calculated the strategy. The distance was just right. He would face him this time. Despite the snowstorm, he calmly and secretly determined. Let's fight, master. He thought to himself, Duong Nok Ni and Sata Suang would definitely be good choices. Just in the blink of an eye, Duong Tung was already behind. Wooden puppet name. But with you, I used to. He grabbed its face with his hand. Before it could understand, a lightning bolt emanated from him and passed through the wooden puppet. Should we both get to know each other? I'll share with it some threads. It's been difficult for me. All this time. The wooden puppet is still there. The figure collapsed. He recalled with satisfaction the time he got here faster thanks to the map. These figures were weak against electric attacks? Who would have thought that this abnormal state could be used to attack? Wasn't this a stroke of luck? What a misfortune. Then he walked straight towards the flags, thinking to himself, this really hurts. But I can't die from this. This is good. Duong Tung raised a flag. Now just go back and you're done. On a nearby tree, Bak Chi, who had been watching, spoke up. How interesting. Using his curse like that. What a strange boy. But it's not over yet. Long Zizian. His eyes, he was full of meaning. No, should I call you friend? Tang Tung held. The flag said to itself. Must get out of here quickly, or should I run instead of walking? In the distance, Bak just called his friends. Then, when he got the flag, Duong Tung walked slowly and thought. Good, should I speed up now? Suddenly, there was the sound of someone's footsteps passing by. He noticed and turned to look. There's nothing behind you that makes you suspect someone else has been here? Or am I mistaken? Suddenly, a hand rose from under the lake and grabbed in the 7 flags. As a white boy, he was pushed into the lake by the puppet and was soaked. Then the white resentment shouted, Long Zizian. Tang Tung thought dejectedly. I didn't know where he went. Where is it? Xin Bai gritted his teeth and was determined. This time, he would definitely get first place. Having said that, the two of them ran away at the same time. Sinbok followed closely behind him and mocked him. You are just a brat from a filthy martial arts school. You cannot defeat me. He has level 19 stats and 85 agility. I was worried when I saw you following him faster than I thought. He secretly estimated that his agility stats were even on par with his own. Sinbok with level 14 stats. Sinbok was 16 years old, strength 77, stamina 75, agility 81. It seemed like he had practiced his footwork a lot. As for me, from the beginning until now, the unusual streams of judgment have been torturing me, making me tired and thinking I should just keep going. That step was painful. If I were in a normal state, I would have left him in a haze. Behind him, Sinbok was screaming relentlessly. Duong Tung, you grumpily replied. Shut up and stop calling my name. The lightning bolts were getting more and more powerful. Tang Tung, who had been enduring it, showed signs of breaking down. Sinbok quickly saw this flaw and thought here was the opportunity. Then he used his inner energy to perform the secret technique of the yellow desire. Sinbok used extreme speed to rush past Duong Tung, not forgetting to be proud. Move aside, let me go. He turned around. Arrogant head. A guy from a lowly martial arts school like you hopes to defeat a prestigious candidate like me? How shameful. This time I will show you the difference between us. Duong Tung, his heart tensed, his eyes gradually closing. Damn, if the distance between me and him continues to increase like this. He fell to the ground with his hands on his hips. Damn it, I can't move anymore. I reached the limit. Tang Tung's eyes gradually lost their color. Damn it. Was it because he had used too much energy on that wooden man? Then I slowly closed my eyes but still stubbornly watched the increasingly white back. Far away. Oh, my perception is gone. Sinbok had already run some distance, turned his head to look at Duong Tung lying on the ground, secretly happy. Thanks to the secret technique, he was finally able to surpass him. He laughed triumphantly. Very good. This time I will definitely get first place. Suddenly someone's voice rang out, dreamy and illusory. He looked up and saw a vague figure of a person holding a flag, with beautiful eyes. Bok opened his eyes wide and wondered. What? What the hell are you doing here? Back to Duong Tung. He was leaning on the flag and trying to sit up. He thought to himself, if I lose consciousness, it's the end. I have to stay awake no matter what. The words of the past Kim Hak appeared. Our minds are unpredictable, invincible. He then said with a smug expression, if we put our minds to it, what can stop us? No one can stop us. Tang Tung's head was covered in sweat, trying to hold back the lightning that was running across his body. He mocked himself in his heart, thinking that those words were just nonsense, but now he had to rely on those words. In other words, it meant that it was similar to his habit. His father once laughed and said, effort will never betray us. The road, stand up, bearing the weight of your endurance with a strong determination in your heart. If mental strength equals effort, then you can endure it. You will endure it. The first time I was tortured by this abnormal state, I thought I would only be in my middle years, my limit. But when I used Taisun pressure peak, the shock was even stronger. And when I lifted the wooden dummy up, the pain reached its peak. I want to get to know it, but this time I will endure it with only my mental strength. He lifted his foot. First step, then second step, he told himself with every step he took, no matter how painful it is, the moment my feet touch the ground, the electric current from head to toe shocks mercilessly. The resilient Duong Tung. But because I can still go, this gave me another thought. It means I can absolutely go further. His eyes showed a sharp look. I can do it. The system is tight right now. The system informs you that you have broken through the limit of strength and will, and your power level has increased. You will receive a reward. Special. Intrinsic skill. I am made of iron and copper. Your skin is enhanced. Skills will become stronger according to the skill level. His difficult steps gradually became more agile. He clenched his hands, said to himself, we're almost at the Murim dojo, getting closer and closer. The title of the world's #1, Kentang. Tung didn't notice, but his determination to walk was so strong that he left resilient footprints on the ground. Although Sinbok was in the lead, he was dissatisfied in his heart. Damn it, I should have been #1, but I can't stand it anymore. I'm so uncomfortable. He angrily threw away. He slammed the flag down on the ground and shouted loudly. To be a little angry. Suddenly, he noticed someone walking towards him from the curtain of bones. Sin Bak asked without turning back, "You're here?" He gritted his teeth and insisted, "Just you. I can't lose." "You are." He pretended to ask, "Then why don't you run?" Sin Bak went crazy and yelled, "I won't let you pass here." Duong Tung calmly replied, "Are you trying to stop me by not letting me go further? Are you planning to give up on the exam?" Yongbong X. He laughed contemptuously. "Give up." Taesung pointed at himself confidently. "I will pass this exam anyway. Unlike you, a lowly person, you want to compare yourself to me. Duong Tung has always endured the stream of questioning. So you plan to stop me by defeating me. Here?" Sin Bak admitted. Tang Tung couldn't take it anymore. "Honestly, why are you rude trash so brainless?" "Fine, I was planning to smash your dirty mouth in the next competition. But I do it now. But I'll ask you a question. What do you want, Shin Bak?" "What?" He spoke up. "What the hell did I do to you to make you do this? I don't even know who you are." Shin Bak made an amused face. "Nothing." He was somewhat surprised. "Nothing. Please smile, Bak. It's just that I find it annoying to see guys like you attracting attention. Honestly, your existence alone is enough to make me. I'm annoyed." He let out a sigh of disapproval, not professional at all. But don't worry, I'll make it even more difficult for you." He replied, "Come here, and don't notice a hand on your head from behind." Then Bak was pressed down by a very strong force. The Angelica lifted his knee and gave him a heavenly blow. Face to face. Sin Bak's face was full of blood. Province. He was released. Bak Chi puffed on his pipe and spoke. Greeting him, he smiled and winked. Foggy night. Conditions like this are not too perfect for. I appeared. At the venue of the meeting, a trembling Murim examiner clasped his hands and thought to himself, "Even though the building has a second floor, I don't want to go there at night at all. Those damn fakes." The old man with a hunched back looked up at the sky and said, "It's almost dawn." "There you go." Trung Nam, standing next to him, continued. "Several hours have passed, but no one has shown up. It seems the exam was a bit too difficult." "From 5 to 7 a.m. the old man asked, "Do you think the child you are hoping for can come in first place?" This time, Trung Nam touched his chin. "Well, this time I'm not sure." Jiang Min was looking down at the hall and spoke. "The result will be very different from last time." Trung Nam thought to himself, "Everyone only thinks about rankings." But the old man actually replied, "I think so too." All three had the same thought. Who will come first this time? On Duong Tung's side, Bak Chi's sudden appearance made him unpredictable. He raised his voice. "Is it you again?" Bak Chi replied unhappily, "I thought you would be very happy to see me." He replied, "Not at all. You always appear at the most unexpected times." Silently looking down at Sin Bak lying on the ground, his face still covered in blood. As if knowing his worries, Bak Chi said, "Don't worry, I haven't killed him yet, so there's no need to thank me." "What? Why do you keep following me?" Tung Cha asked, raised a finger and said, "First, I didn't follow you. I just lay in ambush near this paradise lake." Then added, "One more finger. Second, I like it then I'm here. I'm bored to death. You know what?" He looked at the white result uneasily. "So that's why you beat him up like that? After all, he also deserves it." Bak Chi calmly replied, "Isn't it obvious that doing bad things will be punished? I don't see it. Nothing strange." He took a drag from his pipe. "Not all bad guys don't do bad things." Then exhale. "But if you feel bored, you can consider this a favor to a friend. Other than me, this is the first time I've seen someone with the 5 ghosts in their body, you and Duong Nok Ni." Duong Tung was bewildered. "The 5 ghosts body?" The white peony asked. "This is your first time hearing about it, right?" Tung was confused and thought to himself, "What the hell is he talking about?" Tang Tung started to recall the 5 demons. They were people born with the 5 elements from birth, so they could grow up quickly and learn martial arts at an incredible speed. However, thanks to it, they learned things easier and became stronger than others. Duong Tung lowered his head and looked at his hand, wondering if that meant he really had the 5 ghosts body. But why was his spiritual energy so weak? Or was it the result of returning to the past? The angel's voice interrupted his train of thought. It was a cursed body. He raised his head and mocked himself. "I never wished for this name." Duong Tung. Tam was alert. "This guy." The white-haired man raised his left arm and said, "Here, right above. This left arm, I am holding the black fire dragon." Tang Tung cried out in his heart. What happened to the black fire dragon? Is the hot air coming out from before gone? Wait, Does that mean I'm holding the Thunder Dragon? The Thunder Dragon on Imagine now. Up rating, mission failed causing. Duong Tung was speechless. Bok Chi praised with interest. I can only keep this name on my person, but you can use it to attack. Quite impressive. Duong Tung continued. I know I'm taking an exam, so I don't have time. He threw out a red talisman. For Baiji. Tang Tung started the transaction. Since you're here anyway, let's trade that pipe. Otherwise I'll probably die from that Thunder Dragon or something. The White Angel looked thoughtfully at the red talisman. Then he crushed it and threw it in his mouth. Good. Then Bok Chi gave the pipe to Duong Tung, not forgetting to comment on the taste of the leaves. Charm. Good. Tang Tung received the pipe and the system rang. Current abnormal condition. Remaining time 23 hours, 45 minutes. 1 second. He saw that and thought to himself, the abnormal condition will end. Hurry up tomorrow. Bok Chi stepped forward, put her hand on his shoulder, and said, then it's over. Finish the exam. After meeting him, the friend said, his figure gradually blurred. Duong Tung was no longer a stranger. Again. Baiji disappeared. Tang Tung held his pipe and exhaled smoke, thinking he really came just to say hello. At this time, a person in the distance ran to the place. You are Zhang Heng. He saw you and immediately parted his lips. I lost to you again this time. Damn it, you're as fast as I thought. Tang Tung said unhappily. Shouldn't you be asking me if I'm okay? Before? This name I encourage. Don't worry, at least you are still third place. I also hold the flag with the mark. Zhang Heng corrected. Third place. I came in fourth. Duong Tung was confused. He picked his nose to explain. When I got there were only 4 people left. Just a flag. He repeated in disbelief. For he asked. Then 3 others. Tang Tung held. My flag counts. Mine. He looked down at this guy's white birthmark. Zhang Heng was dissatisfied. What? This guy came here before anyone else. Me? He asked dumbly. So who got the remaining one? The 3 people watching the competition were about to rise. Trung Nam spoke up. He said that the result this time would be very different. The old man, the head laughed and added. I think he said, that's right. Jiang Min didn't quite agree. He thought, different? Just look, this time we will definitely win first place. He remembered the process of Sheng Bai's training. Firmly in his heart, Sheng Bai had learned the fastest attack and evasion techniques since he was young. Little Sheng had constantly, diligently practiced his footwork. The Emperor's secret technique as well as the rest of his moves were all the results of his training efforts. He had already mastered all of Zhongnan's footwork techniques. He raised his eyebrows. A familiar figure carrying a flag. Up to the hall. Is Ta Suong. She brought, sweat and heat, flag in hand, steady steps towards the finish line. Examiner, surprised, went up. The other examiners were equally surprised. A young woman arrived first? Wow. This was the first time a female candidate had reached the finish line first in the Yongbang exam. The surrounding crowd also cheered excitedly. Wow, this is amazing. And she's so pretty too. Who is that? Another person who answered was Xie Chang, who was in third place yesterday. She was happy, said, first place. And old Jiang Min's face darkened as he yelled. It was ridiculous. The hunchback asked, what's so hot? Laughing. Jiang Min sarcastically said, that girl can't be that good. She cheated, that's for sure, and not just once, but twice. The old man was furious, angrily slammed his stick and drum on the ground, loudly saying, you lost twice and call that cheating? You're only tarnishing yourself, elder. Is that what I taught you? The old man taught. What does gender difference have to do with the candidate's ability? Born? You fool. Jiang Min thought dumbly. Then at all costs you must achieve second place. Being born white will at least be less humiliating. Only then did Trung Nam speak up. That bastard might have fallen asleep on the road. Here we are. Jiang Min was surprised. Below the hall, the second person to finish was Duong Tung, followed by Zhang Heng. Xie Chang was pleased. You guys are just arriving now? So slow as a turtle. I only walked here. Duong Tung's head was full of sweat, and he wondered. How did you do it? I clearly went to the lake. Paradise before. She smiled naturally and explained. Oh, when you were fighting with my father at Lake of Paradise, I secretly took the flag and left. Of course I knew he was a fake. I also took that opportunity to kick the guy in the snout. The fool in Trung Nam. Duong Tung felt guilty. So you witnessed everything? I remember. Again what I said. Should we both get to know each other? But embarrassedly shouted. You heard it all too. What? Xie pretended to come forward and tease. Huh, what? What are you talking about? Tang tongue stiffened awkwardly. Ah, it's nothing. I didn't say anything. She covered her mouth and glanced at him jokingly. Or did you say something about me? Tang tongue thought about marriage and his head started to smoke. Seeing he stood there frozen, she asked, what's wrong with you? Zhang Heng also joined in. Hey, are you okay? Ta Suang Fui. Han laughed. I was just kidding. I mean, there's no way you'd say that behind my back. Where am I? Duong Tung was still standing motionless. Hey, she looked dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Then everyone was in an uproar. Damn it. What did I do wrong? Huh. He's motionless. Is he dead? On the other side, an examiner came forward and called out to the elder. The old man with a hunched back asked, what's the matter? The examiner stammered. The examiner said nervously. Several examiners had found broken objects in the examination area, and based on the traces, it seemed that demons had done this. At pharmacy, Trung Nam and Duong Tung sat listlessly on the bed, wondering, why am I here? I think I fainted. Ta Swang, standing next to him, spoke up. You suddenly fainted, so we brought you here. Luckily, you're fine now. Zhang Heng also added his words. We thought you were dead. You said while you were unconscious, the other side. It's very chaotic outside. Duong Tung was bewildered. Huh? It's chaotic. Ta Suang explained. It seems that someone with evil intentions has passed through Trung Nam's illusion barrier during the exam. Now the whole sect was in chaos and investigating everything around. From the other side of the pharmacy, a voice rang out. Hey, look, there's another. Someone is injured. Sin Bok shouted to a maid. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not sick at all. Duong Tung Trey cursed silently. Huh. For that idiot, being injured like that is not enough. And what did that girl just do? What's wrong with him? By the way, it seems like Bok Chi didn't just come and leave quietly. He did all this just to say hello to me. Mr. Quan, hesitant to think further, other than the fact that he accidentally passed through the illusionary barrier. Because if he was Bok Chi in the future, then no one could survive. Because if he is the future Bok Chi, then no one can survive. And I certainly can't escape either. Zhang Heng turned around. We'll go first. Xiechong also joined in. Call me when you get out. There are a lot of people waiting for you outside anyway. He waved his hand and replied, yeah, thanks. You too. Trung Nam walked over. He was confused. Then he tried calling the old man. The old man replied, are you awake? Duong Tung asked, bewildered. How did you get in here? The old man blamed. You brat. Why are you getting more and more rude? He replied, it's because of you that I'm in this situation. He turned back to the main topic and asked, wait, I'm an outsider. How could I get in here safely? Trung Nam replied, I live and work nearby. Why can't I? He woke up, thought to himself, that's right. If he was a normal citizen, we would have been kicked out. Been out for a long time. Old Chu commented, compared to before, you've changed a lot. Besides, I told you before, I'm only 58 years old. I didn't have much time before. Now we can talk more. They also gave me a nice set of clothes. You don't believe that he is really 120 years old? It's unbelievable. You examine the stats of the 120-year-old golden male martial artist, strength 12, endurance 17, agility 9, true chi 05. It was clear that he had changed the data. Who the hell is this old man? I really can't remember anyone named Kim, Trung Nam Bong Nam. Oh, tight. At this moment, the familiar book appeared to torture him again. The path jerked. The system notified the current abnormal status, the remaining time. 17 hours, 29 minutes, 9 seconds. He was sweating. I cursed under my breath. Actually, I completely forgot about my current abnormal state. Suddenly, Trung Nam gave him a punch. The sky hit the back of his neck. He covered the place that was hit and screamed. It hurts. What are you doing? Crazy. What? The old man calmly said. You look so pitiful. So this old man gave a hand. I added a jin and chi to the back of your head. He wondered. The old man explained, if you don't think about it, you won't feel pain. At this time he just realized, the pain is gone, System pops up, abnormal status, invalid. He looked at his hand and thought to himself, is this how the old man can dispel it that simple? If I knew it was that easy, I would have followed this old man. Trung Nam placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, how do you feel now? It helps circulate the vital energy and blood in the body. If the blood in the body is blocked and abnormal, you will suffer extreme pain. Take care of yourself in the future. Duong Tung frankly said. Is this because of the body of the 5 ghosts? The old man asked suspiciously. Huh, what do you mean? I replied that I met someone from the evil cult. He repeated, evil cult. He said I have the body of a demon. He sounds very certain. Trung Nam laughed out loud without any regard for anyone. Made him stiffen. The old man stroked his beard and said, please forgive me. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect the phrase 5 ghosts to appear. I see. You mean someone from a cult came here while you were taking the exam? This Yongbong X. He replied shyly. He approached me on purpose. He said he wanted to find the man in black that you were looking for, but I said I didn't know. You're serious. I know that person. At the same time, I thought to myself, a cultist? He spoke up. In my opinion, you don't need to worry about this. He glanced at the wolf. If there was nothing to worry about, why would he open his mouth, laughing so hard? So what do you old man think about the abnormal condition of the body? Me? He looked at his hand. Why am I like this? Do I really have the body of a demon? Lips Zhong Nan pulled out a curve. He frowned. Stop laughing. I'm serious. Old man then replied, I have observed your test. You won round 1 and won second place in round 2. Even took advantage of this old man's joke to create a new move. Then bring the flag from Tien Ho here. If you consider everything carefully, you really can have the body of the 5 demons. The body? He interrupted. So that means. The old man continued. But you are different from all the people with the body of the 5 demons that I have seen. There is something unusual about your blood. Maybe that is what the person from the evil cult. I see it in you. But if you ask me whether you have it or not, then my answer is no. So don't worry about it. This matter again. The old man seriously gave him the answer. He wondered. So he was wrong? Zhong Nan explained. Having the body of the 5 noble elements means you have the excellent body of a martial artist and learn everything easily. That is a precious gem for us and for a sect. These are extremely worthy disciples. Looking at their abilities and efforts, your strength, you can also fulfill that. But a body that is given, it's too late to change course now. It was either born with it or acquired through some evil technique. That's why the name is. There are even demons inside. Duong Tung focused on listening to the old man speak. Come here and ponder. The moves of evil spirits are what Bach. Just mentioning it. Zhong Nan urged. Don't pay attention to it anymore. He asked. So you mean the abnormality in my body has nothing to do with it? He laughed. Like I said, you don't need to worry. I already checked your body just now, remember? Just think of it as an innate characteristic of your body. He heard that and thought silently, an inborn trait? Even if he didn't say it, this was already obvious. Trung Nam spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. I, the old man, came all the way here today because I have something to say about your future. The more you grow up, the more failures you will encounter with that body. This is your fate, as you keep surpassing your limits. He understood what he was saying and said it out loud. He meant that this was unavoidable, right? If he had known, he wouldn't have asked. Old man, seriously advise. I'm just saying, if you fail, you're finished. No one can save you. So will you continue on this path? Brother bowed his head in thought. Fate, Duong Tung asked with sharp eyes. So if I can control everything well, I can still develop, right? The old man was interested. Funny, interesting answer. So you have chosen your path. He got out of bed and replied. Of course I will continue to train to become the #1 master. Trung Nam repeated. The best player? So what? Question. The old man's question only resulted in silence. He was at the contestants' accommodation. Tang Tung walked over. A fellow disciple spoke up. You're here? Another person chimed in. I'm so glad to see Long Zi of Xian still in good health. He vaguely replied. Yeah, what's going on? Don't. I'll explain to you. There was some commotion about what happened in the second exam. Besides, the results have just been announced. We lost, so there's no point. Nothing has changed. Ta Song stepped forward and said, those who brought the flag back will be arranged to compete in the 3rd test. Through. Check it out. Let's go down together. At that place, the results were announced, and the crowd was buzzing with chatter. Wow. As disciples of Chan Bong Dojo, are they on the rankings? Yes, all 3 are available. Mr. Ha gasped. Looking at the notice board, Ta Song unhappily let out a breath. I came in first in the 2nd test. Why didn't you eliminate me? The fight? That Soul Zither guy is also here. Most of the disciples of Trung Nam all passed. At the competition hall, during the previous Yongbongsi exam, the leader of the Murim alliance often stopped by to observe, closely monitor the situation. Although he often travels to other places, he always comes to watch and attend the Yongbong X exam in Trungnam. But because the Grand Elder had been acting secretly, even the people in the Murim Hall did not know where he had gone. At the third-round competition venue, the crowd's cheers were heard, bringing the martial arts school to a halt. "Come on, let's go." They go, "Great hit. Very good." In the stands, the sound of discussion was not far behind. "What do you think? Will the leader of the Murim Alliance come this year?" Someone replied, "You think the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance is an idiot? I have made a mess here. What is he doing here?" And two more onlookers noticed the front of the hall. One said, "The center seat is still empty. He probably won't come." The other replied, but I'm also curious to see the face of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance." On the other side of the stands, It feels good. Is this dragon wine?" Another person replied, "Yes, Zhuge Rong and Zhong Nan are drinking together." Zhong Nan raised his cup and said with satisfaction, "Kid, you also know my taste well. That's my head." Zhuge Liang replied with a polite smile, "Luckily you like it." The old man sipped his wine and changed the subject. "By the way, you look weird without a hat." He heard that and touched his head in acknowledgement. That's right. But if I wear a hat, many people will recognize me." What is Trung Nam's face full of judgment? "It turns out people recognize you by your hat, not your face." Then suddenly his attitude changed. He became serious and said, "Even though you are the one who called me here, I still have something to say first. Yesterday I saw a man wearing a worm hat." Zhuge Chong also asked in response, "Is he the one who caused this commotion?" He immediately replied, "Yes. It seems he has something to do with the appearance of the cult in the exam yesterday." Zhuge Liang was afraid and tried to guess what he thought he had taken away. He began to analyze. He was the most formidable thief in middle school before, and until now no one could compare to him. But this time he appeared suddenly, so there must be something urgent. Perhaps the two of them had the same thought. It was time to put the Murim Alliance in a state of emergency. Zhuge Chong understood and glanced. Maybe he's looking back, or it was already like this. Zhuge Chong tried to hypothesize. "Do you think this matter is related to the body of the 5 ghosts?" He was in no hurry, answered, and turned to another question. "What did you write on the paper?" He calmly replied, "It's about the appearance of the body of the 5 demons." The most powerful thief and the leader of the Murim Alliance disappeared almost at the same time. Trung Nam laughed self-deprecatingly. "Old men my age think so too. Perhaps it was because of their old age that they didn't want to get involved with such troublesome things anymore, and just wanted to hide and pass the time, or perhaps they had discovered something related to the body of the 5 noble elements." Zhuge Chong heard this, his expression solemn. The old man raised his wine cup and asked, "So now tell me about the body of the 5 ghosts that you know." Back to the battle in the hall. Currently, it was Zhang Heng and a disciple of the Hoa Sun sect, and he were dominating. Seeing the Hua Shan disciple lying unconscious on the ground, Jiang Xiong said in disappointment, "I thought fighting with Hua Shan disciples would be fun. Who knew it would be so easy to win? Practice more next time." Heavy voice. "The score is good. Zhang Heng wins." The referee drew a line on the scoreboard. Zhang Heng continued to the next round. "Ta Suang, don't stand outside and watch. I know you will win." While being praised by her, he yawned so hard that tears came out. He sleepily replied, "Okay. Wake me up when you guys are done. I'm going to take a nap." Here, Ta Suang was helpless. "Oh," and Duong Tung spoke up to complain, "Just wait a bit. Why do I have to sleep again?" Zhang Heng admitted with a smile, "I'm always like this. This is who I am. I didn't sleep last night, so I have to take a nap now." Tang Tung's face was full of judgment. "This is what it is. I'm shit," he said, and left without forgetting to wave goodbye. "I'm going first." Ta Suang looked at this image and secretly determined that he couldn't lose to a guy like that. "Okay." The referee looked at the scoreboard and spoke. "Then let's move forward with the next match." Disciple of Tang Tung, martial arts school. He confidently stepped forward. Xie Suang cheered him on, determined to win. The referee called out the second name. Sin Bok, a disciple of the Central Male Martial Arts School. "Please come forward." Sin Bok stepped forward and said, "Last time, you were just lucky, but this time I will show you my true strength." The referee commanded. Both sides greet each other. "You and Sin." Bok clasped his hands in salute. Hearing Bok Ngao Man's words, he was both annoyed and secretly smiled slyly. "You are the lucky one. If Bok Chi hadn't appeared that time, I would have given you beetle leaves from heaven." Referee, raised his hand and shouted, "Ready to start." As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tung's fist was already in front of Sin Bak before he could understand. "Have you been waiting long, baby?" "I've been waiting long. That's enough." However, Sin Bak managed to dodge a fatal blow. His mother only was swiped a little. The sentence raised his hand to touch his face, tensely questioning, "What? This kid is so fast." Didn't even let Sin Bak get ready. Duong Tung turned around to give him another elbow. He raised his hand to block it, but it was of little use. The blow was too strong. The inertia made his lower jaw bleed. Sin Bak stepped back and cursed. "Ugh. Damn it, you took. If you get the chance, move strangely behind Duong Tung. You will never be able to defeat me." Then the white energy gathered in the right hand. Lei Yun pointed at the hand. A jab was aimed at the throw, but he quickly dodged it. Even though you don't get any skill rewards or memories from your previous life, no matter what, someone like you is nothing. With me all. Saying that, he threw a pair of fists using Qigong to hit hard on the side. His ribs were white. He was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. White birth support hip area strain. Stood panting. He looked over at the location. Jiang Min was sitting. He was covering his face in disappointment. "Oh my god, it's really over." Duong Tung noticed this small detail of Sin Bak and also looked. Passing by Jiangmin, he realized in his heart that the elders of Zhongnan were in this situation. He was paying attention to the elder's reaction. So what was his purpose? Make the elder happy? And you, Sin Bak, can't accept it and grit your teeth. How unreasonable is this, right? Duong Tung's face darkened as he thought to himself, such a trivial goal. No wonder he couldn't learn any basic skills. Perhaps he only learned some fancy moves that were difficult for his master. "Will you continue speaking?" Sin Bak also did not accept the answer. "Of course, your attack was not aimed at. You're nothing compared to me. Damn bastard." After cursing, he still had strength. A halo of energy surrounded him, and he teleported golden. Just like the name of the move, Sin Bak uses extremely fast speed to rush straight forward. With this move, you better admit defeat and get lost. Get out of my sight. However, the moment he was about to touch Duong Tung, he gently used one hand to grab his head and stop him. "I acknowledge your strength. At such a young age, he can learn many different martial arts techniques. But don't you plan on considering learning the basics?" Comparing the stats of level 19 Tang Tung, 16-year-old Tang Tung, Stage 1 Strength, Endurance, contains 89, 3 years of true energy. With the index of Sin Bak level 14, Sin Bak age 16, Strength 75, Endurance 81, True Energy 17 years. I remind you, only by reminding you like this can you become stronger. Looking down, he said, "Go back and study the basics." Sin Bak of course did not accept his defeat and shouted, "Don't be so vague. You are just a disciple of a lowly martial arts school." This one word had already touched Duong Tung. He did not hesitate to give him a fatal punch in the stomach. "Yeah, I think so." Sin Bak's eyes rolled back and his knees hit the ground. Right at this moment, system announcement: special mission: defeat Sin Bak in the 3-3 Cotton exam, reward martial arts manual Tai Sun swordplay penalty. If fail, the mission will change. The referee announces the winning shot. The system displays the mission completed. You have completed the special mission. The reward has been sent to you. You have obtained the secret manual of Taishan swordplay. Taishan, level 1 sword technique. 0% proficiency is one of the 3 sword techniques. Even an ordinary person can learn this martial art secret. The proficiency will increase as the user's martial art increases. Current application: level 1. Attack range increases by 1%. Attack damage increases by 1%. Attack speed increases by 0%. Attack energy consumption per year is over 30 attacks. The crowd watching the martial arts were screaming. The moves were so beautiful, the ball was sure to win. The old man asked, "Anyway, you didn't just come here to talk about the body of the 5. What a devil." Leader of the alliance, old Murim called out to him. Zhuge Chong awkwardly raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Of course. There is indeed a brat worth keeping an eye on. I also have to reward those who have become stronger than last time. So you are looking for someone with the body of the 5 ghosts in Shaanxi? Shaanxi has many talented people. There are many other sects in this Huashan. Just look at Yang Yuer and you will know. Zhuge Chong seriously agreed. Of course, they were all outstanding disciples, but only 2 people in Shaanxi were capable of injuring Elder Xiechong. Zhongnan let Repeat meaning, two people, one person must be. Yang Yuer. Zhuge Liang continued. One person is Yang Yuer of Manhua, and the other person is Zhang Heng of Vo. Tang Jinbang, and one of the two people named Jiang Xiong were sleeping soundly regardless of the noise outside. Zhang Heng opened his eyes and asked, "Is someone calling me?" Qin Xiang turned around and said, "Hey, how long do you plan on sleeping? Wake up, it's almost your turn." "There we are." Zhang Heng stood up with a confident voice. "Either way I win." He smiled. Only you and Duong Tung left. Ta Suang looked at him questioningly. Suddenly, Examiner Murim shouted loudly. It was the turn of the battle. Next match, he looked at Ta Suang to introduce the contestant of Chan Martial Arts School, Bong Ta Suang. Then he looked at the remaining person to introduce another candidate from Chan Bong Martial Arts School, Zhang Hong. He shouted loudly before stepping forward. A thoughtful tone was heard. Kim Trung Nam commented without any doubt. Zhang Heng was indeed a genius. However, he could not be compared to Duong Nok Ni. He slept too much. Zhuge Liang poured wine and said with a smile, "You're right. He really does sleep a lot." Kim Trung Nam continued with sharp eyes. Even though he was born healthy, if he is too lazy, he will not be able to do anything in the end. He thought about Xie Chong and continued, "I think watching that talented Xie Chong is more interesting than watching that lazy Jiang Xiong. Why don't you pay attention to Xie Chong and only focus on Jiang Xiong?" Zhuge Liang carefully replied, "It's not that I only care about him, but I want him to be my disciple." Kim Trung Nam asked with a look of disdain, "So the leader of the Murim Alliance wants a disciple now? I can't believe you thought of such a thing. You made your decision so quickly." Zhuge Liang explained, "Of course that would be decided through an aptitude test right after entering the academy, though I still followed." Watching both of them, Kim Trung Nam looked down at the field and spoke, "Well, let's see. In just a moment, that little girl Ta Song now has to confront Zhang Heng down on the field." Both of them rushed at each other after hearing that. The battle began. Ta Suang confidently asked, "Ready to lose to me?" She thought, "We've been together for a year now, so I know all your weaknesses. Even though you're strong," she commented while dodging Zhang Heng's punch, "you're too slow." Her hand uses the ultimate technique of plum blossom, 5 fingers. It made Zhang Heng quickly collect, hand to support. Her hand performed very quickly moving. It attacked Zhang Heng with the Lan Hoa move. Chi Thursday. Ta Suang smiled with confidence. "Do you think I rushed in like crazy without thinking? Have you forgotten the time when you were fed the secret technique of Tong Lu Maiev?" "Me then," Zhang Heng replied. "I know you're faster than me, but why don't you think I didn't dodge your attack just now?" "You." Duong Tung watched attentively. Behind him were the cheers of trolls. Bong Tat wins. Ta Suang concentrated his strength, and his momentum increased with strength +5 and speed +10. She said, "So, why don't you try to block this move?" "Jade Heart Technique." Zhang Heng quickly responded with compliments. "You've gotten much stronger." He grabbed her arm and continued, "But with this move, it's over." Zhang Heng reached out and touched Ta Suang's head. She looked at the blow coming towards her and thought she couldn't avoid it. Ta Suang aimed, waiting eyes, waited for the blow, but then she wondered when it stopped before his face. He smiled and said, "I got a point. Let's continue." Ta Suang tensed. "Straight look." She straightened her back and said, "This reminds me of when we took the entrance exam last year. Back then, I couldn't understand why I lost to you." She continued to bow his head, but now thinking back, Ta Song picked up the wooden sword and said in a low voice, "You're late almost every day. You don't do anything in class, and always sleeping." She spoke seriously. "It's unreasonable to lose to you." She looked at Zhang Heng, who was standing there, full of determination, and said, "Give up before the road. I understand because he is 100 times better than me. But to lose to someone who doesn't even try like you, unacceptable." Jiang Xiong smiled. "Good posture, come here." She concentrated her power to form a stream of power around the body. Zhang Heng also did similar movement. Ta Suang raised his sword and used the move, the secret technique of the plum blossom in the air. The first move along with a beautiful movement towards Zhang Heng. The move name is also clearer. Han Tian Rain left, but one punch broke the bar. Wooden sword. Seeing this, Ta Suang could not help but surprised. Jiang Xiong said, "Do you know how much I like to fight?" He grinned. "I also like to sleep a lot. Do you know why?" Standing firm after Xie Chang's attack, Jiang Xiong laughed loudly. "Because when I sleep, I can release all my power." He continued, "You don't know, but I fight with you a lot in my sleep." While dodging Xie Chang's attacks, he said, "That's why, Jiang Xiong, gather strength in your fist. You definitely cannot defeat me." Kim Trung-nam focused on looking at Jia Cat. Pulse also has a similar expression. Zhang Heng punched Ta Suong in the stomach. Duong Tung thought seriously, the plum blossoms blooming in the snow, used. His hand was fine. Looking at the broken sword falling to the ground and the two figures in the distance, he continued. Jiang Xiong and Xie Chang were only one level apart. Seeing Jiang Xiong supporting Ta Suong, Duong Tung wondered why there was such a difference in skill level. Remembering the image, my old photo, Brother Hoai Neem, although the difference in strength level wasn't that big, I still remember it very clearly. It was very similar to the feeling of being defeated by him for the first time in my previous life. Duong Tung was skeptical, unless Jiang Xiong didn't fight Xie Chang with all his might. At this moment Jiang Xiong was sighing. That's too heavy. Duong Tung's eyes widened. Sure enough, he was really strong. Looking at Ta Suong lying in his arms, Zhang Heng said, "You're gone, but why are the people from our martial arts school so weak?" "You continue, I'm sorry." Ta Suong, "But I hope you're okay. I thought you wouldn't give up if I didn't." Behind the examiner, Murim shouted, "You win." Is Zhang Heng. Kim Trung-nam closed his eyes and thought. In terms of physical strength, speed, and power, the two of them were almost equal. But the match ended like this. Why? He wondered what caused such a difference in their skills. At this moment, Jiang Xiong had already put Xie Chang down. A voice spoke up, even though the others were diligently practicing for battle. Jin Zhongnan looked at Guchong and said, "He used soul battle again. He was not prepared, but more accurately, he was constantly fighting with the little girl in his mind. Isn't this difference too much?" He explained, "According to my sources from Xi'an, Jiang Xiong has been practicing fighting in his sleep since when she was her age." Kim Trung-nam was surprised. "What? Tui means ultimate skill? Are you talking about Tui means ultimate skill?" "No." Thinking about Jiang Xiong, Zhuge Liang replied, "Yes, Jiang Xiong clearly used that technique. Not only that, but he also used it very clearly and accurately. Body." He reasoned that spiritual power was often stronger during sleep, and as long as he knew his opponent, he could try to fight them first. Time and power were limitless in dreams, so the potential for development. His development is Kim Trung-nam looked down at the field, mouth open endlessly. "Old," Strawberry Claw said. "I thought he was naturally strong, but it turns out he actually mastered the Tui mean technique. Quite. That's interesting." Zhang Heng, who was turning his back to Duong Tung, spoke. "Duong Tung." He turned around and smiled. "You are the one." Next up, Kim Trung-nam clasped his hands behind his back and said, "This final match. This is very interesting." Hearing this, Zhuge Liang seemed puzzled. Kim Trung-nam explained, "But you said Zhang Heng is a very talented candidate." He continued to say, in other words, he might be even more talented than Duong Nak Ni. But what if he faces Tang Tung? Looking at the Tang Tung and Jiang Xiong on the field, he said, "Jiang Xiong can increase his strength while sleeping, or is it that Tang Tung rarely sleeps to be strong? Which one is stronger?" Zhuge Liang also spoke up. "This will be a match between a genius and a diligent person." An announcement sounded. The final match of the Sea-Flower exam was about to begin. A man, the old man, sat leaning on his cane and asked, "Why am I sitting here alone?" Someone below reported, "The next match is between Tang Tung from Chanbong Martial Arts School and Jiang Xiong." Same gym. Examiner Murim continued. Their match would be the final match and would decide who would be the champion of this year's Cotton SI competition. Down in the yard, the drummers create a space. The atmosphere was lively. The old man thought. Finally, the closing match of the cotton competition had come. He looked away and continued thinking. This time many audiences were attracted by the charm of the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Sadly, Kim Trung-nam opened one eye and smiled in his mind. Don't think too much. Trung-nam will always be worthy of praise. He looked at Duong Tung and Zhang Heng in the yard and thought, those young men are really amazing. At that time, Examiner Murim also spoke up, stepped closer and confronted. Let's face each other. Jiang Xiong propped himself up on his hands and said, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Tang Tung replied, "Yes." Examiner Murim shouted loudly, "Begin." The two immediately rushed at each other, hand in hand, started to use force. Duong Tung smiled and said, It's been a long time since I've had a match with you. It seems like you've been practicing in secret. Zhang hung. No answer. Thinking of himself sleeping on the roof, he said, I stopped because fighting with you was so boring. Not just you. It's no fun anymore. Anyone else. While fighting and chatting, Jiang Xiong spoke first, but compared to before, I bet you've gotten stronger. Duong Tung. Duong Tung continued, I bet. At that time, Zhang Heng had strength of 102, and Duong Tung was at stage 1 strength. Then one of them started to fight. Tang Tung rushed towards Jiang Xiong and said, we are definitely on par with each other. Jiang Xiong immediately used his strength to fight back. He spoke, unfortunately, I still haven't shown it to you yet. An attack quickly rushed towards Duong Tung. Duong Tung quickly flipped backwards to avoid it. He jumped behind Zhang Heng. He launched a powerful kick at Zhang Heng while in the air, blocking it. Receiving that blow, Zhang Heng immediately swung his fist. Punch back. A punch sent Tang Tung flying away. Tang Tung's eyes immediately became tense. He made a position to land safely. Duong Tung raised his hands to the sky and cried, you bastard, you dare hit me with a fist that can break iron and rocks. It hurts a lot. He was nervous when he saw Zhang Heng rushing. Come to me. The Tung Road is full of history. Use your strength. He swung his punch at Zhang Heng at the same time. Mount Tai pressed down. That punch made Zhang Heng frown. Try to avoid. He put his hands on the ground and praised. Very good. Right? Road. Tung turned around and asked, what did you say? Zhang Heng laughed and said, I said just. Continue. He looked at Tang Tung and opened his mouth. Hey Tang Tung. Remembering Duong Nakni's appearance, he continued, that bastard. I mean the guy who made a mess of our entire academy in just one moment. Snap your fingers. Remembering the image of Duong Nakni forcefully entering Zhang Heng continued. You know I really want to fight him, right? At that time he stood still and watched Duong Nakni call out to Duong Tung. You express, I really feel very annoyed when he only cares about eating. You. Tang Tung. Jiang Xiong said, that day I really lost. For the first time in his life, Tang Tung was silent. Thinking about his disheveled appearance, he continued, not once but twice. Zhang Heng stood up straight and spoke. Not only Duong Nakni, Duong Tung, I also lost to you. Duong Tung asked with a doubtful expression. The family, you want revenge. Zhang Heng continued. What do you think I am? Just listen first. Jiang Xiong explained. Ever since then, since meeting Yang Yuer, you've gotten stronger and stronger. During the second test, I thought you were somehow faster than before. I remember back then, Jiang Xiong's eyes widened as he watched the flying debris, but during the first test, I couldn't believe my eyes even though I saw it with my own eyes. No matter how mature you are, you will never be strong enough to break the rock. You remember that after Tang Song punched the rock, the examiner declared Jiang Xiong first. Then Jiang Xiong explained, that was a result that I could never have seen in the unique technique of Tui Min of mine. Duong Tung wondered, technical, Tui Min. Zhang Heng praised loudly, you are really surprisingly strong, and that makes me feel very frustrated. But right now, in this Long Fuang exam, I will defeat you. Duong Tung spoke somewhat sarcastically. Is that all? You and your lame excuse. Do you know that you also made me? Are you angry? He smiled dangerously. Well, isn't that great? I'm about to beat you right here too. At this time the mission announcement popped up again. Special mission. Defeat Jiang Xiong and complete the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Success reward. Title, failure penalty, mission cancellation, and chance. Abnormal body 3 days. Then, under the feet of the two people dust flew everywhere. Both. Rush in, punching each other. The health bar on Zhang Heng's head lost part of its health. The health bar above Duong Tung's head lost 2 parts. Tai Zhang Heng performs the actions. Acting quickly, he swung his fist and launched the Luan Ho Guin move. Duong Tung had to grimace in pain when he was hit. He quickly moved back. Zhang Heng counterattacked. Tai Duong threw punches at Chiu Vai Sun. Zhang Heng also reacted at this time. He punched the ground, creates a huge shockwave that sends the path flying far away with the attack. Duong Tung quickly used the wind. Great skill. Zhang Heng turned around and said with a smile, your fucking skill is nothing compared to mine. His face turned dangerous. He said loudly, if you have nothing left, show off. Your punch sent Duong Tung flying. At the same time Zhang Heng also said, then you should admit defeat. Tang Tung's health bar lost 2 more parts, and he was also trying to endure the pain. Zhang Heng made a stance to prepare for the next battle. He jumped into the sky and headed towards Tung Street side. Zhang Heng spoke up. The end. It's over. Then he threw a punch at Duong Tung's stomach with the Luan Ho Guin move. Duong Tung's eyes turned white, and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of saliva. The health bar is almost empty. Only a small part remains. Before, in the final round, Duong Tung was talking to Kim Trung Nam. He said, "Want to become the #1 martial artist in the world? So what? More." Hearing that, Duong Tung seemed to be wondering. Kim Trung Nam immediately explained, "Then if you have already achieved that goal, then what do you intend to do next? Besides going back, becoming the #1 martial arts world cannot be considered a goal. It is just a method, not a goal." Duong Tung was silent. Silent contemplation. Thought. Kim Trung Nam continued speaking, making Duong Tung's face darken. "It's good for you to be clear about yourself from now on. Now you're strong enough to be called an expert." He opened his eyes wide, was surprised to hear Kim Trung Nam's words. "So this expert, have you ever thought about what you really want to do?" Duong Tung was silent for a moment, his expression solemn as he thought. He really had never thought about this. If he became a master, he would be able to live longer than his previous life, and live as he wished. If that's the case, then I don't need to become the best in the world. But why? Thinking of the battlefield where the soldier was stabbed through the heart, where corpses were piled up. The rain was falling heavily. The gate was destroyed. Only an empty frame remained. Complete. The dangerous demon spoke. "You are the last one." Tang Tung's face was covered in sweat. His arms were shaking. "You." Looked at Kim Trung Nam and said, "If so, then Tang Tung continues. If I say tomorrow Zhongnan will be, what if we destroy it?" Kim Trung Nam replied, "Then I will prevent it at all costs." Duong Tung seemed to not believe it very much. His face darkened. He spoke. "What if it was really difficult to stop?" Kim Trung Nam closed his eyes and smiled. "It's difficult, but it's not that easy. Impossible. Even so, at least you tried your best." Duong Tung's eyes were still a bit sad. He asked, "But if it still doesn't work, what if it's nothing?" He was surprised to hear the old man's reply. "Then run. Run forever and don't look back." Kim Trung Nam silently explained, "That's the only thing a coward can do. If this world is destroyed, only good friends and family will be left that he was interested in." Duong Tung immediately showed surprise on his face. He crossed his arms, continued, "I have lived in seclusion for more than 50 years. Besides, if Trung Nam needs me, I will try my best to support because I have the power." Duong Tung frowned when he heard Kim Trung Nam's explanation. Strength and responsibility go together. The stronger you are, the greater the responsibility. If you aspire to become the best in the world, then you should think about this first. Then you must. What to do next? The old man continued to speak. "And if this world really came to an end, then wouldn't this be too obvious to the world's best people, or what?" Duong Tung thought seriously. After becoming the #1 in the world, at this time, the mission board appears. Mission to destroy the demon. Time limit is 30 years. Reward if successful. Punishment if failed. Trung Nam is completely destroyed. Back to the match where Tang Tung had to endure great pain. He grabbed Zhang Heng's arm tightly. Zhang Heng was surprised. He can bear it. What is it? A detailed information panel appears. Passive martial arts secret. Body made of copper and iron. Level 1 proficiency, 4% of body surface area is strengthened. Based on skill level, strength gradually increases. Will be developed. At this time, Tang Tung has spiritual power 1. He gritted his teeth and said, "In order to defeat the real monster." Duong Tung's hand gripped Zhang Heng's arm tighter. He said loudly, "This much is nothing." Duong Tung's whole body seemed to fly up. He shouted loudly, "Zhang Heng, I will never lose to you. Did you hear that?" Duong Tung's kick was on top of Chiu Tai Sun's. "I affirm that I will become the #1 master in the world." The detailed information panel appeared again. Taishan sword technique level 1 proficiency. This is one of the 3 sword techniques. Ordinary people can also learn this martial art manual. Proficiency will increase as the subject's martial art level increases. Current application level 1. Attack range increased by 1%. Attack damage increased by 1%. Attack speed increased by 0%. Attack consumes 1 spirit power. Year 30 attack. Tang Tung's feet return. Should be faster. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and realized. This is Duong Tung who kicked Zhang Heng in the head with time move. Mountain kick. He kicked hard at Zhang Heng. That made Zhang Heng fall down very fast. Kim Trung Nam smiled. Zhuge Rong was surprised and speechless. Zhang Heng fell down, causing smoke. Dust flew everywhere, but the road was safely landed. He looked at the dust where Zhang Heng's health bar looked like he had only a little left. In the dust, a figure gradually appeared. Duong Tung is determined to do whatever it takes, will not spare. He reached out to take a weapon. He thought to defeat. The devil is here. Duong Tung picked up the broken sword from before and commented. This broken wooden sword of Ta Suong's was just right. 2 hands, 2 weapons. Duong Tung was determined to use everything he could. He looked at the person inside making smoke and dust and shouting loudly. Zhang Heng can still fight. No way. The person holding the weapon stood up and replied. The attack, just now, is also strong. And Tang Tung's face became tense. Jiang Xiong waved his sword and said, what an interesting name. He rushed to attack Duong Tung. He took off his words, continue. Tang Tung was at a disadvantage, thinking this power was truly terrifying. He gritted his teeth, his weapon. Looking at the weapon storage, he continued to think. Did he intentionally take something bigger and heavier than the wooden sword? After all, the weight of the wooden sword was nothing to him. Zhang Heng seeing Zhang Heng swing his sword, Duong Tung decided he had to concentrate. All out. When the two charged at each other, there were comments. Their swords clashed at the same time. The force was also 1911. Zhang Heng spoke to Duong Tung, who was struggling to defend. Use the final blow to decide the winner. What do you think? Zhang Heng said. You still have, remember? Remember when Zhang Heng threw me to the ground? He continued. The first time we fought was at the martial arts school. Zhang Heng spoke up, just like how that match ended. Do it again. Duong Tung smiled in response. With your current situation, this will be a win-win situation. Well said. Then, Duong Tung raised his wooden sword and asked again. But will it still be as easy as last time? Before, Zhang Heng happily continued. You have to try to know the result. At this moment, Kim Trung Nam and Jia Kat Sung were thinking the same thing. A battle between natural talent and hard work. Both of them rushed at each other with their thoughts hidden in the question of who would win the exam. This long flung. The two of them at the same time. Both swung their swords, the impact force on the face. The ground was extremely large. Tang Tung was trying to resist, thinking in his mind that his Feng Ling sword was definitely stronger than his Tai Shan pressing peak. Duong Tung's figure gradually faded away with his thoughts, but he appeared behind Zhang Heng with a question in his mind. What if I hit him directly? Zhang Heng said. Moving like that is ineffective. Use it on me only. The swords of both men clashed. Next to Chiu Tai Sun, Tang Tung's arm veins popped out. A lot. Zhang Heng realized something. The detailed information panel is displayed. Active Martial Arts Manual. Mount Tai at the peak of level 1. 8% of the infinite power of humanity. If you practice regularly, you can become stronger. The current application phase, when combining powers, your power will be temporarily increased. Duration 5 minutes. Each attack consumes 10% of maximum attack. As the two swords clashed more strongly, the other move was also completed. The top pressure, the big wooden sword has appeared. A crack appeared. Duong Tung cut off the sword and rushed behind Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng sighed. So annoying, you, smiled and said, as expected of you. Duong Tung's eyes were dull. Zhang Heng's whole body, like falling down. Along with the dust particles flying up was a stream of thoughts. Now I understand why Ta Suong finds me annoying. Finally, Duong Tung was still standing there, and Zhang Heng has fallen. The mission board shows a notification. Mission completed. You have successfully completed the surprise mission. The reward has been sent to you. The title reward. The title will be displayed on your interface. At this time, the atmosphere here became more and more bustling. Cheers and applause rang out continuously. There it is. The champion of the Dragon and Phoenix competition has been decided. It's finally here. Excellent. You two did well. At the same time, the notification board also appeared. You have just achieved a new title, Champion of the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Strength +1, Endurance +1, Agility +1. When in combat, attack speed increases by 5%, movement speed increases by 5%. Finally, it shows the message. You have completed the tutorial. Back to the past. The image of the previous life's path is sitting in deep thought. A person walks up and rotates the kunai on the. Do not call the captain. He immediately turned around. The other person, the one named Hyo Song, among all of them, is the one who has followed me the longest. Hyo Song suggested that when this matter is over, he should give me a year off. Another person came up and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" He went over and grabbed Pig's kunai and said, "Captain, I also want to take a year off, and this middle-aged man is my good friend, Gonbone." Gonbone laughed happily. "Finally we can get out of this bloody place." So immediately walked over with a disheveled look and said, "Once this is over and I get the reward, I'll go on vacation." About the reward we will receive after completing this mission? I don't know where he came from or what he is doing, but every time I meet Soha, he is in a disheveled state. Gonian went to discuss the reward. I have already thought about my reward, but if I had to choose, I would not hesitate to choose which elixir that the martial arts world's nobles receive every holiday. Although he looks young on the outside, he is actually the same age, because he uses lotus flowers every day to nourish his skin. Gong Zhang glanced at CNHVA. "I think your face needs a lotus to keep it. She's prettier than me. Are you dying to see her? What about my face? Why do you keep talking about my face all day? Out of all of us, she's the only one who looks decent, but now there are wrinkles under her eyes." She immediately walked over and patted Tang Tung's shoulder, joking, "You know very well that the only thing I'm interested in is our captain. All of them were my colleagues when I was in the military. In the 7th Squad, we've been together for about 10 or 20 years. Okay, Captain, when we finish the mission, let's get married." Made him sigh unexpectedly. "Force," she added, "I just wish for that." Tang Tung also replied whether it was a reward or marriage. He stood up and continued, "We can all discuss it in detail after we do it." Mission completed. Duong Tung turned around to announce to everyone, "Everyone get ready. Today we will." Was the vanguard. The memory ended with the image of his comrade smiling at him. Back to the present. This life's Duong Tung is standing there absent-mindedly thinking about those guys. While lost in memories, Ta Zhong walked over. He asked curiously, "What is the main character of tonight's banquet doing here?" He turned around and bowed to him. "I was thinking about something, so I went out without any wind. Please forgive me for making you come all the way to Zhongnan Mountain." Xie Zheng laughed loudly. "Don't worry, sometimes I want to be alone too. Besides, it's not every day I get to see Zhongnan Mountain. My men just heard the news and came here to join in the fun." Xie Zheng raised his wine cup with a face full of pride for him. "You are the star of today's party. Tang Tung, disciple of the martial arts school. Congratulations on your became the champion." Duong Tung bowed his head to accept the compliment, humbly saying, "I'm not the only one who got first place. Ta Song also won first place in the second test. Moreover, Zhang Di also achieved second place in this entire competition." He replied bluntly, "We were invited here to congratulate you on achieving the championship position. You are my true disciple. If you come to the Martial Arts Academy, it should not be a problem." He was a bit surprised, thinking that by true disciple he meant he was the most excellent disciple at Chanbong Martial Arts School. "Even though I am Xie Zhang's true disciple, I haven't learned anything else besides the basics. Maybe it's my own limitations. Moreover, after a long time of reading books and relying on my own descriptions, Ta Song trained day and night to become the strongest." Duong Tung asked him, "If Master wants to choose a true disciple, then shouldn't it be Xie Chong, better than me?" Xie Jiang looked displeased. "What do you mean? How can I choose a woman as my true disciple?" He slowly said, "Besides, that brat, I just want to marry her off." Hearing that, I was a bit surprised, then commented that this old man was even colder than the wooden puppets in the lake. "You solemnly made a request. So as your disciple, can I ask for one thing?" He immediately wondered. "What is it?" "I'm listening." He immediately said that he hoped you could stop matchmaking your daughter without her consent, because this is like selling your daughter. I don't know if this is unrelated, but you have already become a good teacher. Why don't you become a good father first? He heard what he said, was stunned. After finishing his sentence, he bowed his head and asked his master to consider this matter and then walked past him. Xie Zhang immediately glanced at him and reminded him, "You shouldn't talk like that to your master. When you get back, remember to apologize to me properly." Duong Tung also sighed helplessly in front of his father like this. He looked over and said, "It's really hopeless." He immediately justified, "Everything I do as a master and as a father is for you." And Ta Suong Tan Dat. Hearing him say those words, he remembered the old man's moral saying, Are these words for us to hear, or for himself? It was so frustrating that I was shaking thinking about it. Now that I think about it, it's quite obvious. Already. I don't see you react, Xie Jiang exclaimed. It's best to forget about this. I will ignore all the rude words you just said to me. He immediately retorted. So master means that marriage is no different from slavery? He angrily cursed. You are not a slave but your master. I have heard from other disciples that since you came here, behave very insolently. If you want to succeed, the less you know, the easier it is to live. You make another request? I just want to say one more thing. He turned his cold eyes towards Mr. Bao. Becoming your master does not mean you will be my master forever. Meeting the person again. After that, master, he quickly walked away from there. He stood there, stunned, watching his back as he walked away. If it were me, in the past, I would never dare to say such things and abandon everything. Because in my previous life I was taken advantage of enough. So there is no reason for me to be led around by someone like him. I hope I will never meet him again. Walking down the hallway, someone grabbed my shirt. He pulled into a nearby room. He looked angry and said, "What is it?" Ta Suong Lin continued to hit him and cursed. Are you crazy? Zhang Heng folded his arms and smiled in approval. So stupid. There you go. Ta Suong's face showed obvious tension. I told him to just flirt with my father. Who knew he would say that? Just say it like that. Duong Tung looked at her in frustration. That's enough. If I call you master now, and you call me disciple, will you stop? But thinking back, then you are the only female disciple in the martial arts. That's the road to burying ghosts. So don't worry about being abandoned. No matter who your father is, you will always be his friend. My friend. Xie Chang's face immediately turned red, thinking to himself, I know, this brat is not a star of the Tang family or a big sect, nor is he a gangster who has single-handedly killed 1,000 or 1,000 people, but he still makes. I was moved, seeing her just standing there in a daze. Duong Tung spoke again. Besides, if Ta Zhang forced him to marry somewhere, then just call me. Ta Suong angrily hit him again and again. You idiot, are you out of your mind? Zhang Heng hugged the two of them to stop them. Hey, if anything happens to you too, remember to call this big brother. Hey Tang Song, after the party is over, let's have a match together. Tang Song didn't have any objections. That's a good idea, he thought to himself. If I had to choose between Team 7 and these people, then I would choose these two. Just you wait, demon, this time I, definitely, will win. At this moment, there was a noise outside that attracted attention. What do they mean? Ta Sung was confused. Is someone coming? Duong Tung's face was also full of doubt. Who is coming? Zhang Heng smiled. You are the first soldier of the Dragon and Phoenix competition who came from Xi'an. So you really don't want to go out after hearing people toasting? Xie Chang agreed. Yeah, I heard that all the people in Xi'an are celebrating. The local military officials are also coming here. Many people from Xi'an are coming here to celebrate this moment. Very quickly, a crowd as large as the Yuan army approached with the same words, cheers and celebrations. Tang Tung Tran Kin was surprised. There were so many people coming all the way to Trungnam Mountain. They came only to congratulate me? So many familiar faces. But most of them I have never met before. This feeling is so wonderful. Ta Song walked over and nudged him. It seemed like he had become a human now, famous already. The crowd walked towards them, cheering and calling them the joys, the pride of Xi'an. Tang Tung smiled and glanced at Xie Chang. It seems I'm not the only one who has become famous. They also only want one thing, from us only. He then immediately held both of their hands and raised them up together to make one. With these people, come on. Inside the crowd a person smiled and exhaled. He then turned and left. Duong Tung also noticed him before his appearance. The puzzled faces of his two friends. Run below. You chase people. That man. And there is only one person I want to thank. That person is your father. He was walking when he suddenly turned back. Duong Tung ran forward and pounced on him, hugged him tightly. Father and son reunited to celebrate. It was truly a romantic feeling. Trungnam looked at him thoughtfully. Wasn't it obvious? The number one in the world would have to take action when the central plains were about to collapse. Duong Tung cursed under his breath. These old men have this disease. I just want to live peacefully. No one wants to get shot in the chest at the age of 30. Since being reincarnated, my first goal has been to overcome the Dragon and Phoenix exam. The fragments of memories that I had tried to forget slowly reappeared, one by one. After hundreds of years ago, The demons rose up to re-establish the demon army to invade everywhere, and it all started with a letter declaring war. The letter states that those who submit will be forgiven by the heavenly demon. Regardless of what you have done in the past, you will be granted immortality and enjoy wealth and honor under the mercy of the heavenly demon. But for those who are still stubborn, no matter who you are, you will not be able to escape the heavenly demon's contempt. Tianma has become a legendary name reserved for the leader of the demon army that has threatened Trung Nguyen for a long time. At that time, no one had heard of that strange name, so the Vo Lam Alliance did not pay much attention to Tianma. Compared to Bok Chi and his wife, Ta Suong is much more worrisome. That is why the main force of the Vo Lam Alliance only targets the two of them. The Central Plains Army's foolish carelessness gave the demonic cult army the opportunity to take over Qinghai, Gansu, and even Sichuan. From then on, the Martial Arts Alliance realized the seriousness of the problem. Not only the factions of the Martial Arts Alliance, but even the Imperial Army were stunned. If things hadn't turned out like this, I wouldn't have died. The elite troops of the Martial Arts Alliance were all defeated by the Heavenly Demon and his demonic army. He destroyed everything. That year, everyone was helpless before the Heavenly Demon. It became the year of Bong Xin, the moment that decided the fate of Trung Nam in the future. A man in armor slammed the table. He said loudly, Sa Zhang, Tibet, Ta Su, Onga, Buka, and even in Nam. All of them had already submitted to those demons and monsters. It was only a matter of time before they reached the center of Dongquan. Another person spoke slowly, simplifying. Everything goes. If the sword passes through the neck, then if I lie down, I will live. The elders listened attentively, but if he stood still, his head would definitely be severed from his neck. The person who spoke just now was none other than the southern gun Sat Tien Maua. That day, after a fierce debate, the side that proposed surrender was almost undeterred. Protest. At the same time, the 5 supporters who completely submitted to the Heavenly Demon were humiliated, so they led their soldiers, came to the front line, and raised the white flag of surrender. Among them was a man named Nam Gun, who was once considered the #1 expert in the Martial Arts Alliance. Kim Hak was in, behind cursed loudly, bastards. Even the top master has surrendered. Who dares to strike again? Who? Damn it. The sound echoed throughout the sky, and lightning immediately struck the palace. The surrender of the 5 brothers caused the lightning bolt to explode the palace. The birth of the world. The new world is also the starting point for the fall of the Central South. The palace disappeared. The sky turned to smoke. Back to the present, many years have passed. Snow began to fall to mark the change of seasons. Duong Tung stood watching the falling snow, thinking, the first snowfall. The first day of this year, since the snow just fell, is also the time I have to go. The more I think about the future, the more worried I get, so I comfort myself. Anyway, I must do the same. Ta Suong suddenly asked from behind. First time seeing snow? He looked at it and replied, this snow is not normal snow. She didn't understand his answer. All snow is the same. Why do you say that? Tang Tung explained. This snow only falls where the mountain collapsed, then turned to look at her. Is it strange to call it snow? Ta Suong still didn't understand anything and asked, the mountain top collapsed. She immediately looked at him suspiciously. Where did you hear that? He quickly covered it up and said he read it in a book. Suddenly, Tutu went to rub his head against her, and she also, squat down and scratch it. Just now I saw Tutu drink a lot, but I have never seen him sleep. Is it okay? Duong Tung also knelt down on one knee and petted it, just like its owner. She smiled and replied, you said that again. Nonsense again. Just as they were about to caress each other, the two accidentally touched hands. Ta Suong felt shy, blushing. She quickly stood up. It's still snowing. Why do I feel so hot? Do you see? Is it hot? Duong Tung called silently. She shyly turned back. Huh? He stood up. A favor? While I'm gone, can you take care of it for me? Ta Suong asked. Where are you going? He continued. It's starting to snow. I think it's time for me to make my move. Before she could take her disguise, he jumped down. What do you mean? She shouted loudly. Hey, where are you going all of a sudden? If you're going to Shihan, then wait until sunrise and then let's go together. He turned back to look at her with a smile and said something confusing to save him. Then she angrily cursed. What? Come back here quickly. I will send you to the king of hell. Where do you think you are going? Duong Tung helplessly replied sadly when he saw her angry image. If he can save Trung Nguyen from the scene of destruction, then you. My raft might also be saved, not far off. But he said loudly, I will become the world's #1 master. Ta Suong, lowering his voice, he asked, so are you going to practice? Practice. On replied, it's the same. She was silent in thought. She seemed to also wanted to go, so he asked, I'll go with you. Is that okay? After that sentence, the wind blew up, making the bell nearby shake back and forth. Duong Tung immediately replied bluntly, no. She immediately asked, why are you covering it up? That place is far away and dangerous. Ta Suong won't let you go yet. So tell me where you're going. He replied like, no, I have to go. They're to save you. She looked straight at him seriously. Into him, finally tell the truth. Hi, Nam. I have to go there. She suddenly said, hi Nam, why is it so far away? She immediately remembered something. Then what about the meeting with the Martial Arts Academy? Their instructor will be arriving in Xi'an before next month. Can't you wait until the meeting? Is it over? He also honestly said that by then Tuet would stop. So it won't work. If Tuet stops that, it's over. Duong Tung struggled to take off the token. Besides, he showed it off in front of her. I can meet him at the Tui Long token with this. Hainan always. Ta Suong stood from above looking down and thought to himself, this stinking brat, should I go over there and break his legs? Right? She wondered. When will he be back? He replied, when spring comes. Duong Tung. He rested his chin in thought. His level was probably around 30 already. He had to be twice as strong as now. He said goodbye to her. So until then, see you at Vo Lam School. It seems Tu want to follow him. Duong Tung's father appeared at the stairs to remind him, his son, the snow was falling more and more heavily. Seeing his father coming, he called out to his father. Tang Tung's father looked at him with love. He came forward, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him his coat. Take your coat with you for protection. Duong Tung happily accepted and thanked his father. He bowed his head to say goodbye to his father, then step by step go down the stairs. Duong Tung's father stood there watching his back. His son. In his previous life, one day, while walking on the streets of Central Plains, Kim Hak was looking for a book titled Bin Then Guvong, The Five Kings, the King of the Year Bin Then. Seeing that book, he picked it up and read. The top experts of the Martial Arts Alliance who once fought against the Demon King had now become the Demon King's 5 henchmen. How could they abandon the people so easily? Tang Tung added that they must have brought their families with them. He coldly replied, why only follow the family of their own? Turning back to him, he said, what about their comrades? Aren't those people also? Is it family? He raised his hat a little and said, didn't Master often say we can't save everyone? Everyone. He turned back to Bien Min's words at that time. It was because they didn't try their best that they couldn't do it. You see, those idiots tried their best? The only thing they tried to do was talk big about things that they just hated. Then Kim Hak Tu said. He drank the wine and then cursed. The only ones who tried their best were the low-ranking officials and the ministers, soldiers like us. He threw the book at him and said, I've heard of those idiots before. The author of this book was once the #1 master of the Martial Arts Alliance, Nam Gun, and 4 others. Duong Tung asked, who is it? He continued, they write about life in the past, present, and future. After telling the story, he immediately sarcastically said, writing about himself was very good, but in the end, it showed the true personalities of the 5 sinners. Behind the 2 people were discussing the book Bing Shen Wu Wang. Someone asked, have you read this book? The 2 of them glanced back and saw that the 2 were discussing very animatedly. It was said that if they were to submit, they would receive a lot of divine medicine. Wouldn't it be very troublesome with so many divine medicines? I also heard that one can have fun with prostitutes as long as one wants. It seems the village chief is considering about. That's the story of changing sides. Kim Hak heard that and cursed. Trung Nguyen is really useless. This was clearly not because of incompetent officials, nor fear of death, nor because the enemy was too strong. It was all because of those 5 cowardly Sin soldiers. He looked at him seriously and ordered, tomorrow, use our army to attack them. The next day, the empty lot became a burial ground for soldiers. He thought silently about that day and how he was the only survivor. I poured wine on each of their graves. At that time I could not do anything by myself. And right now, I tore every page of the book Bin Then Guvong. Immediately, Duong Tung put it in his mouth, devoured it, and memorized every word, every name. Back to the present, He looked up at the sky and thought about the names written in the bin then Guvong. The top experts had turned into 5 sinners as soon as the first snow fell. He narrowed his eyes. In every piece of my memory, there is only one thing that I think about. The 2 words revenge appeared in his mind. Duong Tung reached out to catch Bong Tuet, the ones who caused the destruction. The death of Trung Nguyen. I will kill them all one by one. He clenched his fists to show his determination. Tao robe, fly up, fluttering. He put on his hat and walked forward step by step. At Hungin, the capital of Shaanxi, Tang Tung went to ask the carriage owner if he was going to Liezhou. He asked back, "Where is Liezhou?" He added, "That Guangdong province. There is Liezhou district." He shouted loudly, "Coming to Guangdong in this weather." Then he pushed his brother away and cursed. Hey, if you want to die, do it yourself. Die alone. What idiot would dare to go to Guangdong in this weather? No matter where I go, whether it's a carriage or a freight car, I'm refused. I even asked the farmer pulling the cart. The old man pulling the cart thought, Guangdong. He turned around and stroked the cow as he said, "With this little girl, I'm sure you'll reach Guangdong before summer, so I'll lend her to you. Come along. Is a condition, but you have to sow the seeds. Give it to me." Duong Tung smiled and refused the offer. That's it. He thought to himself. By then the martial arts school would stop accepting disciples. He pulled down his hat and said absent-mindedly, "I'd rather let the ducks go to Guangdong than ride your ox." A notice board appears in front of you. A mission suddenly appears. Walk to Guangdong. However, you must walk 1,000,000 duck steps for a reward. If successful, you will obtain the title of Duck Walking Master Penalty. If you fail, you will suffer an abnormal state for 3 days. He stood there in shock for a few seconds, spraying glue. It was just a slip of the tongue. Time flew by, and it was winter. At this time, the snow was falling heavier than before for those who did nothing in winter. This cold weather, time flies even faster. So this is the perfect time to practice on these snowy days everywhere. A month has passed since the snow started falling. The entire Central Plains has been covered in snow. 30 steps north of Zhengzhou, there is a mansion in Hunan Province. Only those with permission can enter that mansion. This mansion is also known as Lin Min Vo Lam and is located in the middle of this fortress is the largest building of the Great Hero Palace's main hall. A person sitting on the roof said, "This is where I occasionally stop, a place worth seeing. But this scenery is really beautiful." While admiring the scenery, a voice came from below. "I saw the bedroom window open, so I came out to find you. Why aren't you in your room and sitting here?" Kim Trung Nam jumped up and asked, "What's the matter? Since the last time we came here, nothing has changed." Zhuge Liang laughed loudly. "Don't you see that the details I adjusted here are very suitable?" he suggested. "If you're looking for something new, why don't you sit next to me? It's been a while since we've talked with each other." Kim Trung Nam also thought for a moment and then decided to sit down beside him, laughing loudly and saying, "You're right. I've known you since when you were still a naughty fool. Now that we're both back, time really flies." Zhuge Liang also laughed, replied. Kim Trung Nam turned to tell an old story. "Jia Kat Sung, the first time you came to the martial arts school, I never thought you would become a master of Daiheng Palace." Jia Kat Sung also said, "To me, you have always been my master and the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance." He immediately smiled happily and asked, "What are you saying?" "I gave up that position a long time ago." Zhuge Liang was a little puzzled. "By the way, why did you decide to go down?" He immediately explained, "Whether it is me of the present or the past, it does not matter anymore. Nothing is forever. After 30 years of being the head of the Martial Arts Alliance, I realized it was time to rest." Then he said, "You really have no shame." Making Zhuge Chung only smile wryly, he immediately joked, daring to say that he wanted your old master to return to work right in front of him. Zhuge Chung immediately laughed. "Except, I'm sorry." Kim Trung Nam stopped joking and said there was no need to apologize. "Actually, the older I get, the more I think about it." He looked up to the sky and said, "After I die, instead of disappearing like the clouds in the sky, I want to slowly fall like snowflakes and become nutrients for the future of martial arts. Therefore, before my grave is dug, I must return to the Central Plains at least, as once. Thanks to that, I have a little happy to be in Sun Tae." Jia Kat Sung remembered that this year's Long Fuang exam was quite interesting. Jin Zhongnan asked, "Has John Yu left Xi'an already?" Zhuge Liang laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to know. I heard he's heading south. He added, that brat said that Central Plains would be destroyed, so he decided to do something. Kim Trung-nam also let Kat Sung know there was only one thing that a foolish kid like him could do. The other man asked, what is it? He replied, determination. Back at Tang Tung's place somewhere in Shaanxi, he was trying to walk step by step in the snow to complete the mission. He had walked 211,114 steps. After passing through North and South Lakes, he walked 527,447 steps. I'm halfway there and almost in Guangdong. I tried my best and walked 880,000 steps. Finally arrived in Guangdong. The millionth step means you have completely arrived. Liizhou, Guangdong. The road was shouting loudly. Finally, Liizhou is here. Bulletin board. A message appears. Mission completed. You have completed the surprise mission. The reward will be sent to you. You have obtained the title of Duck Master. Duck Master. Do you want to use this title now? Yes. No. Duong Tung. See that. Think. The board appears. You have received the title of Duck Master. When equipped, attack speed increases by 10%. When equipped, movement speed increases by 10%. When equipped, all parameters increase by 10%. The title can be enhanced. Seeing this, a little. Stop. I've gone duck. Is it that far? His whole body was sweating. After all, he had reached the South Pole. The problem was how to get to the island. There are many boats around where you stand. But Tang Tung jumped down thinking he didn't know which ship to take to get to Hainan. Why is there no one here? He saw no one. He stood looking around, thinking, was his eyesight getting worse or was it because of the snow? On the other side, I saw a person walking up here. Someone there. Duong Tung raised his hand and asked if there was any boat going to Hainan. Mister, he replied bluntly, no boat goes to Hainan in that weather. Reply. Then he left. I thought to myself, I only saw two people. He immediately jumped over to the other side. I'm in a hurry. I'll pay you guys well. The uncle from earlier asked, are you a martial artist? Can't you cross this canal by yourself? The uncle next to that loud shout. Listen, great hero. This is the first time in my 40 years of life that I have seen snow fall in. Liizhou, if you want to die, then go. Die alone. The uncle told the martial arts experts that going to Hainan was as simple as going to the market. Besides, rowing a boat in this weather is not good. Duong Tung, I'm annoyed. I had to go through so much trouble to get to Liizhou, and now I'm stuck. Stuck here again. The uncle on the other side suggested, if we're in such a hurry, why not just swim across? The other guy also shouted, that's right. But swimming in cold water is not good for your health. Hearing too, swimming, his eyes lit up. Yeah, he said immediately. Good idea. Thanks. Then we will be more physically fit. I am about to jump. We've only been training our lower body, so it's time to train our upper body. The other two rushed in, came to stop him. He covered his nose and jumped down, trying. This way, see. The notification board pops up. Persevere. Diving has been activated. Two people on the shore stood bewildered. This man blamed. It's because of you that he died. The other man also replied. What are you saying? You also is an accomplice. A fish is swimming. The fish. Surprise. Something suddenly shot past the fish. He swam past the fish at an amazing speed. A board shows level 190% swimming proficiency. Diving speed and underwater attack are not only linked to rank, but also to agility. Ayu was swimming and thinking that she had jumped in carelessly without thinking. But I didn't expect the skill to activate itself like that. This feature is really convenient. Your proficiency has reached a certain level. Swimming skill has been promoted by 1. Swimming skill has reached level 2. He widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, my proficiency is increasing quickly. How amazing. Suddenly he was drowning. Far away is a high mountain. Outside it is snowing heavily. The sea surface. He rose to the surface. I think it seems that as the level increases, the oxygen capacity also increases. As a bud, smiling confidently, Min was closer to the island. From afar, someone called out, he's still alive? Is he okay? He closed his eyes and realized. Oh, Min still had a long way to go. In a majestic palace, outside covered in white snow, laughter resounded. This is true. The white-haired old man insisted that he was not the type of person who would shy away from this weather. He was a determined boy who always liked to set difficult challenges. For himself. Zhuge Liang replied, are you exaggerating? I even saw him go on a long-distance duck ride in Shaanxi. Haha, you're still steadfast in your thinking. I've said it many times, This kid might be the most diligent one. The world is always there. He smiled and asked, have you seen anyone who only goes to the Central Plains by duck? Yet, even if the ocean blocks your path, it will still find a way. In the distance are high mountains. He was still struggling to swim on the sea surface. He had reached his limit. Parameters increased, vigor increased by 1, and energy recovered by 10%. He was excited. Haha. Every minute he was getting faster and faster. Ability level has reached a certain level. Swimming skill has been upgraded by 1. Swimming skill has reached level 4. Yusong continues to swim. What he thought was impossible is now possible with martial arts. He smiled. Excited, I swam really fast. Eyes. He is sharp. Even though he is underwater, his martial arts are still getting stronger. Zhuge Liang burst out laughing. Your joke is truly the funniest in the world. The palace is covered in snow. By the way, which city are you planning to appeal to next? I think it's a wing. The great gate leading to the towering mountains. Unclear air currents. A map. A clear blue sea. Hainan. One person standing in the sky said, I didn't expect it to snow in Hainan. The other person lying on a chair replied, the weather is crazy. The man lying on the chair with his arms crossed said, have you ever experienced the bitter cold before? All around is snow. So cold that you just leave the house, and you're already freezing, shivering. The man standing in the sky smiled and said, luckily the weather is getting better. Yesterday was the worst. No one dared to go out. The man, lying on the chair, replied, if the weather continues like this, we will starve to death. The man standing in the sky suddenly looked out to sea. He leaned over to get a better look. Is there someone over there? Not sitting on the chair replied, what the hell are you talking about? So, the man sitting on the chair aimed a eye, opened one eye. He was swimming at an amazing speed. What the hell? He swam almost to shore. Kidding me, huh? The hand gripped the wooden board. He is the man on the large wooden board. Phew, comfortable, too. He looked towards the sea. He shouldn't have jumped in without thinking about the possibility of drowning. This wasn't the first time he had almost drowned. At sea, he grimaced. The salty seawater rushed into his nose again and again, making it hard to breathe. The waves crashing against him made him scream. There were several times when he was almost swept away by the strong waves and winds. I still have a long way to go. If you are a true master, crossing the ocean is no problem. If I didn't have the skill to dive at 10% power, I would be dead by now. Crossing the Central Plains, I didn't expect that my level would increase by 6 levels and my spiritual power would increase by 1 year. But the hard work pays off. Very satisfactory. He was shivering from the cold. Must get more clothes from the storage. The sky houses on the sea are close together. He walked on the bridge and saw that every house in Hainan looked like this. What? Yusong saw everyone looking at him. The people said to each other, is it a ghost? I don't think so. He waved his hand and replied, I'm just a crazy guy, don't mind me. The people looked at. He walked. Go, they see you go. Was approaching them. One man waved and called out, hey crazy kid. The man, he said, are you really going to swim from the other side in this weather? Replied, yes. The bald man insisted that this guy was crazy. The bald man asked, so how did you get here? He replied, because, except, the bald man said to the man next to him, no, this guy is definitely crazy. He was speechless, pointing into the fire. The fisherman said, it's going to be hard for you to swim in this weather anyway. Why don't you sit here and rest? He teased, what if I were a ghost? Mr. Ngu, the people replied, so what? Is there any law that doesn't allow ghosts to rest? Even if you come here from the other world, you still have to rest. Rest well. Thank you for keeping me. The river hit a rock, and there were many coconut trees on the rock. Is this your first time in Hainan? He replied, yes. The fisherman asked, where are you going? He warmed his hands over the fire and replied, Nox's son. The fisherman wondered, where the hell is Nox's son? The old man poked his head and said, oh, is that Nguchi's son near Du Peak? Meng. In the distance of Hainan Island are majestic mountain ranges. The locals call them the Jade Mountains. Oh, really? That's right. He looked up and thought, that mountain. The dark eyes will soon collapse because of the snow. The fisherman said, young man, I did not know if you were going to. Is that true? He continued, but that mountain was forbidden to enter. He turned to look at him wonderingly. Forbidden? What? Mr. Ngu. The people continued to say, in this weather, if you climb such a steep mountain, you will fall because of the snow. The bald head laughed and said, young man, you probably don't know this, But that mountain is higher and more dangerous than any other mountain in the Central Plains. Then you've come to the right place. The higher the mountain, the more jade there is. Mr. Fisherman solemnly said, I warn you, kid, you are not allowed to climb that mountain. This is for your own good. He laughed. If it was that scary, I wouldn't have gone. It's been this long. I'm ready to go. I feel better now. I'm starting to prepare to climb the mountain. The bald man said helplessly. This kid has warned me so much. Still dare to go. The bald man smiled. If the boy climbs the mountain and survives, I'm sure he will find very valuable jade. The fisherman replied, Yes, it must be the most precious jade in the world. No one knows yet. He thanked me and smiled. Then I will take my leave. Thinking in my head, the most precious jade. The majestic man holding the bow and arrow must be adorned with jade and deserve to be called one of the crimes to Pion from the sword. Hainan Academy. Although he comes from the Sword Academy, he is known as the outstanding archer of the Hainan Demon Archer world. The material he uses to make his sword bows is decorated jade. He became the strongest archer after creating a weapon made from precious jade. I can't believe that everything written in the Ogon flower is true. Exactly. No matter what era, that weapon is still one of the sacred treasures of the world. Thanks to his relationship with Hainan Academy, he gained a position in Murim Alliance. He walked away thinking so before he found jade. I have to find out first. He suddenly stopped. Senior, I think I must inquire before it is too late. He asked if he could tell where the Hainan branch of the Murim Alliance is. The martial arts school, the vast area. The martial arts school was named Martial Arts School, which was a place to nurture talents responsible for leading the righteous sect in the future. This place was not even the cradle of the Central Plains, or, what? A large palace. The Great Hunglong Palace. So you plan to do a personality interview? Trung Nam said, You're just good at creating trouble like this. Zhuge Liang replied, We did this to prevent our sect and the evil sect from infiltrating into the cradle of the righteous sect. That can be considered the last door needed. Pass. Zhuge Chong said, Actually, last year, in order for the interview to take place, the deceased predecessor of the martial arts hall helped a lot. Each branch of the Martial Arts Alliance was arranged with a high-level interview room. 1. Trung Nam replied, You work hard and carefully, like a meticulous person. Speaking of the devil, right? Is a matter of concern. Trung Nam smiled as he read the report. But I guess the people of the 9 great sects and 5 great clans probably don't have a separate interview about personality, right? Jia, Kat Sung replied. They have already checked and considered it from the beginning. So that's enough. No matter what they say. I will also refuse. The servant brought in the report and said, Sir, this is the final report. He waved his hand. Newspaper. Fox into the room. Speed. Fly fast. Zhuge Liang captured the report. Zhongnan was surprised. Zhuge Liang said, It's finally here. Zhuge Liang smiled. This is the evaluation of the Southern Islands Xian champion. Zhong Nam laughed. Ka. That's right. Let's see what that guy has been doing lately. At a large heavenly house, the Hainan branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, in Hainan. For those who are not part of the martial arts, this is a place where criminals are exiled or where people are sent to be examined for public service. And of course I came here to receive the first round of interviews by presenting my foreign dragon card. The surroundings were in chaos. He secretly judged that everything was too chaotic. In the case of the first-place candidates in each province, they would be interviewed separately in a room under the Martial Arts Alliance. The servant said to him, Please wait a moment. He thought it was funny. After all, he was not from Hainan, who would come to receive a first-level interview in Hainan, the majestic mountain range. In a luxurious room, the sword reception room, Du Shan assessed that there was nothing unusual about his internal energy. Physical examination, nothing. Du Sun's eyes narrowed. She narrowed her eyes. He was surprised. Du Sun said, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My appearance speaks for itself. How am I doing? Fong Tai Du Sun confidently said, I am the first-level interviewer in the Martial Arts Alliance of the Hainan Du Sun branch. Let's begin. First question. She asked him, You are a traitor. What is your motivation for wanting to join the martial arts school? He fell into silence. Don't you think this question is too simple? In times of peace like this, joining a martial arts school is to have a good life and success in the future, right? But since this is just a formality interview, I'll just answer it. He replied sincerely that he wanted to become a man of both literature and martial arts and to act for justice. That was his true goal. He thought to himself, although it was confusing, this must be the correct answer. Du Sun replied, "That's quite an answer, Boo. Just listen to it one more time, and I'm sure I'll hear it 1,000 times already." He was worried that Min had made a mistake. Haha, so that's it, Du Shan said again. Well, it can be said that is the most wonderful thing of a martial artist who is both literary and martial. And besides, that person must be an upright and loyal person. Difficult. Honestly, this personality interview has. It looks like this will take a long time. Du Sun stood up. Okay, next question. Suppose there is a war between the evil sects and the devil sects. Then from the standpoint of the righteous people, what should we do at that time? That's it. She glared, arms crossed, watching, letting the two sides slaughter each other. Du Sun clenched his fist, or took advantage of the situation to suddenly destroy the whole country. Either side should reconcile, or we will reconcile both sides to prevent the war from getting worse. Du Sun Tian, as for you, which one is the true chivalrous will right now? What do you think? Chivalry. Honestly, I forgot that a long time ago. He stood still. Think quietly, justice or chivalry. I have been too busy with things to do instead of worrying about the nobility and elegance of those things. But what he thought after being reborn was that he was trying to do everything he could to prevent the destruction and collapse of Central Plains without even knowing it. His eyes. Expansion. For me, justice and chivalry are about stopping the demons and enemies from the Central Plains. There is something. Tremble slightly. Move. He turned his head to look at the top. The mountain shook violently, the mountain-like. Separated. Couple. In the room, everything moved. Moved along. Du Shan said. It finally collapsed. Those rocks kept falling everywhere. It's because of the heavy snowfall lately. You don't need to let it. Pay attention to them. She turned her head. Answer my question. The person in front disappeared. He said, Tan is really sorry. I will come back later. Du Sun was surprised. What's going on? The questioner is interviewing. Where are you going? Yusong turned around. The head replied, because I suddenly had urgent business. Du Shan pouted. Is there suddenly something urgent? Really, if you don't know, then just say you don't know. Just say you don't know about justice and chivalry. I'll move on to the question. Next, he firmly replied, that justice and chivalry, I will use action to prove it. He ran off. Du Shan said after him, even though you have the Ngoa long golden card, if you are planning to do something reckless, I advise you to stop. In my report, I will request a re-evaluation of that person's admission results. He turned his head. You insist on going. I will go anyway. It won't work on me. I don't know what happened, so I have to get there as soon as possible to check the situation. If I'm just a little late, one of those evil swordsmen Hainan De Pion might get his hands on the jade ornament. If I don't get it, all my efforts will be in vain. He realized. What is it? A foot landed on the ground, leaving behind the interview of justice and chivalry. Then I will make the interview shorter than before. Du Shan said, you're both literary and martial? Ah, no. Looking at your face, you're good at literature. That's impossible. So in terms of martial arts, prove it to me right now. The board appeared. Surprise mission, defeat Du Shan. Time 15 minutes from the start of the match. Items obtained upon success. Agility +1. Penalty upon failure. Mission deleted, and within 1 hour the ability to move will be 0. He was surprised to fight with the chief officer. What's the matter? Du Shan said. If you're worried about me, then there's no need for that. Even though I'm the chief interviewer, I'm not an ordinary young and inexperienced junior like you. Just consider this part of the interview. Your eyes lit up. Du Shan's stats appeared. Her stats were truly not to be underestimated. Level 25 Du Shan, 52 years old, Strength 100, Stamina 96, Agility 100, Power 45. Let's see what the champion from Xi'an has to offer. I think if I hadn't developed my skills during my journey across the Central Plains, I probably wouldn't have been able to do anything when I faced her. He asked if I won. What will happen then? Du Shan replied, after the interview round, you can go and practice your justice and chivalry. That is if you can beat me. He smiled. Don't go back on your word. Du Sun was pleased. Very good. Instead, if I win, then all your sleeping dragon gold medals must be left here. You are the one who cannot go back on your word. I am preparing. Go on the attack. If so, then I will. I won't give in to you. This is a fight. The duel is right. Du Sun replied. Yes, it will also be counted towards the interview score. The system has recognized that you are in combat mode. The title effect of the Long Fuang exam champion has been added. Great confidence. Attack speed increased by 5%. Movement speed increased by 5%. You see, he thought. And the board showed the active skill Taishan pressure level 1, proficiency 12%. Human potential is limitless. The more you practice, the stronger you become. Current strength level is 5, duration is 5 minutes. Consumes internal energy. Maximum 10% internal energy increases strength by 30%. He thought that within 5 minutes, strength will increase by 30%. She was surprised and hummed. I give. Hands behind back, carry word. Out of pocket. I cannot be without something. This is fine. Finger food, pheasant, mountain goat, and beef jerky have been cooked. He quickly put it in his mouth and devoured it for a while now. Strength +3, agility +3, stamina +3. Okay, let's fight. Sun no. Ngak, Oini Martial Arts School. Zhuge Liang seriously observed the report. Trung Nam asked, how is it? No problem. What is the question? Zhuge Liang replied. It says here that I want to revoke my qualification to become a king. His order. Trung Nam wondered. What did that report say? Jia Cat. Sung put the report on the table. The first prize winner of the Xi'an Imperial examination was a chaotic, perverted person, said to have multiple personality disorder. The chief interviewer wrote these things down while lying in the Italian infirmary, waiting to recover. Treatment for 3 months. Trung Nam was surprised. What? Both of them fell into deep thought. Trung Nam said, this is a joke, right? No. Zhuge Liang denied it. He walked on the steep road to Nok Sun mountain range. The 3 books about Bin and Nguvong were nothing. Nothing. Because the exact location of the jade stone has not been recorded. Before their eyes were rolling mountains. All anyone knew was that Day Pion Hai had obtained the jade stone from that mountain peak. He thought as he walked, now he can only rely on this main map. He has set his destination as that mountain peak, but he doesn't know if he can find it. The landslide fell to the ground. He, holding hands on the rock, said, this is very tricky. There was a sudden noise from the distant cliff. He was noticed. He held onto the rocks and watched them fall. If this continued, he would be crushed to death by the rocks. He was determined. He had to quickly climb up and walk along the mountainside, and also had to avoid being. Did you hit the rock again? Look at the missing part of the rock, the part that's chipped away. As expected of Nok Sun mountain range. You try. The climbing power, the rock and soil had just collapsed a little, and the jade was already exposed. Then the jade headlight must have also been exposed. Must hurry. Leo thought. But after getting Nok Truong Quang, what should he do next? Should it be a bow like Pion Hai or a sword? Really, no? I can't think of anything. I'll just have to find out first, then I'll figure it out. Later. He walked away. In the distance were rolling mountains. In this life he will not let those 5 sinners act like criminals again. This mountain peak is as steep as Manhwa, except that it has less rocks and is more. The ravine is deeper. He held his hand out in front of him to block the wind. Surely no one would come up here? The higher he went, the stronger the wind. He suddenly heard a noise. In the distance. Is that a shadow? There are people here. Are they from the Hainan sword sect? They are talking to each other. There is no one here, right? The road into the mountain is blocked. How could any idiot dare to come here? But we were told to watch out. What's the situation? The 3 men walked away. He thought that was right. These guys must also know about Nok Sun Mountain. A good opportunity presented before them must be seized. Do they know that by blocking the mountain entrance and coming all the way here, they can find a large amount of treasure? You follow them and think, how do they know there is a pearl here? He suddenly noticed the crowd. Oh, there's a gem down there. The north path has collapsed. He quickly lay down to hide. Almost. Was seen. These guys were spread all over the mountain. I'm stressed. Why are they monitoring the place? This is so thorough. He quickly ran away. They have arranged their troops like this. If we keep hanging around, we will be caught soon. Luckily, we climbed up. Here we go. Damn, they still have. Follow the sword too. He thought seriously. It seemed that Hai Nam sword sect wanted to monopolize all the jade, and if they discovered any outsiders, they would kill them without mercy. This place is even more dangerous than I thought. I must quickly find the jade and go down the mountain. I will hide the pearl of light in the warehouse and then climb down. That way it will be safe. Life is saved. The crowd said, the north path is fine. Hurry down before the mountain road collapses. Footprints. He left a mark on the snow. A crack appeared. A name. Up. The mountain is collapsing. The mountain is. There's a landslide. Retreat quickly. He smiled smugly. It's very dangerous here, so let's go back behind the house. The rock cracked right at his feet. He ran. Death. Oh my, there are so many landslides. When will they stop collapsing? Mountains. Continuous landslides. Rocks fell nearly half. Everyone. Gradual. Quiet. He thought silently. He hesitated. In the end, he left you in a hurry. Feet. Brother. Scared. Damn it, I'm scared. Extreme. Eat. Shit. His whole body plunged into the abyss. He took a run up and jumped to the mountains. The mountain beside him. He clung to the rock. Both. The person was chopping against the rock. I slipped just now, so my body is in so much pain. He glanced. Yuzong was surprised. His eyes lit up. Brilliant. Wow. The jade block is clear and bright. Absolutely beautiful. He thought that in his previous life, thanks to this pile of jade, Hainam sword sect was accepted into the 9 great sects and 5 great families. Hidden in the Rocky Mountains are masses of sparkling green jade. If I can get just a little bit, I will become a tycoon. Sinful. Quickly find the jade and leave. In my 20s, this is the first time I have seen so many jades. But when will I find the pearl in this pile? I don't think I can see it right away. But in the distance there is a person climbing the mountain. Someone is climbing the mountain. There is someone else on the other side who is climbing alone like me. He fell into deep thought. That person, the clothes of the Hainan sword sect, and that bow. Although he was still young, it was definitely the skin. He jumped away from the other mountain. The landslide was still going on, but he still climbed the mountain calmly. That guy didn't even know when his place would collapse too. This guy was faster than I thought. He was caught between 2 jade blocks, according to the 5 kings of Bingshun. He must have said that he accidentally found the jade Truong Quang. Could it be that he knew where to go? He thought. That guy must also know about Nok Truong Quang. His face was serious, although it was just his suspicion. But could it be that the other sinners also said it? Untrue. He jumped from mountain to mountain, following day. Humph, it's not strange for these scoundrels to lie. I can't believe that he made his own weapon before becoming a traitor, and it was recorded. Luckily, he didn't find the long light pearl yet. He looked at the time, and was sure he knew exactly where he needed to go. To see the direction. His first. Yuong suddenly slipped. He slid down. Uncle Day, idea about. On his side. His whole body was about to fall. Day turned to look at him. De glared. I follow. He clung to the hanging rock. Climb, then raise your hand, and continue. Climb up. In a flash it was gone. Disappeared from the frame. Duong Tung had difficulty hiding behind another mountain peak. Probably. I have cramps. Are you worried about him? Where did you find me? I can't do anything to that bastard now. If he doesn't want to be discovered, he'll have to take a detour. If the peak he's going to has a jade-like glow, then he'll have to go up the other side. When I reached the top of that mountain, suddenly there was a sound. The sound rang out. Humph, what is this sound? Before Tang Tung could reply, a straight attack shattered a thin corner of the rock. He hesitantly stuck his head out to look. What was that? On the other side, the aegis shot out. An arrow. Duong Tung was stunned when he saw it. He continued to draw his bow. He was hesitant, his eyes full of concentration. Then he let go of his hand and let go. Flying nose. Name. Boom. The terrifying force shattered the cliff, causing Tang Tung to fall down and scream. This crazy guy again. Dai continued to raise arrows with strange shapes. He continuously fired at Tang Tung. While the guy was struggling to swing from place to place. What sharp eyes. How could he see while hiding? Was his hearing also sensitive? This guy was definitely not human. He immediately grabbed a stone. Throw it to the opposite side to lure the Lai Sun tiger. Pretend to pass by this place. Star. The stone was just thrown away. Dai's arrow shot again, making Duong Tung happy. Exactly. He clung to the stone wall and sighed. What kind of guy is that? He's like a cannon. He must have used a lot of spiritual power in those attacks. Super. A lot. Did he fall somewhere? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Please think I'm dead. A soft crack sounded. Words. In the distance you can see a straight arc of the sun pointing up to the sky. He. Let go. Each name flies away, forming a curve. It just like that, falling down aimlessly. Duong Tung could not help but wonder. Huh. Is he aiming at something else? Or have I been discovered? It seems. Not this way. Suddenly on the other side, someone pulled an arrow, with a torch on his head. The fire was blazing. He shot it through the arrow. That's the beginning. Duong Tung belatedly realized that. There was a loud explosion. Destroys everything in its surrounding area. After a bit of smoke and dust, Duong Tung still kept his life. The swallow cursed his mother so much that he almost died. He still hasn't found himself. Duong Tung looked around, taking advantage of the noise and dust from the landslide. This was his chance. First of all, we must avoid his sight and hearing. It is too dangerous to climb any cliff higher than this. I need to find somewhere to avoid his sight. Chat Duong Tung noticed a broken path on a nearby mountain. The bow of Da-i was shot again, pierced towards the still floating Tang Tung. But he managed to fly towards the cave entrance. Land. Look down at it. Da-i in a moment had lost his object. Duong Tung sat up silently. This cave must have been created during a landslide. He didn't know where this place was. At least not now. He breathed a sigh of relief. The problem now is how to. Should I find Nok Truong Quang, or let him find it, and then steal it later? I've already spent a lot of energy fighting with the interviewing officer. Suddenly, Duong Tung, pay attention, seeing something. He leaned over to look. This cave is quite deep inside. Why is it so bright? He walked forward. Nearby, the end of the road is still bright. Impossible light. Duong Tung let himself slide down the slope of the cave. He exclaimed, "Wow, what is this place?" Seeing the glowing object, Tang was extremely surprised. This was it. Just by looking at it, I dare say that this is the jade headlight. You jump. I jumped down nearby. I thought it must be up there, because I heard it was on top of the mountain. I didn't expect to find it. In this cave. Duong Tung exclaimed loudly. How did you move it? Luckily I have a place to hide. Suddenly a white cat appeared beside me. Tung stopped and shouted. Why are you out? Can you just come and go in and out of the warehouse at will? At that time, he also suddenly realized that sometimes he wanted to get food or clothes from the storage but couldn't find them. Duong Tung remembered the few times he rummaged through things looking for them. Where did the dried meat go? Oh, now I know why wine is sealed in jars. The bottom was empty again. Seeing ZZ approaching the giant pearl, he called out, ZZ, what are you going to do? You are a spirit beast. You must have recognized this, right? It was crowded, tongue out to lick the jade light. A ray of light enveloped the animal's body. A new shape gradually formed, the foot. It also changes. Tiger face. The naughty man woke up. Duong Tung was sweating profusely as he looked at his pet. Tutu, from a house cat to a wild cat. Tutu has now transformed into a tiger and is still bewildered. Tang Tung was even more agitated. My cat turned into a tiger. He suddenly remembered. Wait, this is the same as when Tutu absorbed his skill. Huh. Even though he was absorbed by Zigio, there was still no change in Jade Elder Light. Should I consider myself okay? Thinking about it, Duong Tung also did not care. Putting Tutu's problem aside, now must put the jade in storage first. The system appeared, asking if you want to put the item you are touching in storage. Duong, landing. Yes. Immediately the giant pearl disappeared. He thought to himself, he must clean up. Let's clean up the warehouse. At this moment, a figure appeared on the mountain peak. They looked at this scene and couldn't help but frown. Duong Tung happily looked at his work in the warehouse. Great, I finally found Nok Truong Quang. Now I'm going out. Finally off to a good start. Now all that's left to do is avoid the Hainan sword sect's men and escape. Suddenly he felt something. Hide teeth bite into Duong Tung's hand, making him scream. Back outside, he scolded. ZZ, what's wrong with you? I thought you were in tiger form and bit me. Yes. Hey. Behind Tung Dai Street, he was drawing his bow, and he resolutely pointed his weapon. The air was moving down there. Duong Tung looked at the animal in front of him and thought, luckily, it could turn back into a cat. If his father and the others saw Tutu turn into a tiger, they would surely. We'll do it suddenly. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, Tutu reacted like. This means he is in danger. Duong Tung reacted quickly, jumped to the side, and successfully avoided the attack. The attack was imminent. He gritted his teeth, afraid. I forgot about him completely. Up there, the E continued to pull his bowstring taut. Duong Tung hugged his injured shoulder and thought, I see. So he was planning to come here. Find the jade headlight. 2 arrows followed each other and shot down into the cave below. Duong Tung moved and ordered. Tutu, it's dangerous here. Turn around quickly. Go back to the warehouse, quickly. The cat meowed and obediently ran back. He ducked to avoid. He couldn't beat him in a long-range fight. So now I can only lure him here and fight him head-on. Duong Tung used all his speed to run deep inside. He analyzed that except for the first arrow, he intentionally reduced the amount of spiritual power transferred to the remaining arrows so that the cave would not collapse. I wonder if he saw when I put away the jade, but I'm sure he's planning on coming down here. The problem is, I don't know how many arrows he has left. Duong Tung is hiding behind a large rock to monitor the situation. He still hasn't run out of names? He should be counting the numbers, the amount of arrows he shot. The absolute silence made Duong Tung hesitate. He was confused, looked out, and saw that there was no one left at the cave entrance. They were gone. The police officer, looking around, it seems he is coming down here. Where is he? TSK. He's so fast, he even missed his wisdom eye. Not found. Before he tries to shoot me from behind again, I have to move. Let's move. Thinking so, Tung jumped out of his hiding place. At this moment, Dai slowly walked out, watching him from behind. He drew his last bow again. Dai frowned, paused, then quickly, rush, go. Duong Tung slowly observed his surroundings and had run out of spiritual energy to use his skills. Now that he had to fight him in this dark cave, he could only rely on his wisdom eye. He jumped over the rough rocks and fought head-on. Then I will have more opportunities. Duong Tung looked up and down, then hesitated. Not going to come, or is he looking for me from above? He couldn't possibly. Here before me? Duong Tung kept looking around with great vigilance, but in a place he couldn't see, the arrow was already aimed. Immediately, Duong Tung let down his guard and sat down, waiting a little longer. The arrow travels right to his weak point. Dai looked at Duong Tung in front of him. He smiled triumphantly. Got you, you cowardly mouse. Whoosh. He let go of his hand to let the arrow fly. Duong Tung heard the noise and turned around. The person again. He did not have time to react and scolded. Damn it. At that moment, Tutahoa, the lake appeared. It just appeared then the head. The arrow turned away, went off course, and hit a nearby rock. It was terrifying. Fear. Seeing this scene, Duong Tung was also shocked. I'm not bad. Tutu suddenly turned back into the form of a little cat. The cave started to shake after the aftershock. The boulders broke into pieces. Duong Tung jumped down and hugged the cat. Thank you. Tutu, you saved my life again. I just ran and wondered, what just happened? I was clearly almost hit, but the arrow's trajectory changed. Could this be ZZ's skill in fox form? If not, then Tang. Startled, he realized that the sword was tied. A weapon whose shape changes depending on the amount of spiritual power infused into it. If in bow form, each arrow can change direction at will, but if in sword form, its trajectory is difficult to predict. Sun Mountain with its strange rock outcrops. This monster and cave are still intact, even though the inside. Besides the landslide, there was also Zijio's skill. Zijio did not divert the path of each name that has bent it. This is the power of the Jade Elder Light. Looking back at the demon chasing behind, Duong Tung analyzed that a demon archer who continuously followed him without being detected by Hu Ning could take the Pearl of Light. Combined with the secret method of Hai Nam Sword Sect, he would be more dangerous than a monster. 10,000 times. If I hadn't fallen for this bastard's trick, I would have been faster. Even though I only missed. He softly praised. ZZ, this time you. Very powerful. Duong Tung narrowed his eyes and looked back. If he ran out of arrows, then I might have a chance to defeat him. Wait, is he out of arrows now? What? He's not shooting anymore. This is my chance to counterattack. Thinking so, Duong Tung immediately turned the car around and threw the cat into the warehouse. Tutu, quickly go back inside. He drew the white shining sword from its sheath. I saw it when I was running. Regaining his confidence, Duong Tung shouted, You bastard! You shot me. Having fun. On the ceiling of the cave, a rock ledge shook. Then it cracked and fell down. Fell right between two people rushing at each other. Boom. The ground under their feet split open. The surrounding area was also destroyed, revealing a bottomless abyss. Duong Tung was extremely frightened when he saw this. He was afraid that the other side would quickly run up to the surface. Solid. While on this side, everything was shattered into pieces. Duong Tung fell into nothingness, letting out a miserable scream. A pitch-black color enveloped Duong Tung's mind. He weakly felt his surroundings. It was so cold. When would spring come? My eyes are so heavy, I can't open them. It's really too hard. Just lie here and rest. At that moment, the Dragon and Phoenix exam had just ended. and I had already crossed the Central Plains. Swim across Hainan Bay by yourself, face to face with the interviewer, and have a surprise fight. I also climbed the dangerous Noksun Mountain. There was even a landslide. Going through all those things, I have obtained one of the 5 royal treasures. Duong Tung is currently lying peacefully on the giant jade pillar. He, slowly recalling, perhaps it was thanks to this jade that he was still alive. Maybe some places were broken, right? Well, whatever, that bastard probably couldn't find the jade, so he wouldn't be able to make a sword or bow. No match. Now I can open my eyes a little. Opening or closing my eyes is the same. Or am I mistaken, or am I still unable to open my eyes? It must be because we are in a cave that it is pitch black. In front of Tang Tung's pitch black vision, a white dot of light appeared. What is that? As small as a finger. That thing. Light. Up there a small pink hole revealing a bright moon. Recognizing that thing, Duong Tung secretly cheered. It's the moonlight. Is it dark already? He raised his wings. Hands up. Too far. Why did I fall down? Is this it? Duong Tung sat up with difficulty, feeling worried. He wondered if he had. What's wrong? It's all messed up and I can't see his level. If we fight properly, we will win, not in war, but in a one-on-one fight. Duong Tung gritted his teeth. We will meet again. You bastard. He raised his head and glared, hesitated, and looked back. Duong Tung stood uncomfortably against the cold in the pitch-black space. He thought, don't tell me there must be another way out, right? After a while, clanging sounds rang out. A tunnel was created into the abyss. So hard. A tired voice echoed from deep within. The road was covered in sweat, and he cursed. Fuck. He tensed his arms and face, drank alcohol while digging a tunnel, and blamed life. In martial arts novels, the main character can always solve any problem. Easy question. He cried out in pain. Why me? Always like that. Real life, I've suffered enough. Then he returned to his work. Okay, hit it 1 million more times, and that's it. Let's go. The axe continues to hit the stone wall. The mechanical system rings. You have surpassed the limit of your stamina. Vitality is increasing. Vitality has increased by 10%. Stamina is about to be restored. Your proficiency in guiding has been reached. Maximum level. Seeing this, the road rang. The notification still jumped up continuously. Proficiency leveled up. Skills. Passive. Axe proficiency level 7. Proficiency 1%. When using a hatchet, your strength will increase. The strength increase will be based on the skill's rank. Current effectiveness increased by 60%. Tang Tung noticed that his proficiency points were increased very quickly. A separate notification also appeared here. Passive skill mastery of sword level 1. Mastery level 55%. When using a sword, your strength will increase. The strength increase will be based on the skill level. The current effect increased by 60%. Exceeding the limit of endurance, the spirit is increasing. The spirit has increased by 1. You have just obtained 41 green jades. Tang Tung Vong. He was determined to at least get all these gems. Then he rushed in again, continued to dig. The amount of emerald was increasing. He looked at it with excitement. Blue stones. I'm rich now. As long as I return alive, I will live in wealth and luxury. The path seemed to be fueled by firepower, and the speed of digging the stone became even faster. Screams echoed throughout the long cave. Nonsense. At this time at Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Palace, a voice rose. What are you going to do? Kim Trung Nam asked again, eyes half closed. Zhuge Liang replied. Tang Song, that kid's report. Trung Nam clasped his hands behind his back. Why are you asking me that? I'm just an old man who once guided you. Why should I interfere in that kid's problem? Moreover, you are the leader here. This is not me. Because you are the leader, you have to make your own decisions. I am just an old man who follows orders. It's yours. Zhuge Rong shrugged and smiled. This matter is indeed under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Hall, but the principal's opinion is more important. The old man raised his eyebrows in doubt. Principal, who did you find? Gun kept the same, a smile on his lips. Of course, such an important position, so it can't be left empty for too long. Trung Nam tilted his head. Curious person, who is it? The two of them looked at each other in silence. Gun calmly pushed up his glasses and said, that day, Trung Nam was sweating profusely. He hesitated. Confirm again. You bastard intend to let me become the principal. Zhuge Chong continued to persuade. Come on, from the high-ranking officials to the spending of the Martial Arts Alliance. To know all this confidential information, you must have a high position like the principal. You understand what I mean, right? The old man stammered when he heard that. Who? Who taught you that? Do you think I will be grateful to you? When you are the master, assistant? Gun replied. At a time like this, the principal's presence is very important. Trung Nam weakly said. Principal, at what age? I should have prepared my coffin before going to the grave. There you go. But I'm still trying to convince you. In this place, I can only trust you, so I hope you'll. Just this once, please. And most of all, there are many high-ranking and powerful people who will enter this Hidden Dragon Palace this year. Is the martial arts school, Hidden Dragon Palace. The last cold winter. And spring comes. We talked for a long time. After the conversation between the new principal and the head of the Martial Arts Alliance, a month had passed. On a remote mountain road in Hainan, a figure walked slowly. Tang Tung's face. You dirty. He rubbed his wrist and examined it. His pulse was still beating. Too fast. Then he let his arms hang down. Continue to drag your feet forward. 1. The stranger appeared and stood there. Duong Tung raised his head as a response. The two bandits in front smiled slyly. What are you planning to do? We just took over this entire area. Hee, you're out of luck. Duong Tung slowly asked again. What do you mean? Are they stupid to hear that? I don't know what to answer. He scratched his head and said, I'm in a hurry now, so shut up. Name. Square face surprise. What? What a nut. He swung the sword in his hand full of. Skillfully, the sword tip pointed straight towards. Before, screaming loudly. Crazy, crazy. This must be asking for death. Around there, a few people started to gather. Is it a kid? Another prey. Duong Tung turned around. Hey, if I was really crazy, I would never be able to talk to you guys. I would die. It's been a long time. Being a bandit and knowing. Is that bad? The blindfolded man held a knife to his neck. Hey, kid, watch your mouth and know your place. But Duong Tung sneered, doing, as we care. A chime sounded. Tang Tung slowly read the notification from the system, then he asked, You guys are crazy. What is monosexuality? Where did you learn that word, kid? We are an association. That's justice. The boy agreed. Yes, we will bring justice and freedom, making this world better than what the Martial Arts Alliance did. Not yet. Before he could finish speaking, Duong Tung's hand had already reached out and grabbed his head. He threw his opponent to the ground, causing him pain. Cried out in pain. He raised his voice. I don't care. So where are they now? The trees begin to sprout, signaling the start of a new year. With the ever-growing vitality of the season, spring. At this time, in the busiest place in Central Plains, a new semester of martial arts school. The martial arts competition has begun. In the courtyard, countless students are lining up, waiting. In the dojo, people were still lining up everywhere. This was a large-scale training arena. It was originally designed for systematic training through fighting, but twice a year it is used for other purposes. And one of them is to hold the entrance ceremony, subjects to replace graduated students. And today is the day of the ceremony. Initiation. In a flash, everything was. The martial arts hall was stable. There were many people here, including the current disciples. They were laughing and joking with each other. All of them were famous children. Ha ha ha, they looked quite cute. Instructors, masters, managers, and others. There was a person guiding the new disciples this way. The bird on his shoulder also chirped to let it pass. Our disciples' master and many other positions of the Martial Arts Alliance were all present, such as Jia Kat Sung and Kim Trung Nam, who were muttering, This is a mess. Furthermore, the new disciples, who will become the main characters of this place in the future, are all here. Zhang Xiong asked as he walked, Is this for the disciples of the Hidden Dragon Palace? Xiechang replied briefly. Yes, she clenched her fist. This is where I belong. Why do I feel so emotional? Me. The guy yawned. Really? I'm bored to death. Ta Suang softly scolded. You're always like that. Stop yawning. Don't you see those guys crying over there? Behind them are the other disciples comforting each other. I finally did it. Okay. Zhang Heng said helplessly. How can you cry? It looks so boring. Xie Shuang frowned. The disciples of the 9 great sects and 5 great clans were only 16 or 17 years old. Normal people had to cultivate until they were around 20 years old before they could step foot in here. At least he should. Respect them a little. Zhang Heng sighed. Okay. It's true that getting into this place isn't easy, but aren't those guys crying because they're worried about having to find a job or marry into some rich family? I heard that nowadays, kids as young as 10 want to do that. Who knows? Maybe all those people are married like you. Ta Suang crossed his arms and pouted. Forget it. So what are you doing here? Zhang Heng confidently clenched his fists and replied with determination. I of course want to defeat everyone here and become the #1 expert. Xiechang remembered exactly like that Tang Tung guy. Why do these guys like to do those things? The Dragon and Phoenix exam has ended. She thought back to the image of Tang Tung declaring, I will become the #1 expert. Then, she sighed. He didn't plan. What a realistic plan. Memories gradually appeared in Xieshuang's mind. Tang Tung smiled and said to her, Ah, then you can become the second best expert in the world. She also followed suit. All right, I will be the #1 female expert. Xieshuang suddenly turned around and left. I will only become the world's #1. Otherwise, the more Ta Suang thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. She immediately waved her hands and feet. Ah, no, it has nothing to do with that. Zhang Heng beside her was also startled. What was he having again? Oh my god. Ta Suang quickly changed the subject. But where was Duong Tong? Did he skip the ceremony? Zhang Heng asked. Replied. Yes. We haven't seen each other since the Long Fuang exam ended. Where did he go? She, hearing that, he was filled with thoughts. Also, it's been almost 3 months. Another memory flashed through Xiechang's mind. Was this the first time she saw Tuet? She had asked Duong Tong. He replied in a serious voice. This snow is not normal snow. Usually where? Why is Ta Suang surprised? What did he say? If it's not snow, then what else is it? Then he regained his composure and asked. All snow is the same. If not, then what? Tang Tung replied. This snow only falls where the peak. The mountain just collapsed. If you keep calling it snow, it sounds weird. She asked playfully. The mountain top collapsed, thinking to herself. What is he talking about? I don't understand at all. When he spoke, something was shining brightly. Deep in her eyes, Ta Suang looked at Duong Tong, who was smiling resolutely. It will definitely happen. She wondered, how do you know? Duong Tong winked and said, I have my own way. Suddenly Tu appeared, his whole head touching Ta Suang's feet, making her scream. She sat down. I took the animal. At this time, I saw that Tu drank a lot, but it seemed that he was not very drunk. Is it okay? Duong Tong also went forward to pat the cat's back. The kid looks just like its owner, so it's fine. Ta Suang snorted lightly. He said again, this is nonsense again. While petting the cat, our hands accidentally touched each other. Red mist. She noticed it. She reflexively stood up and cleared her throat. Why is it so hot in the winter? It's hot on the chair. In her heart. Damn it. Why is my heart beating so fast all of a sudden? Suddenly Duong Tong. Call Ta. Bones. She replied confusedly. Yeah, you asked for help while I was gone. Can you take care of it for me? Ta Suang suddenly asked. Huh. Where are you going? Duong Tong replied. It's starting to snow. I have to go. Just move. She was still surprised. What did he say? But as soon as he finished speaking, he jumped out. Ta Suang La shouted. Hey, where are you going all of a sudden? We're going to Xi'an, so let's wait until sunrise and go together. Duong Tong smiled and said, to save you. Hearing that, she blushed and said, Oh, Ta? Bones screamed. Do you want to be beaten? Really? Where do you think you're going? Huh? Duong Tong replied loudly. I will become the #1 master in the world. She was helpless. So you're going to practice? Training. He nodded. It's the same, because I'll become stronger. Ta Suang was silent for a moment. Then when he saw that Duong Tong intended to turn away, in her heart, she secretly thought of the 2 words together. Ta Suang finally gathered up his courage and asked, Can I go with you? The snow is still falling. Duong Tong refused. No, you ask right away. Why? Fat man. Dim. That place is very far, and also dangerous. Ta Suang couldn't help but be shocked. So where are you going in the end? Duong Tong sighed. I have to go there to save you. Hearing these words, she clenched her fists. TSK, so annoying. What did he say? Really? Suddenly Duong Tong exclaimed. Hainan name, I have to go there. Ta Suang could not help but wonder. Hainan, why is it so far? What about the interview? Their instructor will be in Xi'an before next month. Can't you wait until the interview? Is it over? But Duong Tong has made up his mind. By then Tuet will stop. I can't wait until then. Also, he waved the pearl on his waist, the foreign dragon order, so I can meet him in Hainan. Ta Suang thought furiously. This stinking brat. Should I go over there and break his legs? No. Well, whatever. I still have a lot of things I want to ask him, but in the end I can only choose one. Ta Suang frowned and spoke. When will you come back? Tang Tung replied firmly. When spring comes, she thought. Because he said he was going to a faraway place, his eyes were burning. Such a desire. Then finally Duong Tung said goodbye. Then see you at the martial arts school. Tutu walked away and called out a few times, gradually disappearing back into the warehouse. Ta Suang recounted. At that time, both the Tung and Tutu paths had departed for Hainan. Zhang Heng wondered. What the hell? So you mean there has been no news of him since then? She said yes. He clicked his tongue. This kid is always unpredictable. Who knows when he will return to chess? Ta Suang replied. He said when spring comes and when. He has become stronger. Zhang Heng nodded. So he must be coming. I should have gone back right away. Would he like to be late, really? Ta Suang teased. I didn't expect you to say that. Did the sun rise in the west today? What kind of wind? Blow fence. After finishing, she speculated. Maybe he caused trouble somewhere and got injured. So he was late? Zhang Heng supported his hand and agreed. If he was stronger, was there any problem that he couldn't solve? Ta Song had no choice but to. Nodded. Hopefully not. We'll know when he comes back. The two turned their heads to look back at each other without prior agreement. At the gate of the martial arts school. At this time, returning to the village, the bandit was heard by the voice. Head to the ground. The rest of them looked at the person in front of them in panic and asked where they were. They look, on the surface, like nothing. Bathed all winter, clothes torn like a beggar, no weapons around the waist and back, no gas at all. That's why we wanted to capture him. But he seems to be an extremely powerful expert. Duong Tung shook his hand. Didn't you hear? Where are they, then? The bandit hesitated. What are you talking about? I repeat, 49 people are being held by you. The man panicked. Star, you know, he said tiredly. No need to ask. I have my own way. Quickly tell me. But he swung his sword and shouted loudly. You bastard, you think I'll say it? The road. Flex your arm muscles. Or wait until you're beaten up and then confess. Thale shouted. Hey, no matter how powerful you are, you think you can beat all of us. You don't even know how many people are in our group. Duong Tung grabbed the stick of a guy next to him and calmly replied. 74, including the guy I just beat. Passed out earlier. Now 72. He threw a punch at the other guy's stomach. Duong Tung looked at the weapons he had just collected, then waved it in his hand thinking, this is my first time using a stick. It should be fine. A fat guy with a mace rushed over. You brat really want to die? But Duong Tung's single swing of the stick had already left his weapon and chin in tatters. He looked back at the notice board indifferently. Surprise mission, defeat all the lecherous bandits. Number 374, rescue all the innocent people being held by them. Number 049. Time 2 hours after the start of the match. Reward. If successful, you will receive the Demon Bao weapon as a penalty. If failed, the mission will be cancelled and the body will suffer from abnormal temperature for 3 days. The bandits immediately swung their weapons towards Duong Tung and attacked, killing him. Kill it. He also started to pick up the stick, punched the square-faced guy, causing both of them to. His jaw was crooked. This blow made everyone. All eyes widened. Duong Tung continued to spin the stick in his hand, knocking away the two men. Other bandits. He changed his position. He punched it straight into each person before they could react. The system recorded each name one by one. Staff proficiency has reached the maximum. Staff skill has leveled up. Staff skill has leveled up to level 2. Tang Tung has already received a new skill, passive skill, level 2 staff proficiency, 0% proficiency when using staff. Critical rate increased by 5%. He laughed loudly. You guys better be careful. From now on if I hit you, you will get an additional 5%. The bandit was killed. The bandit shouted, he is a master of using a stick. Duong Tung on this side smiled wryly, swung it around, and stabbed it a few times, and it was done. A master of nothing. Countless bells rang on the tower. Warning, warning. Brothers, quickly take your weapons and gather in front. He just knocked. The bell just rang. In the corner of the house, a leisurely person wondered. What's going on? One of them shouted. Deputy leader, the leader requests everyone to assemble. He asked again, the imperial dog attacked us. The other guy hesitated. No, just a martial arts expert. But he's very strong. The deputy leader scolded. Damn it, there was only one of them. Just one guy and you made me leave. What if the kids escape? You'll take responsibility. Black Sea held his ground and shouted. I will stay here and watch. You go first. He grimaced and thought, experts? Even if a group of people are experts, it's hard to beat them. Defeated everyone, right? But how did he get here? He looked around and saw his subordinates still running out of the village gate. The blade swung to the back of the neck, sighed. This has a spear. Front chest again, was the sword. But in a flash he disappeared from the position, leaving the three weapons to crash into each other. They screamed, fuck, he's gone. Duong Tung appeared from nowhere and patted a guy on the shoulder. Sorry, but I didn't disappear. I just moved so fast that you didn't see me. The guy was confused. Why? But before he could finish speaking, Duong Tung had already broken the spear with one hand and grabbed the opponent's face, decisively pressing his head down to the ground. He turned the tree again, stick in hand. At this time, stick proficiency has reached level 3. Proficiency is 26%. When using stick, short stick, long stick, and baton-type weapons, your critical rate will be increased. The increase in critical rate depends on the skill's rank. Current efficiency increases by 10%. Swing the wooden stick across the enemy's neck. Critically striking, you deal 200% more damage. Physical on the enemy. Seeing his teammates fall, the waste people groaned. The defender, Ling, frowned. You in the end are. Who? Tang Tung exclaimed. Really? You guys prepared that question in advance? He heard that and asked back. Huh? He explained. Just now someone asked the same question. Now it's your turn, guys. Why do you keep saying the same things? Who are you? What is your identity? Who are you anyway? You are. Who is that? The leader gritted his teeth. This guy is right. Is a monster, suddenly appeared and defeated all 50 people on his side. Over there was also someone crying. Mom, I miss you so much. The leader secretly exclaimed. If he is not a monster, then what is he? It's okay. Looking at the devastated field, it was all his men. Black Sea hid behind the pillars and groaned. Impossible. This is the kid I saw in Xi'an. What is he doing here? How could this be? Does Tian Lai still exist? Fate, what the hell is this? He was sweating profusely, turning back to the road. He clicked his tongue. I've asked you several times already. Well, let me ask again. Where are you hiding people? The leader interrupted. You mean sex slaves? He just scolded. Watch your mouth. What is sex slave? What did you do? What happened to the villagers? He weakly said. Do whatever you want of us. But the sex slaves heard that, and Duong Tung asked, do you want to die? Then he directly took the stick and stabbed it straight into the man's mouth that was no longer intact. You threatened. I told you to watch your mouth. Who is the leader here? The bandits looked at the only person with rank 19, Duong Tung. There was a sound. Then he kicked the stick, making it a lever. Accordingly, the leader's upper jaw was covered in blood from the force of the stick's lift. The road to the sky was filled with anger. Is it you? He fell down in pain. In the shock of his subordinates, he wondered because the people here were all bandits, so they should understand things a little, right? So who is the leader of you two? The bandits all looked at the person hiding in the corner of the house, far away. They are hesitating. The leader is unconscious, so the deputy leader should also step forward? Black Sea shouted. Up. Hey, you bastards. What the hell are you talking about? Then, he smiled wryly. They're lying. It's not me, my lord. But in a flash, Tang Tung appeared, right next to him. Black Sea turned back looking extremely guilty. Is that you, sir? You will now become our leader. Huh? Duong Tung pushed his face and said, forget it. Show me your hand. I don't care about your justice association or your leader or whatever. Quickly tell me where those girls are. This will be the last time I ask you. Black Sea thought for a moment, then pointed at himself. Hey, sir, don't you remember me? I'm from the Black Snake Gang. I was beaten by you in Wuchuan village. Duong Tung frowned and asked. Huh? To Duong, what are you saying? The two were stunned. Look up. Then suddenly he exclaimed. Ah, is that it? Black Sea nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's me. Duong Tung chuckled, then a fist aimed straight under his chin. So what? He gave him a blow that sent him flying. Road. Tung repeated. I told you this is the last time I ask you where those girls are. Then he turned back to look at the bandits with bullet-shaped eyes that made everyone. The crowd jumped. They pointed to the attic next door inside that house. There, after a moment, the bandits were scattered on the ground or helping each other find a place to hide. Heal. Tang Tung said loudly. Hold on a little longer. Black Sea frowned and darkly removed the doorstop. He extended his hand to invite. I opened the door. Duong Tung opened the door wide and shouted, I came to, but he suddenly stopped. Inside was a bearded man. Bored. Count numbers. Appeared 1/49. Duong Tung Bang Hong continued. Save your father. When he looked at him, he rushed out, and I followed him wearily. Then he returned to the room and said, I came to, but at that moment, a figure rushed out. One person after another continuously run out of the room. The counter gradually increases. Up, 4/49/5/49. Only the strong bodies of men. They ran away like a broken nest, each with the same sentence on their mouths. Thank you, we finally escaped. Thank you, young hero, for saving us. Thank you, we're free. Duong Tung was speechless. Save your uncles. He shook his eyes and looked at them, weak and full of huh? A notification popped up reminding, 72/74 of the lewd bandits have been destroyed, 48/49 of the weak civilians captured by them have been saved. The time is 2 hours after capture. At the beginning of the match, Duong Tung hesitantly entered. There were still 2 bandits with one more person. There is no one else here. Or is it upstairs? He wondered. Suddenly, there was a groan. Duong Tung frowned nervously. Was it laughter or crying? It felt wrong. Oh. At this moment, on the ceiling, 2 bandits were smiling wickedly. Now we are ready. Do you want to taste the taste of the whip? It's really noisy outside. Those guys are probably fighting each other again. They suddenly wondered. Wait, why is it so quiet now? The other guy replied, it must have been resolved. Do you think they will fight forever? Then they turned back to their target, another muscular man who laughed as Flynn. That's right. Let's turn back let's see the muscles. Back to the main topic. Suddenly, a sound came from under their feet. Call. Hey dang, I can hear everything from below. The stickhead stabbed straight into the chin of the guy who poked at him. The swing broke the floor and flew up, conveniently kicking into the head of the remaining name. Not knowing the silence. How long did it take for the 2 bandits to be knocked out of the attic? The quest board appears again with the same old information. The difference is that a mission completion notice board next to you has completed the surprise mission. The reward will be sent to you. The demon bow weapon has been transferred to your storage. The Black Sea is located. Fall down. Mango. Hey there. Hear my call. He stood up. Duong Tung rushed over, grabbed his collar, and scolded him. If you were lucky enough to survive, then you should live a good life. How dare you do such a depraved thing again? You bastard really deserves to die. Hakai was scared but still secretly thought, I think this guy is angry, for other reasons. Not me. I was just following orders. The ringleader is the guy, that leader. Duong Tung asked again uncomfortably. What's the difference? It's still abuse. Arresting children is not enough. Now he was the one who hesitantly shouted that. But before he could finish, Duong Tung grabbed his collar and shook him up and down. Hey you bastard, Black Sea shouted because. How can someone like me make money without opening a shop or joining the martial arts world? For someone like me, this is the only place to survive. Hearing that, Duong Tung thrust his stick to the side and scolded. I knew it. There's no way that would happen. Will you change? He clenched his fist and reminded. Remember to be a good person in your next life. But before he could do anything, a hand appeared, came out to block him. A bald uncle appeared to rescue him. He only did that to eat and live. That was enough. Duong Tung wondered, who is that? Then he suddenly remembered that this was the person who was almost beaten by those 2 guys earlier. So he asked, you almost got into trouble. Are you okay? Ma Sun nodded. The hunchback replied, yes, tomorrow. I was just captured this morning, but thanks to you I am now free. My body is still intact. Duong Tung stood up, hesitantly wondering. Ah, that's lucky, but why were you kidnapped by these people? Do you look like someone who could easily be kidnapped? He helplessly explained. I was doing business in Zhengzhou when these people said they wanted to invest in me. I was fascinated. And then come here. Then Duong Tung turned to Thean and angrily scolded. What a liar. Then he said to Ma Sun with a look of resignation. If you have already made up your mind, you can escape. But he shyly replied. I may look like that, but I'm easily scared. What if I get killed? Duong Tung turned around and blamed it all on Black Sea. I will kill that bastard. He is indeed a weakling. He walked up and grabbed his collar, asking, this time you intend to sell. Who are they giving it to? Hey How weakly replied. The Justice Society doesn't capture people to sell. We don't need to do that. He frowned and urged. Tell me more clearly. Where did you get the money to feed 74 people? Do you want to die or something? Black Sea gritted his teeth, and begged, "If I tell you everything, will you forgive me? Don't kill me." Duong Tung raised his fist and asked again, "What? You want me to spare you, you?" But he glanced at Ma Sun, who was panicking behind him, then immediately calmed down. "All right, if you tell the truth, then I will spare your life." Outside a house, some people were chatting with each other. "I still haven't thanked him yet. Is he still here?" Inside that brothel are the gangs standing in front of a pile of books. "What are all these things?" Black, Hai Lang said with a grumble. "Unlike the Black Snake gang that only knows how to directly extort money, the Justice Association makes money through business." Duong Tung picked up a book to observe, silently commenting, "Impossible." He turned a page. At first, I was still reading the content carefully, but then his eyes gradually became more incredulous. "All of these are here. Aren't they banned books?" Tang Tung said. He crumpled the book and turned around, turned to Black Sea with a difficult expression, heard him mumble, "Oh no, how much do these books sell for?" He immediately raised his elbow, making him panic. "Hey, I was just wondering." Suddenly there was a loud shout from outside. "You devil!" The leader, even though all his teeth had fallen out, he still screamed, "You already freed the sex slaves, and now you want to rob us of our source of income too." Duong Tung, hearing that, he was visibly upset, but before he could react, a creature appeared. Tutu growled as he approached the leader. Black Sea immediately remembered his previous encounter with it. That tiger knew right away, "I didn't see wrongly. I'm not crazy." The leader on this side was already pinned down by the drunkard, but he still kept screaming. "What mistake did our group make to end up like this? It's only the beginning of spring." Tang Tung stepped on his sword again. "What's wrong? Cornering, blackmailing, murder, robbery, rape, assault, selling banned books, arson." The leader yelled, "Consider those things as. You are absolutely right. But we do not. Never burn down a house." Duong Tung raised his eyebrows. "Never done it?" That guy stuttered. "Corn. Yes. Then he suddenly said yes. But now you intend to do this." The road. Tung turned to call. "Hey." The deputy leader of Black Sea immediately spoke up. "Yes, there is." He pointed and ordered, "Burn that warehouse." He asked again in confusion. "Yes." Duong Tung, stern voice, "I said, burn it." The fire quickly spread, burning down the whole house and the forbidden books. The keeper, receive and cry, "This place is over. Then, everything is fine." The people around bowed their heads to thank Tang Tung. "Benefactor, I will never forget your kindness. Where is this?" He forced a smile and replied, "Ha ha, it's nothing." One of them suddenly stepped forward and said something to clear up the misunderstanding. "Even if I have to offer up this body." Duong Tung panicked and punched him. "I told you it was nothing." On this side, Tutu turned to look, making him startled. Tiger transformation. The sound slowly went down and left, causing Black Sea to be wary and sulk. The person on this side was thrown and fell to the ground. Duong Tung quickly corrected. "Ah, I thought you were going to sacrifice yourself here. I misunderstood, but don't ever sacrifice your precious body again." The other person spoke firmly. "Benefactor, please tell me your name." So he introduced himself. Tang Tung jumped from wine onto his shoulder. "Duong Tung," he continued, "but that was not it. It must be them." Chat Ma Sun called, "Enlightened one. What do we do with those guys?" "These are the perverts we caught." "Okay." Duong Tung looked at the calculation. There were too many of them. It was too dangerous to capture them all, so it was best to wait until the government officials arrived. So "I wonder, Benefactor, where are you going now?" "Where?" Duong Tung replied with a smile. "To the martial arts school." Black Sea behind looked on in disbelief. "Hey, so successful." Ma Sun heard. Then he said, "Wulin Martial Arts Hall, is it in Zhengzhou? The weapon shop I opened is also in Zhengzhou. Can I go together with you there?" Duong Tung thought to himself, so he opened a weapon shop? Suddenly an idea came to mind. "Oh, so can you?" Duong Tung dropped the old weapons he used on the ground. "Ma Sun too. Ask yourself, why are these weapons? Where did that come from?" Duong Tung asked. "You are a blacksmith, right?" He replied, "Ah, yes." "But Ma Sun." He picked up the sword and observed that the blade was shattered before his eyes. So Ma Sun suggested that we should probably make a new one. Black Sea also looked curiously. "Are you back from the battlefield or something?" He suddenly noticed, saw an item, looked at the bow and commented, "Ah, this bow looks good." Duong Tung was about to explain. "Ah, that is okay." He thought to himself, "It's the Demon Palace reward he received earlier." He's never heard of this weapon before. I was in such a hurry to pull out my weapon that it was pulled out too. Duong Tung tried to cover up. I had it before. I just haven't tried it yet. Ma Sun dares. The bow, which looked more balanced than it looked, was also very light. The string was too tight. I can't pull the bowstring. I don't know if it was made by the gods, but this is really a very good bow. So, is Ma Sun's suggestion, if you have never used it, why not try it now? Go. Duong Tung secretly considered his words. Me. Bow and arrow. In my previous life, I rarely used them. The bow and arrow are an important weapon used in strategic planning and tactics, but archers are not considered very important. He tried to pull, exclaimed, "Wow, the strings are tighter than I thought." Ma Sun quickly turned around and ran away while saying, "Let me go get some needles. Name for you." So Duong Tung continued to think absent-mindedly. A martial artist can easily break or dodge arrows. Only when you infuse spiritual power into the arrow like Da-Yi did, will it become a fearsome weapon. That name still makes me. I'm so mad. Even that bastard can only use swords as his main weapon in the dojo. Because if it's just a friendly fight, there's no need to use bows and arrows. At this time, Ma Sun returned with a few arrows in hand. I wanted to bring all the bows and arrows I found, but only these were usable. Duong Tung put the arrow on the bow. He used force to pull his face to show his difficulty. Duong Tung thought uneasily, "I can't pull. It's over. I have to let go." The arrow flew away. At the same time, a loud sound rang out, making Ma Sun feel uneasy. He covered his ears. Black Sea was trembling all over. Each name rushed forward before. It plugs, straight down to the ground. Everyone stopped, causing the space to become, should be quiet. The whole crowd was confused. What was that scary sound? Duong Tung was confused. There is no law that requires the bow to be infused with spiritual power when used. But this is a long-range weapon. When I shoot it, it keeps saying, "Hey, I'm about to fly to you. What the hell should I use it for? Which one?" Duong Tung carefully examined the new weapon. What else is there in this bow? Is there anything else? To me, it looks just like a normal bow. The system now displays its information. Demon bow, a strange bow with a demon head decoration. Data unknown. Two-handed weapon, bow level 50 limit. The crowded Tung Street saw that there were both levels. Limit. If the level limit is 50, then my level is not enough. I have to become stronger to use it. Got this bow and arrow. Duong Tung checked his stats. His current level was only 28. He continued to think, and even though he had already pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow still wasn't very accurate. It must be because he shot it wrong. It wasn't easy to achieve my current power. I'll give it to you. Looking at my hand, I couldn't even handle an arrow properly. I said I would be in high school by spring, but I never did. Suddenly, Duong Tung angrily shouted loudly, startling the Black Sea, Ma Sun, and Tuesday. They had to go to Trinchao again. Duong Tung muttered. When he got here, he just walked normally because he wanted to get there quickly. He opened the title information to see. The title of expert in duck walking was already there. Equipped. After equipping, attack speed increased by 10%. After equipping, movement speed increased by 10%. After equipping, all stats increased by 10%. This title can be further developed. So the road. Throw in your determination. All right, Duckmaster, let's develop this title. With that, he immediately ducked out of the village at the fastest speed possible. Black Sea looked on in confusion and said, "What's wrong with him? How strange." He tried the noisy bow and arrow, and then ran away, and go duck again. Ma Sun bowed his head to pick up the things on the ground and shouted, "Benefactor, let me go with you." The rest looked at him suspiciously. Then the long-haired guy spoke ambiguously. "So that's it." Lie, because it made his lower body look strong. The Black Sea people broke out in a cold sweat. They quickly arrived at the streets of Zhengzhou. Tang Road thought to himself, "Zhengzhou has been a long time, huh? Especially at this peaceful time," he exclaimed. "The hills are so peaceful." Ma Shan said, "Again, not long ago, many new disciples came to Zhengzhou." Tang Tung was still walking and softly replied, Probably so. Because today is the initiation ceremony of Vo Lam Martial Arts School. Zhengzhou City of Hainan Province, the administrative place of the city. Universal Court Temple, the place in charge of security and order, and Tran Ni Tat Temple. Even the governor of the province and most of the high-ranking local officials were from the Vo Lam Alliance. Vo Lam Alliance is currently in charge of handling administrative, economic, and judicial matters. Therefore, the Martial Arts Alliance is the one that truly holds power in this city. So every time the Martial Arts Alliance had a special event, Zhengzhou could become extremely quiet or extremely bustling. Tang Tung also gradually realized, it's because of the initiation ceremony that it's so quiet. Hey Hai followed. He spoke. You're probably planning to go to the martial arts hall too, right? You look like a new disciple. Are you planning to attend the initiation ceremony? Anymore. Duong Tung let out a breath and replied, if I say that I encountered bandits on the way here, they will probably understand. There must be someone. Reported it. Suddenly, he stopped when he realized something was wrong and shouted, but why are you following me? Black Sea said sadly, I don't have any. No other choice. Half of the people there are people I've captured before. If I stay, I'm sure I'll be beaten to death. In this guy's head, he's actually plotting. He has to act pitiful to have a chance to escape. Duong Tung angrily grabbed his collar and shouted, so you think you will be safe by following me? I can hardly restrain myself from killing people. Dion smiled wryly. I am not that bad. If I want to survive, I can only follow orders. Black Sea tried to convince. I'm not just good at capturing people. I'm also very good at going around gathering information. If you want to know anything, just ask me. Why don't you hire me? You can make a lot of money by using me. Duong Tung kicked him painfully. You still don't know what's good for you? You still want to use the ransom money to do bad things? Duong Tung declared, Father, very good. If you are already here, I will take you to Intra Ni Tat Temple. Atone for your mistakes there. Finally, after a while of observing, Ma Sun hesitated. Benefactor, I was planning to hire him. Is that okay? My armor workshop also needs more manpower, but of course only for a while. Let him atone for his sins. Both the road and the Black Sea stopped at these words. Ma Sun continued to say that at first the contract was established to invest in human resources, but he caused so much damage that somehow I have to make up for it. Black Sea, like scooped up gold, quickly agreed with him. That's a good idea. I will definitely try to do well. Just leave the job to me. He secretly cheered. Great. First follow him, and then escape. He. What a pajama. Duong Tung asked worriedly. What if he lied again? Bastard. This kidnapper once, he weakly defended. I told you I was just doing it. Just following orders. I promise I won't kidnap children again. Of course you too. Even if it's big, you can't catch it. Duong Tung asked again, annoyed. How can I trust him? You can't? He smiled and said, if you need, I can tell you any secret. The high-ranking figures in the Justice Association's books, including the most secret auction house in Hainan. Do you know where it is? Duong Tung hesitated a bit and then asked, the most secret auction place in Hainan. Hai quickly grabbed the life-saving rope. Are you interested in that place? How is it? Want to hear? No. Tang Tung considered. The most secret auction place in Hainan. I was indeed looking for a place to secretly sell the pile of jade I obtained from Jade Mountain. What a good opportunity. Seeing that he did not respond, he repeated, that really is the worst place in the world. Jonna. Duong Tung frowned. Okay, say it. Black Sea immediately made a condition to him. If you let me follow that guy, then I will tell. Ma Sun also spoke up to help. Benefactor, don't worry. I will keep an eye on him to prevent him from doing anything bad. I was fooled once too. I won't fall for it. One scheme twice. Duong Tung considered. A bit, then agree with him. Okay, but if I catch you doing something bad, you'll die for sure. Black Sea happily exclaimed. It won't happen. He laughed, secretly in his heart. He. A bunch of idiots. After you leave, I will kill that big guy. That corpse, then run quickly. Black Sea stood up and asked, have you ever heard of Tian Hung Thursday? Duong Tung wondered. Tian Hung Thursday? I've heard of it before. It's a book that ranks prostitutes and is passed around the market every year. I've heard about it before. It was in the previous life. Black Sea affirmed. Yes, that book ranks prostitutes based on their popularity. It should be called a bestseller among men, right? Do you know where it came from? No, not letting him answer. He directly said the best brothel in Zhengzhou, the best brothel. Tian Hung Institute. Duong Tung also had the answer to this question in his heart. He raised his eyebrows. That brothel not only accepts people from the martial arts world, but also holds auctions. How do you know? Are you sure? There? He immediately explained. The boss there smells money. That's why people like us all know him. You're still young and inexperienced. There are still many things in this world that you don't understand. Duong Tung thought to himself, young man, I'm older than you. If you count my previous life, I'm already 46 years old. But it's true that I don't know. He was full of thoughts. Secret auction? I think I heard about it, but it was of no use to me at the time. I didn't have the time or the money. The Black Sea continued to ramble on. Like you said earlier, it only accepts people from the martial arts world, so I have never directly. I never went there. I only worked as a broker for people in the martial arts world. But I'm sure that's a secret auction place. Duong Tung interrupted him. Enough, I understand. Then I leave him to you. Ma Sun clasped his hands to him in greeting. Be careful at the martial arts school, sir. Turn to introduce. This is my armory. If you want, you can come by and see. The weapon you mentioned on the way here, I will definitely make it. Just wait and see. Duong Tung waved his hand. I have to go now. When I come back, I will pay you. Ma Sun exclaimed, no need. But before he could finish speaking, Duong Tung quickly ran away. Black Sea looked on and smiled to himself. Hee, goodbye, see you again. Now, Trat Ma Sun interrupted him as if he could read his mind. You were thinking of killing me and running away. Run away? Black Sea replied, right? He continued as if it were nothing. Don't worry, you'll be so busy you won't be able to think of anything. Now let's fix your bad habits. The owner of the armory drew the frame. Ma Sun smiled friendly and said, let's go. To which truth room? To prevent cholera. The Black Sea shrank back in a chill. The room of truth. Technicians are lining up throughout the night districts. The largest and most prominent building among all the brothels in. That is the brothel with 1,000 fragrances, a brothel with 1,000 fragrances, a brothel of the highest rank. In Zhengzhou, the brothel Tian Hung sells art, not herself. Somewhere, the greetings of welcoming prostitutes resounded. The prostitutes here are extremely versatile and talented. With its large scale and performance hall, Tian Hung Brothel has become a top-notch brothel that is loved by most people in the martial arts world. In particular, the reason it is so famous is because this place only accepts people in the martial arts world. Lam is a guest. In short, even the rich and powerful cannot freely enter and exit the Tian Hung Brothel. And that is why there are people pretending to be people in the martial arts world. The gatekeeper bowed his head and said hello, welcoming the visit. As Duong Tung entered, he thought to himself, he must quickly buy a set of clothes for this disciple to prove that he is a person in the martial arts world. After all, he will need to use this at the martial arts school later. But this outfit is already used. Even though it's called reincarnation, I still have to wear used clothes. Oh, damn, the buttons are loose. It's completely impossible. Can be used right away. He smiled wryly. Well, I almost couldn't buy this outfit. Let's consider myself lucky because on the way to Hainan, all the money is spent. Duong Tung estimated the time. The sun was already up there. The initiation ceremony should have ended. Besides, it was quite late. As soon as he got information about the auction location, he came here immediately. That was because money was like everywhere else in the world. One cannot survive in the martial arts world without it. Even in my previous life, I had to go through a lot of trouble in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon just because of lack of money. My martial arts are still lacking, yet while others are learning martial arts from their masters, I still have to go to Zhengzhou and do various jobs to earn extra income. At this time the guard asked him, who does the guest want to choose? Today we also have a performance by the Eastern Black Rose, and the brave Japanese singer, Tang Tung exclaimed. You're so big. Then he spoke. I choose the first heavenly fragrance. He heard what he said and was silent for a moment. Bow slightly. Head. D. E. Tianxiang. She is the most powerful prostitute in the Tianxiang brothel, listed in the first chapter of the Tianxiang book. The book ranks the high-class prostitutes and is also the current owner of the Tianxiang brothel. He probably won't answer you. Duong Tung thought to himself that as expected, even though he was wearing martial arts school clothes, he still recognized these as old clothes, used. But no matter how tattered this outfit is, if he knows what he is wearing is a sleeping dragon outfit, what will happen then? Originally, there were two different official uniforms in the Martial Arts Academy, the old Crouching Dragon uniform and the old Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon uniform. But later, the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Zhuge Chong, was appointed, and the two uniforms were changed to the same. In order to erase the distinction between the two areas of Ngoa Long and Ngoa Hotang Long, it is the ceremonial uniform of the martial arts school. What about those from the 9 great sects and 5 great families, and those with money? Those who always want to prove themselves better than others. They will use expensive silk, money, or embroidered a white dragon on the shirt to match the title. Initially, the law team tried to prevent this, but their control quickly weakened when the 9 great sects and 5 great clans became upset with even the slightest change in the official uniform at the will of the current alliance leader. Following that trend, the official uniform of Ngo Along was changed, and that's how this outfit was created. The new Sleeping Dragon outfit. Even if what you are wearing is dirty and worn out, it is still dragon clothing. Wulong is where the future high-ranking officials of Zhengzhou come from. Although I may look a bit shabby now, if they can lend me some money. Seeing Tang Tung's strange actions, the gatekeeper asked, "What are you doing?" Duong Tung was sweating but did not answer. The other guy continued to say, "Even if you are the young master of the Vo Lam or Ngo Along Alliance, you cannot meet the number 1 Tian Hong." Duong Tung wait. Say these words, cannot meet. Huh. Or do I have to prove that I have a lot of money? Shouldn't I have learned more about this in my previous life? Short circuit, give up. Duong Tung turned to scold Hack Hai. From the beginning, he shouldn't have trusted that guy and come here. He remembered his words. I have never gone there directly. Duong Tung fed, hands in pockets, decided to do something else. Damn it, just be a little bolder. He pulled out a stone and looked mysterious. I'm here to sell this. The guard, close to the dish. Thing, his face gradually changed, then bowed his head and replied. He will convey your words immediately. Duong Tung was satisfied and a little relieved. It was a success, is that all? Because I have stuff to sell, it was approved. 15 minutes later, the guard turned back and informed Duong Tung. Please follow me. As he walked, he introduced the surroundings. You can watch small performances in each room. This common area is used normally like the other prisons. But from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., it will be used as a stage for large performances. If you have time, I invite you to watch our performance. Blackpink is really awesome. Duong Tung looked around and sighed at the crowded place. It hasn't opened yet. It hasn't been open for long. On the other side, 2 people were talking to each other. Haha, you're here to watch the performance too? Of course. How could I miss Dong Nu's performance? He led him to a deserted but spacious place and said, Please wait a moment. Our mistress will be here soon. Just then, a woman appeared on the floor and asked down, Is it you? You have that stone. She is the owner of Yunjian, Tian Hong. Duong Tung secretly observed. That woman is the number 1 Tian Hong. He replied. Yin looked at him and commented. You look quite young. He didn't. You're welcome. I didn't know there was such a thing here. That's the age limit. So she sneered. Who would have thought that the young master with Ngo Along Fook would come visit us on this day? Initiation ceremony? Duong Tung was not very polite. He let the landlady worry about him. I indeed am honored. Yunjian did not reply, said nothing. So he continued. Don't worry. Even if I miss the initiation ceremony, Tian Hung brothel won't have any trouble. Then finally she asked to come in. Arriving at another luxurious room, Yunjian spoke up. Please forgive me for my previous actions. This is the first time I have seen someone come alone with such a stone on the day of initiation. Tang Tung was honest. This is also the first time I've been to such a secret place. I had to keep asking other people if this was definitely a secret auction site. Why Unanimous glanced at him and said, Price 500. Quantity. We will buy that stone for 500 taels. Tang Tung silently calculated 500 taels. If he had been a soldier in his previous life and not spent a single cent for a year, he would have earned that much money. Considering the pile of marble he had now, he could have lived comfortably forever without worrying about money. Furthermore, if she was willing to pay that much after seeing my clothes, then I could obviously sell them for a higher price. His appearance was beyond description. He hadn't bathed all winter, his clothes were used, and he was in a terrible state. The smell was horrible. So Duong Tung confidently negotiated further. I will sell that pill for 2,000 taels. The guard, the other gritted his teeth. What? But Yunjian had already raised his hand to tell him not to act rashly. She offered a low price of 1,000 taels, which was the best price I could offer. The security guard thought to himself, has the owner already calculated the interest? Over here, Duong Tung was not to be outdone and said, 100 taels, this is my lowest price. The room fell silent. The guard bowed. Please give me instructions. Madam, just say one word and I will kick him out. Get out of here now. But Yunjian spoke up, okay, this is granite, a gem more precious than gold. Its hardness is second only to 1,000-year-old metal. Duong Tung pretended to know and said it was correct, but in his heart he thought, "You know quite a lot. I've tried it myself. It's incredibly hard." Yunjian continued, "I don't know how you got this marble. It's impossible to find this in Central Plains, but our business doesn't allow us to ask customers for that kind of information. If you can bring out another one of the same quality, I will pay 3,000 taels. Give both of them." In response to Yunnan's challenge, Duong Tung gently threw out another identical stone. She could have as many as she wanted. The stone fell, hit, down to the ground. All three people again paused. The two people of Kai Vien couldn't help but look down. Duong Tung spoke to break the silence. Closing the deal, he smiled confidently. "If you need more, just call me." When we got outside, it was already dusk. The people of Tian Hung Tian on respectfully said, "Wishing you a safe journey. Welcome to come again next time." Duong Tung, satisfied, he walked out, thinking to himself, "Should I finally call this a return in glory? I will send a little for tea." To make sure she wouldn't get suspicious, I only sold about 6 pills and promised to continue selling them to her in the future to help her achieve the purpose I came here for. Is it because I died once before? I never thought I could make a deal like this. It's like this. I sold 6 stones for 9,000 taels. In his storage, he thought of a pile of stones that were still stored together with Zijio. If I sell the pile of granite I got from Noksun Mountain, I will be rich. Duong Tung could not hide his excitement. He walked leisurely. It gradually became faster, more urgent. Then he tried to control himself. But Duong Tung was excited and ran fast. "Right time. Go. Goten go along. Not coming. A place. Much higher." Duong Tung was full of energy and used all his strength. "Run for my life." Running across the river, I saw a beggar. I begged the man passing by. I begged the woman passing by, "Please give me some change." Duong Tung stopped. "Wait, put some papers in his bowl. Don't sit here anymore. Go to a better place and rest." He said, Thank you very much." But when he looked closely and saw the paper, he exclaimed, "What the hell? This is not money. Just give me the money." Duong Tung explained as he ran away. "It's money." He still couldn't believe it and picked up the check. This crumpled piece of paper was money. "Huh. Damn it. You bastard. You dare take me for an idiot? You think I don't know this is toilet paper?" The ferryman slowly part the water across the river. Duong Tung sat still on the red chair without saying anything, his eyes determined, just slowly drift away. In the middle of the water, the red driver said, "Hey boy, judging by your outfit, you must be a new student at the school. Martial arts world, right?" Duong Tung proudly replied, "Yes." So he kindly said that even though it was late, I would wait for you for free today. Ho ho ho. Duong Tung humbly refused, "Really, no need." But the red driver was still adamant. "Okay, don't worry." Duong Tung observed the old man and silently commented. Perhaps he often interacted with people in the martial arts world, so even though he was in his old age, he still treated him with respect. He must have seen many things he shouldn't have seen. He had no choice but to accept this kindness. "Thank you, mister." The old man gave it to me. "Look, we almost there." Duong Tung quickly turned his eyes towards those mountain ranges. Martial Arts Alliance. The Council of Elders consists of outstanding policymakers from the 9 great sects and 5, the great clans, and also people from several other major sections. After consulting with the Council of Elders, the Alliance leader will appear and declare the Constitution. It is called the Minutes of the Ceremony of the Martial Arts Alliance. According to the content, the disciples and soldiers of the Alliance's factions must gather and unite to form the 8th force to govern the martial arts world of Central Plains. Tang Tung let out an annoyed sigh. Nonsense. This was just a group of scoundrels from the 9 great sects and 5 great families spreading their influence and increasing their control. They only. In the first chapter of the Constitution of the Martial Arts Union's ceremonial minutes, words like world community and equality for the people are written out. Proudly, and countless ranks were born based on personal information, achievements, age, origin, years of service, and weapons. He recalled the contents of the minutes. In the world community, everyone was equal. Everyone was treated and respected as friends, sworn brothers through faith. But unnecessary killing was forbidden. However, people were too obsessed with ranks because that rigid rule was what was used to justify all the control actions. Tang Tung thought, when looking at this place, looking at the Martial Arts Alliance, it is once again reminded of the weight of that iron law. Before, when I was also sitting on the boat like now, the closer I got to that place, the more pressure I felt until can't breathe anymore. Now seeing it again, it's just one building. Now I need to focus more on what to do next. Follow. He stood up, bowed his head. Thank you, old man. I wish you a smooth journey. With that, he jumped away and took launch momentum. When ashore, the red driver couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, the shore is still far away, and he's already jumped here. Really amazing." Suddenly he looked over. Duong Tung from the shore also heard the sound of him. "Oh, this money." Duong Tung smiled and transmitted his voice to him. The old man would definitely be blessed by the gods. He stood there in amazement, hearing his voice from here. He hesitated. I'm grateful." But holding a stack of checks in his hand, he was confused. How much is this pile? Duong Tung felt a bit awkward. He thought to himself, suddenly having so much money that he can't control it. Myself, should I buy back the martial arts alliance? Or build a new one? If possible, Hainam Kim's sect would have bought the whole country. Wow, just imagining it makes me happy. If I use it alone, it's too much. He remembers his comrades. Old then burst out laughing. Now I think about everything again. Tang Tung entered the gateless hall. It was named after a book written by a teacher named Murim He. The name of this building meant that it was open to all those who pursued justice. But it's not like it doesn't have a gate. During times of crisis, it's rumored that there's a thick iron gate buried underground that will rise up in an instant, turning it into a building with an iron gate. But I've never seen it directly, because I wasn't here when the demonic cult invaded the martial arts alliance. He handed it to the gatekeeper to check his belongings. This is my dragon seal. As I passed by the woman hall, I could see various pavilions on both sides blocking my view. The gatekeeper replied, I have checked the identity of Tang Tung, the new disciple of Wulong. Let me show you the way. Please follow me. He walked through the buildings, starting with the Demon Extermination Pavilion, which mainly processed and arranged requests from Martial Alliance. Next is the Martial Alliance Watchtower, which is responsible for communicating with the Tian Sun Tower. After passing through here, I will be able to see the Daiheng Palace. Even the main building of the Martial Arts Alliance, Daiheng Daiyin, is located deep inside the valley. Starting from here, follow the path next to the turnoff and go deeper inside. We must go this way. In front of the narrow mountain that is divided into sand is the main gate of the Martial Arts Academy, the Righteous Pond. The guide further introduced that from here on, it will be the Martial Arts Academy. Duong Tung said that I can go by myself. He replied indifferently. Oh, is that so? He thought to himself. On the way here, he didn't seem surprised at all. He had been here before, already. However, he still instructed Tang Tung. After entering, he would see Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Pavilion at the end of the road. They would take care of the initiation process and all other administrative procedures there. Tang Tung nodded. Yes, so Mr. Hien crossed the gate. After passing through the Gate of Righteousness, we will see two parts of the valley. Ngo-Along Valley, where the oldest building in the Union is located. The Vo Lam Alliance and the Ngo-Aho Valley are located humbly behind the Vo Lam Alliance. All the surrounding structures belong to the Vo Lam Academy. Duong Tung looked down and exclaimed, this is the first time he has seen a valley lying down. Tiger this way. I used to spend every day looking at Crouching Dragon Valley from Crouching Tiger Valley. Suddenly he stopped. Then he reminded himself, is this the time to relax and reminisce? Tang Tung focused on hunting down the demonic cult and monopolizing all the exchanges. This lucky fight. Come on, go in with determination. The second lucky fight will be in the valley. This Crouching Dragon. At the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Pavilion, an angry voice rang out. How could he? Why did he cut the budget of the Martial Arts Academy? Zhongzhe sighed. After Zhuge Chong became the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, the Martial Arts Academy had become a mess. How could he ignore investing in the future of Vo Lam? TSK. He leaned close to the perverted girl as he spoke. Do you think so? No. Du Suong. Du Song pushed the old man away with a gesture and said gently, haven't you heard? I heard that last winter, a considerable amount of jade was dug up from Yushan Mountain. Zhongzi continued, words, Miss, I have heard it before. What about that? Du explained. So if he told the elders and put Hai Nam Sword Sect in the vacant position in the 9 great sects, wouldn't the funding problem be solved at the same time? Always. Tongze exclaimed in surprise. Ho ho ho, what a great idea. So she Continue, and he still wonders. Recently, Hainan's book market has developed rapidly. It is clear that Tian Hung Thursday has been replaced as the #1 book in Trinchao by banned books. Lao Tong Trake wondered. The forbidden book talks about it. What is it? Du Suong leaned close to his ear. Explain about that. Lao Tong Trake is diligent. He listened and was startled as if just got enlightened. He cursed loudly. Damn it, are they crazy? Do you believe in that depraved thing? Heaven and earth, yin and yang all exist for a reason. But going against the will of heaven and homosexuality, now they dare to publish it into a book? These disgusting people was killed immediately. Du Yang shrugged and laughed. Ho ho, this is not something to be angry about. Tongze was annoyed. Why not? She was indifferent. If it can make money, then why not do it? Tong Trake cannot help but be confused. Du Suong analyzed. It was obvious that the bandits were the ones who created these forbidden books. So he just needed to send his disciple Tong Ku to get rid of the bandits, and then he could publish the books under their name. He praised. Very well, then it's just a matter of time. Before I, Zhongze, become the principal. Du Suong teased. If you become the principal, will you continue to Can I be your teaching assistant? He glanced at her. As long as I become the next principal, there's no way I'll let Du Cheng's talent go to waste. Lifting her chin, she sneered. So there's no need to worry, head tutor Du. My Du Suong. She suddenly lowered her voice. But there is one thing that I am worried about. It is said that the person standing next to the alliance leader today at the entrance to the initiation ceremony will become the next principal. He nodded in agreement. Actually, I'm also worried about that. However, as you said, if we can solve the funding problem by using the Hainan Sword Sect and the forbidden books, then even those elders will have to help us. Suddenly someone below announced, Vice Principal, the last new student of this year, Duong Tung, just arrived? What should I do? He wondered. New student? At this hour? For you, I come in. Tang Tung quickly appeared in the middle of the room while Zhongze observed him. The old man started to ask, why are you late? Tang Tung, be honest, I have to walk quite a long distance to come here. Lao Ka has an evaluation, not attending the initiation ceremony, deducted 10 points in the student evaluation. Duong Tung, annoyed, thought to himself, just arrived and already met the worst guy here. I'm weak. Chili said, because on the way here I met a group of bandits, so? Old, I sighed. What bandit? If you came from Xi'an, then it wouldn't have been that far. You should have set off earlier. Tang Tung judged. Zhongze, the world rumored that he had seduced many female disciples of other small and medium sects, and then for personal gain abused his power, arbitrarily changing the study schedule. Is he still the vice principal? Duong Tung explained politely. I have something to do in Hainan, so before coming here, I have to go there for a while. Time. Tongze glanced at him. So many reasons, huh? -5 points. Why are the clothes so loose? Duong Tung replied with difficulty. I bought them in a hurry in Trinchao, but I didn't expect all the buttons to be broken, so I should have gotten another set. So Tong Trake continued to scold, and even made excuses, deducting 3 points for the sloppy outfit and deducting 5 points for the excuse. But, you said you came from a high-level martial arts school? Crazy. Duong Tung asked again. Is there a problem? He thought to himself, could there be anything wrong? He shouted. Of course there is. How could someone of such low birth be so shameless? Except 100 points. Duong Tung was surprised. 100 points. Are you kidding me? His subordinates also find it hard to believe. Andy, the vice principal, Du Suong above continued as the current teaching assistant. I think the time. The chaos when new disciples arrive like this, if one had to give a form, as a standard punishment, let's let him return his and go along seal and destroy it. He abandoned his initiation into the Wulong Valley. How about it? Tang Tung asked again. Cancel admission. He secretly. Du Suong's assessment. I don't know about that teaching assistant in Go Along Valley. She continued to sneer. The other new students will become very obedient. He looked at old Zhongze, but in his previous life in the Crouching Lake Valley, he had met him a few times, because he was the principal of the Martial Arts Academy. It must have been around this time when he became the principal, right? Zhongze replied to Du Chong. The cancellation process was very complicated. Moreover, would these kids care? Oh, he was once the headmaster of the Eastern sect, who handled the dirty work of the 9 great sects, and that was also where he came from. Zhongzhi said again. But you can also be expelled because of the accumulated points deducted today. Duong Tong recalled his crimes. Above all, that damned old man was the one who put most of the disciples of Crouching Tiger Valley, including himself, into the useless team. Tong Trake suggested to him, if you admit your mistakes and beg for forgiveness, I will only punish you. Tang Tung couldn't help but be angry, whatever, but after all that, later on as an elder of the Martial Arts Alliance, he personally offered some military forces to use us as cannon fodder countless times so he could escape. I will never forgive him for that. Zhongzhi urged, what do you want? Beg for forgiveness or not? Old burst out laughing as he observed him. Haha, you dare to clench your fist? Ridiculous. Want to oppose me? Look at yourself. Duong Tung calmly replied, even though I look a bit poor on the outside, treating me like this is too unfair. The old man shouted, unfair? How amazing. I'm about to be kicked out of here and I still haven't. Wake up. Let me show you the power of this old man. Let's see if you still think this is unfair. Duong Tung was surprised when the old man used the demon-suppressing magic, which quickly wrapped around Duong Tung, making him uncomfortable. This assistant teacher couldn't help but exclaim in confusion. Vice principal, using so much strength to deal with an ordinary disciple is a bit much. The old man angrily shouted, get out. Let me correct this brat's attitude. Don't you dare not know your place. Duong, I struggled to hold my neck up. Can't breathe. He's overwhelming me. His strength is clearly much stronger than my alliance. Clearly possessing such terrible power, he still used himself and his army as cannon fodder for. Old man, and yet you call yourself a son, human? Damn it. At this moment, a mysterious figure appeared, using his hands to form the heaven seal. The mysterious formation broke from the outside with a stream of power that shattered the Hung Ma's protective spell. Tongze. Duong Tung suddenly swayed. He breathes. Spat out. Tongze spoke uncomfortably. Ah, the leader of the alliance. Hearing that, he quickly turned around. Alliance leader, Zhuge Liang entered indifferently. He still hadn't changed at all. Vice Principal Tong Zhe smiled awkwardly. Oh, I'm just reteaching a latecomer. I must have unconsciously gone a bit too far. What brings you here? So, the leader of the Gun Alliance waved his fan in a friendly reminder. I'm sure I sent you a letter today. Tong Trake suddenly remembered the letter. Done. Old man, class. Ha 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 ha. I remember now. You said you would cut the budget. The old man tried to recall the contents of that thing in his memory. What did I miss? Oh, officer. The old man secretly passed the message on. Brother, I groped back, thinking to myself. I honestly knew things like this would turn out badly. It happened. Gun nodded. Yes, after cutting the budget of the Martial Arts Academy, the Martial Arts Alliance now has enough budget. This is really good news. He placed a hand on Tang Tung's shoulder and continued. And according to the letter's contents, I will take this child away. Zhongzhe heard that and exclaimed. He quickly agreed. Okay, of course, just take him away. Still couldn't help but be confused. He personally came here just to. Because of this brat? Suddenly, Du Suang from above interrupted. Wait, no matter who you are. Sir, the leader of the Martial Arts School Alliance is an independent educational organization within the Martial Arts Alliance, so its independence must be guaranteed, just like when you change into your official uniform. Of ours. Tongze reminded her. Be quiet, it's not the time to. Where's the action? Gun turned to look up and said, I've heard the vice principal talk a lot about you. Teaching assistant Du Suang. It seems that this time the vice principal has brought in a really talented teaching assistant. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. He ignored Du Suang's words and continued with his plan. It's already late, so we'll take our leave first. This kid hasn't been assigned a room yet. The two of us just whirled. Go out. When going out the door, Gun suddenly stopped and turned his head to smile. This child's minus point is also because of the circumstances we can pretend like it never happened. Vice Principal Tong Trake could not reply with anything other than a few words. Of course, and so the door closed behind them. Tong Trake pondered and said nothing more. Outside, Gun looked apologetic to Duong Tong. I should have come earlier. Brother, politely replied. Thank you, sir. It is an honor for me to be able to meet you. My name is. It was Duong Tong. He carefully observed the person in front of him. I have only heard about him through rumors. Even in my previous life, I have never met the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in person. I didn't expect him to be so young. Gun smiled gently and said, You have someone else to thank. I only came at your request, that person's request. I have heard a lot about you. Duong Tung asked again in confusion. Who is it? But he kept it secret. There was someone who had been following him all this time, a long period of time. He has not officially taken office, so he cannot. I can come here. Duong Tung continued. Even so, we can't let the alliance leader come himself. Gun half-jokingly asked. Why? Don't like it. Duong Tung broke out in a sweat. He smiled wryly. Of course not. I mean, you can send a teaching assistant or go through. The house came to replace him. He had to explain that because of the initiation ceremony and the room assignment day, they much busier than me. Duong Tung thought in disbelief. Who could make the leader of the alliance come all the way here? Moreover, even keep an eye on me. Gun added. Above all, we need to keep an eye on the vice principal and check what he's up to, so you don't need to think too much about it. I don't know what you're up to. Did you notice? But the vice principal and I don't get along very well. I also want to feel, thanks to you, he was able to take root in this sleeping dragon valley. Duong Tung asked again, confused. Thanks to you. He affirmed again, yes. He wondered, does that have anything to do with the contents of the letter you sent? Yes. Gun nodded in satisfaction. What a smart kid, indeed. Turning back to Tong Zhe, Du Suong quickly ran towards him. She said, I didn't expect you to tell me about me. Alliance leader. The old man stiffened and said, I never told you. Du Suong was surprised when he heard that. Why? He continued, why should I tell him about you when we're fighting him? Besides, everyone in the Wulong Valley is on our side, so there's no way your information will leak out. It seems he is warning me. It seems I have underestimated his ability to gather information. Moreover, that pothead definitely has other intentions. Du Suong continued, is he trying to turn the elders into his enemies? I will go tell the elders. Zhongzhe asked again, what are you going to tell them? Tell them that he came here just to save a late student from being expelled? Or did he already know the truth that I set you up? This assistant teaching position. No matter what, the elders don't want to hear about this. Where is it? Still not there. The official just happened to return and shouted, I brought a letter from the alliance leader. Zhongzhe muttered, it's finally here. He took the letter and calculated, based on what I have omitted in this letter, we can decide whether to report back to the elders or not. When I read it before, there were a few other things besides the budget cuts. But now the letter was just a blank page, making him panic. What the hell? All the characters, both disappeared. Both of you be careful. Turned over the letter. Du Suong suggested, the alliance leader must have already porridged it. We can report to the elders that the alliance leader dared to make fun of the vice principal. Tong Trake did not reply, but continued to look at the letter. The old man thought carefully to himself, this smell. This letter was written in vanishing ink. This type of ink is only used when the contents inside need to be highly confidential and not be revealed to enemies or outsiders. Du Suong is difficult to understand if it is something that should not be exposed. Tong Trake thought to himself, did he really use vanishing ink just to write the greeting and the budget? I didn't expect him to erase all the evidence like this. Suddenly she hypothesized, could that child be a direct descendant of the 9 great sects, the 5 great families? Zhongzhe frowned and refuted her. If he really wrote that, then there's no way I would have missed it. Moreover, if that was the case, I would have known about it beforehand. Could it be that Brat Duong Tung is a disciple of the alliance leader? Then he suddenly realized something. Look at the letter again. On this side, Gun explained to Tang Tung. I wrote that I would cut the budget, but the truth is we don't really need anything more. The way the world works is truly mysterious. After following him to Hainan, he learned the truth about the Jade Mountain in Hainan. Tang Tung continued, so that means because of what you did, that person will become the principal instead of Tong Trake. Gun was satisfied with his deduction. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Tang Tung muttered, unbelievable. Gun continued, do you prefer Tong Zhe as the principal? Duong Tung immediately denied. Is that so? Then he burst out laughing. The more I know about you, the more I think the Vo Lam Alliance really needs you. Duong Tung looked at him with a puzzled expression. He suddenly said, I mean, think about the incident with the first-class interviewer. Now you even fought with the vice principal. Tang Tung was sweating. Where? What happened between you and that person? The first-class interview is. Then he could only smile awkwardly. So can I ask who was the person who was following you? Gun continued. He continued to keep things vague. That person will soon be appointed as the principal, so you will get to meet him soon. Tang Tung Fan Van. Who was that person in the end? I am a bit worried. History is changing once again. With the new principal, things will probably change a lot, but that's still 1,000 times better than Tong Trake becoming the principal. The day he became principal was the day the dirty factional war began, and this martial arts school became a breeding ground for absurdity and stupidity. He freely controls his disciples as he pleases, all for his own benefit. If the soil is rotten and the water smells, can the plants still grow well? Of course, it may not all be due to Tong Trake, but if we want the Martial Arts Alliance to function normally, we must get rid of him. The good news is that the principal has changed. Now, Gun showed him the way. If he went straight this way, he would see the dormitory. Go get your room. Duong Tung looked in the direction of the boys' dormitory. He turned his head and said, "Thank you for today." But before he could finish his words, Gun had disappeared, leaving behind a wish of good luck. The helpless Duong Tung finished his work and immediately disappeared, just like that old man Kim Trung Nam. He dared to come up with a hypothesis. Don't tell me the person following me. It's that old man. Duong Tung was scared of his own thoughts. Ugh, no way. At the place of old Tong Trake. He secretly exclaimed, "Yes, I remember." It was written on it that the way to here was when he should be treated similarly to disciples of Alliance leader, because he did a great job of saving the Alliance's budget. How dare he say he comes from a normal martial arts school in Shaanxi? Impossible. He must be the hidden adopted son of the Rue family. If not, he must be the trump card of the Alliance leader. Its unknown background was added. It would most likely be used as a stepping stone to take the top spot of the Martial Arts Academy. The old man turned and said, "From now on, try your best to keep an eye on that kid Tang Tong." Du Suong asked again, keeping an eye on him. Tong Trake nodded. "Must go out and check carefully." Background about it. Du Duong could not help but worry, but secretly investigated about the child that the Alliance leader had his eyes on. That's a bit much. Tong Zhe gritted his teeth. "Just do as you're told. If you still want to be a teaching assistant here." She paused and finally accepted the order. "Okay, I will try my best." He reminded her, "Don't forget who was the one who put her in the teaching assistant position." Du Suong left. He, secretly thinking, private investigation. If necessary, we can still do those things. Something even worse. This time, I must choose the next leader of the Martial Arts Alliance from my side. The 9 great sects, no matter what. The dormitory manager spoke. "Do you have any pets?" Tang Tung replied, "Yes, I have one." He thought to himself, "This brat. He must be throwing a party with the wine he bought in Zhengzhou." The manager continued to ask, his eyes glued to him. "Not a tiger or bear?" Which sentence made Duong Tung pause. "Tiger?" He immediately smiled wryly. "Haha, no way, it's just a cat." "Just a cat. It's best to separate two and knock Truong Quang." So, the manager explained, I'm just asking just in case, because lately there have been some idiots bringing tigers in with them. Before the semester starts, you must have permission from the Spirit Medicine and Spirit Beast Department in the north." Tang Tung nodded. "Yes," he continued to instruct. "In 15 days, the semester will officially start. During that time, we will conduct an ability assessment to classify the disciples, so you should consider which class you want to enter first. Meal times are from 7 to 9 a.m., 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and 5 to 7 p.m. at the cafeteria. If you don't like the food here, you can go to the surrounding restaurants or inns. Do you have any questions?" "No." Duong Tung smiled and said no. The manager couldn't help but be a little surprised. All the new disciples who came here would usually ask a lot about the Wulong Valley, but this kid didn't ask anything. How strange. He showed Tang Tung his place of residence. This was the dormitory he would be staying in. His dormitory was the men's building, the north room, right? That's the room. Now you can do whatever you want. But remember, school is in 15 days. The period is about to begin. It's over, you go. Suddenly he exclaimed. "Oh, and the first day, you guys might be fighting each other for the position of department head. So be careful and don't miss the performance evaluation. If you can't take it, just pretend. Pretend to faint." The first night in the boys' dormitory is a kind of tradition. The enthusiastic teenagers from the age of 13 to early 20 will meet for the first time and decide who will be the head of the room. For the boys, the most open and easy way to decide who will be the head of the room is to fight. Duong Tung calculated in his heart, if he rushes in now, he will have to fight. But do he really need this department head trick? Then his smile gradually became inhuman. But I also want to check the results of the winter training. Last time, Because of that group of perverts, I didn't have the chance to see how strong I was. How far has it come? Even though the training was just a million-step duck walk, he stopped in front of the dormitory where he lived, swam across the sea, avoided arrows, and fought until his legs almost broke. But this Wulong Valley was where most of the talents who had passed the Dragon and Phoenix exams gathered. If he fought with them, he would be able to see how much he had improved, right? Otherwise, I can let that Zhang Heng guy be my roommate. Duong Tung sneered as he remembered his friend. If it was him, he would have already finished arranging things in his room. Then I just need to give him the responsibility and some authority of the position of department head. This bastard. I hope that during the time I'm gone you still. Okay. At the Tula building, room 2, Zhang Heng is fighting with his roommates. He used one hand to block the blow. That guy then used his foot to kick him, making him lost his balance and then knocked the guy down. He breathes long. So boring, so boring. Okay. I miss that bastard Duong Tung so much. He must be on his way here. In the Trung dormitory room, right now are Lalit and his disciples, lying flat on his back. Zhang Heng sneered. You better not come, or else I'll make you call me Big Brother. So it was decided who was the head of the building, or Zhang Heng. The guy picked his nose and muttered, Can I go to sleep now? At Non, Noyet loud dormitory for women. Room 2. Speak up, no matter how strong you guys are. But as a woman you have to know how to take care of your appearance. 1. She continued. Just look at the names of the heroines. The number 1 beauty of Jiangxi, the 10 phoenixes of the Zhongho, Hunan Huazi. There must be a reason why people call them that, right? And when it comes to self-management, there's probably no one in the world who can compare to Jin Zhongnan in Sin. Another girl continued. So what do you think about the selection of department heads? The third girl interrupted. He said the most beautiful person here would be the leader. Room for you to see. The second girl stood up proudly. If so, I will definitely take the position of head of this department. Space falls. Into the sea. Silence. The black-haired girl smiled and reminded. Did this lady look in the mirror before coming here? That bronze mirror. The new girl replied uncomfortably. What? Look at yourself first. Your face is no different than tofu, right? The girl with the red hair. Black immediately stood up angrily. What? Hey, I'm from the Ame sect, you know? Do you think anyone can join the Ame sect? If you don't like it, then vote. Suddenly the door was opened. Ta Suang walked in with his hair still in, wet from bathing. She couldn't help but wonder the situation at this time. All 3 girls were stiffened and looked at Ta Suang. Then the whole group exclaimed, Wow, I vote for him. Why doesn't he wear makeup and still beautiful? Nan Noyet Lao, head of department 2, Ta Suang at the main floor. Kill. Tien Lao. The group of people in the same room politely talked to Nok Ni. He. The only person worthy of this position of head of room 1 is definitely the young master. Young is here. He continued to ask the people behind. Does anyone have any problems? If so, come out. If you defeat me, you will be able to fight the young master. Here is Yan. The rest of the crowd was clamoring for Su Nin Nok Ni. What? It should be someone who can defeat me. No, it should be me. Morong Ba silently observed. Nok Ni spoke coldly. I don't care about such things. Anyone want to fight me? The remaining ones immediately fell silent. What idiot would fight with young Master Y? Nok Ni thought to herself. She never expected to share a room with these useless people. Then he said, Morong Ba, luckily you're in the same room as me. What do you think? What? Do you want to fight? Morong Ba refused. Is there a need for this? Shouldn't we save our energy for the ability assessment? Huh. Just be the head of the department. I think it's suitable. With you too much. Nok Ni uncomfortably snorted. Sound. Bored to death. He frowned, remembering, if it was that bastard, he would have rushed in. The fight is over. Where are you? What are you doing? The others are gossiping when they see no movement. Go down now, right? Probably. Nok Ni silently recalled that name. Duong Tung. The position of head of department 1 of Tien Lao building. Duong Nok Ni. Duong Tung was walking in the hallway when I see something. He thought to himself, how cool. Except for the fact that Ngoa Ho's dormitory is slightly smaller, the structure is similar. The first floor of the staff house consists of 2 double rooms on the left, single 2 and single 3. Team 1 is on the right, the general, plus there are 3 teams. Similar to the rooms for teams 2 and 3, the double rooms are on the second floor. Is divided into 4 teams, including team 4 on the left and team 67 on the right. Then I must be in team 9 on the 3rd floor, the farthest one. Duong Tung went to the room of his. As soon as he looked inside, he was glanced back by a group of roommates. Duong Tung slowly walked in. He silently evaluated. Looks like kids caught doing something bad. But looking at him, I couldn't help but realize, oh my, is doing something bad for real? Suddenly the person sitting on the bed spoke. Who are you? Is this your room? Duong Tung was surprised. Multi, you are upset and want to chase people away. If you entered the wrong room, then quickly get out and close the door. Duong Tung was panicked. In his heart, he could not help but sneer. Yi saw that the other party did not move, so he spoke again. What are you still standing there for? If you have nothing more to say, then quickly leave. Duong Tung thought to himself. I didn't expect to meet this bastard again so soon. The opportunity for revenge came so quickly. Then he said, nice to meet you. Yi repeated incomprehensibly. Nice to meet you. You know me? On just grinned. Of course I know. Archer of Hainam Sword Sect. I have been waiting for the opportunity for us to meet for a long time. I still can't remember you. I don't know you. Duong Tung was a little disappointed. Although his appearance was ordinary, but he had forgotten the incident that happened in the winter on Noksun Mountain. Then this guy couldn't expect him to remember him. He looked at, go to the other group. Put this guy aside and look at the other group. What's wrong with these guys? Is it because of his background? One guy is shirtless. He looked at the piece of shit. Tang Tung read the information of the person who was beaten. Lu Ming, what a strange name. This Southeast Asian kid is also a bit weak in Goalong Valley. There he is. I don't know how he got accepted here, but that seems to be why he got beaten. Because he is not from Central Plains. In my previous life, I also encountered a similar situation as this brat. After all, racism is also a form of discrimination. I come from a low-class family. I am an outer disciple. I come from a branch house. I come from the Dragon Phoenix exam. I come from Crouching Tiger Valley. To someone who has no power in his hands, they will say all these things. But if you think, looking more closely, we can see the contempt in their words. This situation evokes the injustice in Tang Tung's heart. We are all human. The gray-haired man Bok Ha suddenly spoke. Why did you stop? Continue. So the whole gang rushed in to continue beating Luke Min. However, Duong Tung quickly intervened. He used level 3 active footwork skill, proficiency 42%. The strange gate can avoid the attack. The opponent's attack can be effectively teleported once to one of the following directions: front, back, left, and right. Current distance up to 270 centimeters, consuming 10% of maximum spiritual power each time. Times used. Baka did not have time to react to the movement of the throw, only had time. Turn around. He looked again and used the passive skill Iron Body, level 1, proficiency 75%, to strengthen the surface of his body's skin. This skill will slowly develop based on proficiency. Yi is sitting still. Observe. Duong Tung rushed into the crowd. The person who blocked Luke Min made him completely surprised. Then he said, if you still have any shame, then stop. Now. Yi laughed. He stood, woke up and shouted. Aha, so it's you. I finally remembered. You have been there. Hainan, huh? After escaping my arrow, I thought you were. The rock crushed him to death. He held on tight. His bow, aimed at Duong Tung with a challenging voice. Yet he still survived and came here. Oh, welcome back. Duong Tung did not reply, but just stared at him. The two of them faced each other, frowning. Told to put that aside. So do you bring Jade Chuanquang with you? Duong Tung thought to himself. Nok Chuanquang. I knew this guy knew about it from the beginning. Before. He continued to provoke. To be honest, I never thought anyone else would have heard of Nok Chuanquang. But of course Duong Tung could not help but be confused. Heard that, but he continues. If used to make weapons, it can change shape at will. So whoever pays, I want to have it. Duong Tung let you think about it. I'm quite curious where he heard it from, but it's useless to ask. It's best not to say it now. About Nok Chuanquang. He had to say, sorry for disappointing you. But when the rock collapsed, Nok Chuanquang was also buried. Yi's expression became unpleasant. It was buried. You mean a piece of jade? You are not being nonsense. Duong Tung smiled triumphantly. If it were you in that pile of rubble, would you be able to retrieve it? I would still prioritize my life first. It is probably buried under the rocks and soil on that mountain. You can start. Search there. I did not answer. Bakha was annoyed and scolded him. How dare you speak so rudely to Yi? Huh? Where are you from? This is someone from the Bai family of Yudong. Bai he, for the sake of interests, This bastard sided with the 9 great sects and 5 great clans. When the heavenly demon army attacked, he locked himself in Yao Dong and never showed his face. Tang Tung introduces himself. Shangxi, Xian, Zhenbong Martial Arts School. Tang Tung, at least as a fellow disciple. The subject to talk about. He looked down on him. Humph, the martial arts school in Xian? Kid, you think that by registering together and being placed in the middle room, you and we will become friends and be in the same sect as you? Bakha looked at him as if he were looking at an insect. Seeing you so confident, I thought you were from a noble family or some prestigious family. That's right, birds of a feather flock together. However, he did not attack directly but turned around and kicked Luke Min straight in the stomach. He was excited, shouted, like this guy, you are nothing. So Duong Tung put his foot out to block him. He said, Rules of the Martial Arts School, Clause 1.1. All disciples are equal. This is the first page of the rules. Bakha let out a scornful laugh. What? Rules? Are you a pervert or what to remember those? That? Equality or whatever. It's just stuff to fool people. In this place, those things have no value at all. You idiot. He shouted and rushed towards Duong Tung. This guy used a secret technique. The Baek Bok Gwyn family threw a punch towards his face. Duong Tung frowned, as if muttering to himself. Okay, so when martial artists talk to each other, then there is. What use? A punch as fast as sand hit Bakha's cheek, making his teeth rattle. Duong Tung quickly dodged his attack to counterattack. He grabbed Bakha's shoulder and continued reading. Rules of the Martial Arts School. Paragraph 3, Article 30. Tang kicked him in extreme pain, then continuously attacked him with his hands all over his body, while continuing to read the rules prohibiting bullying of students. Another thing that also belongs to this clause, except for official matches, any fighting is strictly prohibited, but if a person is beaten, then he is allowed to fight back. The system suddenly pops up a surprise mission notification. Subdue all members of Room 9 and become the room leader. The reward if successful will be the title of room leader. The penalty, if failed, the mission will be cancelled and the car will be in a state of being drunk for 3 days. Duong Tung couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling really pleased with that old man Tong trick, feeling discouraged. Over here, Nakni suddenly felt something. He quickly looked away to search. This familiar spiritual power must be its name. He remembered the words. Teaching of Kim Hak, if you can sense other people's spiritual energy, then you will be able to see him without. Must meet in person. So Nakni closed her eyes and concentrated. Where are you? Tang Tung passed by in a moment. Very quickly, the message rang silently. He sensed it. 3rd floor, last room. Duong Tung returned to the 9th team's room. Seeing Bakha lying collapsed on the floor, everyone stopped. I was annoyed and thought to myself, what? Is he that strong? Back in Hainan, he kept running away, so I thought he was the most cowardly person, only good at being nimble. Although the Bai family in Yodong is only located in the outskirts of Central Plains, it is not an ordinary family. Moreover, Bakha is the 2nd son of the eldest son of the Bai Lo family, yet he is only, with 1, punches. Even though he was punched countless times, the match could have been decided from the very first punch. Bakha did not realize that her opponent was raising his fist. This boxing technique was really just right, fast and accurate. In just a moment, he had taken over the leadership of this room. Duong Tung muttered, Damn it, this is so annoying. Now I have to be the head of the room. Daiko regained some dignity and shouted, Chief, who are you talking about? He couldn't help but grit his teeth and calculate the situation. Humph, my legs can't move. If it was someone else who was bothering me, I could have easily given him. Too many deaths. Hainam Sword Sect is already part of the 9 great sects. I cannot lose. That's fine. He pointed at the road and shouted, Don't even dream about that section chief position. A Dai disciple of Hainan Sword Sect, one of the 9 great sects, would not allow this. And there are still 4 people here from that prestigious family. The black-haired man immediately took a defensive stance in response. Yes, I am the heir to the 6 Tigers escort group of the Jiaomen sect. I will not allow myself to be defeated by someone like that. Came from a humble martial arts school in Xi'an. So there are those who hold sticks, and those who, available, dagger. In an instant, the remaining 4 people had already headed towards the path. Dai secretly analyzed. In a battle where the balance of power was very important, especially between people of equal rank, it was impossible for the other side to have more people than one's own. No matter how strong he is not a member of the 9 great sects or the 5 great sects. Family. Duong Tung looked around and secretly scolded. Unite together, huh? With this mindset to save the world, isn't it? Is it better? Opposite the building, Nok Ni was still quietly observing the battle. Danger. So dangerous. I can feel the tension in the air as if it will explode with just a light touch. Murim Ba standing next to him couldn't help but wonder. What is he looking at? Don't tell me he is sensing the spirit. Duong Nok Ni has reached a realm that only great masters who have transcended the human world can reach. Got it. The two of them just stood there. Look over there from upstairs. Nok Ni stood still, concentrating. Then he silently exclaimed. It was, at this time, go back to room 9 and leave. Order to attack it. The rest of the group immediately rushed up. Duong Tung easily dodged the sword swing and wiper, the stick's legs. He jumped up and used his 2 feet to kick each of them, a few. Flying knife. To his place. Duong Tung immediately turned around to avoid their flight path, clicking his tongue in his heart. The name used. This dagger. Although the blade is quite blunt and is used for practice, they are still danger. He closed in before he could throw another knife or swing his leg. You die first. After defeating another man, Mun Pyong charged at him again, so he jumped away. Another man shouted, this guy is so good at dodging attacks. He's really a cowardly rat. I was annoyed and replied, Humph, it's just a cowardly mouse in a jar. Stop. Push him into a corner. Nok Ni despised what that guy just said. Did he want to force Duong Tung into a jar? Don't even dream about that guy. He continued to watch the match. Duong Tung quickly grabbed the wooden chair. Use it as a weapon towards the opponent. Mun Pion received a palm strike right under the chin. The rest of the people also fell backwards. Back. Duong Tung kicked the chair. Dai startled and stared. The chair was shattered into pieces. He could have broken that vase in one blow. Those fishy things were completely unexpected. This move. Everyone was stunned. He both blocked the attack and cursed. That bastard. You cheat. Duong Tung laughed happily in response to him. You, a cheater who bullies the weak, also say that? And also, play with daggers again. Nok Ni was surprised even though she was far away. He thought back, fought without any style. This guy is still as stupid as ever. Murim Ba noticed that Yuer was holding the hilt, his sword. He was sweating, thinking to himself. What did he see? The action of Duong Tung forced the crowd to disperse. They were alert, but did not dare to rush in. I'm so upset. Humph, it's all ruined by the pieces of wood. Duong Tung, jump up. He aimed at the guy with the stick. The range of this stick was quite long. When fighting a group of people, this annoying Buddha is second only to that dagger guy. Before he could take a defensive stance, I must be resolved immediately. So Duong Tung rushed forward. However, another man used a stick to attack his head. Duong Tung, using his hand to catch it. The other person exclaimed in surprise. My stick is broken. The other scolded back. I just saved your life. Duong Tung cautiously commented. His reaction was also quick, much quicker than those bandits. It's broken already, so probably not. What a small thing. But he used his broken head to stab towards the direction of the arrow. He put his hands on the ground and rolled over. To dodge the blow. It's hard to believe. Somersault to avoid. Duong Tung landed. So he turned around and changed his target. He saw him rushing over and shouted loudly. Duong Tung used acupressure skills, joint manipulation, 8 bone techniques. Then snatched the weapon from his hand. He sneered. I'm also very good with a wooden sword. The system detected. Notice, you are using a sword. Attack speed increased by 100%. Passive skill, swordsmanship level 11. Proficiency 60%. When using a sword, attack speed increases. The increased speed depends on the skill level. Current efficiency increased by 100%. He thought to himself, when I was at Nok Sun Mountain, I used it until my sword broke. Let's see how fast it is now. To what extent? Dai shouted at Duong Tung. Are you lying? Do you have any self-respect left? Duong Tung thought. Whisper, fool, long time no see. Let me hear it again. The beaten man groaned. Ugh, give me back my sword. Duong Tung hit him right in the face, surprising the other guy. He sighed. Before the war in martial arts, there was a rule that a martial artist was not allowed to cheat. What a lame rule. It is said that it resembles a lazy fire rolling on the ground. People in the martial arts world greatly despise this, because they consider the act of rolling around to be very ridiculous. So Duong Tung repeated the words of the elder. Self-respect. If self-respect can save my life, I will protect it. But in reality, what about sending off? Instead, that trick protects real self-esteem. That's my business. This time it was Yi's turn to repeat his words. Real pride. Duong Tung pointed his sword at his face and sneered. To let himself be defeated by someone like you. His true pride, I do not allow. I am afraid of anger. You from the other side, commentator Nok Ni thought helplessly. Duong Tung is right. The biggest problem of martial artists from the 9 great sects and 5 great families is that they have too many rules, regulations, reason, and pride, things to consider. In the end, they still have to consider power, money, and honor is the most important thing. Yuer recalled Tang Tung's words. You'll end up like this sooner or later, so don't be a hypocrite anymore. Tang Tung is secretly, show it by action, my own. Inside, Duong Tung considered the situation. There were only 2 more people left. Yi gritted his teeth and was on high alert. He was also watching him. Duong Tung's eyes moved continuously. When the if Duong Tung moves, he will also move. Kick hard, jump up and use the move, fall kick technique. I was afraid of the unexpected fall of the foot and arrow. Tuesday. He paused and encouraged himself that at this distance, any kind of kicking was useless. That trick was only used to scare people. He then told the 3rd guy it was okay to continue attacking and landing. Activate. Duck Master title equipped. When equipped, attack speed increased by 10%. When equipped, movement speed increased by 10%. When equipped, all parameters increased by 10%. Changed the direction of the attack right before he reached the target, making both of them stunned. Sword. Swung down and hit the other guy on the head until blood spurted out through his nostrils. He collapsed in pain, while Duong Tung slowly landed on the ground. He looked around, stopped at the middle of the stick, just now. Oh, the stick that broke, just now. So Duong, toss and take, go ahead and kick that stick towards me. The wooden trunk shot away. He was surprised. Hurry, dodge. Then I myself rolled on the ground in humiliation. Yi, angry. He stood up, not daring to look up, but just gritted his teeth. Nok Ni observed this scene and commented that the kick was used at the right time. The stance was difficult to imagine, and the movements were not. Unpredictable. He is a member of a prestigious sect, so every action must follow the rules. That is why there is no more formidable opponent. Duong Tung Kentucky Duong Tung was now teasing. His words and actions were inconsistent. Do you still have any self-respect? He stood up. Wake up and be quiet. Silently, no response. Yi let out a breath. He threw away his bow while replying to Tang Tung. You said, right. I've bowed my head. Now if I want to win, there's nothing I can't do. I'll give it my all. He held a wooden sword in his hand. From now on, everything would be completely different. You bastard just awakened the sword spirit of Hainan Sword Sect. Duong Tung sneered, still intending to tease, knowing immediately that the person would not be able to win with that bow. Yi shouted, shut up. Then, he bowed and said, you have oil in your mouth? Talking nonsense about such a thing. How can I respond? Sword spirit my ass, listen to me. I feel chills all over. Passive skill, swordsmanship level 11, proficiency 60%. When using a sword, attack speed increases. The speed increases depending on the skill level. Current efficiency increases by 100%. You are holding a staff. Passive skill, level 3 magic staff. Proficiency 26%. When using a stick, short stick, long stick, or staff-type weapon, your critical strike rate will increase. The increase rate depends on the skill's rank. Current effectiveness increased by 10%. Duong Tung smiled defiantly. You two go make me a cup of warm green tea. The system announced that critical rate increased by 10%. Duong Tung curled his lips and said the rest. Then it will be a bit worth it. I let out a breath, feeling amused at the throw. You think holding a broken stick will change? What can he get? What a shallow guy. Only knows how to use tricks that low-class soldiers use. Duong Tung reminded. Hey, when first I want. Say whatever you want. But if you want to be beaten up and humiliated, then go ahead. Work. I'll swing my sword, he replied, to see after this match. He got into position and used the silver light speed sword move. In a conflict, he is completely focused on the opponent before him. Is your mouth still intact? Right? Silver light speed sword. This is the sword technique of Hainan Sword School, imitating the image of salmon jumping against the current. Water. In particular, the reverse conflict method is a defensive stance that is the opposite of the central plane swordsmanship. But if the defensive stance is correct, the swordsmanship will be extremely fast and deadly. Each sword strike will stab the opponent's body at a different angle. So if it hits the target, it can take the opponent's life with just a single hit. A sword strike. Duong Tung observed carefully, never expecting that one day he would have to counter such an attack. Equipping the sword and staff increased attack speed by 100% and critical rate by 10%. Now I feel even more excited than before, having to compete with many opponents. One-on-one. Eager to experience this famous swordplay throughout the martial arts world. Also got a fight with one of the 5 kings. This battle is definitely different from the one with the 14 peach blossom sword techniques of Manhwa. If that time is a test after memorizing the answers, this time the exam was more like a post-study test. Duong Tung was nervous, but still smiled. So Dai rushed forward. Strike. His blow carried an afterimage and attacked Duong Tung, but he quickly dodged the blow. Dai immediately noticed the opponent's swinging sword. They dodge of each other. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Dai managed to use his hand to block his sword, then flicked it away. Dai jumped up and slashed down the white-silver heavenly sword. Immediately, his wooden sword broke in half. Duong Tung thought to himself in disbelief. With just one strike, the wooden sword is already strong. It is truly worthy of its reputation. No wonder it is so. Called Speed Sword. Passive skill activation trajectory. Level 11 swordsmanship. 60% sword proficiency. Attack speed increased. Speed increase depends on skill rank. Efficiency. Currently increased by 100%. Duong Tung didn't hesitate to rush forward and confidently thought, his attack speed has increased, so this thing, it's nothing. Dai shouted. Humph, you think I'll let you collect it? Narrowing the gap. Dai continues to attack. His continuous attacks forced Duong Tung to retreat. He counterattacked with his sword half gone. Dai was surprised. Ton. The wood of Tang Tung collided with Dai's sword. He immediately realized he blocked it with the hilt. He immediately used force to push Dai away. Too dangerous. Dai breathed heavily. Humph, I can't fully use the silver light speed sword. His swordplay is getting worse and worse. Faster. His sword hand trembled as he watched the trajectory. What the hell was he doing? But I also, not falling into a disadvantage. My sword speed is also very fast and accurate, so I must have focused on blocking his attack. His sword can't even reach me. Luckily I did. Broke his sword. If you attack while keeping your distance, you will eventually win. I will be the winner. On this side, Duong Tung is also considering countermeasures. The two attackers had just touched each other when he used his strength to jump to keep his distance. I still have a lot of moves I haven't used yet, but I'll continue to stick to just the basics, because there is something I want to confirm. Already screamed when Duong Tung rushed over, still stupidly intending to close the distance. Duong Tung crossed sword strikes as fast as lightning, but not without being hit. Dai and Duong Tung fought each other. The two swords clashed together. Then they jumped to avoid the attack of the opponent. Duong Tung thought to himself, are you using the power again? And I'm using the silver light speed sword again. Tu Hai Tian Fong. Duong Tung tried his best to block the attack. He wondered to himself, it was not time for that thing to appear yet. He counted 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Tung Street. Seizing the opportunity, he smiled. Here. Then, with just one strike, Duong Tung sent the Dai flying far away, dealing him a fatal blow. System. Shout. Your attack has dealt 200% damage to the enemy. Stagger. The island stood still wondering. What just happened? What happened? Duong Tung immediately rushed over. Now is not the time for you. Hesitated. Seeing him rushing towards me, I was scared. Startled, quickly raised his sword to block. But then Duong Tung swung the stick with his hand. That hit the enemy's flank. Dai shouted. Pain. Pain. Duong Tung hit again with sword. He continuously attacked with both hands, using the speed sword to reverse the collision method, a stance specifically used for attacking. Its attack is very powerful when attacking, but its defense is extremely weak. If you rush to use it for defense, your hands and the legs will not be steady. Moreover, above all, the fundamental difference between him and me is endurance. For martial artists, spiritual power is definitely the most important thing, but to fight for a long time, endurance is equally important. My speed is still the same, but the speed is getting slower and slower. I'm getting faster, to be exact. What remains is the finishing move that I have. Thinking about it since picking up this stick. 100 times. Appears 10 times. 10 times appears once. The fatal blow above the stone made it difficult to block Duong Tung's stick. Below, he swung his stick towards his opponent's ankle. Duong Tung was determined. De-yi, I will defeat you. The broken sword pulled De-yi's entire body flying into the air because of the impact. Knock back. Tang Tung cleanly ends the match. Your attack has dealt 200% damage to the enemy. Completely destroyed. Lost. Consciousness. And Duong Tung sneered and exclaimed, You won. Looking back, all the people in the room was unconscious. Everyone fell down. Mango, including Munpi, Ion. Bakha also could not avoid the same situation, and many. He fell and hit his head on the floor. System, bring message, mission completed. You have completed the surprise mission. Reward will be sent to you. You have achieved the title of department head. Do you want to equip the title of department head? Always. The title of department head has been equipped. You can form a team of 3. The title can be further developed. Duong Tung looked at the notification in confusion. What group of 3? What was that? What did he mean? What? A voice reached his ears. You're late. Tang Tung suddenly wondered. The voice transmission is so familiar. Duong Tung went to open the window and looked across.